Chapter 3202, Organic and Locally Sourced. The Vanguard project was an imposing expert mech. Its bulk was significantly greater than that of the Dark Zephyr and the Amaranto. Its loud orange coating with black accents was designed to turn it into an unmissable presence on the battlefield. The material quality of its external shell was not as impressive as the previous two expert mechs, though. Made out of briar alloy which was more accessible but much less durable, the Vanguard project looked like an unbalanced mech that put most of its design resources into its offensive capabilities. However, only astute mech designers would be able to notice that the Vanguard project actually featured a two-layer armor system. Though Vase wasn't happy with the thickness of the underlayer, the fact that it was made out of solid unending alloy should enable it to gain a powerful advantage in any duel against another expert mech. Yet for all of its apparent potency in offensive and defensive capabilities, it possessed one major weakness that could easily be exploited by the right opponent. Its mobility was lower than average. Certainly, compared to standard mechs, Juliet made sure to design and equip the Vanguard project with a premier Hexer-designed flight system that granted it vastly greater thrusting power than that of ordinary mobility solutions. It could easily outpace other medium mechs and even give light mechs a run for their money. The problem came when Vase compared the Vanguard project to other expert mechs. Perhaps comparing it to an expert light skirmisher like the Dark Zephyr was unfair, but relative to other melee mechs such as the upcoming Decapitator project and Chimera project, the Vanguard project moved as unwieldy as a lumbering pig. The Vanguard project's straight-line acceleration is decent, but the expert mech's agility and other maneuverability characteristics aren't great. The expert spearman mech's reaction time and range of motion was also lower than average. This meant that it was impossible for Venerable Orphan to employ too much finesse when wielding its potent spear. Fortunately, stabbing didn't require that much finesse to begin with. As long as the Vanguard project fought with daring and momentum, it was still capable of overpowering its opponents with raw force. The Vanguard project's relatively expansive defenses suited its fighting style well for that reason. It's going to take a lot of hits regardless of what happens in a pitched battle. If that's the case, then we better make it as hard as possible for enemies to penetrate every layer. The Vanguard project might not be as tough as the Bulwark, but none of the other expert mech design projects in the current round was able to top it. The only exception was the Chimera project, but only when it equipped its mounted wargear. On a base level, the Vanguard project was a mech that would only show its true value in tough and different battles. If the Larkinson clan ever encountered a superior enemy force, then a mech that was able to threaten tough opponents head-on and was able to sustain a lot of damage without losing wind was very valuable. Even though the expert mech had not yet proven its chops in reality, Vase could already instinctively judge that the expert spearman mech that he put together in person was sound and functional. The four journeymen were all mentally exhausted after working for more than 7 days with occasional rest breaks in between. Even if Vase felt that it wouldn't take long before he was ready to tackle another fabrication run, he did not want Gloriana to incur too much stress. When the couple returned to their grand stateroom in order to enjoy a proper rest, Gloriana changed into her pajamas and entered their bed first. Vase handled some miscellaneous tasks first before he entered the bedroom and slipped next to his wife. He leaned in and kissed her cheek as he softly placed his palm onto Gloriana's lightly swelling belly. He sensed two kinds of warmth flowing from his touch. The first warmth was physical and came from Gloriana's smooth and soft skin. The other kind of warmth came from his growing daughter. Her spirituality had already surpassed the level of someone with potential. This should have been an impossibility since spirituality was ordinarily tied to sentience and higher thought. A fetus that was only 4 months old shouldn't have any higher thinking. Obviously, my old theoretical framework is wrong. Recent developments forced him to adjust it so that it could explain the new phenomena that Vase had recently noticed. For example, according to his new theories, the reason why his unborn daughter's spirituality was so much stronger was because it wasn't concentrated in her vastly underdeveloped mind. It had spread to her entire physical body. Once someone's spirituality was no longer supported by just a mind or brain, then a lot more room opened up. Special empowered living tissue such as his daughter's body or the biomatter applied to the 4 aspects of Lufa was capable of storing spiritual energy and supporting a greater spiritual entity as if they were pea stones themselves. This was quite a thought-provoking train of thought. Do pea stones really have a biological origin? Vase became a bit more convinced that pea stones originally consisted of fossilized biological matter of spiritually powerful beings. Perhaps ancient entities who lived many eons ago started off as individuals not much different from his daughter. The implications of this theory were quite profound. For one, it presented a potential solution to his inability to expand his stock of P stones. The several dozen P stones that he currently possessed at the moment was more than enough for his personal use, but not much else. Since spiritually reactive materials were pivotal to the design and creation of prime mechs, he really had to find a solution to his problem. For a brief moment, Vase thought about routinely harvesting tissue samples from his growing daughter. If he was able to farm enough flesh and blood from his lovely girl, he might be able to process the extracted materials into a new P stone. This would be an amazing accomplishment. Rather than scouring material warehouses throughout the galaxy for old fossilized remains, he could instead rely on a renewable source of raw materials to constantly expand his P stone collection without depending on any external sources. Meow. Lucky plopped onto Ves's head and hissed. Ah, damn, what am I thinking? I would never exploit my daughter. Vase vigorously shook away his earlier notion out of his mind. Despite the viability of the plan, it was absolutely abhorrent. He should have never thought of his offspring as cattle for him to exploit as he wished. His daughter was not Cassandra Breyer. Still, even if his children was off limits, the overall concept was still interesting and worthy of further investigation. He just had to find a more suitable and guilt-free source of raw materials. His thoughts wandered over to the 4 statues of Lufa. Whether their biological tissue was renewable or not, it was worth it to harvest samples of similar objects and process them into P stones. Maybe I should start making biological totems on a large scale. The only issue was that this wasn't enough to make them useful. Basic biological totems weren't spiritually empowered at the start. This was the most challenging portion of this plan. How could he infuse their flesh? Just pumping raw spiritual energy into biomatter without any further consideration was bound to fail, as it ordinarily didn't interact with physical matter. They only interacted with each other under special circumstances. Vase hadn't fully figured out the rules so far. He needed to figure this out first before he could make a viable P stone factory that would allow him to introduce hundreds if not thousands of potent prime mechs into his clan. In fact, I can even use it as a strategic material to design and fabricate commercial mechs that are completely unique in the mech market. What would it be like if he was able to make mass production versions of his wildly successful Valkyrie Prime or Piranha Prime and sell them to individual clients at eye-watering sums? Even though they weren't expert mechs, they were much more accessible as they weren't exclusive to expert pilots. Prime mechs are fantastic at accelerating the growth of expert candidates. If I tune them down, they can also be piloted by regular pilots who are strong enough to handle the pressure. This had the potential to become a unique and highly desirable market offering for the Larkinson clan. It was the kind of product that could easily earn a lot of money and connections in a competitive environment like the Red Ocean. There were many wealthy and privileged mech pilots who were incredibly desperate for a way to increase their chances of becoming an expert pilot. If Vase could convince the mech market that piloting a prime mech would allow them to fulfill their dreams, then the LMC would be able to bankroll the entire Larkinson clan just by relying on the top end of the market. Vase mentally noted down his ideas and reminded himself to discuss his plans in greater detail with Dr. Rania. In order to make the organic P stones that were crucial to mass-producing prime mechs, he had to rely on the Larkinson Biotech Institute to produce the key ingredients in-house. He would never allow such a core technology to spread outside of the Larkinson clan. Once he was satisfied with this plan, he returned his attention to his original goal. He carefully inspected his unborn daughter's spirituality and noted that she appeared to be completely healthy according to his senses. "You've grown a little stronger," he noted with a smile. Vase had waited months to implant her with a companion spirit seed. All of the times he fed her with a dose of his purified spiritual energy finally culminated in a spiritually potent fetus that was strong enough to bear a sizable burden. In fact, he could have implanted his unborn daughter with his gift more than a week ago, but he wanted to play it safe. She barely exceeded the threshold last time, and Vase wasn't sure if her capacity might suddenly decrease a bit due to his ministrations. He decided to be patient and occupy himself with fabricating the Vanguard project before he was ready to perform this unprecedented procedure. Now, enough time had passed for his daughter to build up a small but significant buffer. This way, Vase had plenty of room for error should anything happen. Let's start. The conditions were right and Vase didn't want to wait any further. If he implanted the seed too late, then it wouldn't be strong enough by the time his daughter was born. He theorized that the companion spirit seed would integrate more deeply and extensively with his daughter if he implanted it early while his daughter's spirituality was still malleable. He took a deep breath and concentrated his mind. Blinky, I need your help. His companion spirit quietly appeared from his mind but maintained an invisible state. Vase had already instructed him beforehand, so Blinky knew exactly what he should be doing next. Murrow. The purple starry cat gently phased through Gloriana's belly and carefully approached the developing young life. The cat did not dare to approach any further. The baby's spirituality seemed to react a bit at the new presence, but since Blinky was already familiar, nothing else happened. When Vase took direct control of Blinky, the cat carefully began to reach out towards the baby's spirituality and carefully began to mold it a bit to see whether anything went wrong. When nothing out of the ordinary happened, Vase grew bolder and began to mold and shape a portion of his daughter's spirituality into a defined spiritual construct. During this process, he also blended in tiny seeds derived from spiritual fragments taken from himself and various design spirits. These were the ability seeds that could each potentially become his daughter's defining spiritual strength. Chapter 3203, Father's Gift. Chapter 3203, Father's Gift. Performing the implantation procedure on his unborn daughter was a lot easier than he initially expected. For one, he did not encounter any strong reactions or instinctive self-defense measures from his daughter. The unborn baby's spirituality remained completely unmoving even when he changed its very nature. During the entire procedure, Vase did not sense any notable guiding consciousness that could have sounded an alarm. It makes sense that this happened. She was not only his child, but also the source of the energy that empowered her in the first place. Her spiritual compatibility to both him and Gloriana was so high that it was as if he was operating on himself rather than a stranger. What further assisted in his efforts was that he was not engaging in spiritual engineering directly but did so through Blinky. The star cat was literally born to manipulate spiritual energy and possessed an incredible amount of control. When Vase took over his own companion spirit, he rid himself of all of his human clumsiness and was able to act as a native spiritual life form. He was able to act with great care and precision. Vase did not dare to perform this procedure as sloppily as before, as he would never be able to forgive himself if he inflicted permanent damage onto his own daughter. He deliberately slowed down his pace and expended plenty of spiritual energy in order to maintain his most intensive state as he worked to shape the companion spirit seed according to his design. Slowly but surely, a vague shape of a kitten took shape. The fact that Vase was working out of Blinky made it even easier for him to visualize and shape another cat. He tried his best to keep the tiny and delicate spiritual kitten as pure and unblemished as possible. Aside from mingling in his own spiritual energy in order to provide it with the spark of life, he mainly relied on his daughter's own spirituality to shape its form. The only other compromise he made was to insert a tiny bit of essence taken from both Lucky and Clixie in order to make sure the companion spirit possessed all of the essential traits of a cat. He was quite careful when he did this, as he did not want to spread these extra ingredients to the rest of his daughter. While he loved cats, that didn't mean he wanted to turn his own child into a catgirl. It turned out that his daughter was well prepared for his actions. Her spirituality was quite firm and not that easy to contaminate. He was quite glad to see this, as her resilience vastly increased the safety margin of this invasive operation. The most delicate portion of the procedure came when Vase had to implant the ability spirit seeds into his creation. Vase had stripped them down and minimized them as much as possible for two reasons. First, their footprint had to be as small as he could manage in order to avoid taking up too much of his daughter's capacity. Second, they had to be as still as possible in order to prevent them from contaminating his daughter. While it was fine for them to affect her companion spirit, they weren't supposed to spread their influence any further. While this also made the ability seeds inactive at the start, as long as they gained an opportunity to grow, they could turn into powerful spiritual abilities that were uniquely adapted to his daughter. What he envisioned at the start might become completely different a couple of decades in the future. Vase looked forward to seeing his daughter come into her own and pick one of the 6 ability seeds he prepared for her as her main ability. In the end, Vase did not encounter any unexpected surprises when he slotted in the ability seeds. He spread them out in different parts of the spiritual kitten to give them enough space for development while avoiding any premature mergers and other unplanned interactions. He inserted the ability seed based on his own life domain into the spiritual kitten's heart. He inserted the ability seed derived from Goldie into the tail. He inserted the ability seed derived from Lufa into the brain. He inserted the ability seed derived from xianxia into a front limb. He inserted the ability seed derived from illustrious one into the eyes. He inserted the ability seed derived from the solemn guardian into the abdomen. Though some of the ability seeds were squished a bit closer than was ideal, it was the best he could manage. The seeds derived from Lufa and the illustrious one were especially close. Fortunately, their compatibility was relatively high, so they did not reject each other's proximity. The moment he implanted the ability seeds and finalized his work, his latest spiritual product finally took hold. The young companion spirit did not wake up and let out a mewling cry or anything. It was so weak and tiny that it was no different from an unborn kitten. When Vase pulled back his presence from Blinky, the companion spirit affectionately looked at the new spiritual kitten before he carefully departed. Just like his daughter, her new companion spirit seed was akin to an unborn baby. They both needed time and nutrients to develop themselves. From a certain perspective, Gloriana technically bore twins now, though this was a silly notion. Well, this looks like a job well done. No complications or dangerous deviations took place throughout the procedure. Vase chalked it up to good planning and design as well as the favorable circumstances that he was working in. If he hadn't actively fed his unborn daughter with his own spiritual energy every day, he might have faced more resistance. In fact, the ease in which he was able to manipulate his little girl's spirituality reminded him of how his mother was able to mess with him in a similar fashion. His face briefly contorted. Did she do something similar to me? If so, what exactly did she change? He didn't have enough clues to answer these questions. Though it was clear that he was different from other humans, he wasn't exactly sure why that was so. His high spiritual sensitivity could have come from his mother's genes. If this is the case, then my daughter has a high chance of inheriting the same trait, if she didn't get it already from her companion spirit. Vase monitored the condition of his daughter's altered spirituality and her new companion spirit seed for half an hour. When he became assured that their condition hadn't worsened or changed in an unexpected manner, he slowly let down his guard and sank into his bed. He already had a long day. Completing the fabrication of the Vanguard project and enacting his ambitious plan to augment his daughter while she was still in her mother's womb both took a toll on his mental endurance. Fortunately, the results of both, but especially the latter, completely came as a relief for him. His ambitious plan to spiritually augment his daughter in the strongest fashion he could think of went exactly as he intended. Though the situation could still worsen at any point in the future, Vase would just have to stay on guard throughout and make sure that no one harmed his wife while she was bearing his child. Good night. As Vase fell asleep, both Lucky and Clixie softly climbed onto the bed and moved next to Gloriana's midsection. Meow. Meow tilde, meow meow. Meow. The two cats laid on both sides of Gloriana's sleeping form and acted as sentries. The next day, the wedded couple cuddled against each other for a time. Vase smiled when he saw that his daughter's condition was still as good as ever. Her new companion spirit seed had settled in nicely and both of them remained healthy and stable. Though Vase was tempted to accelerate the growth of either of them by feeding them with universal life energy, his instincts strongly hinted to him that this might not be a good idea. It was fine for him to accelerate the growth of artificial design spirits, but his children were another matter. Who knew what accelerating his daughter's spiritual development would do for her mental development? If she had skipped over her childhood and started off as an adult, then Vase was liable to regard her as a monster instead of a lovely little baby. Besides, making her abnormally smart and mature while she was still an infant would feed right into Gloriana's obsession of hexism. According to this stupid belief system, every woman was supposed to be a wise and mature soul who had already gone through 5 successive phases of existence. I feel a lot better than yesterday. Gloriana said, I needed this rest. I hope our child is still okay. I think I'm going to stop by the dragon's den in order to get another checkup. That's a good idea. Perform a full scan if possible. We need to collect as much data as possible so that we can track every change. They both rose up and prepared for their day. After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast, they split up with Clixie trailing after Gloriana. Meanwhile, Lucky looks questioningly at Vase. Meow. There is always something to do. We need to prepare for our trip to the Vulcan Empire, for example. Let's pay a visit to Sheddarin. After the Larkinson clan established its foreign affairs ministry, Sheddarin moved over to the Vivacious Wall where much of the clan administration was based these days. When Vase shuttled over to the capital ship, he noticed that a lot more Larkinsons were aboard the vessel this time. Dawn City had become a lot more lively as many families enjoyed their brief holiday on the only ship that was worth visiting in their eyes. Due to Amswick's heavy traffic restrictions, the Larkinsons were unable to provide shore leave to its clansmen. If not for the vivacious wall, they wouldn't have access to a decent vacation destination and would have remained bored on their own ships. The value of a civilian ship like the vivacious wall became very apparent at this time. The happy faces and cheerful laughter that were prevalent in Dawn City lifted up his mood. He began to imagine what it would be like to take his own growing family on a vacation to this destination. Although the vivacious wall was not as exotic as visiting a new and alien planet, it offered a wealth of attractions that were both family-friendly and less than family-friendly. Of course, Vase would never allow any of his kids to stray into the bad side of the entertainment ship. Twilight City was too rough and unrefined for any of his kids. I'll be damned if I ever catch any of them in a strip club or something. To be honest, Vase didn't approve of erecting all of these depraved establishments in Twilight City, but a significant portion of his clan needed places to unwind. Young mech pilots especially had it rough as they had to train hard and constantly learn new skills and competences in order to apply and maintain their position in the elite mech legions. Fortunately, the vivacious wall did a good job at segregating the good from the bad. Here in Dawn City, Vase didn't notice anything improper. It was a brightly colored city that was full of clean architecture and pastel colors. The hope and optimism that exuded from every corner of the place turned it into the best location for the clan administration to establish its government seat. When Vase approached the center of the city, he looked up at an elaborate palace that consisted of a mix of marble-like stone and reflective metal. A giant emblem of the golden cat that was made out of briar alloy hung above the gates of the palace. Wow, the clan did a good job. His clan had come far. Even though he relinquished a lot of control, it had already grown a lot larger and stronger than he imagined at this point of time. With pride in his steps, he entered the recently built palace and headed towards the wing that housed the Foreign Affairs Ministry. Chapter 3204, Ancient Pantheons. Vase navigated the bright and roomy interior of the expansive palace until he reached the double doors that led into Sheddarin's office. After passing a routine security check, he entered an office that was much more impressive than his own. Minister Sheddarin hadn't taken much time to decorate the interior with grand furniture, artful statues, tasteful displays of different territories and the obligatory symbols that stood for different elements of the Larkinson clan. Lucky split off from Vase and began to sniff and inspect each and every display piece. He already detected a couple of bugs that he recognized from his time at the Black Cats. As a dutiful friend of Calabast, he declined from snatching them like he did with every other bug. Patriarch Larkinson, welcome to the Golden Palace. I hope it is to your liking. It's a bit more extravagant than what I am comfortable with, but I suppose a clan of our size and strength needs to be a bit more ostentatious. Just so. Architecture is one of the many levers that we can use to shape the culture and opinions of both clansmen and foreigners. A shabby or functional palace will have a different impact than one that is designed to impress from the start. I imagine we will host many foreign dignitaries on this ship in the future. You wouldn't want them to step aboard the Spirit of Bentime, which contains many of your trade secrets, correct? Vase nodded. You have a good point. While I have taken great efforts to lock up everything sensitive, it is best not to risk it in the first place. Now that we have a place like Dawn City and the Golden Palace, there shouldn't be any reason for us to host foreigners aboard our factory ship. She is first and foremost an industrial ship after all. She was never meant to serve as our functional seat of power. The inclusion of the latest batch of capital ships provided a lot of utility to the clan. The Dissentibus and the Vivacious Wall were already showing why it was worth to expend capital ship quotas on them. While they would doubtlessly become a burden in battle, for now they added a lot of value to the Larkinsons. The only ship that hadn't shown her value was the Andrenity, but her time would come later. The clan was already taking its time to staff the mining ship and prepare sufficient low-aptitude mech pilots to crew her expansive swarm of mining mechs. After chatting a bit on how they were doing, Vase soon decided to address the main reason why he visited. Let's talk about the Vulcan Empire. I'm sure that you have gained a thorough understanding of its current state. I do. Let us start with a basic rundown. Minister Sheddarin replied as he sat up from his desk and began to pace around his enormous office. He reached an active projection that already displayed a map of the Fermi star cluster. He tapped it a few times in order to zoom in on the area around the Amswick star system. The port system that belonged to the Empire of the Lost was relatively close to the border between the Bertrand Obsidian Star Sector and the Smiling Samuel Star Sector. For reasons that I am certain that you are aware of, Smiling Samuel is a closed and isolated star sector. The Vulcan Empire that dominates this star sector does not adhere to a rational diplomatic strategy. Instead, the Vulcanite policy makers prioritize courting other dwarves and dwarven organizations over befriending their closer human neighbors at home. As a result, every other state and star sector in the vicinity either hates or fears this dwarf polity. Do the dwarves have any friends at all in the neighborhood? Why do they still maintain a hostile posture? There are no other dwarven states in the region. The Vulcan Empire is all alone, and what friends they might have are thousands of light years away. Every dwarf that could have been persuaded to join or support the dwarven state has already emigrated to it. In my opinion, the Vulcan Empire should have pivoted towards engaging with its neighbors instead, but it is still playing into the hatreds and prejudices of its people. If this is the case, why haven't the neighboring states done anything about the dwarves, then? Vase gestured towards the map. There are many theories why. In order to find out the answer, I contacted several notable active and retired diplomats throughout the Fermi star cluster. Not many of them were as forthcoming as I wished, but I received enough information to be certain that the Mech Trade Association is secretly guaranteeing the continued existence of the Vulcan Empire. Vase suspected as much. It was way too suspicious for a band of dwarven rebels to grow to the point where they were able to rally dwarves everywhere and conquer an entire star sector out of nothing. It was even more suspicious that the surrounding human states did not do anything and pretended that it was fine for a huge amount of humans to get slaughtered while many more still lived on in captivity as the dwarves turned the tables on their former slave drivers. So all of the rumors on the galactic net are true. Not all, but some. Sheddarin replied. From what I can conclude, the Mech Trade Association has allowed the Vulcan Empire to claim Smiling Samuel as its exclusive territory. This guarantee does not extend any further, though. If the Vulcanites ever decide to invade the Empire of the Lost, its invasion forces will become fair game to any nearby human army. The MTA will not lift a finger unless the defenders attempt to launch a counterattack and cross the borders. Vase frowned. This is unfair. The dwarves essentially enjoy a safe haven where they can sit back and relax without having to worry about any invasion. Meanwhile, they can launch destructive raids or even commit outright invasions onto any neighbor without incurring any penalties. If I didn't know any better, I would have accused the MTA for favoring heavy-gravity variant humans above other humans. Sheddarin sardonically grinned. Welcome to the world of affirmative action. It is no secret that dwarves are nearly always discriminated against. The nature of their historical purpose, their abnormal statures, their different environmental tolerances and their lack of widespread support has led to a consistent lack of opportunities. It is objectively worse to be born a dwarf as opposed to a normal baseline human. For whatever reason, the Mech Trade Association has attempted to address this injustice by doing the opposite. It has flipped the script so that the dwarves enjoy numerous artificial advantages while the original human population of Smiling Samuel paid the price for this policy. That doesn't sound very just to me. Vase skeptically replied. I don't mind if the MTA thinks the dwarves need a hand, but is it really right to give them help while they gleefully explode in power and kill or drive away a huge amount of innocent humans who have nothing to do with their oppression? The MTA must have its considerations. It is not led by short-sighted career politicians who never think about the consequences of their actions. We don't have the complete picture, so we will never know the full truth. In my opinion, the Vulcan Empire is being used as a positive example of how the association is a benevolent organization that guarantees the rights and freedoms of every kind of human. By parading the Vulcanites as a model minority, it hopes to assuage and calm down restless dwarves and other human minorities in the rest of human space. Vase was sure there had to be more to it than that, but just like Sheddarin, he didn't have enough information to make any further conclusions. So the only reason the Vulcan Empire still exists as it is today is because they are sheltering under the umbrella of the MTA. Does that mean the dwarves respect the association? That is a complicated story, Patriarch. Their relationship is ambivalent. The Mech Trade Association, for all of its attempts to portray itself as an inclusive organization, is still dominated by people we associate with normal humans. The Vulcanites do not identify with the Mechers, but have to depend on them for protection. It is a persistent source of frustration for them as they essentially see it as another form of human subjugation. They do not want to be ruled by humans but cannot survive without them. It is similar to how they are frustrated by the belief that their god and patron is a human rather than a dwarf. What a sad situation. Perhaps the dwarves took their hatred a little too far, but they were right to express their dissatisfaction about being forced to rely on normal humans to survive. Still, despite all of the wrongness that Vase perceived about the situation, the MTA was probably happy with the current arrangements. The dwarves got their own star sector to play in and wouldn't stir up any rebellions in any other places. It was a win-win arrangement that benefited both sides, though their gains mostly came at the expense of many human space peasants. Speaking about the dwarven faith, according to my own studies, the Vulcan Empire is currently locked in a schism, is that right? Correct, sir. The Vulcan faith is centered around the belief that the dwarven people are favored and protected by a deity that appears to be a lazy bastardization of the original god of the ancient Roman pantheon. As far as new religions go, Vulcan is an especially flawed construction of a god. If the original dwarven worshippers were a little more critical and better educated, it would have been extremely unlikely for them to embrace this faith. Alas, the standards of enslaved miners are not particularly high. Vase shot up a bit straighter in his chair. What do you mean by lazy bastardization? What is wrong with Vulcan? Whoever chose to use Vulcan as a rallying symbol for the dwarven people selected the wrong version of this deity. The ancient Greek interpretation of this deity is Hephaestus. He was commonly known as the god of blacksmiths, carpenters, sculptors and other productive professions, although fire and volcanoes is also part of his portfolio. The ancient Roman interpretation of the deity that bears this name is primarily that of a god of fire, volcanoes, deserts and so on, though he also oversees blacksmiths. What's the difference, then? They pretty much sound the same. Few people who have learned about Greek and Roman mythology are aware that their pantheons are not equivalent. They are not the same gods with different names. While you can argue that their responsibilities are identical, Hephaestus is more slanted towards creations and the productive uses of fire. Vulcan on the other hand is first and foremost a god of the destructive force known as fire. It is a terrible energy that can burn cities, sow destruction and kill many lives. Oh, given these historical associations, I would not have chosen Vulcan as a model for the dwarves to follow. If they worshipped a god called Hephaestus instead, then it would have been considerably more likely for them to be less aggressive, less xenophobic and more consumed with productive pursuits. He is a true god of craftsmanship that could have led the dwarves to create a much more benign state rather than the openly supremacist empire that they have decided to found. Oh, Vase replied again. Sheddarin smiled. Then again, the ancient Roman deity is also associated with some interesting myths. Did you know that Vulcan also represents male fertility? In one myth, he caused a spark from a hearth to drop into the womb of a woman, thereby impregnating her with his child. In another story, he impregnated a goddess who eventually went on to birth Jupiter, the king of the gods of the ancient Roman pantheon. That is certainly an impressive accomplishment. Okay, of course, this interpretation is rather obscure. It was more commonly believed that he was the son of Jupiter instead, so don't take it seriously. Chapter 3205, Truth and Myth, Mythology is an amorphous beast. Sheddarin described as he paced around the room. Whether people believe that myths truly occurred or not, they enrich a culture and serve as great ways to spread certain messages. Though myths had their heyday in times of antiquity, they have shown a surprising degree of resilience to this day. The rise of detailed record-keeping and the enabling of accurate recording of facts has not stopped humanity's desire to know that their reality is a lot more fantastical than it appears. He gazed at the various displays that were based around the symbols of the Larkinson clan. From a relatively accurate depiction of the golden cat to a projection that froze the moment in time when the silhouette of the superior mother sent forth a wave of death that turned the Orlus into a ghost ship, the clan already built up quite a lot of exaggerated tales as well. Vase leaned back in his chair as Lucky flew in his direction and landed on his lap. Meow. What are you trying to say? He asked. No one knows who initiated the Vulcan faith. The old man said as he continued to tour his own office. Certainly, we know that the members of the original Dwarven Justice movement founded the new religion, but they are quite clear about how they are merely following the directives of Vulcan, the supposed god who directly descended upon one of their own kind and assisted them in breaking their chains. This has resulted in a rather open-ended situation where the most authoritative source in this new church has left the stage early before he could establish any proper rules and doctrines. Vase saw where this was going. So the early followers just made up their own stuff to flesh out their new religion. Sheddarin nodded. The records of those early days are patchy and inconsistent, but it is likely that the original escapees from Dasala X became caught up in their own fervor and started to ascribe numerous phenomena to their new god. Now think about the nature of the initial members of the Dwarven Justice Movement. Do you think that they are idealistic students, well-educated freedom fighters or enlightened nobles? No, Vase instantly answered. He knew exactly what those dwarves were like. They were all former slaves who grew up in an underground heavy-gravity settlement. Their former masters deliberately cut them off from the rest of the galaxy and only taught them the bare minimum they needed to operate all of the heavy mining equipment. I sincerely doubt their masters bothered to teach them about culture. Indeed, these are some of the lowest underclasses that you can find in civilized space. To be honest, their lot is still a lot better than others, but they were still far from capable of founding a proper religion. The result is that the Vulcan faith that emerged from those chaotic days developed in an organic and uncontrolled manner. The untimely deaths of Ryan Aiden and Guillaume Greybeard left behind a power vacuum that wasn't sorted out until much later on. In the meantime, dozens of authoritative individuals who all claimed to have witnessed Vulcan's descent and heard his proclamations in person began to establish rules and customs they believed to be inspired by their god. And I bet that these enthusiastic dwarves didn't bother to check up on each other to make sure their instructions were compatible with each other. Yes, a large amount of contradictory doctrines emerged. The longer this went on, the more struggles took place. It led to an increasing amount of heated shouting and rowdy fists fights. When the dwarves started to take up arms against their own brothers, a power struggle ensued where one faction managed to gain dominance. Gemina Greybeard emerged as the first high priestess of the Vulcan faith and forcefully established a single canon that legitimized the best customs that had emerged from this time. Since her opinion mattered the most, she was able to dismiss every other tradition as apocrypha or invalid. Vase never heard of Gemina Greybeard, but then again he never bothered to familiarize himself with each and every dwarf back on Dasala X. With a name like hers, it shouldn't be too surprising that she managed to win the factional struggle within the group of escaped rebels by coasting on Guillaume Greybeard's name. He snorted. Why do I have the idea that it's not so simple? You would be right to suspect that there was still a lot of discontent. The dwarves had very little experience in exercising proper leadership and control in those days. Several notable defeated rivals managed to escape and persist outside of the reach of what soon became known as the proper Vulcan faith. One of them was a particularly radical dwarf who went by the name of Wicker Yellowshoe. Who? Vase asked. He certainly didn't recall a dwarf by that name either. Back when he underwent his last mastery experience, he became too preoccupied with pursuing his own goals to pay a lot of attention to other dwarves. He had no reason to know each and every person. He thought it was completely pointless to befriend any of them when he was destined to leave them all behind and return to the present. Minister Shedderin waved his hand, activating a projection of an opulently dressed dwarf. The angry figure's stocky form was bedecked with rich and luxurious fabric that simply looked wrong on a heavy-gravity variant human. The self-titled Flame Herald Wicker Yellowshoe went on to found an offshoot of the Vulcan cult that eventually became known as the Dwarven God Cult. As its name already suggests, this splinter faith rejects the notion that Vulcan is a human god and believes him to be a god instead. Wicker Yellowshoe appears to have skimmed through the galactic net to come up with this justification. He has adapted an ancient myth and translated it into a narrative that plays right into the grievances and sense of inferiority among his kind. What did he come up with? Vase curiously asked as he continued to pet Lucky's back. Well, the classical myth surrounding the birth of Vulcan, or Hephaestus if you prefer, is that his mother birthed him and gazed upon her child. Juno, or Hera depending on the flavor, did not like what she saw. The baby she brought to life was so ugly or deformed that she tossed the newborn divinity from Mount Olympus, off a cliff or into a volcano. Whatever the case, she did not do a good job and the misshapen baby grew up to become the powerful god of fire and metalworking that was both respected and feared. Now, how do you think a dwarf would interpret this ancient myth? Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. If I was a dwarf, I would have focused on the deformity that caused his mother to lose all of the affection she had towards her child. It makes so much sense to claim that the reason why Vulcan lost the love of his human mother was because he was born a dwarf. Exactly. This is the defining myth that Wicker Yellowshoe has clung to as the main justification why Vulcan is actually a dwarf. According to the scripture that he has propagated, the reason why Vulcan is called the god of dwarves is because he is the very first dwarf to come into existence. He is the prototypical dwarf and the apex of what others of his kind can become. It is exactly because Vulcan was born this way that he is sympathetic towards other dwarves. Why else would he defy his fellow human gods and seek to assist the dwarves over other humans? Vase looked fairly impressed. This interpretation does have logic on its side. That is why the dwarven god cult has never died out like the other splinter cults. While the Vulcan faith ascended into the dominant religious strain in the Vulcan Empire under the influential leadership of High Priestess Gemina Greybeard, Flame Herald Wicker Yellowshoe continued to spread his persuasive beliefs in the background. Why did he call himself the Flame Herald? Wicker Yellowshoe claimed to be the second dwarf who speaks the voice of Vulcan. The first one who introduced the word of the dwarven god to the masses was the mythic and heroic Ryan Aiden. The latter's early passing allowed Wicker Yellowshoe to claim the dwarven hero's mantle. This undoubtedly helped him gain more legitimacy among other dwarves who didn't know any better. What a scummy trick. These cult leaders always turned out to be charlatans, and this Wicker fellow was no different. So how did the dwarven god cult gain more support when it lost out in the initial power struggle? Sheddarin chuckled. It is true that the Vulcan faith won the initial war of faith, but that is primarily due to its institutional support from the original leaders and visionaries of the Vulcan Empire. The vast majority of the rebels from Dasala X insist that Vulcan is human. Due to their authority, the other dwarves that joined the growing rebel movement later on also inherited these views without much thought. This continued to snowball until trillions of dwarves adopted the status quo. How did Yellowshoe manage to break this institutional inertia, then? Vase frowned. It's not easy to convince people to believe that 2 plus 2 equals 5 when they have always learned that 2 plus 2 equals 4. By relying on superior logic and a more compelling myth. The Foreign Affairs Minister answered. Let's flip the analogy you brought up. Imagine if the Vulcan faith claimed that 2 plus 2 equals 5 from the start. Your parents, brothers, teachers, bosses, policemen, mayors, and even the Grand Regent of the Vulcan Empire have always stated that this equation is correct. However, anyone who knows an inkling of math can easily disprove the authenticity of this equation. That is what the dwarven god cult has done. It spent decades persuading other dwarves that its more logical and appealing explanation on Vulcan's nature is the correct interpretation. Yellowshoe claimed that the Vulcan faith has gone astray because it was hijacked by secretive human masterminds. Sheddarin didn't have to mention the MTA out loud. Vase could easily imagine that the dwarven god cult ascribed everything that was wrong in the Vulcan Empire to the machinations of the evil and diabolical Mechers, who were all human of course. Has the Vulcan faith actually attempted to stamp out this cult? It did, but it is hard to convince the dwarves that have been enlightened by the cult to renounce their beliefs. Once you embrace the narrative that Vulcan is truly a dwarf, it is hard to go back to believing that he is a human. For a long time, the adherents of the dwarven god cult kept their beliefs a secret from their friends and family. It was only until the last decade that the cult has gained such a massive following that its followers no longer have to hide. There are simply too much of them to get rid of them all. In fact, a majority of Vulcanites have openly broke away from the Vulcan faith. The cult is on the verge of becoming the new mainstream if this trend persists. Vase imagined all of the upheaval that might ensue as a result of this major shift in belief. Is the Vulcan faith just going to accept this encroachment? No, the ruling classes of the Vulcan Empire are firm believers in the Vulcan faith. Most of them are connected to the original rebels who supposedly witnessed the appearance of Vulcan. Their great respect for their liberator compels them to make sure the record remains correct. It is mostly the ordinary masses who are opposed to this truth. They are too far removed from it and find the interpretation of the dwarven god cult to be a lot more pleasing to their ears. Truth doesn't matter at this level. Popularity is all that matters. Vase knew that the Vulcan faith was the more correct out of the two, but how could it ever win the hearts of ordinary dwarves when its truth was a bitter pill? It was no wonder that the dwarven god cult gained the upper hand as of late. Its sweet-tasting candy was much more delectable. Chapter 3206, Paramount Province Repression, Tradition and Overwhelming Support from the Top only carried a state religion so far. Despite its messy origin and flawed construction, the Vulcan faith had everything it needed to remain the undisputed belief in the Vulcan Empire. There was only one issue. The god it is centered around looked like a normal human. This was a discordant element that conflicted with the strong anti-human bias of the militant dwarves. This little detail was so out of lockstep with the Vulcan Empire's culture that it had always led to a lot of questions even among the citizens who never heard about the dwarven god cult. Now that this alternative vision of Vulcan spread throughout the entire dwarven state, many average dwarves now had a better at their disposal. Despite the opposition from the established power structure of the large and expansive empire, Most dwarves would rather believe that Vulcan was a fellow dwarf even if everyone important claimed that this was factually wrong. Sheddarin took a few minutes to describe the gradual spread and rise in support for the dwarven god cult. The Vulcan Empire was a relatively young state. Its institutions were still weak and the state was too big to be governed by a centralized administration. The majority of dwarves that rule the various provinces, star systems and planets of the Vulcan Empire consist of influences who emigrated from other star sectors. They rallied to the inspirational summons of the original Dwarven Justice movement and provided crucial help to them by lending their strength, manpower and wealth to the rebellion. Once the dwarves succeeded in displacing the original human rulers, these powerful supporters were rewarded with fiefs. Due to their different backgrounds, their policies and customs differ greatly from each other. There are certain locales where the local rulers provide maximum support to the Vulcan faith. There are other jurisdictions where the rulers are more lax, thereby allowing the dwarven god cult to flourish under their noses. I see. Vase seriously nodded. I guess now the cult has even managed to gain footholds in the provinces that were previously difficult for it to enter. Has there been any sign that its momentum is being stalled? No. As far as my sources are concerned, it is only a matter of time before the dwarven god cult overthrows the Vulcan faith. The latter is putting up a lot of resistance, but their strength is declining by the day. It is bleeding more supporters and believers as the rival cult continues to charm more dwarves into believing that Vulcan is 100% dwarf. Vase twitched his mouth at that. It's kind of sad that people find it difficult to accept inconvenient truths. The acceptance of facts should not be dependent on how likable they are. If the Vulcanites still view Vulcan as human, then perhaps this will continue to restrain their hatred against other humans. If they become convinced that their god and protector is actually a dwarf, then who knows how far they will take their hatred against the tall folk. Minister Sheddarin sighed. This is indeed a persistent concern among many people. The Empire of the Lost and other states do not welcome this rising trend. It is a pity that there is little they can do to stall it. If you want to enter the Vulcan Empire, then we must plan our route carefully. As long as we travel past the territories and star systems that are more aligned to the central authority and the Vulcan faith, it is unlikely that the local forces will pose a threat against us. The same can't be said if we recklessly enter a star system where the dwarven god cult has already gained ascendancy. Vase could easily imagine what could go wrong if his fleet entered the wrong turf. Though every Vulcanite hated humans, the cultists hated the tall folk to a greater degree. He felt fortunate that he hadn't arrived at this junction later on. If he arrived a couple of years later, the dwarven god cult might have already overthrown the Vulcan faith and stoked everyone's hatred against the tall folk to a much greater extent. What are the risks of traveling through the regions that are controlled by the saner group of dwarves? It should be fairly low. The dominant faction in the Vulcan Empire is still biased against humans. However, the reality of becoming responsible for a huge population of dwarves while making sure the MTA continues to guarantee the Vulcan Empire's independence has caused the dwarven rulers to adopt a more pragmatic stance towards dealing with humans. They won't easily mess with humans and are more than willing to ignore any human visitors that pass through their territories as long as the visits are sanctioned by the association. They are realistic enough to be aware that displeasing their current protector is bad for the continuation of their state. So they are sane dwarves. Vase remarked. That depends on your definition of sanity. The higher officials of the Empire may be sufficiently far-sighted to restrain themselves, but the same cannot be said for the lower ranks. It is best if we keep our distance to every dwarf just to be safe. I see. What kind of route do you suggest we take? That depends on your destination. Which planet or star system? Vase waved his hand, calling up a map of the Smiling Samuel star sector. He zoomed in several times as he navigated towards a specific star system located within the borders of the former Paramount Kingdom. Here, he pointed at the specific star system that matched his memories. We need to head to the Trian N star system. Sheddarin briefly contemplated as he observed Ves's choice. It shouldn't be a problem to find a safe route to this rather unremarkable star system. It would have been more challenging if you attempted to enter a more important location such as the legendary Dasala system that has turned into a holy site. The only noteworthy aspect about Trian Ns is that it is located in the boundaries of the Paramount Province. The former Paramount Kingdom, just so. Despite its enormous historical and religious significance, the Paramount Province is still located in a resource-poor space region. Even the Vulcan Empire has not attempted to uplift it into a second-class province. The Vulcan Empire encompassed so much of Smiling Samuel that it covered more than regions that were traditionally associated with second-rate states. There were many former third-rate states in its domain that did not offer a lot of value to the empire's economy. Since the central administration was unwilling to subsidize the dwarves who lived in these impoverished regions, the hillbilly dwarves who willingly or unwillingly settled in these places enjoyed much lower living standards than many others of their kind. The upside of that was that the central authorities rarely meddled with what went on in these poorer provinces. Over time, dwarves who incurred massive debts, lost in political struggles or just wanted to enjoy some peace and quiet settled in the poorer provinces and lived there in peace. Traffic went in the other direction as well. Particularly talented or successful dwarves always found a way to move to one of the richer regions of the Vulcan Empire, such as the Erebran province, which housed the capital planet. When Sheddarin finished plotting out a basic route, Vase saw that it would take a bit more than a month to get in and another month to get out. Of course, this was subject to change as the navigators and the Black Cats needed to determine the most safe and efficient route based on many more factors that Sheddarin might have overlooked. Now that Vase had a better idea of what the Vulcan Empire was like, he was ready to conclude this meeting. Before he left, he asked one more question. "What do you think about our trip? I agree with the others that this is an ill-advised venture. I don't believe that anyone in the clan is enthused about entering a star sector that is dominated by xenophobic dwarves. You are straining your authority by insisting on bringing us all into the Vulcan Empire without telling us the reason why you must visit the Tryon-Ends system in person." What could Vase say to this? Not much. Any secret related to the system, his last mastery experience and Timpala steel had to remain as confidential as possible. He was not willing to share any hint of them to anyone, not even his inner circle. He sighed. "I'm sorry, Minister Sheddarin, but I'm afraid that is one of the matters that I shall have to keep for myself. Know that there is a good reason for this decision. I think you're smart enough to know that there is more going on than what is visible on the surface. Even I have to dance to someone else's tune every once in a while." Sheddarin wisely did not pursue this matter any further. Considering how often Vase interacted with Master Willix, the Foreign Affairs Minister probably suspected that it had something to do with the MTA. Vase was happy to maintain this misunderstanding. Now that he thought about it, as long as the MTA didn't say anything, he could use it as a scapegoat for more unexplainable matters. The Mechers were so powerful that it was easy to pretend that they were responsible for every good or bad event. After half an hour, Vase exited the Golden Palace with Lucky in tow. He and his cat looked out at the bustling center district of Dawn City and enjoyed the view for a couple of minutes. "Back when I lived in the Bright Republic, I would have never been able to imagine that I could reach this point," he said in a voice tinged with sentiment. "This entire city is mine. The enormous capital ship is also mine. In fact, I have an entire armada of ships and mechs at my disposal." This was a huge amount of power and one that could easily allow him to throw his weight around in the galactic rim. His ambitions were much greater, though. He wasn't content with staying as a second-rater forever. The Red Ocean was closer than ever. As long as he finished this little chore and reached the next star cluster, he could finally start a new chapter in his life. "I'm so close." He spent a few more hours touring through Dawn City. During the past few months, a lot of enterprising Larkinsons had already turned this formerly empty shell into a bustling commercial and residential paradise. While an ARC ship was able to offer more space and more luxurious accommodations to an even greater population, the vivacious wall came quite close. The only issue that prevented the ship from reaching her full potential was that the Larkinson clan wasn't accepting any visitors at the moment. The two sides of the vivacious wall would have become a lot more lively if they began to entertain lots of foreign tourists. For now, there was no compelling reason to open her up for tourism. Letting any foreigner inside was a huge security risk, and the clan was not capable of maintaining a sufficient degree of security at this time. "We need to bolster our infantry forces first." Once he had his fill of the bright and cheerful city, he headed back to his shuttle and transited back to the Spirit of Bentime. He still had a lot of work to do. Aside from supervising the preparations for the ritual surrounding the upcoming fabrication of the Decapitator project, he also had to make sure the remaining 2 expert mech design projects remained on track. Though Vase hadn't spent too much time on the Chimera project and the Bulwark project lately, they were still vital to the defense of the clan. "It's too bad they're nowhere close to completion. By the time they are finalized, I would have already concluded my visit to the Vulcan Empire." Oh well, having 4 expert mechs was already enough. Chapter 3207. overeager student days passed by as the week of rest approached its end. The Larkinsons were doing much more than preparing an elaborate ritual to empower the fabrication of the Decapitator project. Different elements of the clan were procuring an abundance of goods and supplies to fill up the cargo holds and increase their readiness for anything that might happen in the next couple of months. Vase did not really take a proper rest during his time. He did not want to waste any time and would not feel at ease if he took a vacation while there were many matters that required his attention. He mostly busied himself by working on the Chimera project. He not only fleshed out the main design, but also supervised the progress being made on developing the mounted wargear that could potentially turn the Chimera project into the most powerful weapon in the Larkinson clan's arsenal. Of special note was the organic loadout that was based on the Superior Mother. Since it was based on the same technologies that enabled biomechs, Vase wasn't able to contribute as much as he wished. He had to rely a lot on the biomech designers and biotech specialists who originated from the Life Research Association. "How is your side project faring these days, Drive, Paris?" he asked. The apprentice mech designer who specialized in rapid regeneration did not look at ease. "Our progress isn't particularly great, sir. We have great difficulty with visualizing what our mounted wargear will actually be attached to. The Chimera project hasn't progressed far enough for us to be certain about its exact dimensions, exterior design, physical strength and other vital parameters. We can make much greater progress if we have a better idea of what the mech frame will look like. That will happen in time. I think we will probably be able to provide you with most of the information that you need in 6 to 7 weeks at most. Once we realize the Decapitator project, we will be working at full speed on both the Chimera project and the Bulwark project. That will have to do, then." They continued to address a couple of other design-related topics. The organic mounted wargear that Vase envisioned was not easy to work with. The mech designers had to find ways to integrate an organic system to a mechanical system. It was very complicated to combine the two elements into a hybrid amalgamation that kept both in line. After they finished their discussion on essential matters, Vase moved on to quizzing her about her place in the Larkinson clan. "You've been with us for many months now. How is life here for you? I can imagine it is quite a challenge to get used to living in an environment that isn't as organic as your old home." Dr. Avalon Paris nodded. "That is true. My fellow lifers aboard the Dragon's Den have it better because the ship they are on is much more familiar to them. I don't have that privilege. The Spirit of Bentheim is a fine ship, but she is not what I would call familiar ground. You still aren't accustomed to living on this vessel. I can cope with it, but I still visit the Dragon's Den every chance I get. I can never fully relax on a ship that is made completely out of cold hard metal. There is just something terrifying about it in a primal way." Vase crossed his arms. "I feel the same way whenever I visit an organic structure back in the Life Research Association. I don't understand how people like you can cope with living in an organic abode that could go berserk and swallow you at any point. I still recall the times when Ruzin Arena turned alive in the worst possible way and slaughtered thousands of unwitting spectators. That was deliberate sabotage. It is not as if a conventional structure can also turn into a death trap. There are too many ways to make any place dangerous that it isn't rational for you to exhibit greater fear on certain types of structures over others." "You have a point," Vase conceded. "My technical expertise grants me greater understanding of conventional structures made with conventional technology. I at least have a chance of detecting and diffusing anything improper if I'm in a normal structure. The same can't be said if I'm stuck in an organic tree building or a bioship. They're so different and alien to me that I don't feel I have any control when I'm inside them. I guess I better stay away." "I think you're wrong, Patriarch." Dr. Paris raised her voice. "Your design philosophy lends itself well to biotechnology. The 4 amazing statues you've made already proved that. I believe it is well worth your time to learn the basics of how to design a biomech. This shouldn't be a challenge for someone with your intellect. Once you begin to design your first real biomech, I sincerely believe it will surpass all of your other mechs." Vase groaned. "Don't get started on this topic. I am not going to dabble into an area that I have no foundation in. You can believe all you want, but don't believe in the words of Priestess Samandra Avacon. She and the Ilvanans she hooked up with are full of crap." The look that Dr. Paris directed towards Vase did not make it seem as if she took his words seriously. He grew a bit suspicious. The overwhelming majority of lifers were supposed to be secularist due to their research orientation. Science had no room for superstition. "Are you still a secularist?" She did not answer for a few seconds. I'm not sure. I have witnessed a lot back on Prosperous Hill. I have been trying to cope with my experiences in several ways. I found that I can gain the most peace by spending time with the Eye of Ilvain. I never took an interest in them until I heard that some of my fellow lifers had become a part of the Ilvainan faith. It is only after I begin to attend the sermons that I have found the peace that I wasn't able to find anywhere else. I see. Could Vase blame her? Not really. While the Larkinson clan offered extensive counseling and psychological help, mostly to mech pilots, there was no foolproof way to cure every condition. The human mind was simply too complex, and any measure that did work was liable to be too drastic and unethical. Vase wasn't really sure why the Ilvainans managed to succeed where the others had failed, but he didn't bother to check on them any further. He simply shrugged. Well, whatever makes you feel better. As long as you complete this side project according to schedule, I don't care what you do. I really need this organic mounted wargear to be done right and be delivered in a timely manner. About that, sir, have you forgotten about the time it takes to grow an organic product? It usually takes months to grow a biomech from a seed. While there are ways to accelerate this process, there is no practical method to produce biomechs at the same pace as producing conventional mechs. Damn, Vase overlooked this point. How long will it take to make this product, then? I cannot say for certain at this stage, but if I look at the volume and the complexity of what we have planned, it will likely take 3 to 4 weeks, give or take several days. The mounted wargear is larger and carries greater mass than a biomech, but many of its elements can be grown in parallel due to its more modular design. All of this meant that it wouldn't be ready until the expeditionary fleet finally reached the Red Ocean. This was not a big deal, as Vase did not anticipate any fights on the horizon. Aside from the elevated risks that his clan would face as it took a small detour in the Vulcan Empire, the rest of the journey to the Tarnished Crown Star sector should be a boring and uneventful trip. Keep up the good work. Thank you, sir. Aside from checking up on this side project, Vase also checked up on his 2 students. He tried his best to pay attention to them from time to time, but whenever he was engaged in any design project, he tended to push every other matter of importance aside. Right now was a good opportunity to see where they truly stood. Since Vase already had a good read on what Xanthar was doing these days, he decided to focus on Michael first. Hello, Michael. Hello, teacher. The young student looked up from his workstation at the design lab. I see you're studying another textbooks on ice. Vase frowned in disapproval. What's the hurry? You have plenty of time to learn how to design a living mech. You should first make sure you know how to design a regular first mech. You can't neglect the basics. I am still keeping up with my studies on mechanics, metallurgy, battle mechatronics and so on. Michael defended himself. I don't think it's too early to study about ice, though. I feel a lot more excited and motivated to push through my studies when I learn what I can do once I master this knowledge. Look, I applaud your enthusiasm, but don't put the cart before the horse. I won't allow you to graduate from my tutelage until you thoroughly master all of the fundamental subjects that are essential to designing proper second-class mechs. You don't need to learn too much about more advanced systems such as ice until you have finished your initial studies. There isn't any rule or custom that forbids me from learning about my specialty earlier, teacher. Michael said with a hint of objection. Vase wasn't the sort of person who couldn't cope with backtalk. In fact, he liked it when his students were able to think and stand up for themselves. Their chances of becoming a journeyman was much greater if they already had the mindset of one. Good mech designers should never be followers who were only capable of accepting the opinion of their betters. Seeing that Michael was very determined about his course, Vase did not insist any further. You are responsible for your own performance during this important phase of your life. You are an adult now, so you deserve to make your own choices. Just be aware that you also have to bear the consequences of them. I am only willing to do so much to clean up after your mistakes. Michael looked serious. I will take that into account, sir. I think my approach makes a lot of sense, though. If I start my mech design career with a solid foundation in ice and automation, I can start to develop my design philosophy right away without any delays. I want to do my best to advance to journeyman before I reach 30 like you. I will do my best to make you proud. There are more ways to make me feel proud of you, you know. Vase stated. Sure, your approach might work, but it will also lock you out of other design philosophies. If you ever feel the need to switch, You will have to spend a lot of time and effort to unlearn what you previously considered to be the truth and learn an entirely different set of truths. That won't matter to me because I won't change my mind. Michael beamed. I am dead set on designing mechs that are even more alive and helpful than the mechs that you are currently designing. I really think that there is much greater potential in this than you realize. The mechers might not agree. He said, the CFA is big on automation, but the MTA doesn't want humans to depend too heavily on machines to do the fighting for them. Let me ask you a question. What is the difference between what you aim to create and a bot? Do you even intend to design a mech at all, or will it merely be an autonomous frame? Michael froze for a time. This was indeed an important matter. Chapter 3208. Product obsessed. It became clear that Michael had not spent much thought on what he was doing. Vase shook his head in disappointment. Why do we exist? What is the purpose of mech designers? Mech designers exist to serve mech pilots. Michael parroted like a dutiful student. Then why aren't you trying to do that? I am thinking about it. I just need to study as much relevant knowledge as possible before I can start properly. You're not thinking in the direction that I want you to think. Vase frowned and leaned forward. You know the saying, but are you truly following this creed, or are you just paying lip service to it? The reason why mech designers don't like to delve too much into AI systems is because much of it goes against the spirit of what we aim to do. While it is a good idea to automate a lot of small and minute functions for something as big as temperature regulation to something as small as performing voltage micro adjustments onto a processor chip, all of it is aimed at reducing the operational burden on the mech pilot. No human can control millions of different little parameters at a time. I'm also trying to do that, teacher. The mech always needs to help out with controlling all of its systems. What I intend to realize is exactly intended to help mech pilots fight better. Two minds are better than one, and if the mech notices an incoming threat, I can allow it to react before the mech pilot becomes aware. This crucial difference of several milliseconds to several seconds of reaction time can mean the difference between life and death. Vase let out a deep breath and pressed his fingers against his forehead. I get what you are saying. Your intentions are good, but have you ever thought about the wider implications of your chosen direction? For example, in the scenario you've described, what if the mech wants to steer itself out of danger, but the mech pilot insists on staying its course in order to take out a strategic objective or defeat a threatening opponent? Who will take primacy in this case? I would program an algorithm that would dynamically weigh the cost and benefit of intervening. So you are willing to let a machine determine whether it is worth it for a human to go through with his decision to sacrifice his life for the greater good? How far will you set the threshold? If it is too low, your system is pointless. If it is too high, then there will be too many cases where the mech hijacked control when it clearly isn't desirable. I would only allow the mech to take action if the mech pilot is in agreement. Agreement requires thought. You just painted a scenario where every millisecond of reaction time is critical. If you wait for the mech pilot to make up his mind, then the time advantage is almost entirely negated. The pilot would have been better off taking action himself. There were so many dilemmas and other problems associated with allowing mechs to be controlled by active ICE that it was rightfully shunned in the mech industry. Mech pilots should never be put at the mercy of heartless, emotionless algorithms that made life and death decisions based on cold logic. Michael looked troubled, which meant he hadn't put sufficient thought on these deep and difficult dilemmas. Perhaps he was already aware of them but didn't think he needed to answer them at this early stage. You need to understand the context behind ICE and their wider implications surrounding mechs before you can go any further. Vase advised. It will do you no good to start designing mechs with increased automation if you aren't even aware of what it will mean to your own clients and customers. I'm not telling that your design philosophy is wrong, but you need to apply it in a way that falls in line with our purpose. Do you recognize your mistake? I think I do. The younger Larkinson replied, I've been thinking too much about making my mechs stronger and more effective in battle without taking the pilot into account. You've been focusing on the machine in isolation, yes. Your approach also assumes that mech pilots are either incompetent or makes mistakes that need to be compensated by their intelligent mechs. While I don't object to the idea of having an AI on hand that can help the pilot survive, what do you think will happen if this approach is adopted on a wider scale? Imagine a time where you have managed to realize your design philosophy and popularized your design philosophy. Would mech pilots be better off in this hypothetical future? Michael thought deeply about this. While he had fantasized about it before, Vase already hinted at the negative consequences of his path. The total package should be stronger. He slowly said, "That's what I'm aiming for. While the mech is unquestionably stronger, I'm not sure whether the mech pilot also benefits. Do you know what I think?" Vase tapped his finger against the worktable. "All of this hand-holding will ultimately make mech pilots weaker. This is because the kind of ice you add to your mech designs are mostly reactive. They function as a safety net for mech pilots. If the latter falls, the AI will always be there to catch them. In the short term, this might indeed save a lot of lives, but what about the long term? I think, if mech pilots don't suffer from the consequences of their mistakes, they will keep doing." Michael reluctantly admitted, "If younger mech pilots see older mech pilots getting sloppy only for their mechs to bail them out, then the next generation won't spend as much effort to train the skills that are relevant to these incidents." "You finally get it," Vase smiled. "You can argue whether the whole point of mechs and its suitability as a weapon platform is still appropriate or not. However, once you commit to becoming a mech designer, you must become married to the concept. It's okay to tinker with it and put your own spin on the entire idea. That is what I am doing by trying to make my mechs and live in changing the relationship between mechs and mech pilots. However, I have never attempted to undermine the fundamental principle that mech pilots should always be central and that humans must always remain in control over their own technology. What you need to do is to find a way to reconcile your goals with the same principles." "I see, I guess I need to rethink my entire approach," Michael said with an embarrassed expression. Vase reached out and patted the younger Larkinson's shoulder. "Hey, it's alright, you've made a mistake that every mech designer and engineer makes. It's quite fascinating to get embroiled in all of the science and tech. Harnessing them in the right way opens up a lot of possibilities. The danger is that you can become too embroiled in your own little world and forget that products must also provide value to its target audience. Designing mechs was a job. Mech designers earned their living by being useful to society in some way. Those who missed this basic point simply weren't qualified to advance to journeyman. If Michael was just a random assistant mech designer, then Vase would have just let his student learn this lesson on his own or not at all. However, the mech design student could potentially offer a lot of support in the future, so it was worth spending some time to nudge him in the right direction. Of course, Vase was also aware that his attempt to handhold Michael's development might also cause the aspiring mech designer to develop a dependence on external guidance. This was the tricky part about teaching students. There were some school systems that only focused on results and provided an excessive amount of guidance and instructions to their pupils. This resulted in underprepared graduates who entered the workforce without even having learned how to wipe their own butts. They constantly needed to ask their managers and supervisors to do the wiping in their stead. Vase did not want to turn Michael and Xanthar into dependent chicks who constantly asked him for help at every opportunity. They needed to learn how to solve their own problems and find the motivation to push through the more difficult, tedious and unpleasant aspects of their profession. As long as they were able to do that as Keddies had done, they would surely be able to come into their own. He still held high hopes for them despite his various concerns. Once Vase finished giving Michael some more in-depth guidance on a couple of technical subjects, he left the student be and swept his gaze through the rest of the design lab. Around 150 assistant mech designers were quietly working on a lot of miscellaneous tasks related to the Chimera project and the Bulwark project. The design department saved the best and most difficult expert mech design projects for last. The Chimera project was already rather complicated due being based around a hero mech frame. The addition of mounted wargear almost doubled the workload required to design the entire package. The Bulwark project on the other hand was a single, hefty expert mech that naturally took a lot more time to design and optimize. The headaches surrounding this project rose sharply when the mech designers had to take into account that it was meant to be an upgrade to an existing, inferior mech. Vase wasn't sure whether it would take 3 or 4 months to finalize both projects despite all of the substantial progress accomplished in the previous months. The two were truly a lot more demanding than the previous 4 expert mech design projects. It's worth it, though. The amount of hours spent on designing a mech was not an indication of its performance. However, he could already imagine either of them outshining the rest due to accommodating more mass and features than the simpler and skinnier expert mechs. Of course, their design budgets are a lot more extravagant as well. Vase didn't even want to look up the projected costs for both designs. Even when he excluded the estimate on the monetary value of unending alloy, the mech designers had already stuffed a huge amount of expensive, high-quality modules in the projected designs. Would the added cost result in a proportionate increase in performance of the two mechs? Most definitely not. Was it still worth it? Yes. If we leave out the masterwork variable, then it is highly likely that either of the two remaining projects will become the crown jewel of this design round. The Dark Zephyr was a fine expert light skirmisher, but its limited size did not give the mech designers much room to express their creativity. The Amaranto definitely exceeded everyone's expectations. As long as it remained as the only masterwork expert mech of the current batch, then it may very well be able to hold its crown. The just-finished Vanguard project was a serviceable expert mech that certainly had its place in the Larkinson clan's mech lineup, but it showed few signs of brilliance. The only other expert mech that can surpass the rest is the Decapitator project. The expert mech design was shrouded in a lot of uncertainty. Vase didn't understand Katiz's design philosophy and was unable to determine how powerful her contributions would be. He didn't have any good reference material to base his estimates as this was her first proper swordsman mech design. He also wasn't able to determine the consequences of holding a massive ritual while fabricating the Decapitator project. It was worth a try to see if it helped in creating a better expert mech, but Vase was not sure whether it would produce the intended effect. Who knows what will happen if we bring a lot of enthusiastic sword maidens and heavenswarders together. Chapter 3209, Missing Person. The big day had arrived. After a week of downtime, the four journeymen had recharged themselves both mentally and physically. During this time, the sword fanatic wing of the Larkinson clan also completed their elaborate works. As a result, it wasn't just the unnamed mech arena aboard the Vivacious Wall that had undergone a makeover. The rest of Twilight City had also been transformed. An atmosphere of festival fever had descended on the ship city. Huge banners displaying long and impressive great swords hung from the walls of every tall structure. Ornamental displays of great swords were placed in every street. What was even more interesting was that the sword maidens already turned some sections of the city into open-air museums. The exhibits were all related to the history and the most notable individuals of the Mech Legion. Every visitor that entered the transformed city would be able to learn all about the sword maidens through stories told by these exhibits. From the founding of the original pirate outfit to the tragic battle on Aeon Corona 7, visiting clansmen could learn about almost every defining moment of the sword maidens. When Vase stepped aboard the Vivacious Wall, he navigated towards Twilight City, which was hosting a lot more Larkinsons today than normal. Many people in the way automatically moved sideways when they noticed the heavy forms of his honor guard opening up a path through the busier passageways. In truth, he could have taken a more private route where the rank-and-file members of the clan weren't allowed to pass through, but he wanted to sample the overall sentiment among the visitors. They say the sword maidens are trying to ensure that our next expert mech will also become a masterwork. Do you think the sword maidens will get what they want? I don't know, but I'm not complaining. It's been ages since I've been able to attend a special event. Vase got the sense that the ordinary Larkinsons all treated this event as a festive occasion. While they would definitely celebrate the arrival of another masterwork mech, they all knew how unlikely it was for the mech designers to succeed again. They're right to think so, he muttered as he continued forward while Lucky was floating at his side. Meow. Hey, don't count Ketties out yet. She's not an ordinary journeyman after all. She's also a swordmaster. I don't know how that will affect her capabilities, but I have a feeling that this will definitely put a spin on the Decapitator project. Her contributions to the previous expert mech design projects did not stand out too much. While she was helpful in increasing the effectiveness of their melee combat capabilities, her extreme specialization limited her versatility. By the same logic, once she began to work on a mech design that fully aligned with her design philosophy, she must be able to add something special to it, or else it wouldn't have been worth it for her to close herself off from so many possibilities. When Vase reached Twilight City, he briefly took in its thematic makeover. The amount of references to swords and the sword maidens were so abundant that hardly anyone was able to keep their minds on any other topic. Interesting. Vase was quite impressed with what the sword maidens and heavenswarders had managed to accomplish with the extra time they received. They scaled up this event so that it centered around more than just trying to make the Decapitator project as good as possible. It had also become a publicity stunt that aimed to increase mutual understanding between the sword maidens and the rest of the clan. Just like the Penitent Sisters, many ordinary Larkinsons considered the all-female sword maidens to be weird. By attracting visitors to Twilight City and inducing them to familiarize themselves with the sword-oriented Mech Legion, the sword maidens were trying their best to address this issue. Maybe they'll be able to attract a batch of new recruits as well, though they don't really need it considering the support they already have. A lot of former citizens of the Heavensward Association had made their way to Twilight City, and more would surely come once they received their turn. Vase could easily distinguish them from other Larkinsons because of their unique warrior-like demeanors and the swords which they carried everywhere. Vase briefly frowned at the sight. Is that necessary? At the moment, no one in the clan cared about Larkinsons carrying their weapons as they went about their day. Many serving Larkinsons were technically soldiers and enjoyed the right to carry weapons, but what about everyone else? Vase sincerely hoped that nobody had the bright idea to hand over weapons to kids without supervision. As someone who tended to end up in sticky situations in places where he thought he was safe, Vase personally didn't object to letting everyone else carry their own arms. Every Larkinson was able to trust each other on an instinctive level, so the odds that anyone would go crazy and shoot into the crowd was minimal. That said, the same argument could also be used as a reason to forbid Larkinsons from carrying their weapons. It made very little sense for them to arm themselves as if they expected enemies to invade their ships at any time. Even if this happens, the ship security services along with internal defenses such as ceiling turrets and gravitic cages should be more than enough to restrain any unwelcome visitors. Then again, any system could fail. In the worst possible situations, individual Larkinsons had to rely on themselves to preserve their lives. Vase didn't want to take away their chances. Ah well, I'll just let the chief ministers deal with this issue. After referencing his calm, he managed to make his way over to an alley where the Sword Maidens put up a special exhibit. Vase could immediately tell what it was all about as a large bust of Myra was projected over the entrance of the alleyway. The exhibit didn't attract as much traffic as the other ones. Compared to more bombastic displays that centered around iconic warriors such as Commander Lydia and Venerable Dice, a single journeyman mech designer that was never a part of the Larkinson clan did not generate much interest. In fact, the only clansmen who were in the alley were various low-ranking mech designers who looked up to Keddies or wanted to find their own way in their profession. While Vase beheld the exhibit, his pet had something else in mind. Meow. When Lucky spotted Keddies, he darted forward and fell into her embrace as if he was a spoiled baby. Oh hey, Lucky, she grinned as she turned away from a gallery of snapshots. You're here too now, huh? Have you been a good kitty lately? Meow Tilda, as Keddies eagerly petted her battle partner who had fought by her side in the past. Vase slowly walked up and studied the gallery that she previously observed. The gallery displayed various stills and short footage of Myra back when she was with Lydia's Sword Maidens. Keddies must have downloaded this material from the old flagship of the Sword Maidens and stored it in her comm for sentimental reasons. I still miss her, you know, his former student said as she finally looked up from Lucky. Don't get me wrong, I owe a lot to you and the Larkinson clan, and I'm grateful for all of the opportunities you've given me. It's just that I would never have made it this far if it wasn't for my first mentor and teacher. She started it all. She took a chance on me and patiently taught me despite my difficulties and my insistence on keeping up my swordsmanship. A stricter mentor would have forced me to pick one over the other. Vase quietly wondered if he would have been one of them. He was a strong believer in specialization, and he would probably react poorly if Michael or Xanthar wanted to play soldier or something. Myra is a great mech designer. I should have spent more time with her. She was taken away from us too soon. She's not dead, Keddies insisted as her eyes glinted and her force of will became sharper. I feel it in my bones. Vase delicately raised his palms. Hey, calm down, Keddies. I don't want to pop your bubble, but are you sure about what you're saying? A lot of time has passed, and as far as I'm aware we never caught a whiff of her. She may have never left the surface of Eon Corona 7. You're wrong, Vase. She's still alive. I believe she is still around somewhere. Do you have any proof of that, or are you just being desperate? Keddies frowned and continued to hug and pet Lucky as if he was her plushie. I spent a lot of money to hire investigators who accessed a lot of databases and snooped around the Vija Kingdom's Mech Legion. They haven't found any trace of Myra, but they did gather enough proof to confirm that the Vijans often prefer to capture useful mech designers if the possibility arises. I think the Vijans still have Myra holed up somewhere. Any journeyman is valuable, particularly one who can design clandestine mechs without any connection to Vijan mech designers and Vijan design characteristics. Keddies, while your theory sounds plausible, this is just a possibility. It might very well be the case that Venerable Foster and the Hostland warriors just killed every single Vandal and Sword Maiden they came across once they won the big battle on the surface of Eon Corona 7. I never heard anything about other survivors popping up. Sure, they might not be as significant as a journeyman, but the conditions on Eon Corona 7 were so awful that it was a luxury to be able to evacuate anyone from the surface. The abrupt awakening of Sigrund and the calamity that ensued from that point had led to the fall of a lot of people on both sides. Vase thought it was probable that the Visions might have captured Myra alive. He also thought it was probable that his former enemies did not prioritize their captives when they sought to evacuate from the hellish planet. Though he was unable to determine the truth, after so much time had passed without catching any trace of Myra, Vase was inclined to assume the worst. Vase approached the woman and patted her back. You need to move on, Kedis. She wouldn't want you to mope and drag yourself down on her behalf. You're practically a daughter to her. Your happiness matters more to her than anything else. While you've certainly made her proud by attaining the same rank as her, this is not your limit. You can still reach greater heights, but not if you continue to weigh yourself down with misplaced guilt. She would become a lot more sad if you stall your own progress because you can't move on from this incident. The air around Kedis roiled a bit as her emotions became affected by her inner turmoil. Meow. In fact, the air around her had grown so sharp that Lucky no longer felt comfortable to be around her. He phased out of her arms and flew behind Vase as if the Larkinson Patriarch was a protective barrier. Swish swish swish. The sheathed Bloodsinger flew by her side and hovered around like a worried bird. The greatsword's antics successfully interrupted whatever little phase that Kedis was going through. I'm sorry, Vase. Kedis apologized as she eventually managed to rein in her emotions. It's okay. It's just that I can't let go, Vase. Myra is too important to me. Just as you said, she's the closest person to a mother to me. Maybe my mind agrees with you, but my heart insists that you are wrong. As long as that's the case, I will never lose hope. I will reunite with her one day. She smirked. I don't intend to turn around if that's what you're worried about. I wouldn't be able to accomplish anything if I go back at this stage. If there is one lesson I've learned from you, it's that power is everything. Right now, I'm far from powerful enough to make the Visions and the Fredamen listen to me. I just have to work hard in the next decades. As long as I gain enough strength, I can force whoever is holding Myra to let her go free. What if that doesn't happen? A cruel grin appeared on her face. Why did you think I left a PP behind? As long as the Visions or anyone else isn't willing to comply with my demands, I will provide as many mechs to their enemies and make them regret their choices. If the Visions can't produce Myra one way or another, I will do everything in my power to crush their entire kingdom. Chapter 3210. Open Workshop. Vase didn't think it was healthy for Kedis to maintain her obsession for Myra's continued survival. The odds that she had made it through all of the turmoil that happened during the last Bright Vija War, the Sand War and now the Komodo War was slim. Yet Kedis wasn't able to think with reason whenever her thoughts strayed in this direction. Her strong emotions amplified by her extraordinarily powerful will completely override her better senses. There were instances where clinging to hope was useful. There were also instances where hope hindered the healing process and prevented people from moving on. Vase was afraid that the latter applied to Kedis. Yet how could he persuade her to let go and move on? To someone who valued loyalty as much as him, his suggestion would no doubt come across as a form of betrayal to her. The Sword Maidens were notoriously close to each other. This was the true meaning of a sisterhood. At least other Sword Maidens had definitely perished, such as Commander Lydia. It was a lot easier for the survivors to move on knowing that they did not have any obligation to look for the deceased founder of their outfit. Meow. Lucky pawed Vase from behind. Yeah, you're right, he sighed. This isn't my struggle. Kedis is a big girl now. She is more than capable of taking care of her own problems. No mech designer enjoyed a smooth ride. Everyone had to deal with setbacks over the course of their professional and personal lives. People were only able to mature if they learned how to handle each and every issue. Once Kedis fully regained her composure, she took one last look at the exhibit that honored her first mentor before she left the alley with Vase and Lucky. The two mech designers walked side by side while Lucky began to fool around with Sharpie. When Katiz's companion spirit steered Bloodsinger so that it began to fly horizontally, Lucky landed on the flat of the sheathed blade and posed as if he was valiantly riding on a boat. Swish swish, meow. The sight was so comical that the bystanders couldn't help but giggle at the sight. Some even took recordings so that they could share it with their friends over the Larkinson clan's internal network. Vase and Kedis also became amused at the antics of their pets. Sometimes, I wish I had a cat too. Kedis giggled. Her words caused Bloodsinger to fluctuate, causing Lucky's footing to become unstable. Swish swish, meow meow, ah, I would never pick any cat over you, Sharpie. A sword will always be my closest partner. Swish tilde. Vase briefly inspected Sharpie and noted that the companion spirit had grown a bit more since the last time he inspected it. He wasn't sure how swordmasters progressed, but from what he could observe, Kedis didn't appear to be slowing down. If he had to make a comparison, then he would equate her progress to that of an expert pilot who had access to an expert mech. Kedis had recently upgraded Bloodsinger to the point that it perfectly matched her like an expert mech. Now that her weapon had become even better, she must have entered a golden period in her swordmaster career. It was too bad that Bloodsinger was nowhere close to a masterwork weapon. Vase was quite interesting to know if wielding a masterwork sword would help Kedis with becoming a sword saint. What do you think about your chances today? Vase asked as he gestured all around him. Do you think that all of this will help you make your desired swordsman mech? I think I will, she said with steel in her voice. There is too much riding on our upcoming fabrication run. I can't afford to disappoint all of my supporters. Venerable Dice also deserves to receive the best mech that we can possibly provide. I won't settle for a mediocre outcome when I know that I can do better. She sounded similar to Gloriana and not in a good way. Vase was afraid that she was setting herself up for a harsher fall than necessary. Yet, it was exactly because of all of everything riding on his wife's shoulders that she was able to maintain a consistently high performance. She cared too much, so she was extremely motivated to attain success. If Kedis wanted to rely on pressure to push her beyond her limits, then that was her choice. As Vase and Kedis continued to chat about their upcoming fabrication run, they eventually reached the entrance to the mech arena. The entire venue had undergone an even more extreme makeover. Its circular facade was bedecked with sword banners and grand displays of some of the best moments of the sword maidens in battle. From their valiant attempt to defeat the raiding Fredaemon in the Battle of Kesseling 8 to their awesome confrontation against Venerable Foster and her Jeanne d'Arc, the entire arena had been transformed into a giant altar that honored the sword maidens. Of course, there were plenty of statues, projections and other displays that highlighted the expert pilot who would eventually be the one to pilot the upcoming creation. Her dark-toned skin, her bald head, her athletic frame, her distinctive stripes around her neck along with her personal unending greatsword conveyed a unique blend of ferocity and dignity. She was one of the strongest warriors in the clan, but maintained near absolute control over herself. She was the quintessential sword maiden that all of her sisters aspired to become. With her greatsword in hand, she looked ready to cut an enemy mech in half without even needing to hop into a cockpit. This celebration is for her, not us, Kedis emphasized. We are merely the instruments that will bestow her with the expert mech that she deserves. Vase nodded in agreement. It has been a long time indeed. I think the wait is worth it, especially when we consider all of the gains we made after completing the Amaranto and Vanguard project. They were as ready as they could be. Vase noticed that Kedis was slowly building up momentum as they made their way to the open workshop. The significance of this moment along with the expectations of all of the people around her caused her to become more driven than ever. Her force of will became more and more honed as she began to discard many distractions from her mind. At this moment, she no longer allowed herself to be distracted by other matters. Only her work and her upcoming task were important. Vase could already feel an energy of excitement in the main arena as they stepped onto the converted grounds. The open workshop and all of the sophisticated production equipment was placed in the center of the arena grounds. Active shields and other energy barriers isolated every disturbance that could possibly affect or ruin the fabrication processes that would soon take place. Whether it was sound, vibrations, radiation or anything else, nothing could be allowed to disturb the journeymen as they went to work. The only exception was light. After several discussions, Vase and the rest eventually agreed to allow light to pass through both ways. This would not only help the spectators track the progress of the fabrication run, but also allow Kedis and other mech designers to see how many people were banking on their success. Surrounding the open workshop was an elaborate circular performance field. There were raised stages, statues of sword maidens and their iconic great swords and even functional bright warriors in swordsman mech configurations on the field. Each of these elements would play a role over the course of the next week. The sword maidens and heavenswarders had plenty of time to plan out and prepare for a full itinerary that would basically unfold as a non-stop show that was meant to entertain and inspire everyone in the mech arena. The stands were already being filled with enthusiastic Larkinsons. The overwhelming majority were Heavenswarders, but Larkinsons from other corners of the clan showed up as well. Certain VIPs occupied the closest seats. This included the Sword Maidens, the assistant mech designers of the design department, and other notable clansmen. Vase and Kedis met with Venerable Dice herself right before they reached the open workshop. The expert pilot looked especially valiant today, as she had donned a dressier and more ornamental version of the standard light green Sword Maiden uniform. Dice betrayed her pirate roots by continuing with the practice of adorning her uniform with battle trophies. Various bones, teeth, salvaged weapons, and even a broken shard salvaged from the damaged Jeanne d'Arc proudly clung to her frame. Vase, Kedis, it's good to see you here. Venerable Dice. Vase respectfully nodded. The big day has finally arrived. I've heard that you will be playing an important role in conducting the rituals. Are you ready for that? She smirked. Facing a crowd is easier than confronting an expert mech while piloting a regular mech. Besides, I'm not the person who will be directing all of the rituals. You should check up with Deputy Director Fred Walensky. The old man who initiated Kedis into the Annihilator Sword School was standing a short distance away. He was addressing a crowd of technicians and sword maidens to make sure they were on the same page. When Vase approached the former Heavenswarder, the man dismissed his subordinates and bowed. Patriarch Vase, it is an honor to meet the teacher of Swordmaster Kedis. What is your will? I'm just checking up on stuff. So you're the person who will be determining what will happen around here, right? Correct. So what are the rituals like? It's difficult to describe them to someone who is unused to Heavenswarder culture. Fred awkwardly replied, Have no fear, sir. My former state has built up a large and extensive repertoire of rituals and ceremonies. We have selected the most appropriate and tasteful of them to make sure that the coming week will be fully spent on honoring swordsmanship in every possible way. Do you think these rituals will actually work? They will. They are all part of the sacred traditions that have kept the Heavensward Association and all of its unique sword styles alive. We will definitely ensure that Kedis and you will receive the blessings you need to forge the sword that shall arm one of great sword wielders. Vase got the impression that Fred and the Heavenswarders deeply believed that they could make a difference. He wasn't so sure about that, but he was willing to let them indulge in their fantasies. With a true believer at the helm, the rituals were bound to make an impression on the crowd. As Vase continued to ask a few more questions about the upcoming ceremonies, he noticed that Gloriana and Juliet had also arrived. From the smiles on their faces, he could tell that they had just finished their prayers before the statue of the Superior Mother. Although Gloriana wanted to fabricate her next expert mech in its presence, Vase deemed it inappropriate. This was an occasion that was completely dedicated to Venerable Dice and the Sword Maidens. Hexer influences weren't invited this time. Even if the Superior Mother descended once again, Kedis would probably tell the meddling ancestral spirit to go back, as she wanted to rely on her own supporters to fabricate her first true swordsman mech. Are you ready? Both female journeymen nodded. All right, then let's head inside. The four journeymen simultaneously passed through the energy barriers and took their places. They activated all of the production equipment and checked their conditions one last time before they confirmed that everything was in order. Vase looked at Kedis, who nodded. Upon receiving the start signal, both Fred Walensky and Venerable Dice walked side by side as they ascended the highest podium on the arena grounds. The crowd automatically quieted down as the two important figures drew everyone's attention. Fred swept his gaze all around him before he smiled. Welcome, Larkinsons, to the first public creation of an expert mech. Sit back and be ready, for you are about to witness a miracle in the making. Chapter 3211. First Blood. The mech arena could potentially accommodate 100,000 Larkinsons. It could even host more if it erected extra floating stands that stacked on top of each other. This was excessive, though. Perhaps it made sense to expand the capacity of the arena by that amount if the clan numbered 1 million people, but at the moment it barely surpassed 175,000 individuals. Was that a lot? Certainly. Was it enough to justify stuffing more than half of them in a single location? Most definitely not. Who knew if a terrorist plotted to destroy the arena or the entire capital ship? Though the security forces along with the Black Cats were on full alert, no one could truly guarantee whether the site was safe. It was bad practice to put too many eggs in a single basket. Drawing too many Larkinsons away from their posts also weakened the defense of the clan. There were less crew members on duty aboard important combat ships and less mech pilots to go on patrol. Therefore, in order to give everyone a chance to attend the week-long ceremony, the clan only limited the attendance to 40,000 people at most. Everyone who wanted to witness the events would have the opportunity to do so, but only for a couple of time slots spread out over multiple days. The first batch overwhelmingly consisted of the former citizens of the Heavensward Association. Their enthusiasm for this ritual was the highest, and they were critical to setting the tone of the entire event. Indeed, as soon as Fred started to speak, their excitement already rose to an impressive height. Back in their former state, the sword community regularly held tournaments, exhibitions and events of all kinds. The citizens had been trained to look forward and enjoy these opportunities to see impressive swordsmen in action for generations. Keddies, 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 dice, 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 sword maidens forever. Due to his difficult life experiences, the deputy director of the Annihilator Sword School easily maintained his composure. He had witnessed the best and worst of what humanity had to offer. Addressing a crowd of tens of thousands of spectators along with more than 100,000 observers watching the internal broadcast was child's play. He raised his arms, causing the crowd to quiet down again. Fellow Larkinsons, as you know, our clan's great mech designers are about to create one of the most important mechs of our lineup. Each and every expert mech designed by our prestigious design department are not only works of art, but living mechs in the truest sense of the word. I have had the privilege of approaching each and every expert mech, including the latest one that is still waiting to be unveiled, and I came away completely convinced of their superiority. With the crucial aid of our great and generous clan patriarch, even a single of our expert mechs is already better than the best expert mech of the Heavensward Association. The audience cheered at this wild and exaggerated boast. I have witnessed many smartly designed expert swordsman mechs over my long life. Fred stated in a softer tone. I have spent many hours admiring my deceased brother's expert mech. Its designers have done a good job at matching it to my brother's piloting style. Yet I always felt that there was something missing from his expert mech. In fact, when I observed the other expert mechs developed by the Heavensward Association's mech industry, I also gained the impression that they were missing a crucial element. Do you know what they are lacking? The audience stayed silent, but many of them already formed educated guesses. Fred unsheathed his personal weapon from his waist. The saber looked plain and unassuming. However, knowledgeable swordsmen could already tell it was a fine quality blade that the director had lovingly owned and used for several decades. It is just like my Steen. The swordsmiths who forged this blade are excellent at their craft and understand the construction of swords and sabers like no one else, yet whenever I gaze upon my weapon, I cannot deny it suffers from an intrinsic flaw. The swordsmiths only understand one side of a weapon. They spent so much time and effort on learning how to master the craft of forging a sword that they have never been able to wield them or use them as effectively as actual swordsmen. Fred directed a rueful smile towards his Steen as he brought it forward so that the flat of its blade mirrored his eyes. Does that make me hate my weapon? No, every blade is precious. A true swordsman should love every sword indiscriminately regardless of the individual faults they might have. It is their skill that should determine whether they are worthy of recognition. Fred slowly sheathed his Steen. However, I cannot deny that a good weapon can be crucial to swordsmen. We love our weapons. They are more than tools to us. They are our partners and our lifesavers. Just look at the Heavensward Saint himself. For generations, the Heavensward has continually passed on from one swordmaster to another. As soon as a new Heavensward Saint takes office, they always explode in strength and quickly become the strongest swordsmen of the Galactic Rim without any dispute. The old man swept behind him. The mech designers had already begun to fabricate the first parts at the open workshop. The Heavensward is shrouded in mystery. Who forged this epic sword? How was it made? It is clear that the ancient swordsmith who crafted this relic weapon was better than any other smith in our former state. Despite thousands of years of development, the swords forged by the greatest swordsmiths are still lacking compared to the works of the greatest master swordsmiths. The man looked grim for a moment before his lips slowly curled into a grin. What if I tell you that this is no longer the case? Rejoice, Larkinsons, for the first time in history, we are graced by the existence of a mech designer who is simultaneously a bona fide swordmaster. A large projection appeared over his head that showed Keddies at her greatest. Her legendary tournament match against sword initiate Ivan Reed played out. The older version of her Bloodsinger flowed with power as she fought with power that was far beyond that of any average soldier. A year ago, Swordmaster Keddies Larkinson astounded the entire Heavensward Association for being the first swordswoman to simultaneously break through as both a swordmaster and a journeyman mech designer. However, up until now, she has only truly exhibited her strength as a swordmaster to us. Now she and her excellent peers will be showing to us that she not only excels at destruction. For the following 7 days, she shall be exhibiting her ability to create in a way that no other mech designer or swordsmith can compare. The crowd of Heavenswarders idolized Kedis above all else in the clan. Not even Vase garnered as much respect as her. It was no surprise that the first speaker completely put the spotlight on the most unique swordmaster of the entire sword community. The old man looked so expectant that he could already see the miracle that the savior of his sword school was about to create. There are no journeymen who are also swordsmasters except for Kedis. There are no swordsmasters who are also high-ranking mech designers except for Kedis. She is utterly unique and incomparable. With her combined skill and expertise, there is no one in the galaxy who understands the construction of swords and how to wield them better than her. Now, let us witness and stand testament to her first attempt to forge, nay, reforge a mech sword and fabricate the expert mech that shall wield this great weapon. A loud jubilation erupted from the crowd as fireworks exploded above their heads and projections of swordmaiden mechs in battle dazzled their eyes. In the large circular arena, the first of many rituals took place. 12 veteran swordmaidens wearing nothing but simple combat clothing strode out while wielding their trusty great swords straight in front of their heads. Hidden entrances built into the floor opened up to levitate several large and ferocious exo-beasts. Each of them surpassed the size of an elephant. Their footsteps alone were enough to crush a human being. The exact species of these wild and untamed beasts varied. Some looked similar to reptilian dinosaurs. Others dripped slime from their semi-morphous bodies. The exobiologists of the Larkinson Biotech Institute had scoured the markets of Amswick thoroughly to acquire the most suitable combat opponents for the swordmaidens on foot. Unlike designer beasts, wild and natural exo-beasts were always solid fighters. Eons of evolution had continually culled the weak and only allowed the strongest and most competitive predators to thrive on their native alien planets. Despite their huge differences, every exo-beast recognized the tiny human forms as both their prey and a threat. Different roars and screeches escaped from their throats as they all thundered forward to smack or bite their puny foes. The hunts had commenced. Get 'em, swordmaidens. Blood, I want to see blood. Cut them from limb to limb. The different beasts all failed to hit their opponents as the swordmaidens all expertly dodged the lumbering charges of the powerful beasts. Their huge size and momentum may ensure that any human hit by them would definitely be defeated in an instant, but it also allowed the augmented swordmaidens to evade the charges as long as they employed the right timing. The duels began in earnest at this point as the huge beasts and their swordmaiden opponents all played cat and mouse with each other. Despite the bloodthirst in the eyes of the veteran warriors, they were more than patient enough to wait for a better opportunity. They utilized their prodigious strong physiques to perform basic acrobatics and efficient movements. In no circumstance did they ever lose their footing. Their training allowed them to be extremely aware of the local terrain. No matter whether there was slime, pieces of bone or other miscellaneous objects strewn on the ground around them, the swordmaidens always moved while maintaining a high degree of control. Eventually, one of the swordmaidens finally saw a great opportunity. The muscular woman in question noticed that the white-furred mammalian she was facing was primarily an ambush predator. Though the monstrous creature's pouncing attacks were very quick and difficult to anticipate, now that the creature had failed half a dozen times, it was already starting to flag. Thus, when the white beast pounced forward yet again and failed to land its claws or teeth onto the swordmaiden who expertly rolled away, the monster took just half a second longer to recover from its exertion. Ha! The tip of the greatsword thrust into the thick and tough hide of the tired exo-beast. The swordmaiden did not attempt to drive her sword in deeper but quickly pulled back regardless of what happened, just in time to evade an angry clawed swipe. Woo-ah! The large monster's injured throat uttered as purple blood began to stain its previously pristine white hide in the ground underneath. After landing this initial blow, the swordmaiden no longer adopted a passive posture. She wasn't willing to wait until the exo-beast bled out. Instead, she amped up the pressure and actively sought more opportunities to land additional blows. The crazy white exo-beast snapped its jaws forward and swept its sharp claws in many different directions. Yet its berserk movements only caused it to expose more openings. Someone as skilled and experienced as a swordmaiden easily managed to strike when the creature was unable to form a response. Multiple cut and stab wounds began to ruin the furred exo-beast's body. Blood poured from multiple wounds which ultimately weakened it to the point where the swordmaiden was able to step on top of the animal's defenseless head. With a single stab through the top of the neck, the swordmaiden managed to vanquish a natural predator despite the comical disparity in size. As blood continued to drain from the mutilated corpse, hidden gravitic modules began to gather them and guide them into streams that slowly flowed in the direction of a giant chalice placed in front of the highest stage where Fred had just held his speech. The bronze-like chalice was as tall as a mech, but its diameter was much wider. Its artful surface was speckled with luminaire crystals that glinted in the light in an interesting manner. As more sword maidens hunted down their bestial foes, the blood of the latter also flowed into the giant chalice. It didn't matter whether their blood was red, purple, green or blue. The lifeblood of all of these powerful alien creatures blended together in an enormous pool. Chapter 3212. Spilling blood. As the giant chalice was being filled with the blood of a dozen different exo-beasts, the 4 journeymen diligently proceeded to perform their various tasks. They started out small and focused on producing the smaller and more delicate components first. The roars and shouts that reverberated throughout the mech arena did not reach the open workshop. A special energy barrier filtered out every sound vibration before it could reach the center of the arena ground. This ensured that the journeymen were able to work with complete concentration. There were still differences, though. The energy barriers provided the journeymen with an unobstructed view of the theatrics and the crowd outside. Different mech designers dealt with this novelty in different ways. Gloriana hunched close to her workstation and leaned close until her entire vision was surrounded by projections and display screens. She was obviously not a fan of all of the unrestrained outbursts and ritual fighting that went on outside the open workshop. Juliet did not go as far as to block her vision of the ceremony outside. Instead, she narrowed her concentration and disregarded anything that wasn't relevant to her task of fabricating the parts that made up the flight system of the decapitator project. Compared to the 2 women, Vase and Kedis reacted in a different manner to the unusual circumstances. This was not the first time that Vase performed his craft in public. From competing in the Limar Open competition to pitting his products against biomechs at Ruzin Arena, Vase had plenty of opportunities to rid himself of stage fright. His abundant confidence in his own abilities as a mech designer kept him stable. No matter what others thought about his work, he knew he was able to do his work well. Different from his wife, Vase did not shun the crowd and the ceremony. His spiritual senses received more stimulation than usual due to the raw emotions the spectacles evoked. With each speech, with each sword that struck its mark, and with each instance where a sword maiden vanquished her foe, the rousing emotions of tens of thousands of Larkinsons spiked. Even the most spiritually dull individuals would be able to feel a hint of the human energy generated from the collective. As someone who possessed a lot more sensitivity than that, Vase experienced the celebration of life in a deeper and more profound fashion. In fact, his deep connection to the Larkinson network amplified this sensation as he was able to perceive the overflowing enthusiasm on a more direct level. He worked a little harder and he became infected by the glee around him. He did not want to disappoint the crowd and aimed to inject more life in the parts he made. Vase ultimately did not undergo any radical shifts. The output of his work was a little better than when he worked on the Vanguard project, but not by much. He enjoyed the spectacle, but its theme and focal points did not center around himself. He was a side character today as the rituals and the current audience were overwhelmingly pinning their hopes on Kedis. Well, it's fine. The Decapitator project is Katiz's pet project. It is only right for her to grab all of the attention today. Just as expected, when Kedis was finally working on a mech that completely conformed with her extreme specialization, she transformed into a substantially different mech designer. The air around her became fully charged with her own will as she had taken back Sharpie from Bloodsinger. Kedis kept Sharpie separate from her mind most of the time for various reasons. Whenever the companion spirit occupied Bloodsinger, her personal greatsword constantly accumulated strength. Though the pace was slow, as long as Sharpie kept occupying it over time, the weapon would likely complement Kedis much better in a couple of years. Second, she entered a much more serious and absolute mindset when she adopted her full swordmaster guise. Though she became the indomitable swordswoman that she had always yearned for, the lack of levity caused her to come across as far too serious for her liking. Kedis did not want to turn herself into an inhuman warrior who only thought about training and killing all the time. Her sharpness orientation compelled her to hone her blade and self-developed sword style so she would become even more ready to defeat her next challenging opponent. While she did not object to working hard to improve herself, she did not want to lose too much of her humanity in the process. Her relationship with Joshua and her love for the Sword Maidens were just some of the relationships that brightened up her day and made her feel fulfilled. When she took Sharpie back in her mind, Her affection still existed, but they became overshadowed by her overarching ambitions. She certainly didn't aim low. She not only vowed to become the best swordsman mech designer in existence, but also wanted to become a sword god in her own right. It was already nearly impossible to reach the top of one profession. To aim for the top of another profession at the same time had never been done, at least when it came to this unique combination. Kedis was not ignorant of her low odds. In fact, it was exactly because she recognized how many challenges she needed to overcome that she was so driven when she adopted her full swordmaster persona. Kedis the woman was an optimistic mech designer who believed she would be able to reach her goal by working diligently and waiting for the right opportunity to arise. Kedis the swordmaster was a driven warrior who only believed in her own strength and abilities. Instead of waiting for serendipity to arrive and allow everything to fall into place, her unyielding persona instead wanted to create her own opportunity. I shall craft the weapon that shall make venerable dice stronger with my own 2 hands. Her aura grew so strong that even Vase was able to feel it despite standing more than 50 meters away. Her will honed her concentration to such a degree that she was able to fabricate parts that were so good that even Gloriana wouldn't be able to issue a word of complaint. As Kedis began to work, she did not forget that she was forging a weapon for another person and not herself. Sharpie's native domain centered around absolute sharpness. While this completely complemented Kedis whenever she worked on a mech that needed a sharp blade, in this particular instance it was not the best fit. Though Kedis and Venerable Dice were both products of the same environment, they had diverged substantially when it came to developing their own sword styles. Whereas Kedis obsessed over sharpness, Venerable Dice was a warrior who fought to protect and shield her fellow sword maidens against threats that they could not defeat on their own. The tragic battle against Venerable Foster was one of the most terrible disasters the sword maidens had ever suffered. The inability of Commander Lydia and her fellow sisters to overcome the powerful Belisarius piloted by the talented vision expert Mech had led to a trauma that still haunted every surviving sword maiden. Due to the great responsibilities thrust onto her shoulders as well as her bond with xianxia, Venerable Dice's strength revolved around her determination to guard her fellow sword maidens and other Larkinsons against enemy champions that were too powerful for them to resist. Kedis extensively sparred and compared notes with Venerable Dice. This allowed her and Sharpie to shift their mindset and think like a protective guardian who guarded her own tribe. The air around her took on a different vibe as she and her companion Spirit both lost their sharp edge. Instead, they gained a more protective and challenging air as she looked ready to draw her blade and put her life on the line in order to guard those she cared about. For the moment, this mood only affected herself, but when Blinky invisibly emerged from Vess's mind and began to weave his design network, the minds of the other 3 journeymen became infected by a powerful will. This is different. Vase widened his eyes as he tried his best to prevent the changes from ruining his current work assignment. The design network was only capable of filtering a minute portion of Ketiz's empowered will. Under normal circumstances, this amounted to only a tiny amount of influencing that barely affected journeymen. People like Vase and Gloriana were already strong-willed in their own right. Even if their wills had not undergone any profound transformations, they were anything but average as their design seeds functioned as powerful bastions that preserved the essence of their design philosophies and their most important personality traits. Even so, now that Kedis channeled her full strength as a swordmaster, her unyielding spirit as well as her interpretation of Venerable Dice's conviction hit the other mech designers harder than usual. It took a few minutes for every other mech designer to adjust to the changing circumstances. Every journeyman took to Ketiz's influence rather differently. Vase was the most open about welcoming her powerful influence. His adaptability and his experience in working in wildly different circumstances enabled him to roll with the changes and adjust his own approach without too many issues. Juliet and Gloriana were less able to adjust their own approach. They partially blocked Ketiz's influence as they were unable to cope with such a powerful will that did not match with their own temperaments. Instead, the 2 women merely took Ketiz's enhanced presence as guidance on how they should orient their own work. It became a bit easier for them to fabricate their parts in a way that conformed more closely to the intent of the Decapitator project. While Kedis guided the work of the other 3 journeymen through the design network in various ways, outside of the open workshop the first great ritual was about to commence. After conducting scores of duels against impressive exo-beasts of different sizes, the veteran sword maidens who displayed their hunting prowess in full splendor had all retreated towards the middle of the arena grounds until they surrounded the open workshop in a loose circle. The victorious sword maidens held their bloodied blades vertically in front of their heads and faced outwards. The giant chalice in front of the highest stage was filled with the blood of scores of different exo-beasts. Due to the blending of so many different blood types, the soup had turned into a sickening shade of murky brown. The smell emanating from this massive pool alone was probably enough to poison a human to death. Soon, a sword maiden wearing the uniform of a commander floated onto the stage and unsheathed her personal unending alloy greatsword. Commander Sendra raised her weapon high. To wield a sword is to spill the blood of others. The greater the blood, the greater the warrior. We sword maidens shall never stop until we have flooded the entire galaxy with blood. Let my sword bear witness to our vow. When she reached the lip of the chalice, she bent down to dip the blade of her weapon into the pool. Once she drew it out, she resolutely struck the side of the container with her blade. Cracks started to form and spread from the impact site. The chalice, which once appeared grand and noble, now started to fall apart as the spreading cracks practically disintegrated its entire structure. The blood that the giant object previously contained plunged to the ground and began to flood in many different directions. However, the audience soon noticed that the blood did not spread indiscriminately. Instead, the dark and muddy blood began to branch out in different winding channels that had apparently been dug into the ground but had been kept obscured until this moment. The seemingly random patterns slowly turned into elaborate constellations. Each bright star represented by buried luminaire crystals were connected by channels of mixed alien blood. Soon, the luminaire crystals shone until they unleashed light beams that stretched high above. It wasn't until they hit the luminaire crystals that had cleverly been embedded into the high ceiling that encompassed Twilight City that the beams traveled no further. At this moment, the entire arena ground surrounding the open workshop had turned into a forest of light beams. Chapter 3213. Seeing if the earlier spectacles already generated a lot of awe among the audience, then the great ritual that Commander Sendra had just initiated was a feast for everyone's eyes. A lot of hidden technology buried underneath the surface came to life and began to manipulate the various elements in many intricate ways. For example, after the luminaire crystals on the surface all shot weak but constant weak light beams to the ceiling, the blood channels that connected the different constellations all broke up, causing the alien blood to pool around the active energy emitters. Hundreds of different vortexes emerged as the converging pools of blood all began to spin like cyclones. The spinning streams of blood all started to ascend along the seemingly solid light beams like snakes, causing many different helixes to take shape. Once the helixes reached a decent height, they began to do something drastic. They flowed inwards and flowed into the deadly light beams, causing them to burn up instantly as they became bombarded by a considerable amount of heat and energy. Lots of smoke started to sizzle from the places where the blood met its end. In the end, all of the alien blood that the Sword Maidens had spilled just earlier had been purified by the beams that represented the cleansing light of stars. Soon, the only blood that was left was the liquids dripping from the blades of the silent and vigil Sword Maidens surrounding the open workshop. Once they received a hidden cue, they simultaneously stepped forward and walked in a synchronized motion until they reached the nearest active light beam. The warrior women solemnly knelt and bent their heads forward until the top of their skulls pressed against the flat of their bloodied great swords. When they drew back, their foreheads and portions of their hair became smeared with the blood of many different species. If they hadn't received treatments beforehand, the blood would have corroded through their skin and affected health in many different ways. Once they marked themselves with the blood that they had personally spilled, the Sword Maidens resolutely threw their weapons into the active light beams. Hidden anti-grav modules secretly captured all of the thrown weapons and made sure that they remained within the active area of the light beams. It was a good thing that the Sword Maidens participating in this ritual wielded briar alloy swords instead of more expensive unending alloy swords. Even so, this was a difficult sacrifice to many of the sisters. Though the blades they discarded were recently made and not their personal weapons, it went against the instinct of a swordsman to mistreat a fine blade. The powerful energies coursing from floor to ceiling quickly melted the swords into slag. Yet before the energies could vaporize the metal completely, the anti-grav modules pulled them out and began to mold them into balls that subsequently soared into the skies until they hovered above the energy barriers that enveloped the open workshop. Soon, more and more gravity exerted from different directions began to press the hot and molten metal into a single amalgamation. The larger collection of metal soon began to mold into the form of a greatsword. Cool air blew from many different directions and rapidly reduced the temperature of this giant, air-casted weapon. Of course, swords that were made in this manner were not as tough and sound as properly made weapons, but the giant metallic weapon served a symbolic meaning. After floating above the mech arena for a single minute, it suddenly began to plunge onto the top of the energy barrier with its tip pointed downwards. The first energy shield flared as it resisted the cooled weapon. Moments later, the straight light beams that were previously pointing outwards suddenly began to shift their angles until they tilted towards the center. Hundreds of different beams attacked the giant sword from different directions, causing it to heat up and melt yet again. The molten metal that emerged from this converging attack surged away from the center even as the luminaire crystal slowly powered down and deactivated the light beams. The cooling metal remolded back into a giant sword even as it floated back down. Once it reached the highest stage, a single sword maiden stood in the center. The woman unsheathed her personal greatsword. The unending alloy weapon slowly began to glow as venerable dice resonated with it with her will. She did not even take a step forward in order to move close enough to strike the molten blade with her weapon. Instead, she continued to focus her will in order to accumulate more energy. As her blade glowed brighter and brighter, she eventually reached her limits. The blue corona that surrounded and extended past her greatsword practically dwarfed her in size. As a mech pilot, I mainly fight against mechs instead of monsters. The expert pilot stated, regardless of whether my next opponent is organic or mechanical, I shall always slay the monsters that threaten our clan. Let my sword prove my sincerity. With a powerful cry, Venerable Dice struck the giant metal sword with her own glowing weapon. A powerful energy wave surged forth and instantly split the recently cooled weapon apart and shattered the split pieces until nothing but fragments remained. These fragments slowly flew away even as Venerable Dice retracted her will and calmed herself down. She sheathed her greatsword and turned around and stepped away. An explosion of awe and joy erupted from the entire audience. It was quite rare for them to witness a swordmaster or an expert pilot with the power of one to exhibit their formidable abilities in public. The powerful show of force completely stimulated the Heavenswarders and other people within the crowd. Venerable Dice! Venerable Dice! Venerable Dice! The sword maidens down below who each sacrificed a weapon all rose up to their feet and saluted towards the retreating expert pilot. Once they paid tribute to their greatest warrior, they retreated from the arena grounds as well. Up in a VIP box, Venerable Joshua looked confused. Tusa, do you know what this stuff is supposed to mean? The fellow expert pilot shrugged. Beats me. It has something to do about blood, stars, swords and cutting everything apart. That's the most I've been able to catch. A snort sounded from the side. Venerable Janzi directed a disdainful expression towards the two men. The sword maidens are praying for a powerful new sword for their champion. They need the strongest blades in order to spill enough blood to drown the galaxy. Is that it? Joshua scratched his head. That sounds rather extreme. Well, that's the sword maidens for you. Janzi shrugged. And you're okay with that, Janzi? I'm okay as long as it is used to kill the right people. I don't want to spill innocent blood. Our clan should never stoop so low. If Venerable Dice ever crosses the line, I will put my shield in the path of her sword and halt her atrocities myself if necessary. Hopefully that would never happen, but who knew what the future held? Back in the open workshop, the climax of the great ritual had produced the greatest spike in emotions in the mech arena to date. The urges and desires of all of the attendants simultaneously surged in the same direction. The energy in the entire venue aligned in such a fashion that both Vase and Kedis became swept with a strong sense of purpose and momentum. While Vase only got a moderate boost in motivation out of this surge, Kedis became a lot more driven because of this spike. Her eyes practically glowed as she began to perform her work with greater efficiency and precision. She also began to perform some additional improvisations that should lead to tiny increases in performance. Several days passed by as the grand event continued. Onwards, the Sword Maidens and Heavenswarders performed several great rituals throughout the days. They spaced them out and timed them so that they only took place when Kedis could most use the help. Between these periods of peak excitement, the showmakers held other rituals that were more subdued in size and scope. It was impossible to keep an audience of spectators on the edge of their seats for hours at a time. By cleverly managing the excitement levels of the changing audience, they were able to contribute their energy over and over again without overdrawing their own excitement. The parts that the journeyman had made were undoubtedly affected by the rituals and the responses from the audience. This validated the theory that fabricating an important mech in front of a large audience had the potential to increase the quality of the output. However, the results were more mixed than Vase expected. When they reached the halfway point, Vase took a moment to survey the work done so far. The components fabricated by the different journeymen were not substantially better than normal. The parts produced by Kedis were clearly the best. She was the most susceptible to rituals and their consequences. The components that would form the mech sword of the Decapitator project were especially stunning. Kedis had clearly leveraged her dual expertise as journeyman and swordmaster to create sharp and exquisite components that would soon be used to upgrade the unending alloy sword taken from the Bright Sword Prime. Compared to Ketiz's earnest efforts, the work performed by Juliet and Gloriana were less affected due to their different mentalities. They approached their work from a different direction and did not feel connected to the crowd and the energy it generated. The story might have been different if the rituals were centered around the superior mother and the audience largely consisted of penitent sisters. Perhaps Vase could test differences in the future when it was time to fabricate another hex or mech. First, I have to finish the Decapitator project. As blood continued to spill and swords continued to swing outside the open workshop, the journeyman soon moved to a more critical stage. While Vase, Juliet and Gloriana began to assemble different parts into a solid mech frame, Kedis split away from the rest to reforge an existing mech sword. She stood behind the command console of a giant forging machine that had been especially configured for her use. It had even been upgraded with additional modules bought from Tallulah Silver and Amswick to increase its ability to handle unending alloy. The advanced forging machine heated up and began to partially break down the original unending alloy greatsword so that it could take on a new shape and integrate better parts. The periodic waves of emotions that continued to affect her psyche caused her to become continually more invested in her important task. Her will became more honed as she set aside more and more of her humanity in order to become the instrument that was better able to forge the strongest mech sword for the Decapitator project. Yet despite passing on her increasingly more driven will to the others via Blinky's design network, it was not enough. As 7 days came and went, Vase retreated from the finished expert mech frame with an impassive expression. The expert mech is good, but, ultimately, the outcome of this fabrication run matched his expectations. How could it be so simply to produce another masterwork? The Decapitator project might look a little more exquisite than the Vanguard project, but it still wasn't close enough to the crucial masterwork threshold. If it was just a bit better, Vase would have been able to employ a gem to push it over. As it was, it seemed his stash would continue to remain untouched. Even as Vase began to accept the reality as he saw it, he sensed an explosion of will and energy from behind. He rapidly turned around only to find that Kedis had finally completed the extensive reforging of Venerable Dice's original mech sword. The initial one was optimized for the Bright Sword Prime. The new one was supposed to be a much better fit for both Venerable Dice and her new expert mech. Yet much to his astonishment, the mech sword was more than that. Before his eyes, Kedis openly channeled the pristine and incredibly impressive blade that she had crafted while committing everything from her mind, will, body and heart. The result was a giant greatsword that was better than her Bloodsinger, better than the great swords wielded by other sword-maiden mechs and better than nearly every other sword from the Heavensward Association. When Kedis reached out and placed her palm on the flat of the enormous blade, the giant mech sword sung to life. Masterwork. Vase couldn't believe what he was seeing. He never encountered this situation before. He turned his gaze towards his wife only to encounter even more confusion. The weapon is a masterwork, but the expert mech that is supposed to wield it is not. Gloriana summed up the result. Was this a success, or not? While the couple tried to make up their minds, the audience didn't think so much. The more knowledgeable members among them could instantly recognize how remarkable it was. To the true lovers of swords, the mech sword reforged by Kedis had become a transcendent weapon that every mech pilot dreamed of wielding. A mastersword. Swordmaster Kedis has forged a mastersword. Once the news spread among the crowd, the clansmen all stood up and roared at the results of 7 days of crafting. From beginning to end, Kedis focused most of her efforts on making the strongest sword possible, and she succeeded in meeting her goal. Swordmaster Kedis, Swordmaster Kedis, Swordmaster Kedis. Kedis took in the validation from her supporters even as she deepened her connection to the weapon that she had made. The sword resonated so much with her heart that she felt that she was able to wield it regardless of the fact that she wasn't even large or strong enough to lift such an immense object. Her sharp eyes raked across the entire surface of the giant sword as she already began to reap the rewards of creating a weapon that had the potential to become as legendary as the Heavensward. In her attuned perception, the weapon that she had made was alive. Not only that, it sung to its creator with a song that only true swordsmen could hear. Sing. Chapter 3214. Hogging all the good stuff. Well, that happened. Vase flatly said as the show had finally ended and the journeyman retreated to the backstage. We met our goal, or not. It depends. An hour had passed since the Mech arena had turned into a cacophony of celebration and exaltation. Among the tens of thousands of Heavenswarders who especially returned to the venue at the final day and the final hour, witnessing the birth of a masterwork sword was one of the greatest events that they have ever experienced. Even now, the enthused Heavenswarders spread word of this amazing feat of craftsmanship to the rest of the clan. In fact, they even relayed their news to their former home, causing the distant sword fanatics all the way back in the Heavensward Association to celebrate this occasion as well despite all of the light years of separation. If not for the fact that the clan forbid any footage from leaking out, the distant state would have blown up even more. Even so, the immensity of Katiz's accomplishment could not be overstated. Very few master swordsmiths of the Heavensward Association had managed to equal her already legendary feat, and most of them only managed to make their magnus opuses in the last decades of their illustrious careers. The fact that Ketiz managed to forge a masterwork mech sword when she was still in her early 30s signified a lot of promise. It was for this reason that interest from the Heavensward Association had intensified. Vase even had to order Minister Sheddarin Pernus to watch over Ketiz and speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel on behalf of the Larkinson clan. The young swordmaster may be many things, but she was not a professional diplomat. Vase threw a brief glance at her. Sheddarin Pernus looked to be in his element as his projection hovered next to Ketiz. The two calmly engaged in a conversation with the projected forms of an entire delegation of Heavenswarders. From their uniforms, markings and body language, Vase tentatively managed to distinguish a couple of swordmasters, mech designers, swordsmiths and other officials. It seemed that the significance of creating a masterwork sword was a lot more exciting than any other masterwork. We made more progress than any journeyman should have accomplished. Any step forward should be celebrated. Juliet opined. Gloriana did not look pleased at all. She frowned as she hugged Clixie against her chest. Ketiz could have at least shared the bounty with us. We all worked on the Decapitator project. Why is she the only one who can receive credit for this accomplishment? Vase placed his hand on her shoulder to shush her. Don't be too upset, Gloriana. Didn't you manage to study and glean a couple of new insights from seeing a masterwork mech sword take shape? It is still a product on the second rung of the ladder. Each chance for us to glimpse upwards is a precious learning opportunity. I know that, Vase, but how many insights did you manage to obtain this time? Gloriana snorted. I thought so. Despite working together on the same expert mech, only Ketiz gained anything useful this time. We were hardly different from bystanders this time. The cat she embraced reacted as well. Meow. Vase couldn't help but stand up for his former student. I think you know quite well that it's not her fault that we failed to make any substantial gains. We only have ourselves to blame for not caring as much about the Decapitator project as Ketiz. She was the only one of us who treated it as a passion project. She poured so much work into designing a new mech sword and figuring out how to reforge an existing one into a new one that her contribution to this project is a multitude higher than ours. That's because she hogged all of the good stuff to herself. And why is that wrong? Vase puzzlingly frowned. You may be excellent at technical design, but you can't surpass Ketiz when it comes to designing a swordsman mech even if it is a custom one. The extra work she put into the Decapitator project neatly compensates for her lack of contribution on other projects such as the Amaranto. Back when we fabricated the Amaranto, Ketiz managed to ride on our coattails. We've generously carried her along when we created our latest masterwork mech. Why can't she repay the favor when she had the opportunity to do so this time? Vase sighed. None of us can exert any control over that. I seriously doubt that Ketiz has held back in any way. Just look at the finished expert mech of ours. Does it look as if it is a masterwork mech or close to it? No, the expert mech frame correctly reflects our skill and effort into making it. From what I can see, we haven't contributed anything noteworthy. Do you disagree? His wife grunted in frustration. She couldn't argue against his logic, but that didn't help with soothing her frustrations. She looked enviously at the mech sword that had been placed on the side. The large and inspirational work of art was a different kind of masterwork than what she and her husband typically made. Even masterworks came in different flavors. It was hard for Vase and Gloriana to distinguish them at their current level, but they could already sense that the mech sword was remarkable in a different manner. Our results are already far above expectations, Juliet said in an attempt to shift the subject. No matter who deserves credit, our clan will become a lot more notable in the mech industry because of this. We have tentatively proven that the Amaranto is not a fluke. Although the mech frame of the Decapitator project is not a masterwork, we were still able to showcase that we are anything but average journeymen. In the right circumstances, we create wonders. That caused Vase to reflect on the elaborate ceremony and how much of it contributed to the current results. When Kedis finally ended her initial exchange with the Heavenswarders, she walked over to her colleagues with a smile. She had already pushed Sharpie back into Bloodsinger, so her personality became more youthful again. "Thank you, everyone," she sincerely said and bowed. "I couldn't have done it without all of your help." Gloriana grumpily nodded. "You're welcome." After a rather terse exchange, the four decided to take a closer look at the latest masterwork creation that had been produced by the clan. The journeymen already sensed the restrained lethality of the weapon as they approached. The closer they moved, the more they felt the inherent threat and guardedness of the blade. To Vase, the mech sword was alive in a different way that he was accustomed to. Much of it came from Kedis instead of him, which was natural as he hadn't contributed much to the design of the sword. Though he still tried to keep himself apprised on what Kedis had planned for the mech sword, now that he finally saw the realized version up close, he discovered that there was a considerable distance between him and his student when it came to designing and making swords. "This is the power of specialization," he whispered. "Indeed." Juliet nodded in agreement. "This is a great asset to the Sword Maidens. It can even become a permanent part of the heritage of our clan." "Why would you say that?" Gloriana asked. "Think about the meaning of the Amaranto. It's an expert mech that is completely designed to fit a single individual. That's great because Venerable Stark will be able to progress much easier than others. What I am wondering about is what will happen to the Amaranto in the future. Once Venerable Stark grows too old or has outgrown this masterwork expert mech, what can we do with it? We can't assign it to another expert pilot because we have to deconstruct its entire design just to make it compatible with someone else. Without an expert pilot, the masterwork expert mech could no longer be employed in combat. This meant that it would likely be relegated to a museum exhibit just like any outdated machine. Aside from admiring its excellent craftsmanship and commemorating its historical accomplishments, there was no other use for the Amaranto in the distant future. Juliet turned to Kedis. "Let me ask you this question. Can this sword of yours be wielded by other swordsman mech pilots in the future?" Kedis frowned. She never thought about this issue before. She turned to her best work and scanned it as if to find an answer from the sword itself. "I'm not entirely sure yet, but I think it's possible. Mind you, the size, dimensions, balance and other properties of this mech sword is completely tailored to Venerable Dice's fighting style as well as the parameters of the Decapitator project. My sword will perform the best when it is paired with the two. If you change these variables, I can't ensure whether my blade will offer the same benefits. Likely not, but who knows." Vase became quite intrigued at where this was going. So the masterwork mech sword can theoretically be passed on to another mech pilot and mech. She nodded. "It's possible, but it depends on whether the sword agrees. It's alive, you know. I can hear it sing to me. Right now, it is still a young weapon, but it is already attuned to Venerable Dice. I don't think my weapon wants to be wielded by anyone else as long as its battle partner remains alive and well." "What about after that?" Vase pressed. "What if Venerable Dice retires or something? I think she might be able to encourage her sword to partner with another worthy wielder if she's still alive." Kedis reluctantly said. "If not, the sword can decide whether someone else deserves to use it in battle on its own. The best way to pass it on is to train a sword maiden who adopts a similar mentality and fighting style to Venerable Dice. An heir, in other words." Kedis nodded. "That will work. That's quite common in the Heavensward association, you know. The sword schools are really big on inheritances and stuff. That's why swordmasters put so much effort into training their disciples. Once the older ones are no longer fit enough to hold their treasured swords, they pass it on to someone who can keep their legacy alive and bring it to greater heights. If it has worked out for the Heavenswarders, I can't see why it wouldn't work for this as well. Venerable Dice is already in the process of training a batch of promising mech pilots in the form of the Blade Mistresses. The mech pilots who are a part of these retinue squads are more like interns rather than disciples." Vase noted. "The membership of groups like the Blade Mistresses rotate every once in a while to give other promising mech pilots an opportunity to receive personalized guidance from one of our expert pilots. As far as I am aware, the relationship between the two hasn't reached the level of a master-disciple bond." "That's true, but that can always change." Venerable Dice just has to wait for the right Sword Maiden mech pilot to come along. The veterans among the Sword Maidens won't do. They've already found their own directions and their potential isn't the highest. There are a lot of recruits to choose from, though Dice might not pick any of them up. You can't rush this kind of decision. I understand. Vase was already happy that there was a possibility for the mech sword to become a treasured heirloom to the Larkinson clan. Since it was made out of unending alloy, it would definitely remain relevant even if his clan reached first-class standards one day. The living weapon also possessed growth qualities, so it would definitely become an even more significant relic in the distant future. This is a real treasure. He smiled and continued to admire the gigantic blade. It also deserves a name of its own. Have you thought of any yet, Kedis? Let's ask Venerable Dice first. This mech sword is dedicated for her use. Chapter 3215. Naming rights. Venerable Dice was not too far away. She between the mech sword and the expert mech that was meant to wield it. She admired them both in equal measure. As an expert pilot, she felt a kinship with the Decapitator project. As a swordswoman, she felt drawn to the mech sword. This was not really a problem. Either way, she benefited immensely from being able to use just one of them. If she was able to utilize both at the same time, then she would probably become one of the happiest swordsman mech pilots in the region. Dice. Kedis jogged over and grasped the expert pilot's hands. Do you like my handiwork? I don't have any words to say. I'm deeply grateful for what you've done for me. This expert mech and this sword are more than I have dreamt of. I can't wait to utilize them both. Vase lightly coughed. You'll have to keep those urges in check until we've reached another star system. You won't have to wait as long as Venerable Orphan, though. Now that we have completed this fabrication run, we no longer have a reason to stay in Amswick. We'll be departing for the Smiling Samuel star sector soon enough. That's good news, because I am really itching to swing that excellent new sword. Dice let out an eager grin. No swordsman or swordswoman could resist a good sword. No matter the scale or medium, a true sword lover appreciated masterfully crafted swords of any kind. Since this expert mech and accompanying sword is made for your use, you get to decide how to call them. Vase explained. Have you thought of any good names? Venerable Dice shook her head. I did think about it for a couple of months, but now that we have come to this point, I don't think I'm qualified to name them. Kedis, I'll let you decide. The Sword Maiden mech designer blinked. You want me to name your stuff? They're yours as well as mine. They would have never existed without your hard work. I didn't even dream about being able to wield a masterwork sword. The fact that you have managed to deliver one is a great gift. I feel even more certain about giving the honors to you. It just feels right. Okay. Kedis hadn't expected Dice to pass on the honors to her, so she needed to take a moment to process this unexpected turn of events. She looked deeply at both the mech frame and the mech sword and tried to generate fitting names based on her intentions and what she was able to sense from her creations. The Decapitator project is my first true swordsman mech. Even though I designed it in collaboration with others, it is the first time since I became a journeyman that I was able to realize my vision and implement the solutions that I developed on my own. I will always be grateful for the trust that you have put in me despite not having published any ordinary swordsman mechs as of yet. I consider this mech to be my proper start as a swordsman mech designer. How could she encapsulate the meaning and the significance of the Decapitator project into a single name? She struggled to make a suitable choice as several minutes passed by with silence. Neither Vase nor anyone else spoke up to offer any guidance. Something as solemn as naming a significant creation had to come from the heart. Eventually, Kedis settled on a choice. Let the expert mech be known as the first sword. Vase thought that she might select a fancier or more sophisticated name like Scarlet Tide or Omicron, but it turned out that her naming sense hadn't improved at all since she last named her companion Spirit. Even though Gloriana and so on did not look impressed, it was still a name that fit the expert swordsman mech in a way. It's simple and to the point. I like it. Venerable Dice smiled at Kedis. We sword maidens don't bother too much with deeper meanings and crap like that. The actual performance of a mech matters a lot more than how it's called. Besides, this expert mech of mine is quite simple and straightforward to begin with. There's no need to dress it up with anything weightier. Whether she said that because she truly believed in her words or because she wanted to please Kedis, her lack of objection meant the name was set. From now on, the mech that had resulted from the Decapitator project would be known as the First Sword. What about the Masterwork mech sword? Vase asked with a hint of dread. It's a sword designed to protect by felling giants. Let's just call it the Decapitator. Since it is good enough to serve as the code name of our expert mech, let it live on as the defining name of this precious blade. Well, it worked, and that was all that mattered. Gloriana didn't have any standing to complain considering the silly name she bestowed on the masterwork version of the Blessed Squire. If she could get away with calling it the Little Angel, then she should just let Kedis enjoy her own moment. After they decided upon the names of the expert mech and its sword, the expert pilot and journeyman soon split up. The former insisted on spending more time with her new gifts while the latter all began to wrap up the project. Once they completed all of the necessary arrangements such as the return of the workshop machines, the mech designers all shuttled back to the Spirit of Bentime. Both Vase and Gloriana continued to remain engrossed in their own thoughts as they walked back to their grand stateroom. Lucky and Clixie cutely circled them for a while before moving off to a nearby cat bed in order to groom each other. Meow, meow. The wedded couple prepared for bed as well. They cleansed their bodies and changed into their pajamas before they slipped in their shared bed. Vase couldn't help but rub his palm over his wife's growing belly. Seeing that his unborn daughter was still in a healthy and vigorous condition caused him to smile. There's still a couple of months to go, Vase. Gloriana looked amused at his antics. We'll be able to hug our little baby soon enough. I look forward to that. Once Vase had his fill of caressing her belly, he settled on his side of the bed. Before he drifted off to slumber, his wife addressed one more topic. If Kedis can make a masterwork, so can I, she softly insisted even as her exhaustion was starting to get the better of her. Let's leave the Bulwark project as last. If there is one thing the Sword Maiden girl has proven, it's that you can still upgrade an existing product into a masterwork. I feel more hopeful than ever for the Bulwark project, but if we want to maximize our chances, we need to leave it as last. I don't want to turn just a single part into a masterwork like Kedis has done. I want the entire package to reach the second rung of the ladder. Vase yawned and turned his body around. Haven't you forgotten about your brother's expert mech? The Chimera project and the Bulwark project might be the last two expert mech design projects of our clan, but our design run won't end until we have delivered an expert mech for Brutus. So, don't you want to leave the best for your brother as opposed to Venerable Janzi? Vase raised his eyebrow. I mean, look at it from this angle. If you expend all of your energy and passion on the Bulwark project when it is our sixth completed expert mech, you won't have much time to recharge and ready yourself to fabricate your brother's expert mech. If you tackle it sooner, then you can spend the extra weeks or months as we work towards completing the Chimera project to recharge your reserves. Doesn't that sound like a more optimal solution? His wife looked a little less doubtful as she contemplated his proposal. I'm not so sure. Which expert mech do you care more about? The Bulwark project or the Star Dancer Mark II? You need to make a choice, Gloriana. You can't have it both ways. Now that she was forced into this position, she had no choice but to pick family over her professional interests. The Bulwark project had a lot going for it. As an expert heavy space knight, its mech type along with its design concept aligned with Master Willix's actual design philosophy. It was the mech that evoked the most interest and passion out of the MTA Master, though that wasn't saying much. Venerable Janzi's expert mech also spoke to Gloriana because there was just so much for her to design. The huge bulk and volume of this weighty machine granted her a lot of room to express her creativity. She loved to spend long stretches of hours puzzling different parts and structural elements together in a way that minimized any inefficiencies. Yet, the recipient of the Bulwark project simply didn't matter as much as her flesh and blood brother. Ever since Venerable Brutus lost his expert mech during the Battle of Reckoning, the poor male hexer had been left hanging for over a year as he entrusted her sister to provide him with a replacement machine. Considering how much Gloriana loved her older brother, she couldn't bring herself to support her previous argument anymore. Fine, she sighed, you'll get your way. We can finish the Bulwark project first before we complete the Chimera project. I guess it will work out better this way as the various side projects related to the latter are taking longer to complete than we thought. Vase grinned as he closed his eyes. He finally managed to get his way. Good. Just make sure you don't slack off when we finally fabricate the Chimera project. Otherwise the same thing that happened earlier will happen again. You don't want to be left out of the opportunity to make another masterwork, right? Right. The two finally called it a night and fell into slumber. After enjoying a long and unrestrained rest, the pair woke up a lot more rejuvenated the next day. I want to inspect the first sword and the decapitator a bit more today, she told Vase. I'll be on the bridge. Now that we have finished our business, we can finally say goodbye to the Amswick system. Not that Vase spent a lot of time and effort into getting to know it in the first place. The expeditionary fleet remained well outside of the border to the inner system, as did many other visiting ships and fleets. When Vase and Lucky wandered over to the bridge, they settled and waited until every ship in the combined fleet sounded off. Once it became clear that every vessel was ready to move, the entire fleet transitioned into FTL travel without any issue. How long will it take to cross into Smiling Samuel and rendezvous with the Vulcanite greeting party? Vase asked a navigation officer. Around 2 weeks, sir. Vase nodded. Very well. Please inform me if there are any changes to the schedule. After so many ups and downs, he was finally about to complete one of the supply missions that the system had issued to him years ago. He felt greatly relieved that he was finally able to lift a burden off his shoulders. Though he wanted to complete the supply mission sooner, it wasn't his fault the system's standards were so high. Vase still hadn't heard about any of the other ultra-rare exotics. Perhaps the only realistic way that he would be able to get his hands on weird materials like Yondu milk was to go on another mastery experience. Later, he whispered to himself, not now. I still need to finish my remaining projects. Chapter 3216, Dwarf Mechs. The journey into the Vulcan Empire was a contentious one to say the least. Even though Vase had made an agreement with the Glory Seekers and the Cross Clan, his allies didn't want to fly straight into a black hole. It took a lot of effort to assure both his allies and his own clansmen that Smiling Samuel was not as dangerous as a black hole. Too many people had read or heard all kinds of awful stories about the dwarves while the fleet was parked in Amswick. The locals constantly exaggerated the menace of their archenemies whenever they interacted with outsiders. The Empire of the Lost was filled by traumatized survivors and descendants who inherited the hate and fear of their parents towards the dwarves. Vase personally thought that the mania towards the Vulcanites had reached an excessive degree. Though the Lost were justified in demonizing their threatening neighbors, the Golden Skull Alliance did not play any part in this local turf war. No matter how much tensions flared between states, it was of no concern to transient travelers such as the Larkinson clan. In fact, Vase was even willing to do business with the dwarves if it was convenient to do so. It was too bad that he didn't intend to expand his business presence in the Fermi star cluster. There's also another problem. The dwarves don't like to pilot conventional humanoid mechs. Their hatred against the tall folk did not just lead them to question the true nature of their supposed patron god. They also moved away from piloting normal humanoid mechs in favor of bestial mechs and most notably dwarf mechs. A dwarf mech was exactly what it sounded like. It was a shorter but much more stockier version of a typical humanoid mech. Its contours basically matched that of a dwarf scaled to the size of a war machine. From what Vase had heard about the Vulcan Empire's mech community, the local mech industry was relatively young but already came up with numerous innovations that increased the competitiveness of dwarf mechs. Dwarf mechs were characterized by their lower profiles. This not only made it a little harder to hit them at range, but also conveyed substantial defensive advantages when fighting up close. Since dwarf mechs did not stretch as high as traditional humanoid mechs, they also possessed a lower center of mass. They were a lot more difficult to trip and they remained rock solid even when the terrain became unstable. Of course, just like the dwarves themselves, the mechs that took on their form performed quite well in heavy gravity environments. The advantage was so substantial that even the so-called tall folk preferred to pilot dwarf mechs whenever they had to deploy on a heavy gravity planet for an extensive amount of time. Hey, the dwarves probably don't like that. Vase chuckled. That said, dwarven mechs also came with significant downsides. If that wasn't the case, they would have become a lot more ubiquitous than today. Their short and stocky limbs made it a lot more difficult for normal mech pilots to get used to piloting them. Many pilots described the experience as turning into a fat and muscular child. They simply couldn't make the same movements that they had been accustomed to making as normal human adults. While this issue went away with time and practice, there were other downsides to dwarven mechs that were not as easy to brush away. Dwarf mechs were characterized by worse than usual mobility. For one, they possessed shorter pairs of legs. That made them a lot slower when they traversed on land. They were also a little more awkward to maneuver in the air and in space. The lack of length in their limbs also made it more difficult for them to perform melee attacks. Though they were able to hit harder than an equivalent normal humanoid mech, their shorter reach and reduced range of motion mostly limited them to performing simple and more straightforward moves. Their deviating forms also suffered from lower carrying capacity and less efficient heat management. These were important factors for ranged mechs, so they suffered a small disadvantage even at range. Overall, the complications surrounding dwarf mechs ultimately stopped them from gaining popularity in circles outside dwarven communities. The only reason why the latter clung to using dwarf mechs was because they identified with the stockier machines. While Vase was aware of these well-documented disadvantages, he did not automatically look down on dwarf mechs. They offered a lot of value under the right circumstances and fulfilled certain niches very well. At the very least, they are one of the most efficient mech types in heavy gravity environments. Quadruped mechs actually offered a lot more stability in the same locale, but moving 4 limbs was a lot more energy intensive than moving 2 limbs. Dwarf mechs occupied a sweet spot where they offered a reasonable amount of stability while still remaining fairly energy efficient. Well, it only matters on the few settled planets that possess higher than normal gravities. One of the ironies of the Vulcan Empire was that most of its settled planets possessed standard gravities. The dwarves had taken them all over from the former human states that occupied the various territories before the Dwarven Revolution. These planets had all been terraformed and featured a lot of expensive infrastructure that took decades or centuries to accumulate. Even though the dwarves preferred to settle on heavy gravity planets, the fact of the matter was that there were too few of them that were terraformed and developed. Not even the Vulcanites could afford to start from scratch. This had led to the current result where the overwhelming majority of dwarves resided in the former homes of the tall folk they hated. The gravities they were subjected to were also a lot lighter than their bodies could handle. This came with all kinds of complications that Vase didn't bother to explore. I'm not a dwarf, so why should I care? Vase wasn't in the mood to get back to designing mechs right away, so continued to spend some time on reading up on the Vulcanites and the dwarves in general. He became surprisingly engrossed in their lives. They had developed quite a unique culture that was eerily familiar yet also different in a couple of crucial details. It's like looking at a twisted mirror of humanity. While Vase contemplated the dwarves, his 2 cats engaged in their weekly tussle for dominance. Meow, Murrow. Both Blinky and Lucky rolled as they scratched and bit each other. They continued to cry out aggressively as they tried their best to assert themselves as the top cat aboard the Spirit of Bentime. Muruo, meow meow. Unfortunately, this fight ended as anticlimactically as the last. Though Blinky was not a weak cat by any means, Lucky was far more experienced and durable. After swiping Blinky one last time, the gem cat proudly lifted his head and arrogantly claimed victory. Meow. The purple spiritual cat hissed resentfully at Lucky before returning to Ves's mind in order to recuperate and plot his next takeover. You dumb cat, Vase muttered to another part of himself. What makes you think you can beat Lucky? He's a blooded cat, who knows how much his body count is. As for you, I don't think you've taken the life of a single opponent. Murrow, hey, I'm not going to put myself anywhere close to a fight if I can help it. I'm not going to stray onto a battlefield just so that you can acquire some actual battle experience. I don't care what talents you've acquired. Your non-combat functions are much more valuable to me. I didn't make you because I wanted to find a replacement to Lucky. I made you so that you can provide me with the utility that my first cat is incapable of providing. Meow, you're too inconsistent when it comes to producing gems. Vase glared at his mechanical cat. It's already been a few months since you produced those Bastet gems. Don't you think it's time for you to pay your rent again? Meow meow. As Vase argued with his cat, his office chimed. Who is visiting? It turned out that Keddies wanted to drop by in person. When Vase let her in, she waltzed in and dropped herself onto one of the couches. Swish swish. Meow tilde. Bloodsinger approached Lucky, allowing Sharpie to greet its friend. I thought you would be eager to spend more time with your new creations, Vase stated. The younger woman waved her hand. I know my work. There's hardly anything worth studying for me. I can always look at the first sword and the decapitator later. They're not about to run away or anything. Ah, I guess you're right. You're being surprisingly patient about it, unlike my wife. She huffed. That's one of the reasons why I'm glad to get away for a moment. She can be a bit of a handful to be around sometimes. I'll just wait until she has her fill of my masterwork. Good idea. So, I haven't received any word from the MTA. Keddies said, while I don't think any of us has transmitted the news to the Mechers, I'm sure they learned about the decapitator by now. How long do you think I have to wait until I have to play host to MTA Master? Vase thought about it for a moment. I'm not sure if Master Willix or the rest of the MTA will even bother to drop by again. A Masterwork Mech sword is not as significant as a Masterwork Mech, you know. From their perspective, a single Masterwork Mech part won't substantially increase the odds of breakthroughs. He also thought that Master Willix must be so tired of getting yanked by the Larkinsons that she would probably throw her hands up this time and get back to her usual business. That's wrong, Kedis insisted. A sword is by far the most important companion a swordsman could have. To Dice, it's fine if the expert mech is flawed. What concerns her a lot more is the quality of the sword. She will definitely benefit a lot from wielding such a fantastic weapon. Let's see how it will turn out. Maybe you're right. After discussing this topic, Vase brought up another matter. What do you think about the ceremony that the Sword Maidens and Heavenswarders held in Venerable Dice's honor? Can you tell me whether you think that it has helped you in forging a Masterwork Mech sword? Kedis nodded without any hesitation. It has definitely affected me in many ways, and mostly for the better. I think it was a brilliant idea to fabricate our expert mech in the company of those who care the most about it. Seeing all of the people around us and recognizing that they are all invested in our work conveys a lot more meaning to our work. Is that so? Because the rest of us didn't really gain that much. That's because this expert mech design project was not as personal to you. She stated, this is not your fault. I know that you and your wife made an earnest effort into designing a good expert swordsman mech. It's just that this is not enough. I have a much more personal stake in providing Venerable Dice with the most powerful weapons possible. This difference illustrated the importance of meaning in emotional investments. One of the downsides of designing so many remarkable expert mechs at a time was that it was hard for any mech designer to maximize their enthusiasm for each of them. It would have been a lot easier to get invested in all of the remarkable projects if the design department had spaced them out over a span of multiple years. It was a pity that the Larkinson clan needed all of the expert mechs sooner rather than later. Vase did not regret the opportunities that he had potentially missed by deciding on the current approach. Producing any masterwork from these difficult projects was already a bonus in his eyes. After a bit more chit-chat, Kedis finally broached the real reason why she wanted to talk to Vase. I know that we still have a couple more projects to complete, but I'd like to hear your input on a couple of proposals that I have been thinking about for a while. Remember my Monster Hunter concept? I do. Well, I no longer want to wait after we have completed this round. My idea goes like this. Chapter 3217, Personality Collision. After several days of travel, the expeditionary fleet finally reached a quiet star system at the edge of the territory controlled by the Empire of the Lost. Since this region was situated close to the border that led straight into dwarf territory, the Lost refrained from settling in the nearby star systems. After all, who wanted to live right next door to a bunch of hateful dwarves? Even if the property prices were rock bottom, the Lost would have to be coerced in order to get them to live so close to a threat that still haunted their nightmares to this day. As a result, there were lots of barren and even abandoned star systems which only hosted a large amount of automated listening posts and platforms. When the fleet settled down after transitioning out of FTL travel, the blinding Banshee immediately went to work and began to employ her formidable sensor arrays to sweep the surrounding spaces. What did you find? Vase asked Calabast's projection as he sat on the bridge of the Spirit of Bentime. Well, we managed to detect a large amount of passive and active listening devices, all of them automated. The Spymaster responded, none of them are within several light seconds close to us, so it is unlikely that the Lost have anything that can break our interference methods. We expected the Lost to deploy a lot of warning devices in this buffer territory, but the quantity of them surprises us. We have already detected over 100,000 of them so far, and it is highly likely that the true quantity is at least 100 times more. That did sound excessive. Space might be empty for the most part, but it was a considerably hostile environment. Any device floating in space or embedded into asteroids for long periods of time tended to get bombarded by all manner of space hazards. Radiation, solar winds, dust grains and other space junk could easily knock these sensors out at any time. Each of them needed to be repaired or replaced on a regular basis. While the wealthier states usually set up an automated repair system where bots constantly addressed any problems on an ongoing basis, even that came with its issues. Of course, none of this was particularly relevant to Vase and the Larkinson clan. They only needed to be aware that the Empire of the Lost cared a lot about what went on in their buffer region. Will this be a problem? Calabast shook her head. No. We'll just have to deploy more interference bots and take a few more precautions, that's all. Distant sensors won't pose any threat to our information security. It's only when they get close that things can get tricky, but we're currently in the outer system of a barren star system. It's too uneconomical for the Empire of the Lost to saturate so much volume of space with short-range listening devices. Will it be safe for us to try out our new expert mechs? She nodded. Just make sure the expert pilots don't go overboard. The long-range sensors can still pick up huge spikes of energy. I'll be sure to take that into account. The initial deployments were still allowed to proceed. The expert pilots had already grown impatient, and Vase deemed it important for them to familiarize themselves with their new war machines. The Larkinson army deployed its mechs and bots in large numbers yet again to ready the field. This time, the avatars of Myth and several other mech legions took a backseat. A noticeable number of Vandals, Sword Maidens and Heavenswarders deployed this time in order to witness and support their favorite heroes. The enthusiasm among their personnel was palpable as they entered formation or started their patrols. Nothing could be allowed to interrupt the inaugural deployments of their greatest mech pilots. One of the more noteworthy mech pilots that deployed in space this time was Commander Casella Ingvar of the Living Sentinels. The Quint appeared a little more remarkable when piloted by the female expert candidate. Though the highest leaders such as General Verl and Patriarch Vase no longer paid much attention to the masterwork Bright Warrior these days, it was still an exquisite masterwork mech in its own right. Do you feel it, Quint? She asked as she closed her eyes. After a short wait, the expert mechs began to show up in force. The Dark Zephyr launched into space first. The dark, light expert mech was hardly noticeable as it silently flew out with minimal disturbance. Though the expert light skirmisher had long been overshadowed by the newer and flashier expert mechs, Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson did not particularly seek the limelight in the first place. I hope I won't get beaten by the other two though, he whispered to himself. I can probably run circles around Venerable Orphan's lumbering mech, but that new expert swordsman mech is a lot trickier. The Amaranto showed up next. Its red frame along with its shining crystalline rifle caused it to draw way more attention than desirable. Usually, rifleman mechs weren't supposed to draw too much attention to themselves. Unfortunately, it was not possible to make the sniper-oriented expert mech more discreet when its principal design spirit was the illustrious one. This turned the Amaranto into a rather eccentric machine that eschewed silent threats for more overt pressure. Any mech pilot who took a good glance at this expert mech would immediately conclude that they did not want to be targeted by the business end of its rifle. The Luminaire crystal rifle looked so powerful and luminous that people began to feel blinded if they stared at it for too long. Back in a control room aboard the Spirit of Bentime, Vase took a look at his own work and silently compared it to Katiz's work. He sighed. I guess I'm not suited to take Luminaire crystal technology to the next level. He had already chosen his specialty. It was not for nothing that his previous masterwork mechs were all machined that were characterized by their living qualities. This was the aspect that excited him the most. Though Luminaire crystals were spiritually reactive to a degree, they did not appear to be alive in the same way as Vase preferred. He also lacked passion in essential fields such as optics, crystallography, energy weapon systems and many other subjects. Only a mech designer dedicated to energy weapons could elevate Luminaire crystal technology to the next level. This was why he deliberately pushed his student Xanthar in this direction. If I want to make more masterworks by myself, I need to focus more on my own specialty. He reminded himself. This was one of the lessons he learned after witnessing Ketiz succeed and quizzing her about it afterwards. Though there was much that she wasn't able to put into words, Vase still understood that the combination between her passion, commitment, expertise and maybe other factors were crucial to pushing her beyond her usual limitations. It was hard for mech designers to generate such a strong degree of obsession for designs that didn't fire them up that much. Maybe this is the true advantage of narrow specializations. By giving up on becoming good at designing a large swath of mech designs, people like Ketiz were able to save all of their energy and enthusiasm for the few types of mechs that did strike their fancy. In fact, the same effect applied to Gloriana to an extent. Every expert mech design project was an opportunity for her to employ her design philosophy to the fullest. If not for the fact that they were working on multiple expert mech design projects at a time, she would have been able to maximize her passion for each of them instead of having to ration it like now. Vase briefly glanced at his pregnant wife. Once she had gotten over the fact that she rightfully missed out on making a masterwork mech last time, she turned back to normal and exhibited genuine curiosity about the performance of their latest two expert mech designs. Once the first two expert mechs took up their positions, the moment that everyone had been waiting for had finally arrived. The third expert mech of the Larkinson clan finally activated and emerged from the hangar bay of the Spirit of Bentime, accompanied by an explosion of energy and ferocity. Whoa! The Vanguard project had come online and flew out into space in a loud fashion. Its shaky blue resonance shield wobbled while the resonance strength meters wobbled intensely. An alert quickly sounded in the control room. The mech designers and the various analysts immediately tried to figure out what was wrong. Venerable Rosa Orphan isn't exerting enough control over her new expert mech. Her life signs are rising. She's enduring a lot of stress and neural strain at the moment. Tusa, Stark, be ready to intercept the Vanguard project if Orphan isn't able to suppress her own machine. Vase commanded as he grew a little worried. He feared that this might happen, though he never thought the chances were high. He felt glad that he decided to wait and reach an empty star system as opposed to conducting the first activation inside the Discentibus or Vivacious Wall. Who knew how much damage those capital ships would incur if an expert mech went berserk inside their hulls? Damn it, Vase, what did you do with the Vanguard project? Tusa shouted even as his dark Zephyr flew closer in order to the straining expert mech. Vase tried to figure out what was wrong with the Vanguard project. Unlike with the other expert mechs, the design spirit didn't play a major role in the Vanguard project. Though Vase initially thought about employing Zygra or a combination of him and other design spirits as the expert spearman mech's patrons, he eventually decided against this option. Zygra was a hostile design spirit and Vase had never forgotten about that. He had learned his lesson about feeding hidden dangers after dealing with Nixie. Though Zygra received a lot of spiritual tribute these days due to the widespread use of his Doom Guard and Ferocious Piranha models, much of it was low in quality. If Zygra started receiving more high-quality spiritual feedback from expert pilots, then it might become one of his more powerful design spirits. That would make it much harder for Vase to keep the former Crown Cat in line. Vase opted for a more boring selection instead. He picked xianxia because of her intimate relationship with Venerable Orphan and because the Vanguard project possessed substantial defensive capabilities. Xianxia also watched over the first sword for similar reasons, though her influence on the expert swordsman mech was even less. It's not the design spirit, he concluded. He could vaguely tell that xianxia wasn't interfering at the moment. This was a struggle between the expert pilot and her expert mech. This is strange, Gloriana spoke up. We briefly detected a similar struggle between Venerable Stark and the Amaranto, but it quickly went away. Why is Venerable Orphan struggling so much? The Vanguard project is completely tailored for her use. The mech should welcome her company. The Vanguard project is also weaker than the Amaranto. Vase added, it's not a masterwork either. Venerable Tusa managed to control his dark Zephyr with ease and he expected nothing different in the case of Venerable Orphan and her new expert mech. To see such a difficult struggle playing out in front of everyone's eyes was an unexpected complication that could easily turn into a disaster. Damn it, what's the problem? xianxia, tell me what's going on. Do we need to worry? The former sacred god wordlessly conveyed her message to him. His eyes narrowed as he digested what he received. Gloriana turned to him and guessed what had happened. What did the proto-god say? Vase waved his hand at the projection displaying the convulsing Vanguard project. Venerable Orphan is a prideful expert pilot. The Vanguard project which we have designed with her inclinations in mind has turned into a prideful expert mech. Now, what do you think will happen when you put two prideful individuals together? Oh, yeah, maybe we should have thought about that beforehand. Chapter 3218, Clash of Prides. xianxia only relayed what was taking place inside the struggling expert mech but did not take any further action. The battle for dominance had to be resolved by the participants themselves. It was not appropriate for a third party to intervene. Though xianxia was more than strong enough to put her foot down and break up the fight between the two squabbling entities, that would only postpone the resolution of this conflict. For better or worse, the expert mech and expert pilot had to come to an accord on their own. The only way for them to put down their rivalry and work together was to acknowledge each other as equals. That's easier said than done. Vase quietly muttered, these two hardheads don't seem to be easing up anytime soon. The clash of personalities between the recently created Vanguard project and its prideful expert pilot continued to escalate with each second that passed. The true resonance affecting the expert mech grew more discordant and unstable. Vase and the others gathered a lot of new data in the process, though they weren't particularly happy about it. Who cared about observing a new phenomenon when their hard work could blow up at any point in time? Push the Vanguard project away from the spirit of Bentime. Do we have a tractor beam? No. Then use gravity. Use whatever gravitic modules you have on hand. In fact, activate all of them. It doesn't matter if they're all weak and inefficient at this range. As long as they work together, they can push the mech in question away. Hundreds of different gravitic modules began to affect the Vanguard project. At these ranges, the force of their pushes wasn't much. Still, a single hand might be able to push forward a mech, but several hands pressing at the same time was a different story. It was quite fortunate that the Vanguard project was floating in open vacuum and did not engage its flight system at this time. Slowly but surely, the dangerous expert mech continued to eject away from the spirit of Bentime and the rest of the Larkinson fleet. Be careful about its orientation. Don't turn the expert mech around. If it ever performs a battle charge for some reason, then don't let it blow open a hole straight into my precious factory ship. The alert level had risen throughout the fleet. Though no one expected an emergency to arise at this quiet time, the Larkinsons nonetheless responded quickly and professionally. First, the entire expeditionary fleet moved away from the potentially dangerous expert mech. It was quite troublesome to instruct every single ship in the fleet to move without any sufficient warning or preparation, but no one kicked a fuss this time. Second, the Larkinson army began to set up a very wide perimeter around the Vanguard project. A lot of interference bots flew back and surrounded the problematic expert mech in order to avoid airing any further dirty laundry out into space. This was quite an embarrassing incident after all. It reflected poorly on Vase and the other designers that they developed an expert mech that couldn't even get along with its own intended expert pilot. Gloriana did not have good words for this failure. This is your fault, Vase. I don't think I have ever heard about expert mechs turning against their own pilots until today. Only you could bungle this up because your mech is alive. Why haven't you accounted for this possibility? I didn't think that something like this would happen. Vase defended himself. In almost every case, my living mechs are glad to be used by their pilots. They are programmed not to treat their users as hostile. This instruction should be even stronger when it comes to expert mechs. They're designed to work with one pilot only to the exclusion of everyone else. It doesn't make sense why the Vanguard project is able to set aside its own programming. Gloriana rolled her eyes. Have you forgotten about something? Life doesn't always work the way it's supposed to. Living humans are supposed to abide by the law and cherish their families, but that doesn't stop them from breaking the rules or hurting their own loved ones at times. Whatever instincts they have been programmed with doesn't determine their actual behavior. This is life. Vase had to admit that she made a good point. Anyone who was smart enough to think for himself was capable of going against their own instincts. This applied to both humans and living mechs. As someone who designed a lot of living mechs, Vase was keenly aware that his products didn't always act according to his intentions. Making mechs alive was a double-edged sword. While these self-aware and self-thinking mechs granted a lot of benefits to mech pilots, there was always a possibility that this could turn into another direction. The only reason why Vase hadn't put up his guard against this possibility these days was because it never really happened. The Devil Tiger was the mech that had the highest chance of turning against its user, but his mother had hijacked his first masterwork mech before he could see his experimental plan come to fruition. After that, he never really designed any other mech where he had to take this risk into account. The only edge case was the Doom Guard, which was not that big of a deal. Therefore, he was caught completely unaware this time. The ongoing clash between Venerable Orphan and the Vanguard project signified that Vase should have been paying a lot more attention on the compatibility and fit between their two personalities. Next time, you and I need to sit together and have a good talk on how to shape the personality of the living mechs we design. Gloriana insisted as she continued to glance at the data readouts. Your living mechs have become stronger, and that's good, but it's like raising a boy without active parenting. If we don't keep an eye on our child, he might grow up to become a delinquent. Though her analogy sounded rather silly, it helped Vase gain a bit of perspective. Gloriana approached this issue from the perspective of a parent raising a child. Perhaps that was a good way to put this topic into context. I'll make sure it won't happen again next time, he promised. That was all well and good, but that did not address the current issue. The Vanguard project was already a finished mech. It was out of the question to soften its prideful character, especially as it was still active and out in the field. Vase had no choice but to remain in the control room and watch the situation play out from a healthy distance. At this time, the Vanguard project's resonance shield grew darker while its shape contorted into a spiked ball. Its limbs jerked uncontrollably while its flight system started to release bursts of thrusts that sent it floating in random directions. Do I have to carve a hole in this new expert mech in order to pull out Orphan from her cockpit? Venerable Tusa asked as his dark zephyr hovered closest to the out-of-control expert mech. Don't move unless ordered, Vase replied over the communication channel. You're going to deal catastrophic damage to the Vanguard project and Venerable Orphan's confidence if you forcibly pull them apart. This situation is not unsalvageable. The threat isn't too great at the moment, so let the situation play out. This struggle is taking a lot out of both of them. They can't keep up this confrontation forever. He was right. Inside the decorated cockpit of the Vanguard project, Venerable Orphan was gripping her controls tightly as she gritted her teeth. Her head was growing uncomfortably hot as she exerted her mind and will towards taming her new expert mech. I am not going to let my own mech call the shots. I'm the pilot here. Who the hell do you think you are? I will never let myself become a laughing stock in the galactic mech community. If you think you can turn me into the first expert pilot who is being piloted by her own expert mech, then think again. Though the Vanguard project wasn't able to articulate its thoughts into spoken words, the spike in aggression was more than enough to convey its meaning. Neither side wanted to be ridden by the other. They were too prideful to give in. What was worse was that their insistence on gaining more say than the other prevented them from reaching a middle ground. You rebellious bastard, sit down and let me be in charge. If not, I'll douse you in oil. I'll change your coating from orange to pink. I'll let Venerable Stark treat you as target practice. The chaotic fluctuations emanating from the expert spearman mech grew even more berserk after Orphan made her threats. The expert mech moved as if there were two different wills in the same body. Its movements grew even more erratic as the stubbornness of an expert pilot directly fought for dominance against a mech that was designed to be just as indomitable as its pilot. When Vase and the others heard what Venerable Orphan shouted against her own expert mech, they wanted to palm their faces. Idiot, Vase cursed. Just because people were capable of becoming expert pilots didn't mean they were smarter than anyone else. They were just more hard-headed than normal people, that was all. Venerable Orphan showcased once again that expert pilots were not wiser or more enlightened than other people. They were still humans with many of the same flaws and vulnerabilities as any individual. Though Vase understood that it was best to allow the expert pilot and expert mech to come to terms on their own, it didn't seem likely that this would ever happen. He would rather take the risk to intervene than to allow this already precarious situation to explode. Vase activated a direct channel to the Vanguard project. Venerable Orphan, wake up and stop trying to dominate your expert mech. You're not supposed to treat your living mech in this fashion. I can't, the struggling expert pilot replied. If I let go, my own mech will gain the upper hand. I'm not saying you should let your mech be in charge. Vase responded. I'm asking you to find a middle ground. You need to trust in your expert mech. It will help you and protect you as long as you develop a good relationship with it. Can you do that, Orphan? That's easy for you to say. The moment I let up even a tiny bit, it will instantly take over. My mech isn't in a cooperative mood. Vase tried his best to figure out a solution. I think the expert mech isn't trusting you because you aren't trusting it either. It is directly connected to your mind. You can't hide your true thoughts towards it as long as you are interfacing with it. What you need to do is to be a better person and offer reconciliation. And then what? Let my own mech take advantage of my lack of defense. Just trust your mech for once. No matter how hostile it appears right now, don't forget that it has been designed to serve as your battle partner. It shouldn't truly wish to do you harm. Well, if you were in my shoes, you would probably change that opinion very soon. I don't feel good at all at the moment. That's a strange way of not doing any harm. Despite her objections, Venerable Orphan was ready to try out Ves's proposal. This fight had been going on for a while now and it had already drained much of her mental strength. She wasn't able to keep up her defense for long anyway, so why not give this other solution a chance? The hardest part was letting go. She needed to sincerely convince herself to stop seeing her own expert mech as an adversary or an unruly steed that needed to be tamed. Maybe I should just take a leap of faith. Orphan was a decisive expert pilot, so once she settled on a plan, she immediately decided to give it a try. Her resistance faded as she tried her best to convey her willingness to compromise and cooperate with the Vanguard project. For a moment, the expert mech stopped convulsing. Its resonance had faded as Venerable Orphan finally gained a reprieve. Just as Vase had said, the expert mech did not truly wish to do her harm. "Thanks, buddy, can we talk now?" she asked her mech. It was at this time that she sensed a much gentler probe from her expert mech. Though it was very guarded, she finally began to smile as she no longer felt that her own mech was ready to start another round. "Look, I may have been too heavy-handed, I'm willing to take a step back. You and I are supposed to be buddies, so let's start acting like it. Let's stop this stupid fight before we embarrass ourselves further. I don't think either of us want to become the laughing stock of our clan." Chapter 3219. Exerting control. The frightening incident had come to an end. After fighting against her own expert mech for several long and tense minutes, Venerable Orphan at least managed to forge a basic understanding with her own expert mech. Vase had the feeling that it was not as deep as he would like, but it was at least better than nothing. The immediate threat had been dealt with and the duo had finally set upon the right path. It was a close call, though. Vase hadn't been certain whether his suggestion would work out. Fortunately, his understanding of one of his own products turned out to be accurate enough. The Vanguard project was a prideful expert mech, but it was not inherently opposed to being piloted by Venerable Orphan. It was just a fussy brat that didn't want to be told what to do. Pressing it would only make it hit back harder. The same applied to Venerable Orphan to an extent. When these two brats were put together and told to cooperate, it should have been obvious that they wouldn't begin to hold hands and agree to partner up right away. Vase pressed his fingers against his forehead. "It feels like I'm managing a bunch of children instead of mature expert pilots." Venerable Orphan was not fit to resume the initial test run after this ordeal. Though she and her expert mech hadn't dueled against any opponents or performed any significant piloting feats, they had battled against each other in an arena that was just as dangerous and exhausting. "Just go back, Orphan," Vase commanded the expert pilot. "The telemetry isn't too good right now. Your physical and mental state have deteriorated too much and we don't know whether your expert mech is still able to function properly. At least allow it to check it over before you can try again. Does that sound okay to you, Venerable?" As much as Venerable Orphan wanted to refute his words, she couldn't ignore reality to such a great extent. There was little she could do in her current state. Her concentration was already shot to hell and her will was too worn to even resonate with her brand new expert mech. "Fine," she said. "I'll head back and take a good, long rest. Do you need the Dark Zephyr to ferry your expert mech back to the spirit of Bentime? I can go back by myself. Don't patronize me, VES. Okay, calm down, woman," Vase hastily replied as he leaned back. Everyone waited until the Vanguard project limped back to where it emerged from. Though the flight of the expert spearman mech didn't exactly inspire a lot of confidence, Venerable Orphan managed to land her mech onto the deck without tripping over or crashing against a bulkhead or something. That was a pretty decent conclusion to this stressful incident. Given the near disaster that had just taken place, Vase and the others felt a lot less certain about allowing Venerable Dice to activate her new expert mech for the first time. Who knew whether the first sword was just as prickly and competitive towards its pilot as the Vanguard project? If Venerable Dice wasn't able to get along with the personality of her living mech, then they might face another disaster, but this time the threatening machine would be armed with a Mastersword mech sword. "Do not abort this run." Venerable Dice spoke through the comm channel. "I won't lose control like Venerable Orphan. I am different from her and my first sword is different from the Vanguard project. Trust me, I will not pose a threat to the clan." Vase exchanged glances with his wife. "We'll allow you to have a go, but only with added restrictions." Gloriana eventually decided, "You'll have to leave the decapitator behind for the time being. If you ever lose control, then at least your expert mech won't be armed with a powerful weapon that can cut through any mechs or ships. We'll also tow your mech out into open space before you are allowed to interface with your machine. Do you agree with these conditions?" Venerable Dice grunted. "I've dealt with worse. Just do it. I don't need any delays." Stand by for towing." A short delay ensued as a quartet of bright warriors piloted by the Blade Mistresses approached the spirit of Bentime. They attached cables along several anchor points across the first sword's frame and slowly towed it out into open space. A fifth sword maiden mech headed inside and reverently carried the decapitator. Only Legion Commander Sendra was worthy to transport the masterwork mech sword that Kedis had lovingly created. In order to be absolutely safe, the clan decided to park the first sword at least 50 kilometers away from the nearest ship. This was a ridiculous distance, but no one wanted to take any chances. The power of expert pilots and expert mechs did not conform to common sense. The only way to reliably reduce the chances of getting hurt was to put plenty of distance between the incident and anything important. A lot of mechs that had been originally assigned to guard the perimeter and assist in the test run had fallen back as well. The only objects that kept the First Sword company were a lot of bots. Even if the expert swordsman ever went crazy, the Larkinson clan would only lose a bunch of equipment in that case. After the technical staff performed their final checks, Vase finally gave the word. You can activate your mech, Venerable Dice. Make sure to treat your expert mech with respect. I treat all of my weapons with respect. The Sword Maiden expert pilot replied. She proved her words by resolutely activating her mech. As her mind interfaced with the mech and her will enveloped its graceful form, she immediately began to commune with the machine that she had been waiting to pilot for a long time. Different from the uncontrolled movements and fluctuating resonance that had characterized the Vanguard project's initial activation, the First Sword was as stable as a statue. It remained completely still even as the telemetry showed that the man-machine connection was incredibly active. Soon, a smooth blue resonance shield formed around the first shield. Its stability and lack of fluctuations visibly demonstrated that Venerable Dice managed to attain full control over her expert mech. She did it, Kedis whooped on the other side of the control room. I knew she could do it. A Sword Maiden always masters her weapon. Whether this was true or not, Venerable Dice and the First Sword took to each other like fish to water. No matter how many data points Vase tried to scour, none of them showed any hint of danger. How are you feeling, Dice? Vase decided to ask the expert pilot in person. Are you experiencing any difficulties? I'm doing great. My expert mech isn't as unruly as the Vanguard project. Kedis forged it to become my instrument. It knows exactly what it is and who I am. It's not about to run out of control. She demonstrated that by performing basic moves. The expert mech soared in different directions while performing a series of slow but increasingly more intense unarmed combat moves. A lot of new data poured in as Vase and the others gained a greater insight on the First Sword's maneuvering capabilities. The expert mech featured a lot of agility and range of motion, allowing it to perform moves that were impossible for human bodies to copy without breaking a few bones in the process. After the First Sword performed enough routines to provide a sufficient amount of data to the mech designers, Vase reluctantly agreed to return the decapitator to its rightful wielder. We're about to give you back your sword. Now, don't get too excited right away. Let's start slow and build up from there, okay? Venerable Dice impatiently nodded. I understand. I'm still in control. When Commander Sendra's mech approached the expert mech, it had to stop as the pressure emanating from the First Sword was quite formidable. Your sword, Venerable. The bright warrior gently threw the decapitator to its intended wielder. The blade silently crossed the distance until the First Sword grasped the hilt in a solid, two-handed grip. The moment the expert swordsman mech held its masterwork mech sword, several things happened at once. First, the resonance meters spiked. Second, Venerable Dice resonated with the giant weapon. Third, the decapitator began to glow with power. It's singing. The sword I've forged is singing. Kedis enthusiastically remarked as she leaned closer in order to observe the footage. To Venerable Dice, attuning to a sword was a much more significant event than attuning to her expert mech. To her, the First Sword was little different from a suit of combat armor. It was still a vital piece of equipment that directly affected her combat performance, but it did not completely define her as a warrior. What swordsmen and swordswomen truly cared about was the sword they had trained their entire lives to wield. The significance of wielding a sword was much greater than getting accustomed to a new suit of armor, and this was little different. We're detecting elevating life signs. Gloriana warnedly said. Venerable Dice's stress levels are rising. Kedis held out her palm. Wait. Don't interrupt this solemn occasion. Dice is excited. She's not under attack. Just give her time. There's no way the sword I've made for her will rebel. Venerable Dice continued to exhibit more activity, and so did her mech and the sword it wielded. The true resonance that enveloped them both rose substantially as the expert pilot had become extremely excited. The decapitator even started to glow brighter. However, before it could build up to an alarming level, it slowly dimmed as Venerable Dice finally reined it in. Soon enough, the expert mech and its sword reached a stable condition. Vase let out a soft breath. Everything okay? Still, yes. I just became a little overwhelmed. This sword is so much more than I thought. Well, try it out then. We have already gone over the basic movement tests. Let us see what you can do with your new blade. A string of sacrificial dummy bots approached. Each of them varied in size, toughness and mobility characteristics. They all zipped around in random directions, making it fairly challenging to pin them down. It was no problem for the first sword. The expert mech engaged its flight system and used its superior mobility to rapidly close the distance. After unleashing one clean cut, it neatly bisected a small and agile bot. The first sword proceeded to chase down other bots and cut them precisely in the middle without fail. Venerable Dice exhibited excellent control and efficiency throughout this basic exercise, signifying that she was truly harnessing her expert mech instead of the other way around. Alright, let's try something more challenging, Vase suggested. A couple of heavy-duty lifter bots should be bringing a large plate of hull armor over. It's a piece taken off the hull of the graveyard. Try and cut through it as much as possible. You can use all of the power you can muster. The thick plate was larger and much thicker than a mech. When Vase said that it was taken from the hull of a capital ship, he wasn't kidding. The outer plate was so thick that the length of Decapitator couldn't even penetrate all of the way through. Ordinary swordsman mechs wouldn't even dream of trying to carve through all of that solid plating. Even if the quality of the materials wasn't particularly high, the sheer depth was already intimidating in itself. Venerable Dice did not look deterred. As she resonated with her mech, she began to activate one of the resonance abilities associated with the Decapitator. The Bisonot integrated in the core of the Decapitator reacted to Venerable Dice's will and began to empower the weapon with sharpness beyond compare. That wasn't all though, as Venerable Dice also began to resonate with the essence of xianxia that Vase had poured into the unending alloy that the weapon was made of. This caused the blade to be covered with a special sheen that exuded a mysterious energy. Once the first sword was done with charging its attack, it approached the plate while lifting the empowered Decapitator over its head. Chop! A flash cut through the solid plate and much of the space beyond. Less than a second later, the thick capital ship-grade hull plate neatly separated into halves. Vase and many others in the control room fell silent as they looked on with awe. This was just a single attack, yet already told them many things. She can slice through any ship of our fleet. The performance of the first sword and its remarkable blade did not disappoint. Chapter 3220. Commonalities. Venerable Orphan had a lot of egg on her face. Her failure to get along with her new expert mech contrasted sharply with Venerable Dice's smooth integration with her own powerful machine. Though the former Vandal officer finally managed to acquit herself in subsequent test runs after she recovered, her pride incurred a substantial hit. Ha ha ha, the Vandal expert pilot is just as sloppy as the rest of her hounds. Even the youngest mech cadets haven't fumbled as badly as Orphan in piloting a mech. She's the weakest expert pilot of our clan. Why do we need a spearman mech anyway? Venerable Stark can shoot everyone down with her masterwork mech. Though Venerable Orphan wanted to bite back, she knew she had to be better than that. She was a tough woman and had endured plenty of adversity. You'll regret saying that once we enter battle. There's no one in the Larkinson clan who can do what I can do. She growled as she sat in the cockpit of her tentative new partner. We'll definitely show them all, will we, Riot? The former Vanguard project and now aptly named Riot flashed its orange third eye. The ferocious expert mech was eager to show its prowess and prove that it didn't need a masterwork weapon to outdo every other expert mech. With the addition of the Riot and the first sword to the mech roster, the Larkinson clan was now able to field more expert mechs than the Cross clan and the Glory Seekers put together. This increased the weight of the Larkinsons even further. This was important as Vase showed no sign of turning away from the border to the Smiling Samuel Star sector. As several days went by, the combined fleet passed through one of the few stable gravitic corridors and formally exited the Bertrand Obsidian Star sector. As soon as the entire fleet emerged in the new Star sector, tensions across the fleet had risen. We're in dwarf country now. Everyone had heard about the famed hostility that the dwarven population held against the tall folk. Any apologists for the heavy gravity variant humans that occupied this star sector had little ground to stand on as soon as people pointed out the atrocities committed by the dwarves during their successful revolution. The vengeful rebels slaughtered billions of people, treated many more as chattel, and displaced an untold number of refugees from their homes. Though many people were abhorred by the cruelty displayed by the Vulcanites, the victorious dwarves were merely getting their payback as far as they were concerned. The dwarves did not do anything worse than what the humans had already done to their kind. If the tall folk wanted to receive better treatment, then they should have provided better treatment to their dwarven brothers. This sense of grievance and urge to punish normal humans for the misdeeds of their kind ran deep in the Vulcan Empire's culture. The Vulcanites continued to employ this argument to justify their ongoing repression of their human captives. When Vase learned about all of this, he felt this was rather messed up. It would have been much more PR-friendly if they at least tried to be the better man. A bit of lip service could go very far even if everyone knew that the dwarves were lying through their teeth. Instead, the Vulcanites still engaged in hateful rhetoric against the tall folk to this day. While this was helpful in whipping up the domestic population, it did not endear the Vulcan Empire to any foreign state or organization. It was no surprise that everyone in the expeditionary fleet became a lot more vigilant towards threats. The alertness of the Larkinsons was permanently raised and the Larkinson army no longer provided as much leave to the servicemen anymore. Everyone treated this trip as an excursion into a hazardous region. It was as if the Smiling Samuel Star sector was just as dangerous as the Nixian Gap. Though Vase sometimes felt that everyone was taking the potential threat way too seriously, he did not object to their prudence. It was better to be overprepared than underprepared. Despite the perceived risks, the Golden Skull Alliance decided to keep the fleet together. The various leaders briefly considered the possibility of splitting the fleet in two. Vase only needed to reach a single star system in the Vulcan Empire before he was done with his mission. Given these low demands, it was best for the Alliance to split off a lot of combat assets and form a tight and coordinated task force to escort Vase to his mission. Objective: we can't split the fleet, Vase stated during a high-level meeting. A small escort force is too vulnerable, but if we make it any bigger, our main fleet will be stripped of most of its protection. That makes it a lot more vulnerable to attack. Before you argue that it's unlikely for that to happen, consider how close we are to the Lesser Beander Gate at Tarnished Crown. A lot of aspiring pioneers from the surrounding star clusters are converging on it, but many of them don't have enough capital ships. When they see strategic assets like the Andrenity, the Vivacious Wall and so on floating around without a lot of fleet carriers and combat carriers in sight, will they be able to resist the temptation? No one could guarantee that these powerful pioneering fleets would not pass over the opportunity to expand their ranks further. Due to the constant outflow of capital ships from the Milky Way to the Red Ocean, the shortage of large-sized vessels in places like the Galactic Rim grew worse over time. Though a lot of shipbuilding companies were already investing their windfalls on constructing more shipyards in order to meet the overwhelming demand, it took years and even decades for them to come online. Capital ships were so immense and complicated that a lot more trained and experienced shipwrights were needed as well. Aside from needing to guard against rival pioneers, the Larkinsons, glory seekers and crossers also had to protect themselves against other threats, most notably the Crown terrorists. The amount of incidents related to the Crown uprising may have abated a bit, but the terror spread by the indiscriminate attacks still left human space in a more precarious state than before. We need to find a better solution. After an intense discussion, the three alliance partners eventually agreed to keep the entire fleet together. The downside was that they would be bringing a lot of non-combat vessels and personnel into a danger zone. The upside was that they did not leave anything vulnerable behind for other parties to prey upon. As a result, a major foreign presence cleaved straight into dwarven territory. Vase had no doubt that the local dwarves had already noticed their presence. He never thought about hiding his forces and sneaking right into the interior of the Vulcan Empire. The locals already gained a lot of notoriety for hunting down and butchering any foreign tourists, smugglers, anthropologists and other idiots who decided to stray into Smiling Samuel for one reason or another. The only reason why the expeditionary fleet wasn't beset by a swarm of dwarven mechs was because Vase managed to obtain official sanction from the MTA. His pass granted him safe passage into Smiling Samuel for a duration of 5 years from the date of its issue. This was plenty of time for him to complete his business. It was way too questionable for the Golden Skull Alliance to barge into the Vulcan Empire by itself though. The deeper they traveled, the more dwarves they would meet, and not all of them might be able to maintain their cordiality in the presence of the tall folk. In order to decrease the chances of unwanted incidents and help smooth over any communication attempts, the Larkinsons decided to hire a local guide. Fixers existed in any state and any location. Even the Vulcan Empire had dwarves who didn't hate the tall folk as much as the rest of their kind. Minister Sheddarin Pernus had already contacted a number of suitable candidates a few months ago. He slowly whittled down the selection until he ended up with a single choice that ticked the most boxes. When the expeditionary fleet transitioned out of FTL travel in a rather quiet star system on the outskirts of Smiling Samuel, the Larkinsons finally got to meet the guide. They hired. After performing a bunch of initial scans, the expeditionary fleet soon detected a single trade ship floating somewhere else in the outer system. After establishing contact through the galactic net, the dwarven trading ship engaged her thrusters and moved to rendezvous with the foreigners. "Tell me about the guides we've hired," Vase asked Minister Sheddarin Pernus as they both stood in the hangar bay of the vivacious wall while wearing their dress uniforms. His honor guard and plenty of other guards had already cleared the entire compartment and taken up positions. Some of their protectors stood in rows and looked ceremonial while other soldiers kitted out in full gear but largely remained out of sight. No one was taking any chances when it came to these potentially hostile folk. Even Lucky hovered close to Vase, ready to claw out the throats of any hostile dwarves should the meeting unfold into disaster. The Persham Chamber of Commerce is a third-class trading company that is based in the Paramount Province. The dwarves that make up this Chamber of Commerce are all underdogs with strong roots to their local community. Although the Chamber is a profit-seeking organization on the surface, the Pershams actually invest most of their profits back to the planets they are based in. They have been responsible for a lot of economic aid and development in the past. Vase raised his eyebrow. "They're all third-raters." "Correct." Sheddarin nodded. "Everyone looks down on them, even the Vulcanites themselves. The same division that has divided star sectors like your own Komodo between rich and poor is also in effect here. The second-class Vulcanites don't want to spend any of their hard-earned money on uplifting their third-class counterparts, especially when there is no way for the dwarves who live in barren provinces such as Paramount to pay for elevated living standards by themselves." It was the same kind of disdain and apathy that Fredaimon and Hexers showed towards the third-raters in their own star sector. Even when the Sand War annihilated entire states filled with innocent people, the two second-rate states in the Komodo star sector never offered any meaningful aid. Vase shrugged. "If regular humans can look down on other regular humans, then dwarves should be no different." "Correct. This is why I favor the Pershams over other choices. The second-class Vulcanites I've contacted are considerably more arrogant and difficult to deal with. They possess greater access and command much more power in the Vulcan Empire, but I deem the risk too great to enter into a contract with them. If my initial conversations with them have already produced a considerable amount of friction, then it is difficult to forge a friendly relationship with them in a short amount of time." "You're a diplomat," Vase flatly said. "You're supposed to be good at making friends." Sheddarin at least had the decency to look ashamed. "I am not a miracle worker, Patriarch. The Vulcanites are inherently biased against tall folk like us and that already sets us back by a fair amount. Considering our purpose and the short duration of our visit, I found it better to approach a more pliable guide in the form of the Persham Chamber of Commerce. As third-raters who are focused on helping their communities, the Pershams badly need capital. If there is one resource that we have in abundance, it is funding. Throw enough cash at these dwarves and they will sing to our tune." That sounds convenient. The value of money was also universal. Both dwarf and tall folk needed money to survive. Chapter 3221, Persham Chamber of Commerce. When the medium-sized trading vessel began to approach the massive expeditionary fleet, she slowed down as if she became intimidated by the thousands of combat-ready mechs hovering close. A small escort dispatched by the avatars of Myth eventually flew alongside the vessel called the Dented Coin and performed detailed scans with specialized equipment. When the avatars verified that the civilian vessel contained no bombs, heavy weapons, viruses and other significant hazards, they cleared the ship but continued to escort her forward. The scans not only searched for potential booby traps, but also provided the Larkinsons with a fairly detailed glimpse inside the Dented Coin. Vase called up a projection that displayed the overall schematic and other properties of the medium-sized trading vessel. She's roughly 30 years old, which means she was built fairly early in the Vulcan Empire's history. Her design is already adapted to the needs of her dwarven crew. The gravitic projectors are extra strong in every compartment of the ship except the cargo bay. What's really annoying is that the height of most of her corridors and compartments is a lot shorter than normal. If someone like Vase stepped aboard the Dented Coin, then he had to keep his back hunched for him to even walk through the cramped passageways. If he wore something bigger like his unending regalia, then his helmet would probably smack against something each time he attempted to pass through a hatch. Vase glanced at his most trusted honor guard. Someone as tall as Nita in her immensely bulky heavy combat armor might not even be able to squeeze through the narrowest corridors at all. It was as if the vessels were deliberately designed to frustrate normal human boarding parties. Paying a visit to the Dented Coin was out of the question to the Larkinsons even before security considerations came into play. In truth, Vase didn't even have to show up for this meeting. Sheddarin Pernus already possessed sufficient rank and status to represent the Larkinson clan to foreigners. He just wanted to show up because he was curious about how the dwarves were like and how much they differed from the ignorant mining slaves that used to work in the mines of Dasala X. They waited for a moderate period of time before a pair of bright warriors escorted a fat, stubby shuttle into the hangar bay. Vase could tell a lot about people from the equipment they used. It was his favored way of judging others because most individuals never thought about hiding their true nature when they handled their own stuff. In his eyes, the shuttle was over a decade old and had seen its fair share of landings and departures. The underside of the broad shuttle was marked with plenty of stains, scratches and even marks left by firearms. It appeared that the Persham Chamber of Commerce wasn't exactly having the best of times. Though the shuttle was in anything but a pristine state, Vase still saw signs that the Pershams did not neglect it completely. The propulsion system worked smoothly in a way that could only be accomplished through regular maintenance. According to the scans, every critical system was in sound condition and wouldn't break down anytime soon. The vehicle could easily last for 2 more decades before it required an extensive overhaul. I see, Vase quietly murmured. Once the dwarven vessel touched down onto the deck, a hatch slowly slid open with a hiss. A metal stairway folded out from below. The rather low-tech nature of this solution caused Vase to feel nostalgic. The dented coin, the shuttle and the dwarves he was about to meet were all of a low standard. Vase felt an inherent sense of superiority over the visitors even though he used to be a third-rater himself a couple of years ago. It was weird how quickly his mentality shifted. Several short and stocky forms emerged out of the shuttle. Their boots loudly clanked against the steps of the metal stairway. Despite the shorter forms of the arriving dwarves, they were not lighter than ordinary humans. In fact, they were heavier. Their genetic makeup caused them to grow much denser and stronger bodies. Their flesh, bones and other organs were all tough and durable in a way that baseline humans could never reach. Only extensive augmentation allowed other humans to reach or surpass the strength and durability of the dwarven subspecies. Out of the handful of dwarves, most of them looked like guards or assistants. Only 2 notable figures were among the procession today. Both of them looked quite different from the rest. The leader of the visiting group consisted of an older dwarven man with balding graying hair and a noticeably bushy gray beard. In fact, the apparent leader's beard was so long that its tip reached all the way to the dwarf's thick ankles. Though the Persham did not seem to spend much time grooming his beard, its rugged appearance conveyed a sense of rural toughness that probably allowed him to blend in with other rougher types. The other dwarf was a younger but still mature-looking woman. Her long, curled hair was dyed in violet and she was nearly just as broad and substantial as her leader. Both dwarves radiated a typical air of authority. Vase found it impressive that they managed to maintain their composure despite stepping aboard a ship of powerful foreigners. The Vulcanites were a proud people and even their third-raters still held a bias against humans no matter the status of the latter. Minister Sheddarin took a step forward and raised his arms in greeting. Welcome to the Larkinson clan, my dwarven friends. I am Minister Sheddarin Pernus. We have already spoken to each other over the comm. The gray-bearded dwarf looked up at Sheddarin. Aye, that is so. So you tall folk want to visit my home province, do you? Well, you're welcome to go as long as you are willing to put up the goods. Half now, half later. That's the agreement. Our cargo holds contain enough mining, agricultural and industrial equipment to start up a new city. These goods are yours as long as we are able to reach the Paramount Province. The older dwarf looked pleased with the reassurance. He turned his steely gaze to Vase. So you're the boss of this clan, right? You've got a lot of fancy stuff. This is the first time I've seen a ship this big with a prow shaped like a giant cat. Back home, you'd be beaten black and blue if you dared to waste so much money and resources on that kind of waste. Well, third-rater or not, the Vulcanite did not treat his wealthier human client as royalty. Vase found it rather refreshing. And you are? Vase raised his eyebrow. The name's Olivier Persham. I'm the director of the Persham Chamber of Commerce. That means I'm in charge. Don't you have a fancy implant or something that can tell you that? I do, but I find it much more preferable for others to introduce themselves to me on their own accord. It's more personal that way. Huh, well, you're not that bad for a tall folk. Olivier grumbled before gesturing his meaty hand at the woman standing next to him. That's my daughter, by the way. Yutha's currently in charge of procurement, but she'll be taking over from me when my beard grows long enough for me to trip myself. Male dwarves were insanely touchy about their beards. Unlike tall folk who didn't ascribe any symbolism to their own facial hair, the dwarves came up with lots of different meanings. There were so many nuances to dwarven beards that Vase would only put his foot in his mouth if he made a remark about this topic. Yutha Persham did not look particularly impressed at Vase and his bare chin. I'm here to inspect the goods promised to us. I need to make sure the equipment you promised to us is usable by dwarves. I can't count the number of times you ignorant tall folk sent us machines where the controls are too high or the seats are too tall. Sheddarin gestured to a nearby official from his minister. My assistant here shall bring you to the ships which hold the gear you are interested in. We have already made sure that the machines are fully compatible with Dwarvenkind. I shall be the judge of that. The woman said, let's go. The sooner we can get this done, the sooner we can start moving. While the Larkinsons guided Yutha to another shuttle, Vase and Sheddarin led Olivier to a broad aircar which flew deeper into the vivacious wall. The brief trip provided the Dwarven director with an impressive view of what the vivacious wall had to offer. From the splendid corridors to the gleaming towers of Dawn City, the joyful side of the capital ship showcased the prosperity of the Larkinson clan. Only a wealthy organization was able to erect and maintain such a large and impressive living environment in space. Though Minister Sheddarin and Director Olivier Persham only occasionally exchanged words, Vase was able to learn a lot about his dwarven guest. The older fellow might look old, but his mentality was vigorous. Olivier possessed a lot of inner strength and had plenty of life left. Once the aircar touched down on a special landing field in front of the Golden Palace, Olivier finally couldn't keep his thoughts straight. He looked at the impressive facade and gazed at the monumental bust of the Golden Cat. That latter element was a recent addition to the Golden Palace. Vase had personally casted this ornament in order to turn it into another totem. Its presence gave the seat of the clan administration a strong sense of belonging towards the Larkinson clan and its ancestral spirit. Vase was curious to see how the director reacted to his first encounter with a glow. The Fermi star cluster was so far away from the LMC's activity zone that none of the locals should have experienced anything comparable. What is this? Olivier asked as he temporarily lost his tough persona. Is this a god? The Golden Cat is our mascot. We see her as our patron and our source of unity. Sheddarin smoothly answered, this piece is personally made by our patriarch. If you were a Larkinson, you would experience this glow in a much more intimate way. Excellent craftsmanship. The Dwarven director genuinely praised the work. Our Dwarven artisans are good, but I haven't seen many pieces that can top the quality of this piece. If it wasn't made by a human, I would have made an offer for it. A work of art like this is worth a lot of hammers in the Erebern province. The hammer was the local currency of the Vulcan Empire. It was a strange name, but the dwarves didn't seem to have any problem with it. The dwarves had become good at distinguishing whether someone was referring to literal hammers or the currency that went by the same name. Vase smiled. He instantly felt a little closer to the dwarf. Thank you for the compliment. I have made an earnest effort to create this bust, but it is far from my best work. So I've heard, Olivier said. Do you know why I decided to accept this contract? It's because you and some of your pals are excellent craftsmen. Tall folk or not, the fact that you managed to make not one but several masterwork mechs means that you are blessed by Vulcan himself. You must be a good friend of dwarves like us, since our god is vouching for you. Am I right? The mention of being blessing by Vulcan almost caused Vase to stumble. His eyes turned weird as he tried to process Olivier's strange words. I guess you're right, hee. Vase nervously laughed. I love dwarves. I have great respect for the dwarven people. I hope we can be friends. Olivier grinned back at Vase. I like you a lot more already. Perhaps Vase did have a way with dwarves. Chapter 3222. Children of Vulcan. They reached a large meeting hall that had been set up as both a conference room and a place to formally meet with foreign guests. The luxurious interior was highly modular and could transform into different arrangements depending on the needs of the hosts. Given the typical character and interests of the Vulcanites, Minister Sheddarin had already pre-configured the meeting hall's interior design in a specific manner. The luxury and open display of prosperity was amped up. The hall also contained a noticeably greater number of statues, mock-ups of Larkinson mechs and other artful displays. Though Vase hadn't made any of these pieces, the Larkinson clan had a lot more craftsmen than just himself and his fellow mech designers. Since the clan was led by a mech designer, it developed an increased emphasis on anything related to production. Both mass production and artisanal production became prized in the Larkinson clan, as many clansmen aspired to become the next Vase even if they weren't necessarily aiming to become a mech designer. The recent effort to expand the non-combat-oriented aspects of the clan led to a substantial increase in the number of painters, sculptors and other creative artists in the ranks. The acquisition of the vivacious wall opened up a lot of room for professionals who weren't able to contribute to the immediate survival of the Larkinson clan but nevertheless added a lot of value to its people over time. If Vase had to mention one fault about the display, it was that the various art pieces were all made by different artists whose overall intentions didn't align with each other. Every creator possessed a design philosophy. Even if it wasn't as remarkable as that of a mech designer, anyone who engaged in a creative pursuit developed a style and set of principles that characterized their work. From all of the various pieces in the hall, Vase was able to detect a myriad of different philosophies. For example, one artist felt that art must always put people to thought. He or she therefore sculpted a statue that depicted a cat in a vaguer and less substantial manner. The viewer had to employ a serious amount of thought in order to derive any meaning from the partially abstract work. Another artist focused on pomp instead of depth. This person believed that a good work was supposed to be a visually impressive spectacle that immediately evoked a reaction. The cat made by this person looked larger than life and was replete with hyperrealistic details. Although these statues and more were not designed with the same theme in mind, they showcased the diversity of creativity in the Larkinson clan, which was also impressive in a way. None of the pieces were bad, though that depended a lot on taste. Fortunately, the dwarf wasn't picky in that regard. His eyes darted from one direction to another with great interest. "I've seen better, but this is a decent display," Olivier Persham gruffly said. Shedderan smiled. "Our clan specializes in designing and producing mechs. We would love to show our best war machines to you, but many of them are strategically sensitive." "I get it, you can keep your toys to yourselves. When I took over our Chamber of Commerce, I learned early on that it's best to keep my curiosity in check if I want to stay in business." Yet the Persham Chamber of Commerce took a substantial risk by conducting business with tall folk. Sure, the Larkinson clan may have received a pass from the MTA, but Vase imagined that it did not endear the Pershams to their fellow Vulcanites. This wasn't his problem, though. It was up to the Pershams to manage their own reputation. He was here to obtain a ride to the Paramount Province and out, nothing more. Once the three settled down on a couple of comfortable seats, the minister started to discuss ordinary business matters with the dwarf. Director Olivier Persham was a businessman by nature, so it made sense to start this conversation in familiar territory. The two mostly reiterated the terms that they had already agreed beforehand. They only proposed minor changes based on what they managed to observe from each other. For example, Director Olivier became so impressed by the craftsmanship displayed by specific people such as Vase that he even asked for pieces of the patriarch's work. Vase awkwardly smiled. "I am afraid I cannot oblige you, Director. I am a mech designer. I am only qualified to sell my mechs. However, we don't have any dwarven mech models in our catalog and we do not have any plans to expand our business activities to the Fermi star cluster." "I'm not asking for your mechs, Patriarch Larkinson," the dwarf said with a touch more respect in his tone. "I am interested in purchasing one or more pieces like that giant cat bust that you have placed in front of your palace. These glows of yours are fascinating and your craftsmanship is impeccable. Even if they are not masterworks, the fact that they are made by a masterwork craftsman already increases their value and significance to our people. A select clientele in our empire would be greatly interested in buying your handmade works." Though Vase felt flattered by the praise, he wasn't sure whether it was desirable for his work to end up in the hands of dwarves. "I'm sorry, Director Olivier, but I have my principles. Please respect my artistic vision," he said. Though the old dwarf looked disappointed, he was professional enough to keep it at that. A businessman faced countless rejections throughout his career. "That is a pity, Patriarch. I have become even more convinced that you are blessed by Vulcan. You were born the wrong way in my opinion. You should have been a dwarf. If you were born among our people, you would have been celebrated as one of our rising stars. If you are ever interested in letting your great work be appreciated by those who value true craftsmanship, then I can refer you to a renowned clinic that is excellent at converting tall folk like you into dwarves. I can offer you a voucher that will give you a 7% discount on the top of the line operation." Vase immediately raised his palm. "Thank you for the helpful offer, but I am already content with leading and supporting my own clan. It would be irresponsible for me to drop out and become a member of your esteemed empire. I am truly grateful that you see me as a potential dwarf. In another life, I could have indeed become one of your greatest people, but alas, that time has passed." Minister Shedderin quickly interjected before the dwarf could bring up any further nonsense. Director Olivier, let us discuss our planned route to the Paramount Province and back. I understand that we require approval from multiple provincial authorities in order to pass through their territories. As the two began to talk about relevant matters again, Vase reflected on the earlier conversation. In some strange way, he felt as if he was responsible for making the Vulcanites develop an interest in craftsmanship. It was rather strange to see how his influence from decades ago produced huge ripples that changed an entire star sector and affected the culture of an entire population. From a twisted perspective, the Vulcan Empire was much like the Larkinson clan. They were both his. Without him, they wouldn't have existed. This realization caused Vase to feel oddly responsible for the Vulcanites. They were like delinquent children in a sense. They may have walked a crooked path and developed in ways that disgusted Vase, but they were still his people, though no one except himself was willing to acknowledge this truth. It was funny to think like this, but Vase truly began to see the children as Vulcan as his own children. His absence during their critical growth period had led them astray, resulting in a hateful people occupying a hateful state. He quietly sighed. It was too late for the father to return home when the children had already grown up into adults. He lost the right to raise the Vulcanites a long time ago when his mastery experience came to an end. Besides, he seriously doubted whether he could walk up to any group of dwarves and convince them that he was their actual god. He would probably get beaten to death before he said another sentence. It's agreed, then. Shedderin stood up and held out his hand. You arrange all matters concerning our passage and we hand over the funds and goods. Aye, that sounds right by me. It's a shame you won't sell your patriarch's artwork. They're really fine, I tell you. Director Olivier Persham said as he slid down his seat and reached his hand up to shake the minister's hand. I'll bring you right to my stomping grounds, have no doubt about that. The two proceeded to sign a contract after they finalized all of the details. Once this business was done with, both Shedderin and Olivier relaxed a bit. The negotiations had concluded. Though the dwarf didn't have any business left aboard the vivacious wall, Vase decided to show him around the ship some more. The Vulcanite was friendly enough and didn't possess any blinding hate against the so-called tall folk. Shedderin did well in selecting a rather tolerant dwarf to be their guide. You've only flown above the streets of Dawn City on our way in, but that is no way to see what our clan is actually like. Would you like to tour it on foot? Vase offered. Why sure, it's not every day that I get to explore a fancy ship city. This is the first time I've worked with a client that even has one. I mostly get to step aboard boring cargo haulers. They proceeded to venture out of the Golden Palace and into the downtown area of Dawn City under considerable escort. Though the presence of all of the guards caused the Larkinsons who frequented the streets to quiet down or make way, they were not overly concerned with the changes. Due to the heightened alert activity, the streets were a bit more barren than Vase liked, but the city still held plenty of interest even if it gave an empty impression. The architecture, the monuments erected to honor various clansmen and mech legions, the roaming pets and more all gave Director Olivier a taste of what it was like to live among the Larkinsons. Your clan is truly loaded, he uttered as he looked up at a tall and elaborate fountain. If your people have enough money to squander on stuff like this, then I don't even want to know how much you spent on your combat assets. It's not modest, that's for certain. Vase grinned. What is your own home like, Director? Paramount is a lot more basic than you can think. It's the birthplace of the revolution, but it's also the first place that is abandoned by it. Olivier said frankly, not caring whether he said anything bad about his government. The richest and fattest dwarves all reside in the Erebern province and other second-class areas. Folk like us from third-class provinces don't get any of the fancy investments and development projects. We are constantly being told we have to pay for our own development, so that is exactly what we've been doing. I see, Vase said. I can imagine that this is an immense project. I used to be a third-rater myself, so I know full well how much of a gap there is between a third-rate state and a second-rate state. Olivier responded with a sad smile. I'm not even thinking about bringing all of my folks back home to second-class standards. I'm already happy if I can make their lives just a little bit easier. More schooling, better hospitals and greater infrastructure can go a long way in turning the Paramount Province into a more pleasant place. That's a noble aspiration. I hope our contribution can help with bringing you closer to your goal. Oh, it will definitely help, Patriarch. I wouldn't be so friendly to you if you didn't promise so much compensation. Chapter 3223, traditional recipe. After forming an agreement with the Persian Chamber of Commerce, the expeditionary fleet finally set course to the interior of the Vulcan Empire. As a third-class vessel, the dented coin was a little slower than the ships of the Golden Skull Alliance. Her singular FTL drive was as old as the trading ship and was optimized for efficiency and longevity rather than speed. Nonetheless, third-class FTL drives did not differ too much in speed. They mostly cheaped out in other areas such as stability and tolerance against higher levels of gravitic activity. During their travels, the Larkinsons began to hold more exchanges with the Persians. They either talked over the galactic net or invited them over. It wasn't just about friendship. What Minister Sheddarin and the clan were actually aiming for was to gather insider knowledge about the state of Vulcan Empire. As a trading company, the Persian Chamber of Commerce possessed a wealth of information that wasn't easily accessible in the public. Director Olivier Persham maintained active trading contacts in many provinces and visited all of them at one point or another in his life. He had grown up seeing the dwarves go from being the underdogs to becoming the absolute authority in the Smiling Samuel Star sector. The passage of time may have faded his memories a bit, but he still had plenty of interesting stories to tell. The only challenge was to pry them from his mouth. "Haha, here's a gift for you, lad." Director Olivier grinned as his thick feet lumbered over to Vase and Minister Sheddarin in one of the guest lounges aboard the Vivacious Wall. An honor guard stepped forward and accepted the gift-wrapped box on the clan patriarch's behalf. The impassive guard performed a close-ranged scan and found nothing wrong. Clear. In truth, the gift and everything on the shuttle that brought Olivier over had already been scanned multiple times by different devices. This final check was mostly meant to convey a point. Once Vase accepted the rectangular box and lifted it up and down in order to feel its heft. According to Minister Sheddarin, the exchange of gifts was a time-honored diplomatic tradition. Everyone liked to receive nice things, and giving gifts was a way for people to show they were considerate towards the recipient. Gifts could either be symbolic or possess a substantial amount of value. If the presents leaned towards the latter, then the relationship was usually more transactional in nature. In other words, they were bribes. In reality, the line between symbolic gifts and outright bribes wasn't so obvious. More valuable gifts might be considered bribes in one jurisdiction and mere trinkets in another jurisdiction. Neither the Pershams nor the Larkinsons needed to resort to anything dubious. Their existing contract already satisfied their respective demands, so there was little reason to pursue more. This instance was merely about deepening their friendship. Just as the Pershams prepared a gift, so did the Larkinsons. "Ah, I have a gift for you as well, Director." "Here you go," he said and waved his hand. A smaller gift-wrapped box appeared from behind and floated over to the dwarf. "Director." Olivier grabbed hold of it without any sense of guardedness. As soon as it fell into his hand, the gravitic hold over the box vanished. Both of them proceeded to remove the decorative packaging and opened their respective boxes. The dwarf lifted his thick eyebrow as he held a small mech figurine. It was a highly simplified but still exquisitely crafted representation of the desolate soldier. As a product that was handmade by Vase, it possessed a glow, however weak. "This gift, since you have expressed so much interest in my mechs, craftsmanship and glows, I thought you would appreciate this little toy. What you are experiencing right now is just a fraction that the mech pilots of my actual mechs take comfort in. The only thing to take into account is that I'm not sure how long its glow will last." Once Vase and his expeditionary fleet entered the Red Ocean, he wasn't sure whether the glow of this totem would still remain active. The complication was that its source was the Solemn Guardian. He always wondered how far his design spirits were able to stretch their influence. He had a feeling that their range was substantially bigger than his own, but he did not dare to assume that it stretched across the entire Milky Way or beyond. Perhaps his stronger design spirits came closer, but it was still a stretch to think that their influence was able to stretch across hundreds of thousands of light years. Leaving behind a totem here or there would help him determine the range of the various influences that empowered his products. "This figurine is based on your most sold mech model, right?" Director Olivier asked as he gazed at his gift in wonder. "I can feel why so many people like it, especially if it comes with an affordable tag." Vase smiled. "The Desolate Soldier is one of my older and earlier mech models. I plan to come up with a revision of the original design eventually. I'm just waiting until I gain a bit more skill and newer technologies become available. Right now, the original version is still able to keep up with more modern mechs despite being Alaskan design." The dwarf looked wistful at the figurine. With mechs like these, our empire would have become a lot more stable. Back in the old days, every citizen of the Vulcan Empire worked towards the same goals. We all wanted to make our people strong. These days, I miss our common purpose. Everyone is developing different ideas. Some dwarves want to stay put while others want to expand into other star sectors. Some of my people still insist that Vulcan is a human god while others have become convinced he is a dwarven god. What's your take on your patron god, Director? Vase curiously asked. He's a human god, of course. Olivier replied without any hesitation. Every dwarf from the Paramount province knows the truth. Our faith in Vulcan was born there and we have always remained aware of who he truly is. Those liars and cheats who claim that Vulcan is a dwarf are delusional. As much as I like the idea of it, my faith still remains true. That is an admirable sentiment. Olivier's mood dropped. It's a pity that all of the younger dwarves no longer assume what their parents say are true. They're getting more and more precocious. They know nothing. These arrogant kids all grew up when the Vulcan Empire just entered its golden period. They know little of the hardships involved with convincing foreign dwarves to support our case, fighting desperate battles against our former oppressors and making sure not to alarm the strongest human forces too soon. No, they just assume that dwarves like us were always invincible and that Vulcan must also be one of us for that reason. The old dwarf began to ramble again, not caring too much that he was in the company of other humans. Vase and Shedderin liked Olivier for that reason. While that took place, Vase looked down on his own gift. A fat wine bottle rested in the box that he received. He held it by the neck and slowly lifted it up in order to study its label closer. Original DESALAX Ambrosia, traditional recipe of blessed Vulcan, XANTUR iron barrel aged 405 AOM, what the? Vase felt very weird all of a sudden. He briefly recalled his attempt to raise the morale of the dwarven rebels during his last mastery experience. Back then, he was less than impressed by the ignorant and incompetent members of the Dasala resistance movement. Though they were inventive enough to set up a hidden base right beneath their oppressors, they were woefully under-equipped and under-prepared to fight against the guard force of House Cantus. As a student of General Verl, Vase knew that one of the deciding factors that could determine the outcome of a battle was morale. If the dwarves launched their escape attempt against the humans like normal, then they would have definitely lost heart once they understood how much they were outgunned. This was why Vase employed a variety of tricks that were known to work. Pretending to be Vulcan aroused their religious fervor and limited their rational thinking. The less logic they employed, the less they questioned the purpose of their actions. Stuffing their bodies with alcohol was also a guaranteed way to relax and distract soldiers before they were sent into the meat grinder. Though the dwarves weren't able to get their hands on human-produced drinks, that didn't stop Vase. Though he was a mech designer by profession, he learned enough science at school to know the basics on how alcohol was brewed. The oldest and least sophisticated way to produce alcoholic drinks was to stuff a lot of food in a vat and let it ferment for a time. This sounded just like letting food rot, but the difference was that the chemical reactions were more controlled as the germs ate various sugars and produced ethanol along with other byproducts. Vase employed this exact method without much care for sanitation and formulas. Ethanol was naturally deadly against bacteria and fungi after all. If this crude process worked for ancient humans who had yet to recognize blue as a distinct color, then it would work for him as well. Of course, instead of using grapes and hops, Vase used the only food available to the dwarves at the time. The contents of nutrient packs contained sugar compounds as well, so there was no reason why it shouldn't ferment. It was actually a favorite if extremely dangerous pastime of bored spacers who were stuck on the same berth for years at a time. The only real challenge he faced was that the fermentation process took time. Vase increased the temperature, but the lack of time resulted in a rather weak brew by modern human standards. The resulting drink he casually called Ambrosio still succeeded in intoxicating the dwarven miners. Despite their strong and robust bodies, they never enjoyed any drinks in their entire lives, so none of them built up any tolerance for alcohol. When Vase checked the alcohol content of the bottle he received, he noticed that this, original ambrosia, was indeed on the weaker side. Is this truly an authentic recipe? Vase skeptically asked. Of course, we dwarves take our ambrosia seriously. Olivier shouted. The original recipe isn't too popular these days as there are better tasting ambrosias on the market, but the original recipe brewed from Dasala X is still precious to us. Vulcan himself has introduced our kind to the pleasures of alcohol with this blessed recipe. The best scientists and brewmasters from our empire studied and reconstructed our god's original brewing process, allowing us to produce the nectar that has divinely inspired the original rebels once again. Traditional ambrosia is still used in important ceremonies and religious occasions. What you're holding is a blessed piece of history. Vase didn't feel any blessings or anything special from the bottle. It was just a mass-produced version of the swill that he had originally produced. Still, he appreciated the intent of this gift even though he thought it was probably trash. Thank you for this gift, Olivier. I love exploring new cultures, and this ambrosia of yours is certainly an important part of your people. Well, what are you waiting for? Crack it open and try it out. This bottle is from my personal collection. I wanted to age it more, but considering our friendship I thought it would be great to share this drink with you today. You won't regret it, Patriarch. They did what the dwarf suggested. When Vase lifted his wine glass to his lips and smelled the ambrosia, he almost went back in time. This was indeed close to his original brew. It was too bad that the taste left a lot to be desired. Not all traditions were necessarily great. Chapter 3224. Feral Province. As Vase reluctantly drank his glass of ambrosia, Olivier began to regale his audience with how the ambrosia industry began to bloom in the Vulcan Empire. Every dwarf loved ambrosia at first. He said, the earliest rebels all swear by it, and many of the dwarves they freed from other slave planets also became devotees to the one true recipe. There is just something about the specific ingredient composition of nutrient packs and the effect that xianxia iron has on the aging process that produces a unique tasting drink in a quick amount of time. The original ambrosia was an exact fit for the dwarves back then. It was cheap, easy to produce, and made us feel fearless before battle. So what changed? Vase asked as he finished his glass of ambrosia. He pointedly did not refill his glass. The outsider dwarves came in. These brothers of ours were different from people like me who were born in these star sectors. The reinforcements were all made up of wealthier and more successful dwarves who never knew what it was like to be a slave. If these pompous outsiders didn't come with crucial resources such as money, manpower, resources, mechs and other stuff, then we would have kicked them out long ago. The foreign dwarves who answered the rallying call of the original dwarven rebels were crucial in making the rebellion succeed. The former was a lot more capable and prepared to launch an actual takeover attempt. They just lacked a strong unifying purpose that could bring the scattered dwarves together in a single region until the initial Vulcanites entered the scene. I guess the outsider dwarves were used to drinking finer liquor, then. Vase guessed. That they do. Back then, they were slow to recognize Vulcan as their god, and didn't think much of his recipe. Still, even the outsiders realized that they couldn't keep drinking their human-produced swill. Vase smirked. So the outsider dwarves began to brew their own versions of ambrosias, is that right? Yeah, and it all went downhill from there. I don't mind variation of our original Vulcan-blessed recipe, but the snobby outsider dwarves weren't happy with that. They began to use organic fruits and employ more elaborate methods based on human tradition. These days, the most popular ambrosias on the market are little different from traditional human beers, wines and other spirits. There is absolutely nothing left that has anything to do with Vulcan's gift to us, race. The only reason they are still allowed to be called ambrosia is because they were brewed by dwarves. As far as I'm concerned, they're only ambrosia in name. Director Olivier held quite a lot of resentment over this issue. After several days of talking, Vase learned that he was a traditionalist at heart. He held true to the original values of the early Vulcanites and despised the way that other dwarves sought to diminish the dwarven society envisioned by the original band of rebels. This contradiction ironically caused Olivier to become more friendly towards foreign human traders. Unlike his fellow dwarves who often looked down on his outdated views and lower class, human businessmen who were willing to trade with the Vulcanites only cared about business matters. Over time and over repeated transactions, the Persians began to grow more comfortable with human traders than many of their fellow Vulcanites. In Olivier's opinion, too many dwarves who lived outside the paramount province were letting go of their traditions. The rising popularity of the dwarven god cult was the clearest indication that the Vulcan Empire of tomorrow was becoming even further removed from what Vulcan and the earliest rebels envisioned. The Larkinsons were able to witness the contradiction between the Persians and other dwarven factions when their fleet had just entered the Feral province. A patrol ship dispatched by the provincial authorities was already waiting in the star system. The captain of the vessel immediately hailed the Larkinson clan and issued a rude demand. Human oppressors, A tanned dwarf with a messy red beard and a high-peaked hat roared from his captain's chair. Do not go further. According to the new anti-crown terrorist legislation enacted by our province, you are ordered to shut down your engines and stay put while we personally inspect each and every one of your ships. Please be warned that we do not give you permission to travel anywhere deeper unless we have completed our inspection. Vase frowned at this rude-sounding request. He turned to the projection of Minister Shedderin. Isn't our MTA pass supposed to give us immunity from the Vulcan Empire's crappy laws? They are. The projection replied. I am in the process of reminding the good patrol captain of this fact, but our message doesn't appear to be coming across. Several minutes passed by as Shedderin personally tried to reason with the bossy dwarf captain. Even though the vessel he commanded was nothing more than an ordinary second-class frigate, no one dared to despise her. The ship and her crew represented the Feral province, which was equivalent to a second-rate state in the Vulcan Empire. Vase tapped his fingers against his armrest while Lucky rested on his shoulder. The cat lazily yawned as if this little incident was nothing special. Meow. Hey, I doubt that bribing will work. This is a real Vulcanite. Though Vase developed a closer friendship with the Persians due to their frequent exchanges, he never forgot about what he learned about the Vulcanites. The vast majority of them hated the tall folk and blamed them for all of their troubles. Now that the Larkinsons finally encountered locals who were different from the Persians, it was already guaranteed that they would come face to face with one of the uglier aspects of the Vulcan Empire. I don't care about this stinking pass. The angry dwarven captain roared so loud that crumbs shook out of his beard. Ever since you humans began to terrorize the galaxy, we suffered several terrorist attacks from you deceitful tall folk. Well, we won't put up with your false promises and useless assurances any longer. An MTA pass doesn't say whether there are any crown terrorists hiding among you, so we have to search for them ourselves. Vase wondered how the dwarves were supposed to detect the crown terrorists. As far as he was aware, no one except himself managed to find a working method to detect the hidden threats. Our detection methods are proprietary and developed at great cost by our great empire. We won't let you steal our secrets, so stop asking. Now, shut down your engines and don't think about jumping away from this star system. The rest of our inspection fleet is already on its way. Failure to comply will lead us to conclude that you are all crown terrorists bent on harming our great dwarven state. Do not run. The subsequent talks with the dwarven captain did not go well. No matter how much Shedderin tried to convince the stubborn dwarf that the Larkinsons did not have to subject themselves to any inspections, the patrol leader simply did not acknowledge this truth. When the Larkinsons leaned on the Persians to help them out of this unexpected situation, Director Olivier failed to change the situation. The Ferals have always been difficult. His projection stated, Feral a middling province compared to the bigger ones such as Erebor. That has always made them touchy. They bark a lot in order to make themselves feel more powerful than they actually are, and their patrol officers are some of the worst in this regard. How do you usually handle these difficult officers? Shedderin asked. Our Chamber of Commerce is too small to resist, so we just let their inspectors rummage through our trade vessels. Olivier helplessly replied, they're not gentle about it and sometimes confiscate a portion of our high-value goods, claiming that they need to be sent back to headquarters for detailed inspections. We never hear anything about it again. Over time, we just stopped shipping any portable goods like traditional ambrosia or jewelry when passing through the Feral province. I see. So we're dealing with those kinds of inspectors. Vase flatly said. Shedderin asked the most crucial question. How will they treat human traders, Director? I'm not sure, to be honest. In the past, the Ferals took MTA passes more seriously. They know that anyone who is influential enough to obtain a rare pass is not someone who is easy to deal with. The human traders usually manage to get through these hurdles by surrendering valuable contraband to the inspection officers. I see. If it were that easy this time. Vase could already guess that the dwarven inspectors weren't trying to fish for a greater bribe. From what the dwarf was saying about the crown uprising, the dwarves had become even more spooked towards the tall folk. They no longer regarded the occasional human trading fleets as safe and harmless anymore. Any vessel who came from outside the Smiling Samuel was a potential terrorist delivery vehicle in the eyes of the dwarves. The Larkinsons and Persians continued to negotiate with the captain of the patrol vessel. An hour went by without much result. Shedderin and Olivier tried everything from offering enticing bribes to emphasizing that they were messing with Tier 10 galactic citizens. They even threatened to report this incident to the MTA. Unfortunately, None of these arguments worked. The incompetent MTA has failed to defend Dwarvenkind against the menace of the Crown terrorists before. A fleet of your size is bound to hide hundreds if not thousands of terrorists. We shall not allow humans like you to kill any more dwarves. One more dwarven casualty is too much. As for this galactic citizen nonsense, this is a tall folk construct. What does it have to do with us dwarves? This degree of obstinacy was getting more and more exaggerated. Though the angry dwarf may be justified in considering visiting human fleets as potential threats, going as far as ignoring the MTA's authority went too far. Vase felt more and more uneasy at this sudden obstacle. He began to suspect that this holdup was not as simple as it sounded. One thing was for sure. He was never going to allow these feral dwarfs to rummage through all of his ships and take whatever caught their fancy. 2 hours after the patrol captain initially issued his demand, Vase suddenly received an emergency hail from Calabast. When Vase accepted the call, the spymaster looked incredibly serious and on guard. Vase, the feral patrol captain isn't being honest. What's going on, Calabast? It's an ambush. What? Vase instantly straightened his back, causing Lucky to yell as the motion shook him out of his nap. Meow, tell me what this is all about. Calabast waved her hand, activating a projection that displayed a detailed schematic of the dwarven frigate. While our clan in the Persian Chamber of Commerce kept talking with the friendly captain, my black cats and I secretly hacked into the systems of his ship. The security suite is good enough that we had to take it slow in order to minimize our chances of exposure. Once we managed to gain entry to their military communication systems, we found out the truth. The dwarven captain told us the truth that he is waiting for reinforcement. What he lied about was that the incoming fleet dispatched by the feral province isn't just an inspection fleet. It's a full-blown war fleet consisting of 3 fully strength mech divisions. What? 3 mech divisions? This time, Vase could no longer maintain his composure. He immediately shifted to crisis mode as he tried to estimate the expeditionary fleet's chances against this powerful dwarven fleet. Are they coming to inspect us or destroy us, Calabast? The latter. The spymaster grimly answered. Their internal communications make it abundantly clear that they never intended to let us go. According to them, this is a punitive action. The tall folk hurt their citizens, so the ferals think it is justified to hit us back. They're coming for blood. The incoming dwarven forces outnumbered the Golden Skull Alliance's forces by roughly 3-2, these were highly unfavorable odds. The dwarves were not intent to fight an even battle. Chapter 3225. Overreaction. The value of good intelligence capabilities became highly evident today as Calabast managed to discover an ambush in the making. As soon as Vase discreetly passed on the news to a small group of important Larkinsons and allies, the leaders of the Golden Skull Alliance became incredibly alarmed. Although many people in the expeditionary fleet anticipated that the Vulcanites wouldn't be easy to deal with, few of them actually thought that the situation could deteriorate to this degree. The Larkinsons, glory seekers and crossers didn't even do anything. They had barely begun to travel towards the interior of the Vulcan Empire. They never stopped by any of the dwarven-occupied star systems during their guided journey and never communicated or did anything with any dwarven ships they met on their way. The only dwarves the Larkinsons engaged with were the Persians. Now that it was clear that the ferals intended to attack the expeditionary fleet, Vase couldn't help but direct his suspicions towards his apparent guides. Had the Persians led them into this ambush? He did not develop this suspicion out of the blue. Assuming that Calabast's intelligence was accurate, then the feral provincial army already dispatched a combined force consisting of 3 complete mech divisions straight to Fortia Zentra, the star system that the expeditionary fleet had just arrived in a couple hours ago. How did the ferals know about the location of the expeditionary fleet? How were hostile Vulcanites able to anticipate the route to such a degree that they were able to send a combat fleet to an empty and unimportant star system at roughly the right time? According to the estimates provided by Calabast, the incoming punitive fleet would arrive in Fortia Zentra well before most ships of the Golden Skull Alliance finished cycling their FTL drives. Depending on how much distance the incoming dwarven fleet needed to traverse in order to close in on the expeditionary fleet, the entire expeditionary fleet might or might not be able to escape from this star system in time. While vessels with faster cycling FTL drives and multiple drives might be able to get out right away, they would still have to leave a lot behind. If it came down to it, Vase didn't mind abandoning his less valuable and increasingly more irrelevant support ships. They were already close enough to the Beander Gate that his combat ships could easily support a battle or two without requiring extensive replenishment. We'll be abandoning all of our sub-capital ships anyway once we're ready to pass through the first Beander Gate. That didn't mean it was a good idea to evacuate and scuttle all of the combat and non-combat vessels that weren't able to cycle their FTL drives in time. We're too deep in dwarf country. Vase murmured. It would take too long to reach the border of Smiling Samuel and re-enter the Empire of the Lost. With the dwarven fleet so close in pursuit, it was highly likely that their dedicated combat vessels were able to catch up to the expeditionary fleet. The punitive fleet dispatched by the Feral Provincial Army operated in friendly territory and did not need to drag along any slow and lumbering logistical or civilian vessels. This gave them a crucial advantage in FTL cycling time that would allow them to jump sooner than the entire expeditionary fleet. Though Vase was not completely certain whether interception was possible, he had to take the worst-case scenario into account. No, wait. It can get even worse. He frowned. The fact that they were already in the Vulcan Empire meant that other Vulcanite forces might be on their way to surround and block the escape of the expeditionary fleet. This didn't sound too likely right now as the Ferals decided to attack the human visitors on their own, but the situation could easily change if battle commenced between the two forces. Whether the Larkinsons won or lost this battle, the other dwarves in the Vulcan Empire would never allow any humans who attacked their own kind to get away. Faced with all of these looming threats, Vase and the others had no choice but to quietly prepare for battle. News soon spread throughout the ships that the dwarves intended to attack them all. Fortunately, panic hadn't erupted and no one had made any moves that revealed their awareness of an impending attack in front of the dwarven patrol ship. It was crucial for the Golden Skull Alliance to maintain an information advantage during this crisis. The less the dwarves knew about their targets, the better. 20 minutes passed since Vase quietly spread the word. The drums of war rumbled throughout the entire fleet. All of the mech legions and other combat forces were quietly readying for battle without being too obvious about it. Most of the movements took place inside ships. From space, the same mechs continued on with their lazy patrols with no sign that their mech pilots had become a lot jumpier. Mechs were being prepared for battle. Mech pilots received preliminary briefings. The medical doctors were preparing for a flood of wounded soldiers while the ship crews were buttoning down as much equipment as possible in anticipation for hull breaches and other emergencies. All of the civilians and non-combat personnel received instructions to hold themselves up in protected compartments with easy access to escape pods. Meanwhile, Vase and several other important leaders held an emergency meeting. In order to save time and minimize any useless discussions, only a small number of people came together this time. From the Larkinson clan, Vase, General Verl and Calabast appeared in the conference room. The latter were stationed aboard the Graveyard and the Blinding Banshee respectively, so they showed up by projection. The projections of two Glory Seekers appeared a moment later. Marshal Ariadne Woden and Venerable Brutus Woden both looked grave. They had no doubts about the warning issued by the Larkinsons. The projection of the Crossers appeared last. Patriarch Reginald Cross and Professor Benedict Cortez looked dourier than the rest. They were the least amused about the prospect of an impending battle. I told you it was a bad idea to enter the Vulcan Empire. Patriarch Reginald immediately accused. I don't know why we believed in you and agreed to follow you into this dangerous state. The dwarves were always a threat. The Cross Patriarch's memory appeared to be faulty. Vase wasn't in a hurry to remind the Cross Patriarch of their admittedly insane deal. This wasn't the time to score points. Let's give Calabast an opportunity to explain what she has discovered. Vase gestured to the woman's projection. Thank you, Patriarch, Calabast said in a serious tone. Her usual playfulness was entirely absent this time. Let me begin by summarizing how we managed to find proof of an incoming threat. It all started as soon as we began to communicate with the Dwarven Patrol Captain. Although dwarves are substantially different from normal humans, their body language and facial tics are largely the same. I immediately judged that the Feral Patrol officer harbored greater hostility towards us than normal. That had led her and her black cats to leverage the advanced hacking capabilities of the Blinding Banshee to breach the Dwarven frigate's security systems. It was quite impressive that they managed to intrude into the systems of a military vessel without alarming their targets. Though it took plenty of time, Calabast and her analysts managed to gather various clues that the situation was not quite right. Once they managed to breach into the encrypted communication system and read the dwarf captain's secret correspondence, she finally found proof to back up her suspicions. Calabast spent a few minutes presenting key pieces of evidence. Unless the communication was faked, which was extremely unlikely due to all of the circumstantial evidence that the Black Cats had gathered, the feral provincial army was truly out on a warpath against the Golden Skull Alliance. What I don't understand is why the dwarves are targeting us. Venerable Brutus frowned. What did we do that offends them so much? We offended them by being humans. Nothing more. Vase dourly answered. These dwarves are so prejudiced against tall folk that they don't need to find a good excuse to whip up their soldiers to attack us. Just our height is enough of a reason to desire our destruction. Ahem. Calabast softly cleared her throat. My analysts have attempted to understand the situation of the feral province in these last 20 minutes. From what we know, previous human trading fleets that entered the Vulcan Empire had indeed delivered crown terrorists to the doorsteps of the dwarves. However, the terrorist attacks amounted to little more than crashing shuttles into ships, detonating bombs on space stations and dropping space junk into the atmosphere of settled planets. These are serious incidents, but less than 1,000 dwarves have actually lost their lives throughout the Vulcan Empire. This was a trivial amount of losses relative to the size of the dwarven state. The main reason for that was because there weren't many foreign trading fleets with MTA passes to begin with. The amount of deadly incidents that unfolded amounted to less than a dozen attempts. So the dwarves are overreacting just because of 1,000 deaths. Patriarch Reginald frowned. Humans are demonized in the Vulcan Empire. Our perceived threat is far greater than our actual threat in the eyes of the dwarves. There are also multiple strong factions within his state that have a high interest in whipping up the Vulcanites against the humans. They have deliberately manipulated the media to paint human visitors like us as dwarf killers. The result of all of this is that a huge majority of ferals, including its leaders, consider us to be an incoming attack force. It doesn't help that we have brought far more combat assets than a typical trading fleet. Vase groaned and pressed his fingers against his forehead. These stupid dwarves. They've fallen into conspiracy theory. Our itinerary doesn't even bring us close to any dwarven population center. We just need to go in and out of their territory without exposing us to any potential dangers. Why couldn't they have at least talked to us before deciding to take us down? There wasn't sense in discussing the motives of ferals. It was quite troublesome to mobilize 3 entire mech divisions at once and task them with intercepting a powerful foreign fleet on short notice. Everyone just had to accept that the dwarves were committed to an attack and respond accordingly. If we end up in battle against this incoming dwarven fleet, what do we have to defend our fleet? Vase asked. We can deploy roughly 12,000 mechs or 6 mech regiments worth of combat mechs. General Verl replied. We actually have double the amount of mech pilots but not enough machines to put them in the field. Vase winced when he heard that. This was a fault that he was very much aware of. Though his clan made some attempts to expand the amount of mech carrying capacity in the fleet, it didn't make much sense to acquire more sub-capital ships at this juncture. The current climate also made it a lot harder to acquire combat carriers from the open market. Our glory seekers can deploy around 5,000 mechs at this time. Marshal Ariadne spoke up next. The Cross clan can contribute up to 6,000 mechs for this battle. Patriarch Reginald simply answered. These were slightly better numbers than Vase expected. Both the Glory Seekers and the Crossers worked hard to recover from the losses they incurred from the Battle of Reckoning. They even managed to expand past their original troop levels and start this coming engagement on a much stronger footing than in the past. However, Vase began to ask another critical question. How many expert mechs can we muster? General Verl grimaced. 4. Our Larkinson clan still has 2 expert pilots without their own expert mechs. None. We are still waiting for you to develop an expert mech for Venerable Brutus. Marshal Ariadne said and gestured to the quiet expert pilot sitting by her side. Patriarch Reginald also looked grim. 3. That was 7 in total, which could be either good or bad. It all depended on how many expert mechs the dwarven punitive fleet had brought. Everyone turned to Calabast once again. What can you tell us about our pursuers? Chapter 3226. Breaking the status quo. A sword hung over the expeditionary fleet. The Fortia Zentra system, which had never played host to anything important, was about to become the site of a major battle. In fact, if neither side chose to avoid the coming confrontation, the anticipated battle would likely become the largest conflict between dwarves and humans since the Vulcanites took over the entire Smiling Samuel Star sector. The magnitude of this destructive event couldn't be overstated, pitting tens of thousands of human mechs against an even greater number of dwarven mechs would definitely lead to a huge amount of casualties. The fact that the combat assets of both sides were based on fleets meant that the casualty figure could rapidly skyrocket to the hundreds of thousands. After all, those mech pilots weren't able to service their mechs, take care of their own medical treatment, travel to the battlefield and perform many other essential functions. The Golden Skull Alliance did not doubt the intelligence that the Feral Provincial Army mobilized and dispatched 3 full-strength mech divisions at once. In fact, Vase and several other people feared that the Vulcanites may have mobilized even more forces without informing the belligerent Dwarven patrol captain. Fortunately, Calabast offered an encouraging guess. According to our judgment, the Feral provincial authorities are likely acting on their own initiative. Her projection stated, "What makes you say that?" Vase curiously asked. First, out of all of the provinces of the Vulcan Empire, Feral has already garnered a reputation for being unruly. Its population is always angry at something and its leaders regularly play into that. Second, attacking us has serious consequences for not just the Feral province but also the Empire as a whole. You might not be aware of it, but the other provinces aren't as impulsive. There are many Dwarven politicians and statesmen who possess calmer heads. They would never attack a fleet covered by the MTA when they depend on the association's guarantee themselves. This is a transaction that will lead to far more losses than gains. If that's the case, then what has possessed the Ferals to pursue such a stupid transaction anyway? General Verl frowned. Calabast leaned back in her chair and offered the people in the emergency meeting a grim smile. It's quite simple. In the warped arithmetic of the Ferals, this transaction is profitable for them. Although it is not easy for us to determine their full reasoning based on mostly public sources, we have gathered enough clues to construct a reasonable picture. This must be good. Vase trusted Calabast's judgment. If she was ready to say something, then she must have a good degree of confidence in the intelligence she presented. Calabast waved a hand. A territorial map of the Vulcan Empire appeared into view. The Vulcan Empire is similar in nature to the Garlan Empire, only with less open infighting but with the same degree of internal division. The Vulcanites may share much in common, but that does not stop them from competing against each other. Since it is unlikely for their empire to engage in hostilities against nearby human states anytime soon, they need a different target to channel their competitive urges. That has led to a climate where dwarves try to outdo other dwarves based on the territories they are based in. The Ferals are a proud folk, but they don't have the power and prestige to match the likes of the Ereburns or other powerful Vulcanite subgroups. This makes them far more eager to build up their prestige and standing within Dwarven society. And they think that violating one of the MTA's rules and attacking a peaceful human fleet without a reasonable cause is the right way to go about it. Vase skeptically asked, "That's why there are more factors at play than just the desire of the Ferals to prove themselves to be more aggressive and daring than other Vulcanites." His spymaster answered, "The religious fervor in the Feral province has recently shifted over from the traditional Vulcan faith to the Dwarven god cult. The latter has gained the upper hand in recent years, especially among the commoner dwarves. The upper ranks have been slow to convert to the trend, and that has them worried. By launching this extreme action, the current rulers will gain a huge amount of support from the population, thereby providing them a lot more assurances that they will stay in power." So it was a political calculus. Figures. Vase had witnessed too many instances where politicians were willing to betray any principle and betray any friend as long as they got ahead somehow. They rarely cared about the damage and suffering they inflicted to many other people. Of all of the possible reasons to go on an attack, a religious motivation was the worst case. It didn't matter if some of the decision makers were sincere in their faith or not. As long as a huge amount of fanatical believers wanted to kill humans at all costs, then it was impossible to have any second thoughts. When I asked for Minister Sheddarin Pernus's judgment, he told me that this attack may not be as spontaneous and impulsive as it seems. Calabast continued, "He believes we have gotten caught in a high-level game between the Vulcan faith and the Dwarven god cult. The latter is known to be more xenophobic towards tall folk and advocates for a more aggressive stance. That does not sit well with the traditionalists, as their main concern is to maintain the prosperity that the Dwarven rebels have attained after shedding a lot of blood. One of the most effective ways to break the status quo is to shock it with such a great incident that the old ways can no longer be maintained. Attacking the expeditionary fleet would definitely induce the shock the Dwarven god cultists needed. The price was high, but true believers had the annoying habit of overestimating their gains and disregarding the costs of their actions. So the Ferals, Dwarven god cultists or some other ambitious faction within the Vulcan Empire is trying to intensify the contradictions between dwarves and humans, is that correct?" Professor Benedict asked in a displeased tone. It galled the senior mech designer quite a lot that he was being plotted against. It had been a long time since anyone dared to implicate him in a scheme. Calabast pressed her lips. That's an understatement. Both Minister Sheddarin and I agree that it is likely that a group of highly placed dwarven radicals are trying to agitate their fellow people against the tall folk. The 3 mech divisions dispatched by the Feral Provincial Army should also be deliberately selected to execute this mission. You can expect the incoming dwarven soldiers to be fanatic and committed enough to go through with their attack. The chance that we can negotiate a way out is minimal. Though the Vulcan Empire and the Feral Province were both huge, it was not a trivial matter to mobilize 3 whole mech divisions. Smiling Samuel was currently in a state of peace. Tensions may have risen as of late, but that was far from enough for the dwarves to go on a war footing. It was already an impressive feat to be able to consolidate and throw out a fleet that was large enough to accommodate 30,000 mechs on short notice. As for why the Larkinsons were sure that this was an attack prepared in haste, that was because the expeditionary fleet did not determine its route and destination until more than a week ago. No one could be certain whether the human visitors would pass through the territory of the Feral Province until recently. This at least gave the Golden Skull Alliance some assurances that they wouldn't have to fight against more units aside from the 3 mech divisions that were already on their way. Of course, this situation was bound to change after a battle, so the human visitors should never forget that they were still behind enemy lines. Considering the current scenario and the various choices available to them, the leaders of the Alliance all chose to meet the Ferals in combat. Patriarch Reginald looked indignant. We can't show weakness to these bloodthirsty dwarves. I have been pursued before, so I know when it is necessary to fight. Right now, our opposition is still within a controllable range, but if we choose to run, the Ferals may call upon further reinforcements and bring in more hostile dwarven troops. If we aren't careful, we might get caught by twice or thrice the number of enemy troops a week later. By defeating the current dwarven troops, the expeditionary fleet would not only reduce the pressure that was right behind its back, but also make it harder for the Vulcanites to corner the humans. In case any hostile dwarven fleet was able to force a battle, then the Golden Skull Alliance was at least able to deal with the Vulcanites in piecemeal rather than all at once. Of course, there was still hope that they may be able to avert conflict. Minister Sheddarin and his people were already attempting to contact the MTA, the Vulcan Empire, the Vulcane Faith, the Empire of the Lost and other stakeholders in the hopes that someone might be able to yank the leash of the Ferals. The leaders could not pin their hopes on a diplomatic solution, though. The preparations for combat still had to proceed. After Calabast finished briefing the leaders of the Alliance on the political context of the Feral attack, everyone turned their attention back to the troops that they may have to fight against. Know your enemy and know yourself. The Ferals thought they still maintained the advantage of surprise, but they weren't aware that their targets already sniffed out the ambush. Since the Ferals most certainly investigated the humans they wanted to attack, the Larkinsons, Glory Seekers and Crossers had to do the same in order to negate the information disadvantage and put their forces on a better footing. The more they were able to learn about their upcoming opponents, the more they could prepare. By now, enough time had passed for the Black Cats to present a preliminary report on the enemy troop disposition. Based on both public and private sources, we managed to identify and gather basic details on the 3 Feral mech divisions arrayed against us. Calabast smiled. We are 85% confident that the Feral Provincial Army has dispatched its 7th, 34th and 67th mech divisions. She activated a projection that displayed various footage of the aforementioned dwarven mech divisions. The 7th mech division, also known as the Molten Hammers, is one of the oldest units that existed before the Feral Province even came into being. It possesses the most combat experience and has the richest martial traditions out of the 3 mech divisions. As you can see in the footage, the Molten Hammers is a heavy assault regiment. It fields a disproportionate amount of dwarven space knights and other supporting machines to engage in brutal frontal attacks. They're specialized in siege breaking and have a reputation to be extremely difficult to put down. Vase and the others did not look when they learned about the Molten Hammers. Though it was lacking in light and maneuverable mechs, the 7th fielded mechs that looked so tough and heavily armored that it would take far too much effort to shoot them down from a safe distance. The 34th Mech Division is not as old and storied as the 7th, but the Slug Rangers are well funded and well practiced. It is a predominantly range-focused mech regiment that has a penchant for deploying a large amount of Gauss rifle, nail driver and other direct kinetic energy weapons. They are known to work frequently alongside the Molten Hammers in war games, so the cooperation between the two should be good. The Slug Rangers may have an ugly name, but their formidable-looking ranged mechs were no joke. They fielded dedicated mech regiments centered around rifleman mechs, cannoneer mechs and artillery mechs. Their weight of fire was enormous and could easily chew apart entire fleets at medium range. What about the last mech division? The 67th Mech Division is a little more special. Calabast said, unlike the other two, the Hive Roarers exclusively fields bestial mechs. The 67th Mech roster is much more diverse and can fulfill a variety of roles. They will likely fulfill the role of scouts, skirmishers, flankers and troubleshooters in the upcoming battle. That was bad news to everyone. The Hive Roarers plugged one of the greatest weaknesses of the Molten Hammers and the Slug Rangers. If the incoming Dwarven attack force consisted entirely of thick but less maneuverable mechs, then the Golden Skull Alliance could easily outflank the enemy and attack them where they were weak. The presence of lighter forces made it a lot harder to exploit this vulnerability. Chapter 3227. Venerable Orthox de Massey. None of the three mech divisions looked like pushovers. They were well funded and enjoyed the backing of a state that always emphasized strength. If the Ferals wanted to surpass the wealthier and more powerful provinces of the Vulcan Empire, then they were obligated to invest in their military forces. It would be a farce if the Feral province thought it could climb on top of other provinces if it didn't have the troops to support its ambitions. As Vase and the others began to read through the extensive information package provided by Calabast and other intelligence sources, they all gained a depressing outlook towards their probable opposition. These dwarven troops are no weaker than the mech regiments we barely managed to overcome during the Battle of Reckoning. General Verl judged, the quality of the dwarven mech pilots may be worse, but they are better organized since they are being deployed as complete mech divisions in proper fleets. The opposition the Larkinsons faced during the Battle of Reckoning was special because the enemy performed a deep strike attack. The Fredamen were operating far beyond their usual territory and had no choice but to limit their troop choices and send them out in specialized deep strike fleet carriers. This time, the enemy was operating on their home turf. Even if the expeditionary fleet only intended to fly along the outskirts of the Feral province, the provincial army didn't have to work under difficult circumstances. The only real problem was the lack of preparation time. The dwarven troops had to ready themselves for battle without much time to form targeted countermeasures against the Golden Skull Alliance. Despite this little detail, the odds still didn't look good for the Golden Skull Alliance. The expeditionary fleet may be able to muster 23,000 second-class mechs at this point in time, but the enemy task force brought at least 7,000 more mechs to the party. This difference was quite big and could not be overcome with ease. As the mech designers in the meeting, both Vase and Professor Benedict focused their attention on the mech models employed by the three mech divisions. One of the first points that stood out to them was that the Molten Hammers and the Slug Rangers were all oriented towards a single combat purpose. The mech regiments of the 7th Mech Division all fielded a variety of heavy mechs, defensive mechs and other machines that supported its siege-breaking function. The mech regiments of the 34th Mech Division did not field any significant number of melee mechs. Their mechs all consisted of ranged mechs, as if they did not worry at all about needing their vulnerable machines from close-ranged attackers. This was a typical setup for war-oriented units. By eschewing diversity and narrowing their focus to their singular purpose, the mech units became extremely good at the job they were supposed to fulfill, which was extremely helpful in wars and large-scale battles. Of course, the downside of this was that the mech divisions concentrated so much on a single approach that they crashed really hard if the enemy did not play the same game. The dwarven generals were not ignorant of this vulnerability. This was why they assigned the newer 67th Mech Division to the ambush force as well. At first glance, the Hive Roarers looked like a metal menagerie. The 67th featured an eclectic mix of bestial mechs that were based around a variety of animal shapes. Most of them were avian, but there were also tiger mechs, turtle mechs, spider mechs and more exotic machines. Though it was a lot harder for the Hive Roarers to excel in a single purpose, the variety and diversity of their bestial mechs allowed them to respond to many different situations. I don't see many other ways for a task force that consists of these three mech divisions to attack us in anything other than a straightforward frontal assault. Vase noted as he pointed at the depictions of the armored but relatively sluggish mechs of the 7th. A mech force moves as fast as its slowest element. The Molten Hammer mechs are so slow that they can't do much except accelerate forward if they want to catch up to our fleet. The Slug Ranger mechs are also slow for their type. Their ranged mechs are thicker than the norm, but that comes at the cost of mobility. They're not dog fighters. They're armored gunners, Professor Benedict added. General Verl smiled. This factor limits the tactical flexibility of the opposing force. The dwarves probably won't split their forces and attempt to attack us on different flanks. They don't have the speed to envelop our ships. The common attributes of the Mullen Hammers and the Slug Rangers made it incredibly obvious on how the Ferals planned to attack the expeditionary fleet, but that didn't offer much reassurances to everyone. The Molten Hammers were too tough and could bull through any defensive lines by relying on brute force. As long as they were able to employ all of their strengths, then it didn't matter if their strategies and tactics lacked finesse. A single knockout punch was enough to defeat an opponent. Various people made a few more remarks about the enemy mechs. Although they didn't have any access to insider details, the Vulcanites weren't shy about parading their military forces. Like peacocks, they regularly showed off their combat troops in public in order to show how impressive they were. The Feral Provincial Army was especially guilty of this, so the Black Cats managed to harvest a lot of recent and accurate public sightings of the Dwarven combat assets. There was one issue, though. Venerable Brutus brought the matter to everyone's attention. I do not see much material related to the expert mechs and expert pilots of the Feral Provincial Army. Calabast shook her head. The Vulcanites are much more careful about exposing the details of their high-level combat assets. We cannot say with confidence how many expert mechs each enemy mech division is able to field. In our more pessimistic scenarios, we expect each Dwarven mech regiment to field one expert mech in battle. That amounted to 15 expert mechs, which was more than double the amount of expert mechs that the Golden Skull Alliance was able to field. Vase silently groaned. This was the Battle of Reckoning all over again, but worse. Since the Larkinsons, Glory Seekers and Crossers were outnumbered by 7,000 mechs, they didn't have any extra assets to spare to block and whittle the surplus enemy expert mechs. Though this wasn't enough for him to give up on this battle. Straight away, the mood in the conference room had definitely plummeted despite the fact that only Vase was physically present. Patriarch Reginald did not look as pessimistic. He looked as if he still had confidence in winning the battle despite the heavy numerical disadvantage. I see you still managed to obtain details about a handful of their expert pilots. Calabast nodded. The Feral Provincial Army has to put at least a number of its notable champions in the public eye in order to inspire the population. Expert pilots make for good heroes and are always able to boost recruitment. We believe that they are all the strongest of their respective mech divisions. She began to present the Dwarven heroes one by one, starting with a dwarf with a rich brown beard who was known to pilot a formidable expert space knight. Let's start with what will likely be our strongest individual opponent. Venerable Orthox de Massey is one of the few active expert pilots who took part in the rebellion that led to the founding of the Vulcan Empire. He is not particularly devout, but he is a vocal dwarf supremacist. As an older expert pilot who experienced true war, he has only grown stronger ever since. Though no sources have ever confirmed that he is a high-tier expert pilot, it is likely that he has reached this level of strength. His expert mech, the Gatecrasher, is much more imposing than typical machines. The two expert pilots in the meeting studied Venerable Orthox's information in great detail. The Dwarven expert pilot's record featured a lot of impressive accomplishments, though much of them happened early in his career. Despite the long period of relative peace, neither Brutus nor Reginald felt the Dwarven expert pilot had stagnated after the rebellion. He's a true warrior. Patriarch Reginald issued his judgment. He's not a battle maniac but a crusader. He believes in his cause with all his heart and is willing to fight to the utmost of his ability to achieve his goals. This level of conviction is rare even among other expert pilots. I can see it in his eyes that he is not any weaker than myself. That was a heavy announcement and one that further depressed the confidence of Vase and the others. They all hoped that the enemy mech force would only dispatch ordinary expert pilots. Not so. With at least one expert pilot that was able to match Patriarch Reginald, the Cross-Patriarch wouldn't be able to leverage his impressive martial prowess against weaker opponents. When everyone studied Venerable Orthox's expert mech, some of them became even more discouraged. That's an impressive high-tier expert mech, Vase couldn't help but admit. It is the most wonderful implementation of an offensive night mech that I have ever seen. As someone who designed an offensive night mech or two, he knew what they were all about. The Gatecrasher might be shorter and stockier than normal humanoid mechs, but that also turned it into something akin to a giant projectile that could charge and smash straight through nearly every solid obstacle. The thickly armored Space Knight that was coated in lava red was clearly not designed to remain passive and soak up attacks. It exuded pure aggressive as its powerful but well-protected flight system excelled in accelerating the Gatecrasher on a straight trajectory. Its designers obviously gave up on making maneuverability its strong point. Instead, the dwarven mech designers tried their best to turn the gatecrasher into a literal battering ram. Whether it slammed in a formation of mechs or a solid ship hull, there was little that was able to block its thunderous charge. It's like a supercharged version of a Lancer mech but without a sharp and pointy tip. Venerable Brutus commented. Not quite. Professor Benedict disagreed. While the gatecrasher is indeed designed for charges, its close combat dueling capabilities are also formidable. Both its hammer and shield can be used to bash and bludgeon any opponent in range. If the enemy is too fast, then it can launch its special grappling hooks mounted on its frame to catch an elusive opponent. Vase nodded in agreement. I don't think our expert light skirmishers will be able to eliminate it by targeting its weak points. It is more mobile than an equivalent defensive Space Knight and its rear is much better armored than necessary. It's a mech that can hold its ground even when it is attacked on all sides. The gatecrasher's concept sounded very familiar to him. It reminded him of Venerable Orphan's riot. Both expert mechs attempted to perform the same role, though the gatecrasher was much better at its job. Does it have any weaknesses? Marshal Ariadne asked with a troubled face. It doesn't appear to be armed with serious ranged weapon systems. Vase answered. It might carry a backup pistol or something, but there is little about the design that suggests it can keep up with other expert ranged mechs. That said, its defenses are so high that it can endure any bombardment for a long amount of time. If the gatecrasher couldn't be taken out early, then the Golden Skull Alliance had no choice but to fight against Venerable Orthox on his terms. There was no other solution to neutralize the gatecrasher's threat except to block it with another expert mech, one that was powerful enough to constrain an expert pilot and expert mech of this caliber. Patriarch Reginald looked increasingly eager to test his skills against another formidable warrior. Venerable Orthox is mine. You do not need to concern yourself with him. I will never allow the gatecrasher to penetrate our lines as long as I still stand, that is a promise. Chapter 3228. Dwarven Heroes. Venerable Orthox de Massey was by far the most threatening known quantity in the enemy mech force. Any mech pilot who fought during the Dwarven Rebellion were truly battle-hardened. The conditions for the rebel soldiers back then were so difficult that they had to rely on grit, determination and a willingness to sacrifice a lot of lives in order to defeat the established human powers. As a survivor of this meat grinder, Venerable Orthox not only managed to survive the war, but thrived during the period of rapid growth and consolidation. Being able to strengthen his will during times of peace was a clear indicator that this was a warrior who never gave up and always prepared for the next fight even if it was decades away. Every mech pilot who managed to grow stronger did so because they thought it was necessary. This was easy to maintain in times of war but a lot harder to sustain when there wasn't an obvious need to fight. Even expert pilots were able to lose their edge after a long period of stagnation. Time was one of their greatest threats. It was difficult to defend against the consequences of the passage of time. Perhaps Orthox may have grown past his physical peak, but his extraordinarily powerful will was more than threatening enough to compensate for that. In any case, expert pilots relied on their expert mechs to fight, so a weaker body was not that big of a deal. Patriarch Reginald already looked forward to meeting the Dwarven high-tier expert pilot in single combat. Perhaps the Cross-Patriarch thought that an earnest duel against an equally powerful opponent would be sufficient to push him past the final limit that held him back from becoming an ace pilot. Though Vase and the others were glad that Patriarch Reginald volunteered to block Venerable Orthox and the gatecrasher, there were numerous other notable expert pilots among the dwarves. Every expert pilot the Ferals showed off in public had to be good enough to impress their audience. There were no rookies or weaklings among their public heroes. Calabast quickly went through the other four notable dwarven expert pilots. Venerable Leva Hinder is the quintessential slug ranger. She is a mid-tier expert pilot who pilots an expert heavy artillery mech called the Gauss Baron. Venerable Leva's portrait showed off the visage of a ferocious, red-haired middle-aged dwarven woman. Her eyes radiated the bloodthirstiness of killers. She looked as if she was more than willing to shoot up an entire space station just to sat her need to kill. Everyone focused on her expert mech next. As its name suggests, the Gauss Baron is built around its set of 8 powerful Gauss cannons. Each of them are built to some of the highest standards that the Vulcan Empire can develop at their size. While we haven't been able to find out if the Gauss Baron carries other weapon systems, it's best to assume it is hiding a couple of surprises. The Gauss Baron looked incredibly formidable. It was already bad enough to face a powerful heavy artillery mech in a spaceborne battlefield with no natural cover on the battlefield. It was even worse when it came in the form of an expert mech that looked like it could crush any standard mech with each shot it fired. According to this data, this expert mech's Gauss cannons feature high impact, high penetration and high muzzle velocity. It excels at destroying large, relatively immobile targets such as starships, but it can also suppress light skirmishers at range due to its abundant amount of cannons. The only real limitations that I can see are its low firing rate and the limited ammunition capacity of the Gauss Baron. Ammunition and other supplies are easy enough to replenish with enough support. Vase commented, if it functions as a bunker mech, then it can easily rely on the carrier to provide additional Gauss rounds on demand. If it is deployed in space, then a retinue of support mechs will be able to carry all of the Gauss rounds it needs. For an organized mech army, lack of ammunition capacity is not a real detriment. Venerable Brutus looked incredibly serious at this expert mech. Without a comparable machine that could compete against any expert mech, he was unable to do anything to stop its destructive firepower. This Gauss Baron is an even greater threat than the Gatecrasher in my opinion. The Hexer expert pilot said, the Gatecrasher may be a high-tier expert mech, but its effective range stretches up to 100 meters or less. The Gauss Baron on the other hand can inflict crippling damage many kilometers away. In fact, it can effectively threaten our capital ships at distances far beyond conventional ranges as long as it has the rounds to spare. It's a one-mech sieging army. Although that latter part was a bit of an exaggeration, his point was still valid. Brutus rightfully highlighted the possibility for the Gauss Baron to win this battle single-handedly by inflicting catastrophic damage before the proper battle even began. Vase slapped his palm against the conference table. We need to take it out straight away. We can't let such a huge source of firepower run amok throughout the entire engagement. Each minute it remains active it can kill another ship or damage one of our expert mechs. During the Battle of Reckoning, we managed to overpower the enemy's strongest ranged assets. General Verl reminded everyone, this was one of the key factors why we were able to achieve victory. Our ranged mechs and our transcendent punishers in particular were able to continually suppress and whittle down the enemy mechs without too much interference. If we don't stop Venerable Leva soon enough, she will be able to do as much damage as all of our transcendent punishers put together. Everyone looked at each other for a moment. The dwarves will do their best to protect the Gauss Baron. Marshal Ariadne Woden said with certainty. It will either be deployed in a special bunker that is built especially for this expert mech, or it will be deployed in space but under heavy guard by the Molten Hammers. No matter what, all of our attempts to attack the Gauss Baron must first go through multiple layers of defense. The Golden Skull Alliance not only had to overcome all of the external defenses, but also punch through the expert heavy artillery mech's own defenses. Its immense size and bulk already suggested that both its resonance shield and armor system were almost just as tough as that of a heavy space knight. General Verl turned to Vase. Can the Amaranto take out the Gauss Baron by itself? That's highly unlikely. Vase reluctantly replied. The Amaranto's fully powered shot is incredibly powerful and can negate specific forms of defense, but if the Gauss Baron is hiding behind multiple layers of defense, then that can bleed a lot of energy even before a beam actually hits this artillery mech. Even if a shot manages to penetrate Venerable Leva's expert mech, it is too large not to incorporate a high degree of redundancy and compartmentalization. Even if half of its frame is shot to pieces, it can probably continue to fire most of its cannons. The discussion continued for a little while until General Verl finally set aside this topic. We can't determine our response until we can finally get a good look at the enemy fleet and mech deployment. The Gauss Baron is a singularly powerful threat, but it is not the only one we need to be worried about. Calabast nodded. The Hyver Roarers also have a champion of their own. Venerable Merrick Bulferin is a relatively young expert pilot but possesses a great deal of talent. He has quickly risen up to become a mid-tier expert pilot. He is also noted for his religious fervor. He is a strong adherent of the Dwarven god cult, which in the past might have landed him in trouble but is now a strong point in his favor. The Paravad he pilots is an avian expert medium marauder mech that is fast, flexible and capable of fighting at different ranges depending on the circumstances. The Paravad was basically a multi-purpose expert mech that was shaped like a bird. Similar to other marauder mechs such as the Valkyrie Redeemer, the Paravad excelled at flanking, range harassment and hit-and-run attacks. The biggest difference was that Venerable Merrick was able to perform this function at the expert mech level, which was a lot more threatening and difficult to defend against. Vase could already envision the Paravad operating independently or at the head of a dedicated mobile flanking force. This detached dwarven unit would probably function as one of the few independent elements that was free to sneak around the back of the expeditionary fleet and threaten the vulnerable civilian ships at the rear. Perhaps the Paravad did not excel at frontal combat as other expert mechs, but it didn't need to be. Its ability to maneuver around the Golden Skull Alliance's defenses and hit its weak points was an incredibly alarming prospect. All in all, these three dwarven heroes exerted a huge amount of pressure onto Golden Skull Alliance. The different strengths of the three dwarven expert pilots and their respective expert mechs were so formidable that the Larkinsons and so on had to prepare specific responses for each of them. If not, any of these powerful expert pilots could single-handedly overturn the entire battle and tilt the battle in the favor of the Ferals. Calabast wasn't able to name any further notable dwarven expert pilots even though they had to exist. It was likely that they were low-tier expert pilots and not really worth publicizing. Though no expert pilot with an expert mech was a pushover, they should at least be a little more manageable in battle. After discussing a few more preliminary battle plans, the meeting ended. It was convened in haste and everyone barely made any preparations at this time. Calabast also needed a lot more time to gather relevant and reliable intelligence. Since many details had yet to be determined, it was better to save the detailed battle planning for later. "How much time do we have?" Vase asked. Calabast shrugged. "That's difficult to determine, but we should have at least a couple of hours at our disposal. I suggest you prepare as much as possible. Don't hold anything back. If the Ferals have done their homework, then they must have definitely taken both our numbers and our previous battle performances into account. Are they aware of the capabilities we have shown during the Battle of Reckoning?" This was a dreadful possibility. If some of the trump cards that his clan had recently shown became exposed, then that would heavily limit their effectiveness in the upcoming battle. The spymaster offered Vase an encouraging smile. "I think the dwarves don't have any details. The Fredaemon is probably more than willing to share its logs and battle footage of the Battle of Reckoning to anyone that is willing to attack us. The problem is that the Vulcanites hate humans. They will never ask the Fredaemon for assistance. What if the Fredaemon approach the Vulcanites on their own initiative and proactively share their data? That is even more unlikely." Calabast chuckled. "Though we have already found out about the attack, don't forget that it is a secret operation. There is no word about it on the galactic net and the Feral province has not publicized or leaked out any obvious intention of turning against us. Besides, I doubt the Fredaemon are paying attention to us these days. We have moved too far away from their sphere of influence." This was good news if it was true. Though Vase was aware that a lot of rumors were floating around on the galactic net, it was difficult to distinguish truth from fiction. The Fredaemon and the Garlaner clans that participated in the battle weren't generous enough to broadcast their own humiliating defeat to the rest of the galaxy. Vase smirked. All hope was not yet lost. As long as the dwarves didn't have a solid idea of what his clan's battle networks were capable of, then the Larkinson army at least retained one powerful advantage over their foes. Chapter 3229. Steel Rain. The smell of battle was in the air. No one in the expeditionary fleet was able to escape the likely possibility that they were about to get embroiled in combat. It had been a long time since the Larkinson clan as a whole actually encountered a significant threat. The majority of clansmen who had just joined up in the last year didn't know what to do for a while. "What are we going to do? I didn't sign up for this. Why aren't we evacuating civilians like us? We don't belong on the battlefield. I told you guys that entering the Vulcan Empire was suicide." Venerable Janzi was right. An explosion of panic erupted among many Larkinsons, particularly the civilian members who were never trained for combat. Though they were warned many times that the Larkinson clan tended to get into trouble now and then, they hadn't anticipated that this would come true this soon. The expeditionary fleet hadn't even reached the Red Ocean. Since many people considered the Milky Way galaxy to be relatively safe and orderly, a lot of clansmen simply couldn't accept that the clan came under threat despite not violating any laws or provoking any locals. What did they do to deserve this treatment? Fortunately, the panic and uncertainty among the Larkinsons did not last. The clan had already anticipated this reaction and deployed numerous soldiers and officials to reassure their fellow Larkinsons and maintain peace. "Quiet down. You rookies haven't seen anything yet," a veteran living Sentinel mech pilot shouted at a crowd in Dawn City on the Vivacious Wall. "Back in my day, 50% casualties were the norm, but we're a lot stronger now. So what if the dwarves are barreling down on us with 3 mech divisions? They should have sent at least 6 if they want to have a chance of beating us. We've got the best mechs and the strongest weapons imaginable. Don't underestimate our patriarch, he's able to pull out one trick after another. Believe in our expert pilots. An Ilvanan preacher shouted on top of a crate in New Durham on the spirit of Bentheim. The apostles who walk among us are blessed by the great prophet and the bright martyr. With Prophet Ilvain's guidance and the bright martyr's blessed war machines, our clan shall vanquish any enemy that seeks to stop our ascensions. Have faith and pray to the dwarven souls that shall soon be redeemed at our hands. While the Larkinson clan was being stabilized, its armed forces were all gearing up for battle. The Larkinson army may have absorbed a lot of newcomers as well, but none of them displayed any of the panic of their civilian brethren. The soldiers recruited into the Mech legions had all been screened beforehand. None of them possessed feeble minds and shaky hearts. Even the youngest Mech pilots who were still in their 20s were able to maintain their courage when a great threat loomed over their heads. The presence of glows and the influence of the Larkinson network helped a lot with firming up the confidence and sense of duty of the servicemen. However, the greatest contributor was the presence of many seasoned veterans among the soldiers. As far as the participants of the battle against the Abyss, the Battle of Reckoning and so on were concerned, this was just another Tuesday. Their unflappable demeanors, their belief in the strength of their clan and their stability under pressure played a pivotal role in keeping morale among the soldiers high. The dwarves are tough, but we are tougher. The Superior Mother is on our side. This is just a warm-up exercise. If we can't even beat the best of what the Vulcan Empire has to offer, how can we possibly think about finding our fortune in the Red Ocean? The veterans among the avatars of myth, living sentinels and so on constantly ensured that the many recruits that had joined the Mech legions remained stable. The old-timers all knew that these fresh Mech pilots needed all of the support they could get because the pressure on their shoulders would grow unimaginably high during the heat of combat. Despite all of their encouragement, the veteran Larkinsons were not so upbeat about the upcoming confrontation. The clan had not massaged any details about the foe they were about to face. The soldiers had extensive access to much of the verified information that Calabast had managed to collect about the incoming dwarven fleet. The picture didn't look good. Fighting against 30,000 military-grade mechs was already a difficult prospect. The uncertainty surrounding the number of enemy expert mechs they might encounter was gnawing in the minds of every survivor of the Battle of Reckoning. Back then, just a handful of expert mechs managed to unleash a massacre that ended the lives of far too many Larkinsons. There were so many different threats among the Fury Hammers, Slug Rangers and Hiver Roarers that the planners of the Mech legions were pulling their hairs out. They had to come with a range of different solutions for every high-priority threat among the dwarves. During a planning session organized by the Larkinson clan's newest Mech legion, Commander Town Melon looked grimly at the gathered Ilvanans. We have a tough battle ahead. As the artillery legion of the Larkinson clan, it is our sacred duty to provide the firepower support that is crucial to stopping the dwarves. However, before we can stop the advance of dangerous dwarven mechs such as the Molten Hammers, we must first defeat our counterparts among the dwarven force. The conference table projected images and footage of the 34th Slug Rangers. From the dreaded Gauss Baron to its formidable array of artillery mechs, the dwarven mech division possessed a range of threatening ranged units. One of the most acute threats was a mech regiment where venerable Leva Hinder came from. The Steel Rain Mech Regiment only consisted of 1,000 artillery mechs, but that already represented a huge amount of firepower. According to our intelligence sources, the Steel Rain possesses the highest firepower out of all of the mech regiments of the Slug Ranger Mech Division. Town continued as the projection showcased numerous variations of the same line of dwarven heavy artillery mechs. Every Slug Ranger mech pilot has to serve in the other mech regiments first before they become eligible to join the Steel Rain. The elite mech regiment only selects the best and most resilient Slug Rangers to become a part of its ranks. The projection then showed a preliminary analysis on the 3 known heavy artillery mech models utilized by the Steel Rain. As you can see, the Steel Rain employs 3 variations of the same dwarven heavy artillery mech design. They are largely identical to each other except for the caliber and amount of cannons. Town pointed at the model with the biggest guns. The Land Cracker is essentially a siege platform. It is primarily designed as a tool for orbital bombardment. It is armed with 2 ultra-heavy Gauss cannons that can fire extremely large and dense projectiles that can literally crater entire city blocks from orbit. It is also meant to be employed as a siege machine against large and unmaneuverable threats in space such as space stations or asteroid bases. Is it a threat against our ships, Commander? An officer of the Eye of Ilvain asked. The Legion commander nodded. They certainly are. Even at longer ranges it can still reliably hit the hulls of most of our capital ships. Vessels such as the Vivacious Wall and the Dragon's Den won't fall apart if they are struck by a single round, but sustained bombardment by a multitude of land crackers will easily tear their outer hulls to pieces. Our responsibility is to stop or suppress them first. Our capital ships are the foundation of our fleet in the Red Ocean. We cannot afford to lose a single one of them. The sooner we deal with the land crackers, the less ships we will lose. Won't the land crackers try to do the same to us, sir? We pose a similar threat to their own fleet. If the Larkinsons were able to understand the threat posed by the steel rain, the Ferals were probably making plans to take out the artillery mechs of the Eye of Ilvain as well. Commander Town acknowledged the danger they were in. Neither of us can tolerate the existence of the other. In the early stages of the upcoming battle, it's impossible for our melee mechs to get close to the enemy fleet and vice versa. The only way to take out any artillery mech ensconced in bunkers is to blast them from a distance. With our clan, we shall bear the greatest burden. We'll certainly be outnumbered in terms of artillery mechs, but we can depend on the assistance of our other ranged mechs. Nevertheless, none of them are as good at destroying bunkers as our transcendent punishers. We need to identify the positions of the land crackers as soon as possible and take them out before they can fire too many heavy caliber rounds. The threat posed by the steel rain did not end at that. The ship Cracker was a similar heavy artillery mech model that was armed with 4 heavy cannons. Unlike the guns of the prior variant, the ship Cracker's armament featured a faster firing rate and a faster muzzle velocity. A large number of ship Crackers was able to pour a consistent rain of metal that was able to chew apart unarmored vessels with ease and whittle down better armored vessels on a continuing basis. Unlike the land Cracker, the ship Cracker's faster muzzle velocity allowed it to pose a significantly greater threat to ships at longer ranges. They were able to land their projectiles with decent hit rates under those circumstances, and they only grew more accurate as the distance narrowed. They were even able to threaten slower and relatively immobile mechs at favorable ranges. Then there was the Mech Cracker variant. Though it featured the smallest caliber out of the Cracker line, it still carried 8 medium Gauss cannons. The Mech Cracker's arsenal was characterized by a high rate of fire. It could unleash a torrent of projectiles that were very fast, reasonably accurate, and was able to threaten entire mech companies in the open. I'm told the Mech Cracker doesn't usually fire solid slugs like the other 2 Cracker mechs. Town warned his cadre. Instead, it fired special fragmentation rounds that break up in flight and spread out over a small area akin to shotgun discharges. The rounds are smart, so the dwarven mech pilots can program them to split at any distance. They're not just limited to close range. Now, even with 8 cannons, a single Mech Cracker isn't necessarily a great threat to our mechs. However, if hundreds of them fire in a single portion of our formation at a time, our exposed mechs will either become so suppressed that they can't do anything or get killed by 1,000 cuts. The tsunami of solid fragments that the Mech Crackers can unleash is also disproportionately effective at taking out exposed modules such as flight systems and booster systems. They can outright immobilize entire swarms of lighter armored mechs. Though the members of the recently established Eye of Ilvain had boundless faith in the Great Prophet and the Bright Martyr, hearing about the formidable firepower of the Cracker line of mechs caused many to come close to questioning their beliefs. Of course, this doubt only lasted a brief amount of time. A white-robed woman rose from her seat and spread her arms. "Do not despair," Priestess Samandra Avakon said. "Some of us may die, but we shall never fail in our mission. We fight alongside gods and Larkinsons. A stronger combination doesn't exist. It does not take any foresight to know that the Eye of Ilvain will never fail. Do you know why?" The Ilvainans all stretched out their arms and pointed their fingers forwards. "We never miss." Chapter 3230. Planning sessions of all of the mech legions, the battle criers were the most subdued of all. As one of the more closed and least public units of the Larkinson army, not a lot of clansmen paid attention to them. It was hard to get into them as the Kinners who controlled this mech legion demanded an unreasonable amount of loyalty from its troops. Though every Larkinson was loyal by definition, not many were able to readily sacrifice their own lives for the good of the clan. The battle criers might not be the toughest, deadliest or most skilled soldiers, but they were definitely the most committed to Vase and his clan. Legion Commander Hugin, Cinnabar rubbed his trimmed red beard as he addressed a compartment filled with battle crier officers. Many of them were fellow Kinners such as himself, but there were also a couple of notable exceptions. Captain Dietrich had quietly distinguished himself among the battle criers. Despite his relative youth, he turned out to be a steady leader and was good at inducting new recruits in the ways of the most loyal mech legions. The native Cloudy Curtainer and former member of Walter's Whalers had more than earned Commander Cinnabar's trust. Right now, Dietrich raised his hand and asked the obvious question. Which unit are we responsible, Commander? Commander Cinnabar crossed his arms. That depends. We don't know the full details of the hostile dwarven force. There are bound to be a lot of high-priority threats. The reason why we label them such is because each of them can single-handedly inflict a defeat on us. Now, our other brethren in the Larkinson army have already picked their respective targets. Each of them will be responsible for containing different threats. We shoulder a similar burden. The only difference is that we do not yet know the names of our foes or the properties of their mechs. Another battle crier frowned. Don't we have enough information on each of the mech regiments of the dwarven mech divisions? At least that much should be known to the public, right? Ah, but the Feral Provincial Army haven't publicized most of its expert pilots and expert mechs. The Vulcan Empire may be at peace at the moment, but it has always prepared itself for war against its human neighbors. It makes sense to hide their trump cards such as the details of expert pilots. What we must do is to prepare to step up and block their way as much as possible if there are no better alternatives. This was a difficult task. They were at least able to anticipate how to fight against known threats such as the Gauss Baron or the Paravod. Though it was unlikely that the remaining expert mechs of the enemy force were as strong as these heroes, it was still a huge challenge to fight against numerous unknown feral expert mechs. By now, the battle criers mostly piloted the Bright Warrior IB, the default model of the Larkinson clan. Although this modular mech platform was both strong and versatile, there was still a huge gulf between this regular mech model and a genuine expert mech. Were their numbers high enough to complete this task? Nobody knew for certain. Commander Cinnabar offered them some encouragement. We are not alone in this. We will have support of numerous other friendlies such as the Heavenswarders, the Eye of Ilvain, and more depending on the situation. The Penitent Sisters will cooperate extensively with us. Our responsibility is to block and entangle any expert mechs that try to pass through our lines. The Eternal Redemptions piloted by the Penitent Sisters will provide crucial heavy fire support from the rear. Their powerful Gauss cannons can inflict a huge amount of kinetic damage per hit and is one of our best solutions to overpower the high-quality armor systems that expert mechs typically enjoy. The heavy air in the compartment receded a bit after he spoke, but the battle criers still weren't sure whether their odds were good enough. Sir, if the dwarves deploy 15 expert mechs or more, I'm not sure we have the numbers to stop them all. Dietrich voiced his concerns. Even if our expert mechs are able to keep half of them at bay, the rest can probably overrun us or circle around us. Our bright warriors aren't fast enough to stay in their way if they try their best to avoid our blockade. This was one of the difficult aspects about fighting expert mechs. All of their parameters were so high that even their weaknesses weren't really a big deal when compared to the performance of regular mechs. Aside from extreme cases such as the planned upgrade of the Shield of Samar, most expert mechs were able to move faster than regular mechs. Mobility granted them a lot of initiative, allowing them to have the agency to effect an ongoing battle in any way they liked. The battle crier commander was already aware of this but did not look discouraged. Instead, he offered his men a vicious grin. Our clan is aware of the risks and has granted us a means to force the expert mechs to target us first. Have you heard about the recent development of the new Luminaire crystal rifles? General Verl has decided to allocate the largest batch of these newly produced rifles to us. I'm told that each of them are configured to deal enhanced damage to resonance shields and resonance-based defensive measures. As long as we focus our fire on any of the enemy expert mechs, we can easily strip their most powerful defenses against conventional attacks. This was a huge boon to the battle criers. Everyone became shocked when Commander Cinnabar briefly shared the details of what the new rifles were capable of. Although the standard production model was weaker than the Amaranto's main armament, as long as they were all slotted with the same light beam attack phase crystals, they could inflict serious damage against one of cheat-like abilities that made expert mechs so difficult to defeat. Still, as much as the battle criers were glad to receive the new rifles, the amount was not that much in absolute terms. After all, the clan only started producing them a few months ago and many production crews were still trying to learn the ropes of synthesizing the complicated crystals with the help that the Patriarch had provided. How much power do these new rifles have, sir? Captain Dietrich asked. We don't know, to be honest. Our clan hasn't performed many tests with them due to safety concerns. However, it is estimated that they can inflict at least 4 to 10 times as much damage to resonance shields than regular weapons. That means if we arm 200 bright warriors with these new rifles, they can potentially inflict as much damage to an expert mech as an entire mech regiment. This is a crucial opportunity to equalize the odds considering we are already outnumbered by the enemy. The less mechs it takes to occupy the dwarven expert mechs, the more we can free up other friendly mechs. What the Larkinsons had to do was to negate the numbers disparity as much as possible. The Larkinson army was constantly figuring out ways to counter or deal with specific dwarven units with the least amount of cost. If they didn't do so, then too many dwarven mechs would be free to surround the Larkinsons, reinforce other dwarven units and generally tip the balance in the feral provincial army's favor. The battle criers had to do the same, and shouldered one of the most dangerous responsibilities. Dietrich and everyone else knew that even if these new Luminaire crystal rifles were able to live up to their promises, that didn't mean that the enemy expert mechs would quickly be toppled. Every expert mech was clad with extremely high-quality armor. That was especially the case with dwarven mechs as they were bulkier and stockier than their regular humanoid counterparts. Another factor that limited the effectiveness of the new weapon system was that the battle criers actually had to hit their targets. This was quite difficult to achieve against faster and more agile expert mechs. Their high mobility characteristics along with their extraordinary mech pilots easily allowed them to be very proficient at evading attacks. As the battle criers discussed how to handle highly mobile targets, elsewhere other groups of Larkinson soldiers were trying to figure out a way to contribute to the defense of their clan. Our job is simple, men. Commander Casella Ingvar addressed the living sentinels. We hold the line, that is all. We are not meant to maneuver a lot. From the beginning, our job is to stick close to our ships and prevent the enemy from getting close enough to threaten our vulnerable ships and people. We aren't the stars of the show, so we cannot single-handedly stop any of the hostile dwarves. However, we do not have to defeat any enemy alone. Whether it is the Gatecrasher, the Paravad or any other powerful dwarven mech, there will be elites to take them down. Our job is to stall, block or distract any opponent who gets close enough to our fleet. Is that understood? Yes, Commander. Who are we? We are the Watchers clad in silver. The Avatars, the Penitent Sisters, the Sword Maidens and so on all held similar sessions. The cloud of uncertainty that hung over the clouds of the soldiers evaporated when they received concrete instructions on what to do in the coming battle. Everyone gained their own purpose. Some were tasked with preventing the Molten Hammers from punching through the lines of the Golden Skull Alliance. Others were expected to skirmish against the mobile assets of the Hive Aurorers. Some were even expected to fight against specific mechs. Venerable Stark stared at the projection of the three most prominent enemy expert mechs. She and the other expert pilots of the Larkinson clan were all contemplating their own priorities in the upcoming battle. Of the 6 expert pilots, 2 of them looked distinctly upset. Though Venerable Joshua and Venerable Janzi did not see eye to eye with each other very often, this time they shared the same sentiment. If only I had an expert mech, Joshua whined. Venerable Janzi tapped her foot in frustration. I'm not happy with this either, but there is nothing we can do. We can still contribute to the battle in our own ways. Your Valkyrie Prime and my Shield of Samar are still far more powerful than any regular mech. It's not the same. I wouldn't dare fight against a real expert mech. There are still ways to fight them. Janzi said, you just need to cooperate with other friendlies. That's what we did in the Battle of Reckoning. I don't see why we can't employ this solution again. It wasn't the same. As long as an expert mech was really serious about defeating their prime mechs, Joshua and Janzi would definitely be pushed to their limits. If not for the fact that their prime mechs were clad with a copious amount of unending alloy, their prime mechs might not even be able to withstand a single powerful resonance attack. Compared to this unfortunate pair, the other expert pilots were a lot more upbeat. Each of them were highly confident about their own chances. Their expert mechs were far more powerful than typical ones. They not only incorporated powerful resonance materials, but also enjoyed numerous unique advantages that allowed them to stand out further. However, aside from Venerable Stark, the other 3 Larkinson's expert pilots were aware that they suffered from a major shortcoming. Our expert mechs are strong, but I'm not sure whether we can keep up. Venerable Tusa stated the obvious. He exchanged glances with both Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice. We might be impressive in the eyes of other mech pilots, but among expert pilots we are still too young and weak. Our resonance strengths measure in the single digits and we don't have much real battle experience with our expert mechs. Venerable Orphan grew impatient. What are you trying to say, Tusa? We ought to be fighting against their expert pilots that more closely match our strength. However, Since our side is short on expert mechs, we have no choice but to fight against their more powerful ones. Let's consider the other two prominent enemy expert mechs. Can any of us fight against the Gauss Baron or the Paravod by ourselves? The other expert pilots weren't able to supply an immediate answer. Chapter 3231. Calling dibs. Unlike the unlucky expert pilots who still hadn't received their long-anticipated expert mechs, Tusa, Stark, Orphan and Dice each received powerful new expert mechs. They were all immensely grateful that they were able to participate in the upcoming battle with mechs befitting their capabilities, but that also meant they had to shoulder a heavier responsibility. After all, the Larkinson clan didn't have any mech pilot who was stronger on an individual basis than the foursome. Out of the four lucky Larkinson expert pilots, Venerable Stark shouldered the greatest burden of them all. The Amaranto was unquestionably the strongest expert mech of the four existing ones in the clan. It also had the benefit of being a ranged mech, allowing it to project its power at extremely long distances. Now, the expert pilots had to figure out how to best use the power that they had recently gained to the best effect. If Patriarch Reginald Cross didn't call dibs on Venerable Orthox, I would have wanted to try my spear against the Gatecrasher. Venerable Orphan grumbled. Are you crazy? Tusa directed an odd glance at the woman. Venerable Orthox is a high-tier expert pilot. He's in an entirely different league from us. His expert mech is also superior to ours. Venerable Orphan snorted. I can still take him. Look, I admit I might not be able to beat this old dwarf, but I can sure as hell keep dancing with him. That's what my riot is designed for. It has multiple defensive systems and it is also clad with an inner layer of unending alloy. Maybe I'll have to worry about my survival if I'm locked in battle against an expert offensive mech, but the Gatecrasher is a space knight. An offensive space knight, Venerable Dice reminded her colleague. My point still stands. I'm not a mech designer, but I can see that most of the design resources put into this fancy machine is spent on making it as tough and resilient as possible. Sure, its defenses might reach the level of a high-tier expert mech, but what about its attack power? There are bound to be limitations there. Tusa shook his head. A high-tier expert mech does not have as many weaknesses as you think. You're dreaming if you think an expert called the Gatecrasher isn't able to hit back hard. Look, you may be right, but I'm confident I can handle Orthox. If I'm losing, then I'll do my best to prolong my defeat as long as possible so that you and everyone else can take advantage of my stalling action. Venerable Orphan stubbornly claimed. It makes a lot of strategic sense for me to do this. I'll readily admit that I'm not as strong or valuable as Reginald Cross. Doesn't it sound great that we can free him up and sick his Bolvar rage against weaker enemy expert mechs? The logic was surprisingly good, but Tusa recognized that the viability of this suggested rested on Venerable Orphan's ability to stop the unstoppable expert mech. The Gatecrasher was a famed expert mech in the Feral province and admired by a lot of Vulcanites for good reasons. There was also another flaw that was sure to doom Venerable Orphan's intentions. You don't need to convince us, Orphan. If you want to tussle against the Gatecrasher, you first have to convince the Cross Patriarch that you're calling dibs on his dibs. Are you confident enough that you will get your way? Venerable Orphan glared at Tusa. His argument instantly popped her bubble. As much as she hated to acknowledge it, there was no way she would be able to get her way. Patriarch Reginald Cross was not only the most powerful expert pilot of the Golden Skull Alliance, but he was also a clan leader in his own right. He held much more say than anyone else. Patriarch Reginald is determined to challenge himself. Venerable Dice said, providing more support to Tusa's argument. At his level, it is hard for him to make any further progress towards ace pilot. If we can free him up so that he can bully weaker dwarven expert pilots, we can quickly whittle down the enemy's advantage in numbers. However, fighting against weaker expert pilots and expert mechs won't push him past his limits. If he prioritizes his own advancement over every other priority, then he must seek out the strongest champion of the opposing force. That pretty much ended this line of argument. As expert pilots, they were already aware of the allure of advancing to ace pilot. So many expert pilots had tried and failed to take the next step in their evolution. That didn't stop them from resorting to the most desperate measures in order to grasp their chance. As strong-willed individuals, they never gave up fighting. If I'm not going to fight against the Gatecrasher, then which dwarven mech can I fight against instead? Part of the reason why Venerable Orphan was so eager to fight against Venerable Orthox was because his expert mech was easy to confront. As for the other two notable dwarven expert mechs, you can forget about dueling against Venerable Leva's Gauss Baron. Tusa stated, You'll just get beaten to a pulp long before you are able to get close. As for Venerable Merrick's Paravad, I don't think it will be in a mood to tango with you. This avian expert mech is a lot faster and maneuverable than your weighted-down riot. As soon as Venerable Merrick finds out that you're a tough customer, he'll just sidestep your expert mech and find an easier target. Just get ready to fight against other expert mechs. Dice told her. There are bound to be more attractive targets among the Dwarven mech force. Even if they're not as famed and celebrated as the 3 Dwarven heroes, you will still be able to get the fight you crave. Venerable Orphan grunted in frustration. There's not enough glory in defeating a nobody. This isn't the time to worry about glory. We need to ensure our survival before we can think about building up our fame. Look, just focus on beating the weaker Dwarven expert mechs at first. As long as you can mop them up first, you can always reinforce Patriarch Reginald and work together to take down Venerable Orthox. It won't be a fair fight at that point, but you'll still be able to claim victory against a celebrated hero. This was the best that Orphan could hope for in her position. That still didn't solve the problem of who should target the other 2 Dwarven heroes. Dice and Tusa both looked at Venerable Stark. The non-Larkinson expert pilot was the strongest of them all. As a consequence, her preferences and opinions mattered more. Stark had been contemplating her target selection for a while now. It was not easy for her to choose between the Gauss Baron and the Paravad. The Gauss Baron is the greatest threat to our fleet, Tusa said. In fact, all of their artillery mechs are huge threats, but the Gauss Baron alone can breach the defenses of our ships and destroy our capital ships even if we manage to win the battle. Will Venerable Leva really focus her fire on our starships over our mechs? Orphan skeptically asked. I mean, our ships don't have any direct combat value. It's a much better idea to take down our mechs first before sweeping our defenseless vessels. Tusa sighed. You never know. Maybe she'll focus on our expert mechs or our bunker mechs. Regardless, whoever she targets will definitely be doomed, so we can't allow her to bombard us with impunity. We need to target her and pressure her right from the start. This was why they all looked at Venerable Stark. Her Amaranto was the only expert mech that could match the range and possibly even exceed the range of the Gauss Baron. Both the Glory Seekers and the Cross Clan used to field rifleman expert mechs as well, but the Star Dancer and the Leskin had both been wrecked during the Battle of Reckoning. Surprisingly, Venerable Stark did not announce her choice. Instead, she turned to Tusa. Can you take out the Gauss Baron? The light skirmisher specialized was taken aback. I'm not sure. I have to get close to it before I can do anything to this expert mech, but there are bound to be a lot of obstacles in the way. It could be other expert mechs, thousands of regular mechs or an extremely well-defended bunker. I also have to evade all of Venerable Leva's attempts to intercept my expert mech. Isn't this what the Dark Zephyr is good at? Orphan said. Your expert mech is faster and more difficult to hit than anything else on our side. Don't you think I know that? I just think that there is no way I can avoid getting hit by the Gauss Baron. It has so many guns that it can saturate an entire area of space with projectiles. So what? The rate of hits won't be high. Also, your mech is clad with unending alloy, so it should easily be able to withstand a lot of hits. Maybe the exterior will remain intact, but the internals will definitely get shaken to pieces if my expert mech absorbs too many impacts. There's a real chance I might not make it all the way through. Venerable Stark did not stare away. She repeated her question. Can you eliminate the Gauss Baron? Venerable Tusa paused before he let out a sigh. I will do my best. I won't promise I can neutralize Venerable Leva, but if my posture is threatening enough, she will have no choice but to target me in order to keep my Dark Zephyr at bay. That should at least relieve the rest of our forces from getting targeted by this destructive force. The guest pilot slowly nodded in satisfaction. If you can do that, then I will eliminate the Paravad. Are you sure? Venerable Stark did not change her mind. My Amaranto is able to fire extremely powerful shots, but I don't think I can penetrate the defenses of the Gauss Baron, at least from a distance. If it is sitting inside a bunker, then the starship it is on can simply roll over and prevent me from delivering the coup de grace. The Paravad is a much more convenient target for me. As an avian marauder mech, it will most certainly circle around the battlefield and seek to attack us at a favorable angle. This means that it will most certainly be in the open. You'll have to hit the Paravad in order to take it out. Tusa pointed out. I can land hits on your Dark Zephyr. Venerable Stark stated a fact. I don't see why I can't do the same to a heavier and slower mech. My chances of striking it are a lot higher, though it likely has its own evasive abilities. If that is the case, then it will take considerably more time for me to eliminate this bird mech. I can handle the Paravod instead, Venerable Dice offered. My first sword should just be fast enough to keep up with this avian expert mech. Stark shook her head. No, that won't work. The Paravod is not as good in dueling as a dedicated swordsman mech. Venerable Merrick will try to circumvent you and he will succeed because his expert mech is designed to be mobile while yours is not. It has to be me. If I ever think my chances of taking it out are too low, I will tell General Verl, but for now I believe I have the greatest chance of taking out this flanking threat quickly. It's not as well protected as the other dwarven expert mechs, so I only need to land a handful of hits in order to eliminate this enemy hero. This was a considerable gamble. The Amaranto's full-powered shots were highly potent, but all of that could easily be wasted if it missed or encountered too many obstacles. Venerable Stark and her expert mechs weren't able to fire too many full-powered shots at a time, so if she missed the mark too many times, then she wouldn't have the firepower to defeat the Paravod anymore. Once Stark confirmed her decision, only Venerable Dice was left. The Sword Maiden expert pilot eventually decided to fulfill a similar role to that of Venerable Orphan and set her sights on other dwarven expert mechs. The only difference was that she would be fighting alongside other Sword Maiden mech pilots. After all, their battle network was one of the trump cards of the Larkinson clan. In the right moment, their collective attack could instantly turn the tide. Chapter 3232, Sacrifices. Time passed by. As the Larkinson clan slowly planned and prepared, many Larkinsons were being put to use. Although there was a clear separation between soldiers and civilians in the clan, at the end of the day this line was not that clear. After all, a losing battle would not just spell the end of all of the mech pilots fighting in the front, but also the civilians in the rear. This was one of the downsides of basing the clan around a fleet. It was not easy to keep a healthy distance between active servicemen and defenseless civilians. The ships that functioned as combat vessels also served as home for the families of the spacers stationed there. Even if the families were being segregated into dedicated civilian ships, those vessels also needed protection or else it was too easy for malicious parties to raid them or blast them apart. Since the lives and freedom of the civilians were also at stake, they tried their best to contribute to the defense of the Larkinson fleet in any way they could. The children, the elderly and anyone else who wasn't able to provide any assistance had to be moved out of the way. The question was where to put them. Should they be placed onto fragile civilian ships, resilient combat carriers or aboard one of the capital ships? After General Verl, Chief Minister Magdalena Larkinson, Fleet Coordinator Ophelia Cronin and Commodore Abigail Avern held a strategic session, they made a number of difficult decisions. Considering the strength of the enemy fleet, it was highly unlikely for the Larkinson clan to retain all of its ships. It was unreasonable to protect hundreds of sub-capital ships and numerous vulnerable non-combat capital ships. The Larkinson clan therefore had to set its priorities and decide which ships they should truly try to preserve and which vessels they could do without. The purpose of owning a large number of sub-capital ships is to strengthen ourselves so that we can reach the Beander Gate safely. Verl reminded everyone. However, we never intended to keep them all as it is too prohibitive to buy gate passage for them all. Since we intend to discard them at some point in the future, it shouldn't be too big of a deal to lose them earlier than planned. Are you saying that we should use our fleet of sub-capital ships as disposable consumables? Commodore Avern raised her eyebrow. The general grinned. That is exactly what I am suggesting. Instead of selling them off for money, we can instead use them as improvised walls that can shield our more crucial starships from getting crippled or destroyed by the inevitable bombardment from the Slug Rangers. If we can use our expendable hulls as defensive strongholds for our own mechs, then we can buy time and slow down the rate of losses of our mechs. At the end of the day, victory rests on our mechs, not our ships, so let us put the latter to better use rather than indiscriminately trying to preserve them all and risk losing something irreplaceable. It is also easier to protect our civilians if we don't spread them around so much. Minister Magdalena added, the crown jewels of the Larkinson clan had to be preserved at all cost. The leaders soon decided to allocate the civilians equally aboard each of the capital ships. In fact, they went a step further and ordered all non-essential servicemen aboard all of the sub-capital ships to transfer to the capital ships as soon as it became clear that battle was inevitable. Although the capital ships weren't ready to host so many extra passengers in comfort, aside from the blinding Banshee they were all large enough to fit a lot more bodies as long as the transferred people could cope with temporary accommodations for a week. According to the new plan, only the bare minimum of skeleton crews of brave spacers would be left in charge of the emptied sub-capital ships. Their sense of duty, honor and belonging to the clan all made them willing to perform the noble task of controlling the combat carriers and logistical ships while they would soon be pounded into pieces by enemy artillery. If they were lucky, they might be able to evacuate their crumbling vessels via escape pods in time. If not, they would most certainly go down with their ships. The Larkinson clan employed a similar tactic during the battle against the Abyss. General Verl still remembered how they transformed the second-class combat carriers of the Penitent Sisters into giant improvised torpedoes. It was one of the only ways they could think of to destroy the pirate warship known as the Gravada Narlax. Of course, this time such a ramming strategy was not as viable. They weren't facing single powerful warships but a large fleet of carriers as well as tens of thousands of mechs. Simple ramming tactics would never fundamentally threaten such a large force. This time, the Larkinson clan was firmly on the defensive, so it was best to employ the disposable sub-capital ships as barriers to shield the capital ships from damage. The better armored capital ships such as the Graveyard and the Spirit of Bentheim could easily take care of themselves for a time. The crew of the former even planned to mount additional pieces of hardy metal onto her already bloated hull. The fleet possessed an abundant amount of raw materials that couldn't be converted into mechs or other useful supplies in the short term. Rather than letting them go to waste, the Larkinsons already came up with the idea of affixing them to the hulls of the more vulnerable sub-capital ships so that they could at least function as sturdier walls. As all of these plans were being readied, elsewhere on the fleet Vase was holding an important discussion with the other journeymen. Everyone is in it together, so let's make sure we put our assistance to good use. Vase began. What do you have in mind, Vase? His wife asked. We can keep the erudites here and function as analysts. Let them stare at all of the mechs deployed by the dwarves and point out any weak points and vulnerabilities that our mech pilots can exploit. As for the Braves, I suggest sending them down to the mech hangars of every carrier vessel. They're far superior compared to mech technicians when it comes to readying individual mechs for battle and efficiently repairing damaged machines. If you do that, there are bound to be casualties among the latter group of mech designers. Juliet observed. That's their bad luck. Vase crossed his arms. I once fought in the trenches, myself, and I gained a large amount of experience and insights that have shaped and benefited my design philosophy. Anyone who carries the title of brave has already been told what I expect from them. I did not hire them for their intellect. I hired them for their resilience. Although he was engaging in the same scheme as the brighter politicians who believed in the societal vitality theory, he firmly believed that the Larkinson clan's mech designers needed to live through the hardships endured by the soldiers they served in order to design more effective products in the future. Mech design was not just about designing the highest performing mechs. It was also about designing the most suitable mechs, and that was not possible if the designers became too arrogant and locked themselves up in their ivory towers all the time. It was a tendency that Vase was very familiar with whenever he collaborated with Gloriana. Kedis enthusiastically agreed with his decision. The best people who can serve soldiers are soldiers themselves. These braves of ours have grown too soft in the past year. They've done a great job in studying more knowledge and gaining more skills, but they still don't have a good idea of how their work affects their users. Seeing the consequences of their own decisions up close will make them a lot more serious about their future designs. The matter was soon set. Even if a batch of braves perished in battle, it wasn't a big deal. Vase could easily hire another batch of assistants. His reputation, prestige and accomplishments in the mech industry was already impressive enough to attract a large number of apprentice mech designers from any state. As for the journeymen themselves, they decided to stay in the design lab and work with the erudites to analyze the enemy mechs. No machine was without vulnerabilities. The more they were able to figure out, the easier it was for their mech pilots to take down their foes. I think most of our attention should be focused on the enemy expert mechs. Vase spoke. Defeating them is crucial to winning the battle. At the very least, we need to pressure them enough so that they can't run roughshod over our forces. That's going to be difficult. Expert mechs are much more advanced than regular mechs. Even a tiny advantage is enough to make a difference. We have several offensive options that can become a lot more effective if they know where to hit to achieve maximum effect. Since it would take a few hours before the hostile dwarven fleet arrived, the journeymen intended to spend their time on other useful activities. For example, Juliet and Kedis went back to their respective mech legions in order to fine-tune their mechs and advise them on how to approach the battle. Gloriana decided to tweak and tune the expert mechs so that they could enter battle in their best possible state. As for Vase, as much as he wanted to join his wife, he did not follow her right away. "What are you up to this time?" she asked in a suspicious tone. "I'm thinking about how we can even the odds a little further," he said. "While I'm glad that our clansmen are doing everything in their power to prepare us for battle, I don't think it's enough." Gloriana looked concerned. "You've been able to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat several times before. What makes this different? The number disparity is too great," he told her. "Even with our various trump cards, I don't think it's enough. Not only are we short on thousands of regular mechs, but we will also have to contain more expert mechs than we can match. I think our forces can reluctantly deal with one of these problems, but it is too much to handle both of them at the same time. We just don't have enough combat assets to spare." "So you're thinking about a way to increase that?" Vase nodded. "Either that or improve the strength of our existing assets so that they have a better chance of overcoming the disparity in numbers. If that's the case, why haven't you made use of these options before?" "They're somewhat costly or controversial. I've been reluctant to resort to them for various reasons. The only reason why I'm thinking about these options is because our situation is too dire for me to stick to this conservative stance. The dwarves are driving me to desperation." He felt very distressed about this situation. He really didn't want to resort to his more costly or dangerous bag of tricks, but the damned ferals weren't leaving him with much choice. It would be the height of foolishness to conserve his strength in this life-and-death battle. At this time, he couldn't care about the price he had to pay or the risks he had to incur. As long as he was able to improve the odds of victory, it was worth it for him to take action. As for the negative consequences that he and his clan were bound to suffer afterwards, that was no big deal. As long as he and his clan managed to survive, it was worth the sacrifice. The two shared an intimate kiss before they separated. While Gloriana went down to the hangar bay, Vase moved to his personal workshop. Chapter 3233. Painful Options. "Well, here we are again." Vase sighed as he sat in front of his main workstation in his personal workshop. "It seems that every time I'm being confronted by a powerful enemy, I have to pull out another rabbit out of my hat." Meow. Lucky floated around Vase before settling on the table. The cat was already familiar with this routine and wondered what he would be able to witness this time. The scariest aspect about an imaginative mech designer like Vase was that he developed a lot of ideas. A handful of them were good. A lot of them were awful. A fair number of them promised significant benefits but not without complications. Vase shelved a lot of ideas that fell into the last category. Although he liked to take a risk every now and then, he did not generally feel the need to resort to them when he was already doing fine by maintaining a stable trajectory. Unfortunately, the good times were over. After a year of stable growth, the Larkinson clan finally bumped into an enemy that was too powerful to overcome by letting Venerable Tusa out of his cage. "It's not just the numbers that daunt me," he whispered. "If the 30,000 mechs dispatched by the Vulcanites fought like a mob, then Vase would still have ample confidence in his forces. However, the Feral Provincial Army was a professional mech military that did not feature any obvious shortcomings such as lack of funding, corrupt and complacent leaders or low morale. The incoming enemies were all trained and driven soldiers who knew how to fight like a proper army. Even if their martial traditions were not old and even if they lacked recent battle experience, they were still capable of employing proper strategies and tactics that attempted to achieve greater synergy out of the three mech divisions. The strength of a coordinated mech army was 2 to 10 times stronger than a swarm of unorganized mechs piloted by undisciplined scum. Fortunately, the Larkinson army was also close to military grade. The mech legions were only deficient in a couple of aspects such as accumulation and martial tradition, but they had already proven that they could hold their own against the likes of the Fredaman. This isn't enough, though. Vase did not like the current odds as he saw it. Even if the Larkinson clan and its allies were able to achieve victory, it would most definitely be paid with the blood of a lot of people and the loss of many crucial starships. A Pyrrhic victory at this stage was barely better than an outright loss. If his clan lost most of its capital ships and a huge amount of mech pilots and other critical personnel, then he and his clan would no longer be in a position to enter the Red Ocean. "I won't accept this outcome." This was why he started to pull out old ideas from the back of his mind and contemplate whether it was feasible to implement them. Almost no option was too taboo for him anymore. Should I build a giant warship-grade luminaire cannon and mount it on the prow of my factory ship? Vase ruled out this idea straight away. Even if he won the battle, he would land himself in hot water with the big two. Whatever happened to him and his clan in this case would be no worse than losing the battle. If he wasn't able to get ahead in some way, it was not worth it to employ the idea in question. Besides, a cannon of that size and caliber takes too long to build. There were many impractical ideas like that. After contemplating several more suggestions, he came up with a simple one that was a lot more practical but was associated with a considerable opportunity cost. Vase reached into his uniform pocket and retrieved a pouch. He opened it up and withdrew a handful of gems. Bastit's favor, the blessing of a feline patron, is stored in this gem. Enhances the cutting power of a mech by 20%. Bastit's regard, the blessing of a feline patron, is stored in this gem. Improves the agility of a mech by 20%. Bastit's affection, the blessing of a feline patron, is stored in this gem. Increases the firepower of a ranged mech by 20%. The 3 gems were the latest batch that Lucky had managed to produce. Unlike many of his other gems, these ones provided straightforward boosts without any complications. The only weirdness was that they appeared to have ties with the same patron, but that was not important at the moment. Vase currently contemplated whether he should use them on his existing expert mechs. If I do so, I won't gain any substantial benefits with regards to my progression. Their greatest value to him was the possibility to upgrade a mech that was already high in quality into a masterwork mech. This was an immensely profitable procedure that had already provided considerable boosts to his ability to design mechs. In essence, the more he utilized his gems in this fashion, the faster he was able to realize his design philosophy. It also brought him closer to fulfilling his ultimate ambition to become a star designer. Ever since he learned about Senfoven's ladder of craftsmanship and its relevance to his profession, he realized that making masterwork mechs was even more critical to his future accomplishments. The head start he managed to accrue with the help of Lucky's gems already put him at a significant advantage. It gave Vase a whole new appreciation of his first pet. At the same time, he also suspected that there was an even greater meaning to having him by his side. Whether his mother, the system, or some other unfathomable existence arranged Lucky to assist his mech design journey, it was clear that the remarkable gems were crucial to increasing his affinity for mechs and thereby allow him to catch up to the best and most talented mech designers. To use them up at this junction and give up the opportunity to make 3 future masterwork mechs was a painful thought. Yet when he thought about the opposition that his expert mechs had to confront, he also felt a lot of pressure. What if the first sword succumbed against the gatecrasher because its sword wasn't sharp enough to cut through the ladder's defenses? What if the Amaranto was torn to pieces by the Paravod because its firepower was not strong enough to destroy the avian expert mech on its approach? What if the Dark Zephyr fell under the massed bombardment of the Gauss Baron and other Slug Ranger mechs due to its inability to evade enough attacks? Even if the gems only boosted a single property by 20%, as long as they were applied to the strongest and most crucial attributes of his expert mechs, they would definitely perform a lot better. It could even mean the difference between victory or death. As Vase stared at the gems he took out, he struggled with this decision. Lucky on the other hand stared at his own waste products and yawned. Meow, I suppose you're right, gems were precious, but he still retained a channel where he could obtain more. They weren't like unending alloy, which Vase was pretty sure he would never be able to get his hands on outside the Nixian Gap. Though he would definitely miss some precious opportunities months or years from now, at least he still had a future to begin with. From a logical standpoint, it did not make sense to hang on to them when he risked losing everything. He made his decision. He felt like he was trading the opportunity to earn 100 million MTA merits in the long term in order to obtain just 10 MTA merits in the short term. The loss was too much, but Vase had no other choice because obtaining 10 MTA merits right away might end up saving his life in the coming few days. After making this difficult decision, he began to contemplate other possibilities. He soon thought about one of his most dramatic trump cards, his battle networks. Can I expand my battle networks? He quickly went over his options. The avatars of myth, the living sentinels and the flagrant vandals were too messy and diverse to form a battle formation. That had not changed from before. However, different from last time, the Larkinson clan welcomed one more mech legion into the fold. The Eye of Ilvain all share the same beliefs. As much as he loathed it, he had to admit that religion was a great way to homogenize a large group of people from different backgrounds. Their strong beliefs in the same god or tenets caused them to form a connection with each other that was strong enough to allow them to form a working battle network. I'll add this to the list. He didn't expect much from this solution, though. Ilvain wasn't doing so well as a design spirit these days. Being cut off from a lot of spiritual feedback now that the Ilvain Protectorate stopped making use of holy soldiers and deliverers caused Ilvain to go on a starvation diet. Though the situation had improved a bit from before due to the slow expansion of the Ilvainan faith in the Larkinson clan, the design spirit didn't have a lot of energy to spare. Still, anything is better than nothing. The Eye of Ilvain only needs to make their precious opportunity count. The only complication was that the Ilvainan mechs largely consisted of artillery mechs that were locked in bunkers. They weren't able to move around, so how could they place themselves in specific formations that allowed them to channel the power of their design spirit? Vase scratched his head. Maybe they'll be able to work something out. There's not much of a cost to granting the Eye of Ilvain a battle network, so I won't lose anything if it fails. As he was thinking about this potential issue, he suddenly gained an inspiring thought. What if I combine the use of battle networks with powerful totems? He thought about the 4 aspects of Lufa and the statue of the Superior Mother. Each of them were remarkable and spiritually powerful in their own right. If he used them as a catalyst or booster to a spiritual process like his battle networks, then he might be able to achieve an even stronger effect. This was a crazy yet brilliant idea. Even though he had no idea whether it would work or whether it was safe to mess with spirituality in this way, at this moment Vase did not consider all of the ways that this could lead to catastrophic results. As long as there was a chance to achieve a powerful result, it was worth the gamble. Now that he came up with this idea, he soon matched his battle networks with suitable anchors. The Sword Maidens have the first sword and the Decapitator. The Penitent Sisters have the statue of the Superior Mother. The Battle Criers have the 4 aspects of Lufa. As for the Eye of Ilvain, they didn't really have a suitable totem now that he thought about it. The closest object that could fulfill this job was the Zeal, one of the 6 transcendent messenger mechs that Vase had designed a long time ago. Even though the 3rd-class hero mech was long relegated to a museum piece, it was still a revered mech among the Ilvainans. Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. Should I repurpose the Zeal or create a more suitable totem? He was leaning towards the latter. As much as he saw the appeal of reinventing the Zeal, it was not built for the job that he envisioned. It was too fragile and probably had to be piloted in order to achieve its maximum effect. In contrast to choosing this messy solution, he much preferred to start with a clean slate and create a purpose-built totem. I've become quite good at making totems, and I think Ilvain will be able to channel his powers much better if I develop a specialized vehicle that is designed to work with his battle network. It was similar to designing an expert mech for a mech pilot. The difference was that his client was a design spirit and the vessel came in the form of a totem. The only problem that caused Vase to pause was the implications of doing this. If he went through with creating a totem dedicated to the Great Prophet, the Eye of Ilvain and the Ilvainan faith would definitely be energized. Vase could already foresee that the Ilvainans would be able to convert more Larkinsons in the future. This was an unfavorable development that increased the proportion of believers and reduced the number of secularists in the clan. His expression became pained again. Damn it, our clan really needs Ilvain's power. I can't pass this opportunity up just because I don't like what happens afterwards. Chapter 3234, Wild Ideas. The ideas he came up with all sounded promising. Vase could already imagine the balance of odds shifting in his favor. Comment whether it was integrating his expert mechs with Lucky's gems, granting a battle network to the Eye of Ilvain and making a new totem in Ilvain's honor. Each of them promised to convert unused potential into greater strength. Comment at least that was what he hoped would happen. It's not enough, don't you think so, Lucky? Meow. Lucky nodded. I feel as if I can still do something to tip the scales further. Although it was tempting to feel satisfied at this point, he couldn't afford to underestimate the Vulcanites. They might be lacking in many aspects, but the intelligence he read on the feral provincial army made it clear that his upcoming enemies were definitely hiding their own cards. Comment it was dangerous to assume that the capabilities described in the intelligence reports conformed to reality. What if the Dwarven mech force retained another high-tier expert pilot? What if the Ferals reinforced their attack fleet with a couple of extra mech regiments that they had lying on hand? Any of these surprises could completely upend his calculus and doom his clan just because he became complacent too soon. His thoughts rotated faster as he renewed his effort to improve the outcoming of the upcoming battle. He had so many potentially good ideas in mind. From producing more Luminaire crystal weapons for his ranged mechs to convincing the Empire of the Lost to send a rescue force to bail him out, each of them would definitely improve his circumstances. Unfortunately, all of these solutions required too much time. If only Calabas discovered the conspiracy targeted against us sooner. He sighed. He was grateful that the Black Cats managed to uncover the Feral Province's plot ahead of time. Calabas had probably saved a lot of lives by acting on her suspicions towards the Feral Patrol captain. It could have been better, though. The Larkinson clan would have never been so close to meeting its end if Calabas managed to inform him of the threat a week earlier. Maybe I'm asking too much from the Black Cats. If his clan was stronger and fielded more mechs, Vase wouldn't have ended up in this desperate position in the first place. He could have just relied on superior quantity and quality to steamroll his opposition. I really need to get my hands on a fleet carrier or two after this is over. He grumbled. He briefly thought about trying to hijack the dwarven carriers. The idea sounded great at first, but then Vase remembered that the Vulcanites employed an extremely effective, anti-theft, measure that quickly ended this particular ambition. Those damn dwarves build their ships with ceilings that are far too low. Almost every compartment and passageway that didn't have to fit anything big was deliberately designed to make it harder for humans to navigate them. The Vulcanites were so eager with this that they baked this measure into all of their starships in a way that made it impossible for tall folk to capture them and crew them in an effective manner. The only way to convert a dwarven carrier into a more normal vessel was to rip out all of the interior and rebuild the insides from the ground up. For capital ships, that could take years. This devious dwarven measure also ruled out the possibility of boarding or infiltrating the enemy vessels. The Larkinson clan's boarding parties and infiltration teams simply couldn't go anywhere without scraping and bumping their helmets against the ceiling. Just as he was about to give up on this train of thought, his eyes suddenly strayed towards Lucky. The lazy gem cat was already starting to get bored. His eyes dimmed as he yawned another time. However, when Lucky sensed that Vase was looking at him with a speculative look, the cat quickly became alert. Nothing good ever happened when Vase adopted this gaze. Meow. You're shorter than a dwarf, right? In fact, lower ceilings don't bother you at all since you can just phase through solid matter. Meow. It's time to make another contribution, Lucky. Meow. Don't complain. Would you rather lose your ride and all of your privileges that you currently enjoy in our clan? If not, then get ready to suit up in your misfortune harness, because you're going on another infiltration mission. That riled Lucky up. The cat jumped into the air as if his feet had just been scalded with hot water. Meow meow meow, I'm not taking no for an answer. You'll either do this or you can float in the emptiness of space forever. Meow. After dealing with this little matter, Vase gained a bit more confidence, but only by a small amount. Though allowing Lucky to get loose on the enemy's flagship would undoubtedly cause the dwarven mech force to fall into disarray, it would not directly affect the dwarven mechs that have already deployed in space. Vase needed to find at least one more way to harm or debilitate them in some way. Soon enough, a particularly radical idea came to mind. Could I use their beliefs against them? He wondered. He fell silent for a moment. This was not a light matter. The dwarves were his children in a sense. Though nobody except him knew the truth, he was still the origin of their beliefs and the founder of their faith. During his last mastery experience, he invented a fake persona and adopted the guise of Vulcan, the god of dwarves, mechs and craftsmanship to rally the stupid dwarven rebels and make sure they fought hard enough against their human oppressors. If it worked once, it can work again. No one should be better at impersonating Vulcan than himself. He was confident enough in his persuasion abilities to sow doubt in the fanatic dwarven mech pilots. It would be great if he could not only convince the hostile ferals that he was Vulcan or a representative of their god, but also persuade them to give up on their attempt to destroy the human visitors. Vase wasn't confident he would be able to accomplish the latter. The ferals have embraced the dwarven god cult, so they probably won't recognize me as their god. Fanatics were so committed to their beliefs that they were remarkably good at rejecting any evidence that contradicted their assumptions. Still, from what Vase learned of the Feral Province's population as well as the composition of the Molten Hammers, Slug Rangers and Hive Roarers, not every Vulcanite was a dwarven god cultist. The original Vulcan faith had been entrenched in the Empire for decades and should still have a lot of adherents. Perhaps their influence had waned and there might not be a lot of them in the mech divisions handpicked to launch this attack, but as long as he was able to sway the minds of just 1% of the enemy troops, it could easily disrupt the enemy mech forces' cohesion. The lower their coordination, the easier it is to break the dwarven units apart and defeat them in detail. Vase thought about ways he could make his performance more convincing. The best solution was to turn Vulcan from a falsehood into a real design spirit, but he soon rejected this option. I don't have the ingredients to create a version of Vulcan that's convincing enough. It also conflicted with an ambitious plan that he had cooked up as of late. I don't need a design spirit. I can just make another totem and instill it with the right impression. He believed that these steps should be able to make a difference in battle. After all, the dwarves had worshipped Vulcan so long that the prospect of finally meeting their own god should definitely cause disruptions. This plan fell in line with the Larkinson clan's psychological warfare doctrine. No matter how dirty it was to play with other people's beliefs, Vase was willing to set aside his disgust for religion in order to take advantage of other people's superstitions. As long as it delivers the results I want, I have no problem with pretending to be a god. After coming up with this latest ploy, Vase finally felt confident enough that he had done what he could to even the odds. Perhaps he might come up with more viable solutions, but for now he had a good starting point that effectively made use of his advantages. He immediately began to put his plan in motion. He first created a pair of totems in his workshop with the materials he had on hand. He spent the most time on creating a large-scale totem that was dedicated to Ilvain. Vase couldn't afford to stop and think about what he should create, so he just went with the first thought that came into mind. It will take too long for me to make anything complex, so I should stick to a simple shape. What about a rod? Originally, he wanted to make a giant cannon or gun in order to serve as a catalyst for a battle network, but Vase wouldn't be able to design and build anything up to standard in just a couple of hours of time. A rod was much simpler and easier to make, though he still invested a lot of time to make the giant object as simple and flawless as possible. It had to look good enough to make the Ilvainans believe that it was connected to the Great Prophet. While he made the rod, he instilled it with as much life as he could. He focused his efforts on two aspects. First, it had to exude the same glow as Ilvain in the purest possible form. Second, it had to work well with the battle network he planned to make. Since he had yet to create the latter, it was a lot more convenient for Vase to preconfigure the rod for its future purpose. He employed his accumulated spiritual engineering to create a spiritual construct that should provide specific functionality. Vase even made the spiritual construct alive and fed it with a precious portion of universal life energy to power up the entire artifact. He winced as he used up this portion. He didn't want to squander his precious high-grade serum in this manner, but this seemed like a bad time to be stingy, so he used up 10% of the energy contained in a full vial to accelerate the spiritual development of his totem. This made a huge difference. The totem's glow and spiritual foundation started off weak but quickly became a lot stronger and more solid after receiving a potent injection. This will have to do. Vase reluctantly nodded. I'll just call you the Rod of Ilvain. He was too much in a rush to think up a better name. Besides, he didn't think the Ilvainans would care. If they were stupid enough to worship a discarded nutrient pack wrapper of the Great Prophet, then they should have no problem worshipping a giant metal rod. Vase quickly moved on to complete his other tasks. From creating a totem that was based on what he remembered of his persona of Vulcan to gathering the Eye of Ilvain together in order to create a brand new battle network, he worked quickly to get everything done in time. Even as the Ilvainans were singing praises to the bright martyr for granting them his blessing, Vase quickly turned away and headed over to the hangar bay in order to insert Lucky's gems into his expert mechs. Well, the choices are obvious. The Bastet gems seemed tailor-made for specific expert mechs. The first sword received Bastet's favor, the Dark Zephyr integrated Bastet's regard and the Amaranto absorbed Bastet's affection. He tried to be as subtle as possible and inserted the gems to the expert mechs inside their cockpits. Hopefully, Gloriana wouldn't find out that he had just used up 3 potential opportunities to make masterwork mechs too soon. She'll definitely find out when the expert mechs finally show off their performance. Vase predicted. Gloriana knew her work so well that she should immediately be able to detect the discrepancies. The only Larkinson expert mech that didn't receive a gem was the Riot. Vase felt kind of sad for this expert mech. It was not just a machine but also a living mech. He contemplated whether he should take out another gem and give it a little power up as well. He pulled out one more gem from his pouch. Unstable Chaos Essence, a terrible essence of chaos is locked within this gem. The essence is stolen from a great and ancient horror that would dearly wish to regain it. Carry this gem at your own risk. Should I? Well, he had already taken a number of reckless chances in order to improve his odds. What was the harm in making another gamble? Chapter 3235. 3 flagships. What everyone in the Golden Skull Alliance feared came to pass. The gravitic sensors already detected a massive spike in readings in the Fortia Zentra system. The odds that a random trading convoy or some massive migration fleet would choose to enter this random, lifeless star system was minimal. Yet a fleet larger than almost anything the Larkinsons had witnessed just happened to be entering this neighborhood at roughly the same time the Dwarven patrol vessel was supposed to receive additional reinforcements. According to the rude and arrogant feral inspection captain, he merely called over an assisting force in order to speed up the inspection work of the hundreds of ships of the Golden Skull Alliance. If the dwarf was speaking the truth, then the wave of reinforcements should have just consisted of a handful of frigates carrying a small army of inspectors. The behemoth fleet that transitioned into the star system was much more than that. That became evident as numerous impressive-looking fleet carriers appeared into view. 15 fleet carriers. Someone whispered on the bridge of the Spirit of Bentime. A shudder ran through many people's spines. The quantity of capital ships already pressed a heavy weight on the shoulders of the human visitors. A normal host would never spontaneously dispatch a huge fleet led by 15 whopping fleet carriers just to conduct a routine inspection. What was even more impressive was the uniform clouds of combat carriers. Each of them roughly consisted of the same ship classes, signifying a high degree of standardization and professionalism. To see these combat carriers lining up in precise formations before slowly moving forward in unison sent another shudder through everyone's spines. There's not a single non-combat vessel in the fleet. These dwarves came for one single purpose, and Vase did not believe they just wanted to stretch their legs. The 3 mech divisions of the Feral Provincial Army came prepared for combat. They left behind every vulnerable vessel so that they would have less weaknesses to worry about. 3 fleet carriers stood out from the rest. Whereas the majority of fleet carriers looked like standard models that resembled barrels in space, the flagships of the mech divisions were all unique vessels that each possessed their own characteristics. The Great Ram shared a couple of parallels with the Spirit of Bentime. The flagship of the Molten Hammers was a broad cigar-shaped vessel that featured much thicker armor than any capital ship in the star system. Of particular note was her bow. The shipwrights had shaped it into a giant ram head, complete with curled horns that gave the vessel a much more savage presence. This ship can't actually ram other ships, right? It would be a suicide attack if the Great Ram recklessly charges onto another hull. Ramming was never a reliable tactic unless the tech disparity was insanely high. Vase and many other technically proficient personnel could already tell that if the Great Ram attempted to charge a ship like the Spirit of Bentime, she would most definitely collapse in on herself. This was because the ramming vessel had to endure the same force as her victim. Newton's third law of motion was no joke. No matter how much the dwarves reinforced the structure of this fleet carrier, the Great Ram didn't look sturdy enough to withstand the unimaginable forces unleashed during a collision against a solid enough object. Impracticalities aside, her giant ram head still looked incredibly intimidating. The Great Ram essentially encapsulated the fighting approach of the Molten Hammers. She's extremely heavily armored. She boasts multiple layers of dense hull plating on every side except her stern. While her maneuverability is also extremely low, she actually boasts an oversized propulsion system, allowing her to accelerate fast enough to not slow down the rest of the fleet too much. There were other characteristics about the Great Ram that looked unusual. For example, she boasted a thick underside that could withstand a lot of punishment. She also boasted just 60 bunkers, which was less than average than a ship of her size could accommodate. Obviously, the Great Ram was primarily focused on defense rather than offense. It was the Feral Provincial Army's version of the Graveyard, except the Dwarven fleet carrier was much more oriented towards combat and didn't look nearly as shabby. However, compared to this slow and plodding fleet carrier, the flagship of the Slug Rangers posed a much greater concern to the Golden Skull Alliance. Whereas the Great Ram lacked too many bunkers to pose an immediate threat, the Lemigo Distat immediately caused a lot of alarms to ring inside the heads of the military commanders. Her design deviated the most from a standard fleet carrier. She was narrower than the Great Ram and did not boast an exaggerated amount of armor. Her hull still looked sturdy enough to withstand a lot of bombardment, and her maneuverability was probably a bit more decent. What really stood out from Lemigo was her bunkers. She had a lot of them. It only took a short moment for the Larkinson clan's long-ranged sensors to count all of the reinforced bunkers. The Lemigo Distat carries a total of 200 bunkers. She's practically made to serve as a firing platform for artillery mechs. This was the closest thing to a warship that ordinary states were allowed to field. Though the Vulcanites hated the rules imposed by the Big Two, which they considered to be a cabal of tall folk, even the dwarves weren't stupid enough to cross the clearest red line set by humanity. The Lemigo Distat actually boasted the smallest mech capacity out of all of the fleet carriers. So much of her volume was dedicated towards hosting bunkers and supporting the artillery mechs within that she did not need to fulfill any other function. What stood out from the bunkers was that they weren't as recessed as typical bunker implementation. Instead, they stuck out from the surface of the hull like huge pimples. These high bunkers increased the angles in which the artillery mechs inside could direct their fire. Otherwise, it would have been a lot harder for a mech positioned on the starboard side to fire at a target that was positioned forward, behind, above or below the Lemigo Distat. Sure, the oddly shaped bunkers made the fleet carrier look like a disease-ridden vessel, but they ensured that at least 2/3 of the cracker mechs ensconced inside would be able to unleash their formidable firepower at any time. The roost was plainer than the rest. The main fleet carrier of the Hiver Roarers resembled an oval nest as she was designed to carry and support 800 mechs. Her hull plating wasn't as thick as the other two flagships, but her mobility was noticeably better. Her 77 bunkers weren't anything to write home about. The ships of the three mech divisions each stuck fairly close to each other while at the same time maintaining their own spaces. The direction of their headings was clear, though. They were all navigating straight towards the expeditionary fleet. While this took place, the ongoing talk between the expeditionary fleet and the Dwarven patrol captain took on a different turn. The Dwarven patrol captain had kept Minister Sheddarin Pernus locked in a circular argument for several hours. It was only now that he finally said something different. Our main inspection teams have just arrived. The dwarf captain schooled his face and tried to reassure the tall folk. Please stand by and wait for their approach. They shall be conducting their examinations soon. Your newly arrived friends have come with many more combat vessels than what is necessary to conduct a routine inspection. Sheddarin plainly pointed out, according to our new laws, we must take extra precautions to protect our border. One of our rules is that we must field more ships and mechs than the parties that wish to enter our space. Please do not be concerned. This modest detachment from our great mech army will only take action should you break our rules or if the inspections have uncovered prohibited contraband. We are an expeditionary fleet that comes in peace. Sheddarin firmly stated, we have already changed our minds about crossing deeper into the Vulcan Empire. As soon as we are ready, we will promptly depart from this star system and head straight back outside this star sector. It is unnecessary for your forces to conduct an inspection. The Dwarven captain frowned. We cannot allow you to go. Your behavior is suspicious. Whether you wish to proceed with your journey or not, you are already in our empire's space. This means you are already subject to our rules. It is our obligation to make certain that no one violates our laws. Cease your new plans immediately and surrender to our examinations. I will not warn you twice. We are not subject to your empire's laws. Sheddarin took on a strong tone. We have told you over and over again that our MTA pass provides us with immunity to your local laws and customs. If any of your empire's vessels ever come within combat range of our expeditionary fleet, we have no choice but to assume you intend to attack us in clear violation of the rules of the MTA. We have the right to defend ourselves and we shall do so in the most violent way possible. Even though the charade was up, the Dwarven captain continued to act cluelessly and did his best to stall and deceive the tall folk. Vase shut down the channel. It was a waste of time to listen to the Dwarven captain's lies any further. Instead, he turned to General Verl's projection. Your thoughts? The Dwarven punitive fleet is highly consistent in terms of numbers and other traits. It appears that the Feral Provincial Army like to organize its units in an orderly manner. The chances are high that we will have to fight against 15 Dwarven expert mechs. Damn, Vase softly cursed. This was indeed a bad scenario and one that the Larkinsons did not want to see. The Feral Provincial Army may lack actual battle experience, but that also made it easy for its units to remain at full strength. War was a massive drain on funding, manpower and resources. This has caused states that engaged in frequent war like the Old Bright Republic to have trouble with allocating a sufficient amount of assets and other necessities to its mech regiments. Not so for the Vulcan Empire. The Molten Hammers, Slug Rangers and Hiver Roarers were not affected by attrition at all and arrived in their strongest posture. A lot of their starships are on the slow side. Vase pointed out, is it possible for us to just keep accelerating away and wait until all of our FTL drives have finished cycling? I'm not certain that will work, sir. Verl replied as he analyzed the estimated specs of the Dwarven vessels. Their fleet carriers are indeed slow, but their combat carriers feature a respectable amount of acceleration despite the thickness of their hulls. They can still catch up with our expeditionary fleet if they are willing to overload their propulsion systems. This will allow them to bring their mechs close enough to entangle us in battle, thereby slowing us down and anchoring us to this star system long enough for their heavy fleet carriers to catch up. So in short, we can't run away unless we choose to jump away early and leave behind half of our fleet that hasn't finished cycling their FTL drives in time. Even though accelerating away from the dwarven combat vessels wouldn't allow the expeditionary fleet to avoid battle entirely, it could still buy a few more hours for the Larkinsons, glory seekers and crossers. Yet was there any point to delaying the confrontation? The dwarven fleet is too intimidating. General Verl judged. The longer it looms behind our back, the more it will impact our morale. Attempting to move away is already an admission of inferiority on our part. We have already made a lot of preparations and we don't need much more time to prep our fleet for battle. I believe it is unwise to delay the inevitable. Let us meet the dwarven aggression with our heads lifted high rather than hunched down. Then so be it. Vase concurred. We shall never allow the dwarves to humiliate us. We are Larkinsons. We are unbowed. The Golden Skull Alliance chose not to reconsider its plans after seeing what the Feral Province had sent. Though the dwarven punitive fleet looked a bit more formidable than anyone thought, it could still be overcome in the right circumstances. Chapter 3236, Ineffectual Response. The expeditionary fleet began to move. While it moved away from the large dwarven combat fleet that had just arrived in the Fortia Zentra system, the vessels did not engage their propulsion systems at full strength. The ships of the Larkinson clan, Glory Seekers and Cross clan made it clear that they weren't running away per se. Instead, they wanted to build up a measure of motion and make sure their dwarven pursuers didn't barrel down on them with high speed. According to the calculations, the expeditionary fleet's maneuvers would delay the interception by half an hour to an hour, which was enough to button down the ships and affix more improvised hull plating on their surfaces. This time, the expeditionary fleet no longer bothered to play stupid. The actions of the Golden Skull Alliance made it clear that it has already figured that the Feral Province came with hostile intentions. Strangely enough, it did not do anything to the dwarven patrol vessel. Aside from launching an intimidating amount of mechs in order to make sure the vessel kept her distance, the Larkinsons left her and her incredibly annoying captain alone. As much as we would like to blow this ship into pieces, we should refrain from being the ones who engage in hostilities first. Minister Sheddarin warned Vase and the other leaders. If there is any hope of deterring the Ferals from going through with this ill-advised attack, then we must make sure that they will have to pay a grievous price for their actions. The MTA will certainly not take kindly to any actions that blatantly disregard its authority. Will the MTA actually come and stop this battle if the dwarves ignore our pass? Vase asked. The foreign minister briefly paused. We have already contacted the MTA. Unfortunately, the reply that we have just received isn't encouraging. What did the Mechers say? Well, they have already informed the officials of the Vulcan Empire that they will revoke all special privileges granted to the state if the Vulcanites persist in launching an attack. This also includes the association's guarantee of protection. That was a heavy punishment that would certainly alarm a majority of the population of the Vulcan Empire. There were plenty of sober dwarves who did not want to lose their main form of protection against invasion by neighboring human states. Unfortunately, the dwarven god cult and the fanatics that had gained a lot of sway in the Feral Province did not think so. The more radical dwarven supremacists did not appreciate the MTA at all and wanted to force a break between the Vulcan Empire and the human-dominated organization. Since the MTA's draconian threat of punishment fell exactly in line with the intentions of the dwarven radicals, Vase and the other Larkinsons immediately figured out that it became even less likely that the Ferals would call off their attack. These stupid Mechers. Vase couldn't hold in his anger any longer. Don't they know that they're giving the radical dwarves exactly what they want? The MTA should never reward rule-breaking behavior. Minister Sheddarin's expression turned awkward. I have tried to argue the same to the local MTA branch, but the reply I've received is that the response of the Mech Trade Association falls in line with the rules that they have set. You have to understand that the association is a rules-based organization. It only acts according to the laws and policies that it has already set. It rarely makes exceptions and it tries its best to avoid letting personal judgment and subjective opinions affect its rulings. The current punishment they threaten to levy to the Vulcan Empire is the best the MTA can do while maintaining its impartiality. This might be true on the surface, but Vase knew the MTA wasn't above bending or breaking its own rules. There was no way that the MTA had its hands tied. If the Mechers really wanted to stop the attack, they could have dispatched a squad of first-class multipurpose mechs to this star system and stopped the dwarfs from challenging their authority. Vase narrowed his eyes in suspicion. He had a hunch that the MTA was not that eager to stop the battle from taking place. The Larkinsons developed a lot of new and impressive expert mechs, each of which exhibited powers that were beyond the norm. The Larkinson clan also exhibited several other strange methods that were quite impactful in battle. What if the MTA wanted to witness the Larkinson clan fight a serious battle? What if the Mechers wanted to observe all of the amazing methods that the Larkinsons came up with? What if there was a stealthed MTA ship lurking on the side that was already waiting to record detailed footage and high-quality sensor readings? Though these suspicions sounded ridiculous at first, Vase couldn't help but think that the MTA had deliberately decided to form a lackadaisical response in order to ensure the battle would go through. Of course, Vase wasn't stupid enough to voice these thoughts. Who knew if the MTA was actually listening in somehow? It was not a good idea to insult and berate one of the current hegemons of human space. Vase slowly rubbed his smooth-shaven chin in concern. I've learned a long time ago that we can never rely on greater authorities. They're not our nannies. If we want to stay alive and remain strong, we need to be able to stand up for ourselves. This is no different. It would have been nice if the MTA chose to adapt its response to the situation, but since it thinks that a collective punishment on the Vulcan Empire is enough to make the dwarves pay the price for this misdeed, then so be it. Our clan doesn't need to rely on any big brothers to defend its sovereignty. Any further words were superfluous at this point. Though Minister Sheddarin and his staff were still trying to do whatever they could to convince different factions of the Vulcan Empire to stop their radical compatriots from going through with this insanely costly attack, it didn't matter. The Molten Hammers, the Slug Rangers and the Hiver Roarers were all self-contained mech divisions that were already committed to their mission. The authorities based in other provinces might object to the Feral Province's unilateral decision to force a break between the MTA and the Vulcan Empire, but they were too far to do anything about this action. It would take too much time to send a fleet that was powerful enough to prevent the situation from deteriorating. Though the Vulcan Empire kept this news from the majority of the population, plenty of leading figures within the expansive dwarven state learned about what was happening. Many traditional leaders such as Grand Regent Hobitas Aiden and High Priestess Livel Greybeard vehemently opposed this move. Yet much to their surprise, a significant amount of leaders, including key figures within the central Erebern province itself, approved of the attack on the tall folk. The entire dwarven state thus entered into a political crisis that intensified the contradiction between the followers of the original Vulcan faith and the members of the dwarven god cult. Since the separation between church and state was never a thing in the Vulcan Empire, a change in beliefs automatically translated into a change in policy. Vase always hated this because of one particular reason. It granted religious nuts real decision-making power. Plenty of Larkinsons felt the same way, but that did nothing to change their current situation. They had no choice but to accelerate their preparations. A lot of shuttles and transports moved back and forth. At the start, they transferred a lot of personnel and valuable goods from the combat carriers to the capital ships. At the same time, a large number of spacers in hazard suits as well as other vehicles began to fortify the starships with whatever hardy materials they had on hand. The logistical vessels were the primary beneficiaries of this treatment. They were too easy to cripple in their base configurations, so toughening up their hulls would not only allow them to stall the enemy longer, but also buy more time for the skeleton crews to evacuate the damaged hulls in time. All of the mech legions of the Larkinson army had already made special preparations. To Vase, the battle criers and the Eye of Ilvain were especially worthy of his notice. The battle criers was one of the mech legions that had lost much of its value as the Larkinson clan bloomed and gained a very effective measure of ensuring everyone's loyalty. As former mercenaries, the Kinners under the leadership of Commander Cinnabar didn't excel at any battle role. This had caused the battle criers to gradually fall to the bottom of the ranking of mech legions in the Larkinson clan. Even the Living Sentinels was considered to be a more attractive mech legion for mech pilots to build their careers. If this trend continued, then there might come a day when the battle criers could no longer justify its existence. That was a big shame to Vase, so he had already taken it upon himself to repurpose them somewhat so that they remained relevant to the Larkinson clan. Pairing them up with Lufa was key to granting them their new niche. Vase hoped to prevent a retread of the Battle of Reckoning where the struggle against enemy mechs led to a disproportionate amount of losses. "I hope my trust in you is not in vain," he whispered. It took a special sort of courage and dedication to resist expert mechs in an upright manner. In post-battle analyses, the Larkinsons identified a lot of instances where mech pilots let their awe and fear towards enemy expert mechs get the better of them. The reaction didn't have to be strong to affect their battle performance. Even a subtle, unconscious moment of hesitation or retreat was already enough to doom their lives. Since the battle criers were more loyal than any other Larkinson, Vase believed them to be the right choice to become his anti-expert mech specialists. Although this was just an experimental measure in his eyes, he held high expectations toward their performance in the coming battle. As for the Eye of Ilvain, this was their first battle as a formal mech legion. Not only did they gain a strong legitimate identity within the Larkinson army, they also received two powerful boosts in the form of a battle network in the Rod of Ilvain. Their morale and enthusiasm had shot through the roof once Vase presented them with these gifts. I hope they'll be able to maintain their confidence when they start to slug it out with the Slug Rangers. Vase muttered. As the distance between the two fleets slowly narrowed, everyone suited up for combat. Vase donned his unending regalia once again and sat down in the observer's seat while lifting up a new addition to his equipment. Different from his other gear, the hammer he held in his hands exuded a glow that should only be familiar with dwarves. This was the totem that he had created in order to enhance his upcoming charade. He wasn't sure whether it would help or not, but he appreciated the craftsmanship of his new toy. Even though the living totem was only a relatively simple hammer made out of unending alloy, it had the potential to become something greater. It's also a pretty good tool for hammering metal or bashing skulls. Due to the density of unending alloy, the one-handed hammer possessed quite a lot of heft. The black object boasted a flat surface on one end and an axe-like blade on the other end. He only really needed a single flat side in order to hammer stuff. The sharp end of the totem gave him the option to cut through solid matter. The only embellishment that Vase decided to add to the hammer was to socket an enhanced luminaire crystal onto the pommel of his hammer. It did not quite fit with the aesthetic of a rough work tool, but Vase liked it nonetheless. It twinkled nicely with the light and lit up depending on how much spiritual energy he channeled into his new creation. The only point he was struggling with was how he should name this totem. Should I call it the Brilliance Hammer or the Hammer of Brilliance? Chapter 3237. Fire and Blood. Vase couldn't decide upon the name of his new hammer, so he decided to flip an imaginary coin. Hammer of Brilliance it is, then. It didn't really matter how he labeled it. He didn't intend to make much use of it. Who actually used a hammer in this day and age? A modern multitool that was able to transform into many different forms could perform hundreds if not thousands of different functions. From hammering nails, filing surfaces, drilling holes, removing dust and so on, multitools and other technological gadgets could perform the job in a much more precise and effective way. It's a symbol, not a tool. Using a hammer to do work was as primitive as using a doorknob to open a door. It was laughably primitive. He didn't plan to fool around with his toy a lot. If not for visiting the Vulcan Empire, he would have never come up with the idea in the first place. This was also why he decided to make a hand-sized hammer instead of another object. The Vulcanites may have improved a lot from their humble roots as mining slaves, but most of them were still rough and uncultured compared to the likes of the Pernices. Anything that was too deep or subtle would fly right over the heads of the dwarves. If Vase wanted to make an impact on their psyches, then he had to look recognizable to them. The traditional depiction of Vulcan, whether he came in the form of a human or a dwarf, was always paired with a hammer. Though Vase didn't recall using any hammers back when he possessed Ryan Aiden during his last mastery experience, they were so strongly associated with both Vulcan and dwarves that it made too much sense for the god to wield one in his hands. I need to look as relatable as possible to the dwarves if I want to have any hope of hoodwinking at least a portion of these idiots. As time continued to pass, General Verl's projection appeared by his side again. We're as ready as we can be, sir. How are our mech legions? Vase calmly asked. Our avatars of myth, the living sentinels, the flagrant vandals, the sword maidens, the penitent sisters and the Eye of Ilvain are all in their best condition. Our Heavenswarder auxiliaries are also ready to do battle. What of our expert pilots? Venerable Tusa, Venerable Stark, Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice are fully prepared to meet the enemy expert mechs. In battle, Venerable Joshua has decided to attach himself to the penitent sisters like before, while Venerable Janzi has chosen to hold the line with the living sentinels. Vase grimaced a bit. He still ached at the fact that the latter two expert pilots would remain severely underutilized. Their expert mechs were still months away from completion, so there was no chance at all for them to duel against the enemy expert mechs on an equal basis. It will have to do. He sighed. I see from the local plot that the dented coin is still in the star system. This place is not going to be safe for much longer. From what I've been told, the Persians don't want to break relations with us. They also want to stay in the star system in order to witness the battle and make sure that the dwarven god cult doesn't distort the account of this battle. For example, the aggressors could lie about who struck the first blow and who was making aggressive maneuvers. Vase frowned. I don't want to broadcast this battle to the public. I think it's too late for that. General Verl replied, it is not bad for us to show our capabilities. We have hidden our fangs so much that we aren't being taken seriously by many people. If we show that we can defeat or at least draw even against 3 military mech divisions, we will be able to gain a lot of respect. Maybe it makes more sense to hide our capabilities in the Milky Way, but we can't afford to show any weakness in the Red Ocean. If we show the pioneers beforehand that we have ways to punch above our weight, we'll probably be able to deter many rivals. We enjoy the MTA's protection for 2 years from the moment we enter the Red Ocean. And how has its permission to enter the Vulcan Empire worked out? General Verl shot back. Not everyone respects the MTA. Although it is foolish to do so, there are always people who don't conform to the rules. Besides, that only delays the threat by the same duration. We will go back to becoming vulnerable to predation after our protection period is over. The only difference is that enough time has passed for you to come up with stronger mech models and new trump cards. Don't be too attached to the solutions we currently possess. Since you think it is unlikely we will make use of them for the first 2 years of our expedition into the Red Ocean, it's better to make use of them now regardless of how much we expose. This was quite a troubling decision to Vase, but if General Verl thought it was better to let the cat out of the bag, then he was inclined to trust the man. Very well then, the dented coin can stay and keep looking. The dwarves themselves will probably spread the footage to their fellow brethren in the Vulcan Empire anyway. Let them look. They will learn that Vulcan is not to be trifled with. Vase savagely grinned. Pardon, sir. Verl momentarily looked confused. Oh, nothing. Please proceed with your duties. As the dwarven fleet continued to close in on the Larkinson fleet, the former didn't bother to transmit any demands to the latter. The feral provincial army wasn't looking to win a painless battle. The only way to invigorate the dwarven god cultists and prove to every Vulcanite that humans and dwarves were irreconcilable was to fight the cruelest battle as possible. Only fire and blood would be able to baptize the modern citizens of the Vulcan Empire just as it had transformed the original dwarven rebels on Dasala X. As the dwarven fleet with its formidable flagships continued its advance, the pressure it exerted on the Larkinson clan steadily built up. Vase could feel the tension in the air. Seeing that it would be detrimental if his clansmen commenced the battle while maintaining this nervous state, Vase decided to do something about it. There was no better way to invigorate his soldiers than to hold a speech. He stood up, his unending regalia creaking as he did so. As he commanded the communication officer to prepare a fleet-wide broadcast, he noticed that he was still holding the hammer of brilliance. I better put this away. He stashed the hammer behind his seat just in time for the broadcast to go live. Vase instantly schooled himself and faced his remote audience with a serious expression. My fellow Larkinsons and friends. Today we are confronted by yet another foe. This time, they come in the form of misguided dwarven soldiers. Although they are shorter than normal humans like us, they are not any weaker because of that. They not only come with greater numbers and military coordination, but also believe they are fighting on behalf of their supposed god. His words did not sound as an encouragement to the Larkinsons. In fact, through the Larkinson network, he could already feel everyone's morale dropping yet again. The truth had to be told, though. Vase did not want to deny the reality of this battle. Yet we have been in this position before. Our previous enemies have all met their end at our hands. We have beaten pirates, taken down warships, defeated the detachments from elite military mech regiments and even felled the dark gods. We have fought and defeated so many overwhelming threats that we are not weak in the slightest. This was a targeted reminder to all of the new recruits who had joined the Larkinson clan in the last year. The odds might not look great, but the clan had managed to survive against worse opponents. Today, we will all show these ferals and the rest of the Vulcan Empire what a mistake it was to attack our clan. We are giant slayers. We are god killers. We have become so good at butchering other humans that it should be no problem for us to slaughter the foolish dwarves who seek to do the same to us. No matter how many mechs our enemies deploy and no matter how hard their expert mechs can fight, they can never match our power. Larkinson, Larkinson, Larkinson. It only took a small amount of words to dispel the heavy cloud hanging over the heads of his soldiers. Vase grinned as he began to feel more invigorated. He spread his arms. Trust in your fellow Larkinsons. Each and every clansman by your side will be with you to the end. No matter what is about to happen, never forget that your brothers and sisters are counting on you to do your part and fight. Every Larkinson had already developed a strong emotional commitment to the clan. Protecting their family was the strongest motivator for his soldiers. They even became willing to fight to death in order to save the lives of other clansmen. It did not even matter whether they shared any blood relations. This was the power of kinship. Through the constant efforts of Vase and other supporters, identity had surpassed the importance of bloodline in the Larkinson clan. Now get ready to show these dwarves the folly of attacking our clan. By the end of the day, we shall defeat them so hard that we will become the bane of their existence. Let us hunt these hostile dwarves down until not even a single one of them is able to make it out. Fight for victory and for family. For the Larkinson clan. For the Larkins-on clan. For YL Vane. For the superior mother. For the golden cat. Meow. It only took a short time later before the battle finally commenced. The enemy fleet did not even bother to provoke the Larkinson clan into attacking first. As soon as the Lemigo Distat and other dwarven vessels came close enough, their bunker mechs all opened fire. A heavy volley of solid projections soared into space and slammed into the ships of the Golden Skull Alliance. Tons of split and shattered metal. Debris flung from the ships that weren't agile and fast enough to evade the long-range bombardments. A lot of projectiles ended up hitting the capital ships that were in the line of fire. Some ships came away with minor damage such as the Graveyard, but other vessels incurred more serious damage to their hulls. Cover our capital ships. The formation of the expeditionary fleet abruptly changed. The sub-capital ships of the Larkinson clan all weaved into walls that largely covered the capital ships. Though these walls made of ships did not come close to offering total blockage, they still hindered the artillery mechs of the Slug Rangers seriously enough that over half of the projectiles in the next volley slammed into the weaker and smaller vessels instead. Though the impacts to their hulls looked quite concerning, most of them couldn't be taken down so easily. What are we waiting for? Hit them back. Since they didn't have to worry about the crime of attacking first, the Larkinson clan finally unleashed its own response. A mixture of positron beams and Gauss rounds exploded from the Transcendent Punishers and struck a couple of distant ships. Unlike the Slug Rangers, the Eye of Ilvain concentrated its firepower in order to inflict serious damage to the bunkers of the opposition. Although this resulted in less suppression onto the enemy units, the Eye of Ilvain nonetheless managed to overwhelm two bunkers housing land cracker mechs. The machines themselves also incurred enough damage to get taken out of the battle. Although only 2 mechs had fallen so far, this was still an important accomplishment. Don't stop until we have wrecked all of their land cracker mechs. Commander Town instructed. The artillery duel had just begun. Chapter 3238. Aldaria Smoke. The Fortia Zentra system never saw battle in its entire history of its existence. It was just a bog-standard red dwarf star system. It only occasionally hosted lone vessels and small fleets that wanted to avoid the more frequented star systems for one reason or another. Due to its relatively weak star, not a lot of light reached the outer system. Even if the borders of the outer system of a red dwarf was significantly smaller than that of a more powerful star, the current solar engine was not quite powerful enough to illuminate the vessel soaring in space like it was daytime. Fortunately, there were other sources of illumination. Bright energy beams, fiery explosions and the strong light sources affixed to the surfaces of both mechs and ships caused this desolate and empty piece of space to be lit up as if they were in a dance club on fire. The two opposing fleets and mech forces each formed elaborate and coordinated formations that only wobbled in order to avoid making it too easy for them to get hit by distant attacks. It was easy enough for most mechs in space to vary their flight in random patterns. Any distant artillery mech would have a hard time landing their shots even if they were armed with lightspeed or near lightspeed energy weapons at these ranges. This was why most of the mechs on both sides did not bother to attack the swarms of mechs that both sides had deployed. Even though these machines had formed up into different ranks, the space between them was so wide that many shots were bound to pass right through. Space was big, so mechs were accustomed to position themselves further apart from each other. This was why the ranged mechs of both sides concentrated their firepower on the enemy vessels. Though damaging or downing any starship would not have much an immediate direct effect on the battle effectiveness on an enemy force, it would definitely affect the later stages in the aftermath of a serious clash. If the battle turned into a prolonged siege, then combat carriers and fleet carriers all played a crucial role in sustaining a mech force. If one side or another decided to cut its losses and run, then the amount of functioning mechs remaining determined whether the losers could succeed in escaping the battlefield alive. Though Vase apparently adopted a do-or-die attitude just like the rest of his Larkinsons, in truth he didn't intend to go down with his ship. If the battle truly went sour, he had no qualms in running away. It would definitely hurt him a lot if he lost his clan and destroyed his reputation as a brave and courageous mech pilot, but he was a mech designer by profession. Unlike soldiers who had a duty to protect the people they serve, Vase was only meant to provide support. Sacrificing his life to further for a noble cause was not a part of his job description. He already prepared a multitude of contingency plans. It would be ideal if he could take the spirit of Bentheim away, but if the dwarves tried their best to prevent the high-profile factory ship from getting away, Vase could always shuttle over to a smaller and less conspicuous vessel. There were so many sub-capital ships in the expeditionary fleet that the enemy wouldn't be able to tell which one carried any VIPs. Calabast had helped out as well. By combining their expertise, they created numerous different escape routes for themselves that were very difficult to deal with if their opposition didn't know about the methods in advance. Vase briefly smirked. Though Calabast and him were very different people, they were both of the same mind when it came to their most essential priorities. The biggest problem was that some of these escape methods did not offer that much capacity. If the Larkinson clan was truly about to be destroyed, he might not have enough time to bring along the people he cared about the most. The thought of leaving behind people like Kedis, his wife and most importantly his unborn child was almost intolerable to him. He had to prevent this outcome at all costs. The mutual bombardment had already proceeded for over a minute. The transcendent punishers of the Larkinson clan and the equivalent artillery mechs of its alliance partners were all directing their firepower towards the distant carriers of the Slug Rangers. Everyone in the Golden Skull Alliance knew that the ranged specialists of the Feral Provincial Army had to be neutralized first. The threat level of this destructive mech division was so great that no ship or mech would be able to survive getting focused upon. "We've lost the Alderia smoke," a bridge operator called. Vase switched his eyes to a dynamic projection that automatically showed the most relevant moments of the ongoing battle. It depicted a sub-capital fuel tanker that had been broken into half after a volley of ultra-heavy Gauss rounds slammed into her hull. The heavy firepower was too much for the lightly armored logistical vessel. Numerous projectiles fired by the incredibly formidable enemy land cracker mechs had bypassed the extra plating that had recently been affixed to Alderia Smoke's sides and happened to destroy her keel and a number of critical structural elements. As a result, the fuel tanker snapped in half like a twig. The high-density fuel that was stored in her abundant tanks surprisingly didn't ignite and just froze into crystals as they drifted off into deep space. Vase closed his eyes for a second. The fall of the Alderia Smoke was just the beginning. The Larkinsons had already anticipated that they would lose their ships one by one. The problem was that the loss of this ship happened too soon. At this extreme range, the accuracy of the Gauss weapons wielded by the Slug Rangers wasn't actually high. Yet they still managed to overcome numerous difficult circumstances and successfully removed one of the obstacles that shielded the spirit of Bentheim. The Steel Rain Mech Regiment is definitely worthy of its reputation. Vase sighed. Not all of the ranged mechs continued to fire their weapons after unleashing some initial volleys. Although the Bright Warriors armed with positron rifles were capable of hitting starships from a long distance with fairly respectable hit rates, it was extremely hard for them to hit the exact same sections multiple times. With the way that starships were built, if incoming attacks did not strike the same surface, then they could easily absorb a huge amount of damage across their huge surfaces without losing any operational effectiveness. The only way to take them out of the fight was to concentrate enough firepower on a single section and breach the interior. Only by taking out key systems such as the power reactors or just wrecking a sufficient amount of internal structure was it possible to cripple or destroy a starship. Therefore, thousands of rifleman mechs, cannoneer mechs and other mechs armed with ranged solutions withheld their fire for now. Each of them only possessed a limited amount of heat and energy capacity. While it was possible to replenish them by going back to their motherships, it took a lot of time and effort to replenish them. General Verl and his dwarven counterpart from the opposite fleet chose to keep the majority of their ranged mechs on standby. Many of these mechs were much more effective at medium and close range. At those distances, the hit rates were a lot higher and it was a lot easier for the mechs and mech pilots to consistently target the same weak points. For now, the amount of beams and projectiles flying across the void of space was relatively restrained, but that did not mean that the ongoing bombardment was a breeze. The Steel Rain focused all of their firepower on a number of key targets. They devoted half of their attention on the Hemington Cross and the other half on the Spirit of Bentime. Good targets. The Hemington Cross was the biggest fleet carrier of the expeditionary fleet. She not only held a lot of mechs, but also served as the strongest enduring symbol of the Cross clan. If the Slug Rangers managed to blow her up, then the Crossers would definitely incur a huge drop in morale. Not only that, but the Cross fleet would also become disarrayed as it lost one of its central pieces. In order to prevent this disaster from happening, the Crossers employed the same approach as the Larkinsons and put their resilient combat carriers in the line of fire so that their flagship would be spared from incurring too much damage. The Hemington Cross desperately needed the cover. Though her mech capacity was impressive, her hull plating was not that impressive. Although she could withstand a lot more damage than civilian vessels such as the Vivacious Wall, she was not designed to be in the thick of battle. That white elephant is dragging down the Cross clan in every battle. Vase slightly frowned. The Cross clan had spent an unreasonable amount of effort to keep the capital ship named after their ace pilot alive, and this time would probably be no different. Compared to the worth of this priceless fleet carrier, the numerous combat carriers and other sub-capital vessels simply weren't comparable. Frontal starboard shields holding at 91%. Numerous slugs of different calibers managed to thread through the wall of sub-capital ships and slam into the Spirit of Bentime. Fortunately, she not only boasted a respectable amount of armor, but also carried a number of ship-grade shield generators. These shield generators were spread across the length of the hull and provided directional projection that covered different portions of the factory ship. By now, the large and energy-hungry production halls had long ceased churning out mechs and parts. This freed up an immense amount of power that was all being redirected towards the shield generators. As long as the intensity of the incoming fire wasn't too high, the shield generators could maintain their energy barriers for a very long time. Captain Daria Maria Vraken, dressed in an impressive uniform that also incorporated vac-suit functionality, directed the operations of the ship with a steady composure. Rotate the hull by 45 degrees. Let the partially depleted shields recover naturally. We need to maximize the longevity of our shield generators as much as possible. Make sure to hurry up with organizing evacuated crew members from other ships into additional work teams and damage control parties. The dwarves have set our ship as their highest priority target, so we are bound to incur significant hull breaches. The dwarves chose wisely, though Vase wished that they could have picked another target. The Larkinson fleet encompassed numerous different capital ships. Several of them were much less resilient and could be taken down with significantly greater ease. Yet instead of picking on more fragile capital ships like the Dragon's Den or the Andrenity, the Slug Ranger preferred to target the much tougher Spirit of Bentime. Maybe I should have designed her to be more low-key, he muttered. The Spirit of Bentime's attractive appearance and strategic importance provided the Larkinson clan with a lot of benefits outside of battle. However, when the ship became embroiled in battle, it was quite a pain for the Larkinsons to protect a vessel that was not quite relevant in combat. As the artillery mechs from both sides continued to pound against each other, the damage continued to pile up. Several more vessels began to lose propulsion and slowly fell out of formation. Several bunkers had gotten breached and the mechs inside weren't in a better condition. Both the attackers and the defenders already started to lose hundreds of lives. Vase could feel the Larkinson network growing restless as it lost a few precious connections. Each of them represented the death of another Larkinson. Nya, stay strong, Goldie. Vase softly whispered, it will only get worse from this point. The only thing we can do is to remain firm and keep encouraging our men. Confidence is key. We cannot allow the dwarves to break us first. The approaching dwarven fleet kept becoming more and more intimidating. All of that mass and all of that firepower exerted an increasing amount of pressure towards the Golden Skull Alliance. Chapter 3239. Artillery duel. An artillery duel could last several minutes at the shortest but could also stretch on for several days in the more extreme cases. It all depended on how willing either side wanted to close the distance and how long their hardware and supplies could endure the consumption. The way that bunkers and compatible heavy artillery mechs were designed played a huge role in how long a side could persist. The Transcendent Punisher model was designed with Hexer technical specifications in mind and that made it a good fit for all of the Hexer-built vessels. However, several minutes into this destructive exchange of fire, it became clear that the Slug Rangers were even better at this kind of ranged attrition warfare. The bunkers of the enemy vessels are at least 23% more damage resistant than ours. The heavy artillery mechs are mounted on movable platforms that can rapidly be pulled to the rear in the event a bunker has been breached. The heat dispersion and ammunition supply systems of the bunkers are 14% more efficient than ours. Numerous analysts with a naval engineering background began to supply relevant information to the soldiers. It became clear that the Slug Rangers accumulated a lot more knowledge and experience in ranged combat and artillery duels. For a moment, Vase had the illusion that he was not witnessing a battle between mechs, but warships. Carrier vessels that incorporated bunkers into their design were hardly different from true warships at first glance. The only problem was that the scale of firepower was a bit too low. While it was possible for bunker mechs to destroy large starships, their relatively limited power meant that they either had to hit the right weak points or rely on applying continuous damage to break down their targets. This was exactly what was taking place at the moment. The distance between the two fleets wasn't closing as fast as could be, which meant that this long-ranged exchange of fire could easily last an hour or more. This was a rather nerve-wracking amount of time that could impact people's morale in a negative way. The reason for that was that it was extremely frustrating to be fired upon but not be able to retaliate effectively. Melee mechs and other machines optimized for close to mid-range combat such as Valkyrie Redeemers were currently relegated to spectators at the moment. In order to prevent them from suffering losses without any meaningful payoff, the mechs all took cover behind armored combat carriers or larger ships that could withstand a lot of hits such as the Graveyard. They were the equivalent of armsmen taking cover behind castle walls. Distant catapults and trebuchets tried to tear down the thick walls by launching constant heavy projectiles. Though the chances of getting directly hit was low, if anyone got hit even once, they would assuredly incur a lot of hurt. It was during times like these that willpower, training, discipline and other mental factors became important. When Vase surveyed his own men, he became satisfied with what he saw. Both his mech pilots and the ship crews were still holding firm. While not many of them were in high spirits anymore, they were far from crumbling. That might change as the battle intensified later on, but at least Vase didn't have to worry about the onset of doubt at this early stage. This is still the opening act. A battle as large as this won't be concluded so soon. The scale of the battle and the numbers involved made it unlikely that both sides would be able to achieve a decisive victory so soon. This was especially when neither side was willing to rush each other. Though the ships of the expeditionary fleet were still moving away from the Dwarven fleet, they had already turned their orientations around so that their bow faced their pursuers. In other words, they were coasting backwards while using their positional thrusters to vary their course and prevent themselves from turning into easy targets. If General Verl wanted to, he could order these ships to engage their main propulsion, causing them to close the distance to the chasing dwarfs faster. Yet he did not choose to do so. The reason for that was that he was reluctant to engage the Molten Hammers in battle. Right now, the Molten Hammer mechs were just as useless as the melee mechs of the Larkinson clan. They had all deployed in space but were all huddling behind their bulky but well-armored carriers. Although the Molten Hammers hardly played any role in this stage of the unfolding battle, their threat level could easily exceed that of the Slug Rangers once their hardy Dwarven mechs came close enough to slam in the expeditionary fleet's defensive lines. What worried General Verl even more was that the Hiver Roarers would come into play as well. Their diverse bestial mechs could easily flank the main lines and attack the Larkinson clan's mechs or starships from angles that were hard to defend against. At the same time, the Slug Rangers and their Steel Rain Elite Mech Regiment in particular would still be pounding the expeditionary fleet's assets without stopping. Damn, what a difficult choice. Compared to the prospect of fighting against 3 Dwarven mech divisions at once, General Verl wisely sought to contain the intensity of the battle and see whether they could take advantage at long range. It didn't seem like things were going well, though. While the disparity was not alarmingly lopsided, the Steel Rain obviously weren't novices at this. The expeditionary fleet was incurring more damage than the well-armored ships of the Dwarven fleet. Vase sighed. The Eye of Ilvain was too young and was just beginning to develop its own doctrines and unique practices. The Steel Rain was decades ahead and already possessed mature fighting and training systems. How many Transcendent Punishers have we lost so far? He asked. 33, sir. That did not sound like much, but the Larkinson clan did not boast a lot of bunker and bunker mechs to begin with. In fact, it wasn't just quality that caused the Larkinsons to be put at a disadvantage, but also quantity. If not for the Glory Seekers and cross-clan contributing their own artillery mechs, then this artillery duel would have easily become a one-sided slaughter. Vase knew that the rate of losses would only accelerate as the distance narrowed. Most of the bunkers that succumbed had been targeted by massed firepower. When hundreds of heavy artillery mechs pounded onto the same ship, it shouldn't be surprising that the vessel and everyone on her would eventually break. Perhaps it is time to activate my first trump card. The main reason why he granted the Eye of Ilvain a battle network and a battle totem was to grant them a means to catch up to the enemy. Though Vase preferred to save this card at a later stage, he was afraid that his artillery mech legion would incur too many casualties too early, thereby directly reducing the impact of its battle network. Suddenly, the spirit of Bentheim shuddered a bit. His flagship apparently suffered a devastating impact. What happened? The Gauss Baron has opened fire. Just seconds earlier, 8 potent high-quality projectiles empowered by resonance soared straight from the Lemigo Distat and squeezed through the wall of Larkinson ships until they slammed straight onto the bow of the spirit of Bentheim. My cat head prow. Vase quickly switched the view of one of his projections. To his horror, the giant head that adorned the front of his factory ship had incurred a considerably ugly scar on the forehead. The 8 projections had not only cratered through many meters of solid briar alloy, but also transferred a devastating amount of kinetic energy that fractured and weakened the structure of the materials around the impact sites. It was as if the powerful opening strike of the enemy's expert artillery mech had carved an ugly flower onto the most prominent symbol of the Golden Cat. When the other Larkinsons found out what happened, they did not grow discouraged at the powerful show of force. Instead, they grew angry and indignant. Vase could feel a wave of fury building up in the Larkinson network that infected every clansman. The mech pilots of the Eye of Ilvain all grew offended at this grave insult and fought a little harder. However, when the Gauss Baron fired a second volley, its 8 guns fired weaker but still potent resonance-empowered strikes at the spirit of Bentheim. The Larkinsons were better prepared this time. 3 combat carriers intercepted 3 of the deadly projectiles, causing their armored hulls to incur so much damage that it looked as if they had been struck by a giant pick. The remaining 5 projectiles all attempted to strike several different bunkers with only moderate deviations in accuracy. On their way, 3 of them slammed against the shield protected by the same generator. The successive impacts were so powerful and destructive against the shield that it quickly broke. This allowed 2 projectiles that arrived a bit later to move past the vanished protective barrier and hit 2 different bunkers without any further opposition. It was as if the spirit of Bentheim was struck by twin meteorites. The 2 bunkers that were directly hit were taken out entirely, with the transcendent punishers inside shattering apart from the residual forces unleashed by the successful attacks. What is the status of the overpowered shield generator? Sir, it is still intact but damaged to the point that it is unable to project a new shield. Several of her energy-bearing parts have malfunctioned and need to be replaced in order to restore its functionality. How long will that take? 3 minutes at the fastest. Then hurry up. The Steel Rain are already concentrating their firepower on the unshielded section. The Gauss Baron hadn't fired again, signifying that it could not fire shots at this power level too often. Although the enemy artillery mechs were already trying to take advantage of the vulnerability, the spirit of Bentheim slightly changed her orientation until the majority of enemy vessels were no longer able to fire at the damaged section. After a dozen seconds, the Gauss Baron fired another high-powered volley. This time the Larkinson escort vessels had packed themselves even tighter and prevented the enemy expert mech from overpowering another shield generator. Though Vase was glad that his factory ship remained unharmed this time, the huge craters and breached compartments on the unlucky sub-capital ships told him that the Gauss Baron did not waste its firepower. If this goes on, the Gauss Baron will definitely wreck a lot of ships. Nobody knew how much power it held and how many times it could fire volleys empowered by resonance. In fact, even if Venerable Leva Hinder stopped leveraging resonance in her attacks, she would still be able to wear down the defenses of the Larkinson clan with ease. Vase switched to a private communication channel with General Verl. Should we order the Eye of Ilvain to show off their trick? General Verl fell into thought. It is still too early for my liking, and I do not believe it will help with taking down this well-protected and highly entrenched expert mech. We have a different plan in mind for that. Let the Gauss Baron waste its firepower on our starships. As long as it doesn't destroy too many of our bunker mechs, it is fine if it cripples a dozen sub-capital ships. We have plenty more to spare. As the Gauss Baron continued to fire devastating volleys towards the ship's covering for the Spirit of Bentheim, Vase understood the trade-off that General Verl had accepted. He was essentially sacrificing a steady amount of ships and artillery mechs just to keep a single enemy expert mech preoccupied. What was happening at the moment was eerily similar to what happened during the Battle of Reckoning. Without a suitable expert mech, the only way to defeat or stall another expert mech was by sacrificing a lot of regular assets. Chapter 3240, the original mankind hell was raining down on both the expeditionary fleet and dwarven attack fleet. Though the two were slowly coming closer, at this time the artillery mechs of both sides were putting their all in this fight. In their perception, their only opponents were their counterparts on the opposing side. The mech pilots of the artillery mechs in the expeditionary fleet gradually became familiar with the strengths and weaknesses of the Steel Rain. At the same time, the elite dwarven mech pilots of the Steel Rain also gained the measure of their opponents. Due to their specialization, they quickly found out that their opponents were inferior in every possible way. The Steel Rain benefited from better mechs, stronger cannons, tougher armor, more thorough training and most importantly a heart for artillery combat. Amateurs. A Steel Rain dwarf contemptuously snickered. The man in question was one of the Slug Rangers who had proven his skills and valor many times back when he served on a different mech regiment. His efforts to stand out from his colleagues paid off when his superiors approved of his transfer to the most prestigious brotherhood in the Slug Rangers. Now, the prospect of unleashing holy punishment against the arrogant humans who had the temerity to treat the sovereign Vulcan Empire as their backyard had raised his combat state to a whole new peak. Ha 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 ha, break for me, tall folk. Ferga Holbarn exulted, I will not stop until my cannons have shattered each and every one of your mutated bodies. The hatred of the Vulcanites against normal humans had reached such an extreme that many of them had even begun to develop warped theories to justify their own supremacy. According to one fringe theory that had gained popularity among the dwarven god cultists as of late, heavy gravity variant humans weren't genetically modified people at all. They were the original and most perfect version of humans. The reason why humanity gained the upper hand and managed to oppress and enslave the once dominant race of dwarves was because their gods had betrayed the original race of mankind. Dwarves were too powerful for the gods to control. Aside from the great and compassionate Vulcan that remained true to dwarvenkind, the other evil human gods had conspired against dwarves like Ferga. Ever greedy for power and control, the treacherous gods betrayed the proper order and created a new slave race made out of mutated dwarves. By distorting the perfect dwarven form and turning them into spindly, tall shapes, the evil gods created a new race that was physically weaker, less intelligent and at least 3 times uglier. The humans that resulted from this unholy transformation became the best helpers, as they not only obeyed the traitor gods without a fault, but were also too weak and incompetent to ever rebel against their own creators. Ferga Holbarn momentarily felt pity for his distant human opponents. How could they not realize their own captivity? Wasn't it obvious that the gods were controlling their potential through the deceptive organizations known as the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance? The big two were evil. They were ostensibly trying to protect humanity, but the reality was that they were exploiting the ignorant humans instead. From taking away the right to wield the strongest weapons and warships to preventing people from founding proper star nations, it couldn't be more clear to the dwarves that the evil human gods had done everything they could to keep their chattel in their cages. It is the duty of every dwarf to break this falsehood. The MTA and CFA were all fronts for the gods that had caused the fall of the dwarven race. If the descendants of the original race of mankind wanted to reverse this injustice, then they had to defeat the slave race and break apart the hypocritical Big Two in order to expose the evil gods that had been conspiring to limit the potential of both dwarves and humans. What was worse was that many dwarves had been deceived as well. Too many race traders in the Vulcan Empire had chosen to take shelter under the MTA, preferring to rely on the very gods that had inflicted a great injustice on the dwarves to preserve their meager existences. The first step to tear down the evil gods was to free the dwarves from the Big Two's oppression was to tear the mask of the MTA. The anointed soldiers of the feral provincial army had to show that this evil association was not their protector but their jailer. Kill, kill, kill. The tall folk from the opposing fleet were assuredly the accomplices of the evil gods. The organization set up by the betrayers of Vulcan and Dwarvenkind wouldn't have given these, Larkinsons, and other rabble permission to travel freely in the smiling Samuel Star sector otherwise. It was clear that these tall folk had nothing but bad intentions in mind when they sought to travel straight into the heart of the Vulcan Empire. Who knew whether these brainwashed slaves sought to gather crucial intelligence or plant some kind of secret superweapon in the Dwarven Empire? The enemy had to be stopped before it could do any damage to one of the few states in the galaxy that still preserved the truth about Dwarvenkind. Ferga's lips curled into a savage grin. I couldn't have asked for a better mech. He was one of the few members of the Steel Rain who piloted the coveted Land Cracker heavy artillery mech. As the biggest and most expensive variant of the Cracker line, the Land Cracker resembled a giant, overweight dwarf that had donned an extremely thick suit of armor. Instead of possessing regular arms, it mounted two ultra-heavy Gauss cannons in their stead, which technically made them frontline mechs. It didn't make much sense to grant these mechs articulating arms as they were highly specialized and could only perform a single job. The advantage to this was that it was able to perform this job extremely well. Ferga's artillery mech boasted thick, broad legs with even wider feet. This not only granted the mech excellent stability, but also provided a lot of surface area to transfer heat to the ship it was serving on. The Land Cracker had already placed its legs into two huge grooves to maximize this effect while at the same time providing excellent stability. Its two huge arm cannons minutely moved in order to track a distant ship. A considerable shockwave exploded from the cannons in the rest of the mech as it had fired another salvo. Haha, take that. One of the ultra-heavy rounds slammed into the hull of a combat carrier. Though the latter's armor integrity took a severe hit, the ship quickly rolled around so that other Dwarven artillery mechs couldn't compound the existing damage. What Ferga was actually happy about was that his other precisely aimed shot had managed to hit the mark. The high-resolution sensor footage provided by the Lemigo Distat and other capable Dwarven vessels showed that his mech's ultra-heavy round had impacted the side of a damaged bunker. The protective cover on the human ship wasn't able to cope with the immense kinetic energy transferred by the ultra-heavy round and shattered straight away, causing the solid round to continue forwards and dump all of its residual power into the side of the enemy's artillery mech. The only thing left of this six-legged artillery mech was millions of pieces of debris that were already floating out into space. Just as Ferga switched the aim of his powerful Land Cracker to another designated target, his bunker rumbled as the enemy finally focused their firepower on his bunker. Stupid humans. Not all bunkers were the same. The Land Crackers were the most prestigious and valuable artillery mechs in the Steel Rain Mech Regiment. It took a lot of training and effort for Ferga to earn the right to pilot his current machine. His Land Cracker was therefore assigned to one of the most resilient bunkers on his current vessel. Several armored panels slid across the openings, preventing Ferga's Land Cracker from continuing to fire. Big, soundless impact struck and dented the heavily armored cover. Despite resisting dozens of attacks, the heavy cover continued to endure the damage without showing any breakage. Ferga grinned as he saw the results of this futile bombardment. More. Go on, humans. Keep attacking my little fort. It will all be in vain, ha ha ha. The Dwarven artillery specialist was not concerned at all. He was more than willing to die for his righteous cause if it came down to it, but this was not possible. He knew that as long as the bunker cover came close to breaking, that the platform that his mech had mounted would automatically slide inwards and away from the exterior. Though it usually took crucial seconds for the platform to be deep enough to bring a heavy artillery mech to safety, this was still enough to guarantee the survival of nearly all of them along with their precious Dwarven mech pilots. These guarantees allowed dwarves like Ferga Holbarn to fight against the misguided lackeys of the evil gods without any reservations. Since the risk of dying was minimal, he would be able to ensure that he would be able to fight the deformed mutated humans another time. His bloodthirst grew stronger as he and his brothers managed to cripple more ships and crack more bunkers. The marksmanship, firepower and numbers of their opposition was simply too inferior compared to the Steel Rain. There was no contest who would be able to come out on top of this artillery duel. Just as the bombardment against his bunker had softened, Ferga grinned and waited for the gun slots to slide open again. The two massive cannons of his Land Cracker were already done with loading new rounds and charging its capacitors. It was able to fire another salvo at any time, and Ferga had even adjusted his aim with the help of the sensor data fed to his mech. As soon as the Lemigo Distat confirmed that the enemy artillery mechs had shifted over to attacking other targets, the gun slots finally opened up again. Yet just before Ferga was about to pull the trigger, an intense feeling of crisis overtook his consciousness. Somewhere, a powerful will was targeting his mech. The dwarf mech pilot felt his own will shake for the first time in this battle as he had the illusion that he was being targeted by a slayer who was much more powerful than he could ever hope to become. Though his mech did not sense any locks or other signs of being targeted, Fergus trusted his instincts without any doubt and slammed his fist against the emergency evacuation button. The gun slots were already closing up and additional protective sheets had rapidly slid above his land cracker, providing additional cover to absorb and weaken incoming attacks. At the same time, the platform his artillery mech was slotted in was already retracting inwards. A large hatch at the end of the tunnel was already sliding open to allow the land cracker to take cover deeper inside the Lemego-Distat. Yet before the platform even moved a single meter, a powerful resonance-empowered positron beam penetrated straight through the bunker cover and all of the intervening layers and burned right through the center of the powerful land cracker, bypassing a strong but ultimately ineffective energy shield in the process. Fergus' mech was tough enough to withstand a moderate bombardment, yet the singularly powerful beam had not only defeated all of its defenses with ease, but also transferred so much destructive energies to the internals of the heavy artillery mech that almost half of its inside had either melted, vaporized or been annihilated. On the other side of the battlefield, the Amaranto's brilliant, luminaire crystal rifle was still shining like a rainbow. Venerable Stark remained calm and smoothly adjusted the aim of her expert rifles to another bunker that housed a land cracker mech. She snorted, "Too easy." Chapter 3241, General Iker Kebranor. The artillery duel wasn't going well for the Golden Skull Alliance. No matter whether it was the Larkinson clan, the Glory Seekers or the Cross clan, neither of them possessed a strong enough artillery unit that could compete against the Feral Provincial Army's Steel Rain Mech Regiment. This was the difference between a band of space vagabonds and a professional mech military backed by an entire second-rate state. The amount of support enjoyed by the latter was so disproportionately big that there was no true contest. It wasn't simply a matter of funding. The Larkinson clan had plenty of money to spare and could invest in even higher quality mechs if necessary. The Steel Rain simply enjoyed too many other advantages. It was part of a large mech army that was not only professionally organized but contained a huge number of mech pilots and other skilled personnel. As a large and comprehensive military organization, the Feral Provincial Army had the power to invest a considerable amount of funding, manpower, expertise and other forms of support to raise numerous elite mech regiments. Though it was too costly and extravagant to try to turn every mech regiment into an elite unit, it was no problem to concentrate double the amount of resources in 1 out of 20 or even 1 out of 10 units. The Steel Rain was the beneficiary of this treatment. Though Vase had always considered all of his mech legions aside from the living sentinels as elites, it was only now that he discovered that there was still a significant gap between what his clan considered elite and the Vulcan Empire had painstakingly built. It was for this reason that General Verl finally couldn't bear it anymore. Since the Vulcanites already put the Gauss Baron in action, the Golden Skull Alliance had to reciprocate in kind. If not, the morale of its mech pilots would inevitably decline as the oppression exerted by an overpowering expert artillery mech increasingly pressed onto their hearts. To someone who paid a lot of attention to the moods of both friendly and enemy soldiers, General Verl made his decision based on trying to keep the former's morale as high as possible and doing the opposite to the latter. Though the Amaranto was not as good at suppressing opponents as the Gauss Baron due to its lower firing rate, its lethality was undeniable. Though Venerable Stark's expert mech only wielded a single main weapon as opposed to the 8 formidable cannons at Leva's disposal, the singular firepower of the crystalline rifle was more than sufficient to punch through the hardiest bunkers on the surface of the Lemego-Distat. What is that expert mech? The dwarven analysts and observers only just discovered the presence of this dark red expert mech. Just like the other Larkinson expert mechs, it had hidden behind the graveyard until General Verl finally called it out. Even then, the slim expert rifleman mech barely showed anything to the distant enemy as it lay prone on the hull of the graveyard with most of its profile hidden by a barricade. Yet once Venerable Stark started firing her weapon, the Amaranto's resonance shield along with the light show generated by its weapon turned it into the brightest star in the expeditionary fleet. Tens of thousands of active and passive scans dialed onto its coordinates and provided the dwarves with an increasingly clear image of what they were dealing with at this moment. It's a tall folk expert rifleman mech. The exterior material composition of the enemy expert mech is average, but the rifle it is wielding is unlike anything that we have ever recorded in our database. Where are our mech designers? There's something weird about this tall folk expert mech. By Vulcan, it's a masterwork expert mech. What? The citizens of the Vulcan Empire all worshipped the god of dwarves, mechs and craftsmanship. Though they might have differences of opinion with regards to his identity as a human or dwarf, no Vulcanite disrespected the domains that represented patron god. Since the founding of the dwarven state, its industrious citizens focused more effort on Vulcan's authorities than anything else. With the active encouragement of the Vulcan faith, the victors not only worked hard to build up a new dwarven identity, but also invested a lot in building up their mech industry and other industries. What was notable about the latter was that the dwarves paid special attention to craftsmanship. In just a couple of decades, a lot of dwarven craftsmen and engineers had emerged that had sought to please or dedicate themselves to their god by trying to excel in good craftsmanship. The status of any dwarven craftsman, whether he or she was a sculptor, gunsmith, shipwright or architect, was just as prestigious as a mech designer. As the dwarves caught up to the regional standard in an admirably short amount of time, they did not stop and continued to invest in artisanal craftsmanship. Although the Vulcanites originally weren't noted for their high-end artisanship, the extreme amount of attention devoted to this sector caused them to rapidly raise a number of skilled and talented master artisans. Now, one of them who happened to work for the Molten Hammers immediately recognized the remarkable nature of the Amaranto. Though the long-range scans were somewhat fuzzy due to a combination of distance, blockage and interference, the old but mechanically gifted dwarf could not mistake the clues he managed to detect with his eyes. More than that, as someone who personally created masterworks with his own stubby hands, the induction in his mind caused him to know that this enemy expert mech was absolutely a treasure. The enemy expert rifleman mech is a complete masterwork. From its chassis to its rifle, this work is blessed by Vulcan. What? That's impossible. This is blasphemy. The dwarven leaders who heard this answer from their respected master artisan couldn't immediately accept this conclusion. They turned to other dwarven engineers and technical consultants. They even transmitted the data feeds to dwarven master mech designers who resided far away in order to receive confirmation. As soon as these respected dwarven masters took a good look, their eyes all widened. It was not impossible for these masters to make a masterwork mech based on a regular mech design. This was especially so after they had all begun to focus their efforts on improving their craftsmanship above all else. Yet even they could mostly only dream about fabricating a masterwork expert mech. As much as these respected masters all wanted to deny the truth, they had no choice but to confirm the earlier conclusion. We are 98% certain that this expert mech is a masterwork. Many dwarven leaders had become shaken. If the humanoid expert mech utilized by their opponents was a masterwork, were they inadvertently fighting against the favorite of Vulcan? Don't think too much. A deep and loud voice boomed on the bridge of the Great Ram. General Iker Kebranor was an old and imposing dwarf. His resplendent uniform was bedecked with medals, many of which he had earned when he was a much younger mech pilot who fought to free his fellow dwarves from the tall folk. The most notable part of his appearance wasn't his imposing uniform or dozens of medals, but his rich and braided beard. General Kebranor's beard was so long and busy that at least a third of it pooled onto the deck. If not for the fact that his smart uniform was equipped with special modules, the general constantly risked tripping on his own facial hair whenever he moved forward. Much like many dwarves of his generation, he wasn't particularly known for his cleverness and ingenuity, which prevented him from climbing up to a higher office. However, he was incredibly steady, respected and loyal. The general was particularly noted for his excellent battle intuition. Even though he never managed to become an expert pilot, his ability to read the flow of battle served him well and allowed him to survive the brutal battles that led to the founding of the Vulcan Empire. He was also noted for his undying hatred against humans. This was why General Kebranor was put in charge of the feral punitive fleet. His support for this risky and consequential action was high even if he was stubborn about embracing the dwarven god cult. In fact, his leadership ensured that the dwarves who still clung to the traditional Vulcan faith did not feel alienated. Do not be deceived by a single masterwork expert mech. General Kebranor steadily spoke to his men. Vulcan is a fair god. Craftsmanship has never been exclusive to dwarves. Human craftsmen and mech designers make millions of different masterwork creations every day in the galaxy. We would have encountered them sooner or later. The confusion among his men decreased. Although this was not a completely ideal answer, it was still sufficient to calm the conflicting emotions among his men. General Kebranor began to make another revelation. Our masters along with our intelligence sources have just informed me that the enemy masterwork is almost certainly designed by a master from the Mech Trade Association. This is the strongest proof yet that our great oppressor is behind this incursion. Defeat this tool and you will be credited with cutting off an arm of a great evil. Though the dwarven general was not convinced that the big two were secretly led by a cabal of evil human gods, that did not stop him from leveraging this radical theory to incite his men. Indeed, as soon as the dwarven mech pilots ceased to treat the Amaranto as a holy creation but instead equated it to an infernal abomination, their fear and apprehension to the thought of fighting it had dropped. The feral mech pilots instead became eager to be the ones that successfully slayed the devilish mech. A large number of land crackers and ship crackers trained their sights in the direction of the graveyard. More than 100 heavy projectiles slammed into the capital ship, causing her surface armor to crack and shatter across a wider area. The steel rain did not let up. They continued to batter the poor graveyard with a continuous rain of kinetic rounds that exerted an unimaginable amount of stress on the capital ship. Venerable Stark even had to pull back her Amaranto as her coordinates attracted most of the incoming firepower. Though the graveyard's exterior rapidly accumulated more and more damage, the salvage ship moonlighting as a defensive vessel was not that easy to take down. The scrap and other available metals merged into her hull was so much that the graveyard could endure much greater punishment. She even rolled her hull so that she was able to smear the incoming damage across her extensive, kilometers-long hull. The dwarves have finally shifted their fire. Though the graveyard had fallen into a worrisome crisis, this diversion temporarily offered the rest of the Larkinson fleet a much-needed reprieve. The land crackers and the ship crackers were so powerful that the screen of escort ships had depleted way too quickly. Several dozen sub-capital ships had already been crippled or destroyed in the opening stage of the battle. Though it was not pleasant to turn the graveyard into a punching bag for artillery mechs, she was at least built for the purpose. She boasted so many thick layers of scrap armor that the dwarven artillery mechs still hadn't come close to breaching her hull. In order to make sure the steel rain kept up their attacks on the graveyard, the Amaranto constantly poked out from behind the defensive ship and fired precise positron beams that always managed to penetrate a heavily fortified bunker and destroy the land cracker mechs inside. Venerable Stark did not attack any other mech. The land crackers were by far the greatest threats against the starships of the expeditionary fleet. The sooner she whittled them all down, the less the Larkinson clan had to worry about losing all of their loved ones. Just as her Amaranto was about to snap a beam towards another land cracker, its resonance shield shook and wobbled as an empowered Gauss round slammed its upper edge. "Your opponent is me," Venerable Leva broadcasted as all 8 of the Gauss Baron's guns fired straight into the direction of the Amaranto. Moments later, a huge chunk of hull plating blasted into pieces as the powerful attacks hit their mark. Chapter 3242, Peekaboo. The Amaranto and the Gauss Baron were both powerful expert mechs in their own right. It was not easy to determine which one was superior. Any direct comparison became a lot more complicated because comparing the two was similar to comparing apples and oranges. The Amaranto only possessed a single gun while the Gauss Baron boasted 8 powerful cannons. The former was able to maneuver somewhat comfortably in space while the Gauss Baron was locked in a large and incredibly resilient bunker. The Amaranto's lack of bulk meant that it did not possess enough armor to endure too many powerful attacks. The Gauss Baron was so thick and heavy that it could easily withstand a sustained bombardment even if its resonance shield had been exhausted. The differences in firepower and defensive capabilities immediately determined which of the 2 expert mechs gained the upper hand. "I won't let you harm my brothers," Venerable Leva Hinder shouted as the female dwarf focused all of her concentration on anticipating her opponent's moves. From the moment the Amaranto popped out from behind the graveyard, her cannons had already barked out a full salvo at least a second ago. The dwarven expert pilot's ability to read and anticipate her opponent's movements was excellent. The profligate way in which the Gauss Baron unloaded its firepower onto the Amaranto made Venerable Stark's life extremely uncomfortable for a moment. Although she was able to snap off a shot at her targets at least half of the time, there were too many instances where she had to abort her attack. If she didn't pull her Amaranto back in time, the fragile expert mech would either suffer a direct hit or get affected by the catastrophic damage dealt to the graveyard's exterior. Either way, Venerable Stark knew that she couldn't afford to get hit. Further back in the fleet, Venerable Janzi saw all of this taking place with obvious frustration on her face. If her Shield of Samar had been upgraded to an expert mech, then she would not have hesitated to serve as the Amaranto's shield. "If only my mech was strong enough." She was not a reckless expert pilot and knew her machine's capabilities well enough to know that it would be outmatched in this fight. The Shield of Samar may incorporate a lot of unending alloy in its tower shield and frontal structure, but the lack of reinforcement granted by true resonance was a fatal weakness. The powerful Gauss projectiles unleashed by the Gauss Baron might not be able to penetrate Shield of Samar's defenses, but every powerful impact would transfer a lot of kinetic energy that unending alloy was unable to dampen completely. The more fragile and breakable internal parts of her Space Knight would definitely shake until they fell apart. This problem was especially concerning if the shield of Samar had to resist continuous resonance-empowered attacks. Previous testing had showed that attacks that expert pilots had enhanced with their own will possessed damaging properties that weren't simple to explain. Any projectile that was empowered in this manner had a much greater chance of dealing internal damage even if they failed to penetrate strong armor. This was one of the reasons why expert mechs were sometimes able to leapfrog classes and defeat superior mechs that boasted much more resilient armor systems. Venerable Janzi sighed. I shouldn't think about ideas beyond my reach. I can still do plenty for my clan. She briefly directed her attention to the ranks of living sentinel mechs that had yet to enter battle. The bright warrior mechs all exuded the same glow that caused every Larkinson mech pilot to feel the need to defend their clansmen against the murderous dwarves. Though Janzi felt rather sad that the Larkinson clan was once more embroiled into a needless, avoidable battle that was bound to harvest the lives of lots of clansmen, this was not the time for her to entertain thoughts about recriminating Vase. Look alive, sentinels. Her shield of Samar raised its sword. In about 10 minutes, the approaching dwarven fleet will come close enough for the rest of us to do our part. No matter what happens, do not falter. Hold the line as much as possible and do not let a single capital ship fall. The sentinels all became encouraged by her presence and words. Even if she wasn't piloting a genuine expert mech, her identity as a powerful expert pilot still did wonders in strengthening the spines of her fellow mech pilots. The Quint floated right next to the shield of Samar. Legion Commander Kasela Ingvar appreciated Janzi's help. Thank you for that, Venerable. My men will soon be hard hit by the enemy troops. It will become a lot harder to keep their confidence levels high once the true battle commences. No problem, Commander. Your living sentinels have always suffered the brunt of the casualties in these major battles. I won't let your men suffer like that again. She considered the disproportionate losses suffered by the sentinels as one of her many failings. Although she wasn't able to do much in a battle of this scale, she was determined to do everything in her power to prevent these brave and decent soldiers from bearing the brunt of the damage once again. While the other mech legions were preparing for the next phase of the battle, the fight between the Amaranto and the Gauss Baron continued to intensify. The graveyard, which was supposed to be able to withstand a lot of damage, was starting to look increasingly more ragged as the Gauss Baron continued to fire its cannons without any regard of its consumption. Whether it was ammunition, energy or heat, none of these limitations concerned Venerable Leva a lot. Only her willpower and mental state were serious constraints to her. She had stopped empowering her attacks with resonance in order to be more economical, but even without this the attacks unleashed by her expert mech's cannons were still considerably more powerful than anything launched by a land cracker. If I can't hit your mech directly, then I'll just tear apart your ships. The dwarven expert pilot kept suppressing the Amaranto but at the same time diverted more firepower on the damaged sections of the graveyard. Even if the defensive, capital ship constantly turned in order to prevent the Gauss Baron and other artillery mechs from concentrating their damage, her overall hull had already incurred considerable damage. As long as this continued for a time, a hull breach would eventually take place. Still, the Larkinsons weren't entirely displeased with the situation. Through Venerable Stark's unremitting efforts, her mech had consistently managed to snap out a shot in time that unerringly burned through reinforced bunkers and destroyed the land crackers inside. The Eye of Ilvain had also become more proficient at their attempts to suppress or destroy the remaining land crackers. The bunkers that covered these threatening dwarven heavy artillery mechs were well engineered and could withstand a lot of punishment, but they were not without their weak points. After Gloriana analyzed their structure to an extensive degree, she highlighted over a dozen different weak points. If some of them were hit by energy weapons and other points were struck by powerful kinetic forces, the Larkinsons were able to permanently shut the gun slots that always slid shut whenever the bunker in question endured focused damage. Although forcibly closing the bunkers was not the same as destroying the artillery mechs inside, this measure at least reduced the weight of fire from the Steel Rain mech regiment if only on a temporary basis. The dwarves had to dispatch repair bots and work crews in order to fix the damage, and that all took time. The only other way for the land crackers to regain their ability to fire at their targets was to blast the blockage from the inside. Suffice to say, this extreme measure was not only risky and destructive, but also negated much of the defensive advantage enjoyed by the heavy artillery mechs. Each time an impatient dwarven mech pilot turned its cannons on the bunkers and blasted it open by force, a torrent of projectiles and positron beams fired by the Eye of Ilvain quickly overwhelmed the defenses of the cracker mechs. Through these measures, the artillery duel slowly evened up, but not by much. Despite their exploitable bunkers, the Steel Rain artillery mechs still managed to destroy a growing amount of opposing threatening mechs and deepened the scars of the graveyard. Cover the graveyard. She has done her job for now. Don't let her hull get breached in too many places. We cannot afford to turn her into a liability. General Verl instructed. The Larkinson clan's disposable sub-capital ships shifted their positions and began to cover for the graveyard. Though the Gauss Baron's salvos dealt an unimaginable damage to these smaller and weaker ships, it became a lot harder for Venerable Leva to suppress the Amaranto. I don't have the time and energy to waste on you. Venerable Stark huffed and continued to peek out to eliminate the remaining land cracker mechs. Though the Steel Rain fielded at least 200 of their most powerful and heaviest artillery mechs, their numbers quickly diminished over the course of the artillery duel. Eventually, General Kebranor saw that their situation wasn't good and ordered the remaining land crackers to retract into their respective ships if possible. As a result, no more ultra-heavy Gauss rounds slammed into the starships of the expeditionary anymore. The remaining projectiles fired by the ship crackers and the mech crackers were still concerning, but much less threatening towards capital ships. The Larkinsons were disappointed by the withdrawal of the remaining land crackers. They could show up again at any time and deal a heavy blow to any damaged starship. Switch over to targeting the ship crackers. We can't let them fire at our fleet with impunity. As the distance between the two fleets continued to narrow, the time almost came for the other mechs to be put into play. The overall results of the initial artillery duel were mixed for both sides. The Steel Rain had inflicted a lot of material damage to the starships of the expeditionary fleets. Their destructive firepower was not all that precise, but the sheer power and volume of their bombardment had turned many ships into scarred or broken wrecks. However, the Eye of Ilvain along with Venerable Stark made the most out of their precision advantage. Their absolute firepower might not match up against the Steel Rain, but their accuracy had actually overtaken that of the dwarves. Part of that was due to their mechs possessing energy weapons. Positron beams were a lot easier to aim because they struck their targets at insanely high speeds. The Transcendent Punishers relied increasingly more on their positron cannons to do the bulk of their work. Even Venerable Leva slowly began to recognize the threat. There's something suspicious about these artillery mechs. Her instincts as an expert pilot were sharp. Though she initially dismissed the artillery mechs of the Larkinson clan as mediocre machines, the more she saw them in action, the more she sensed that there was more to them than met the eye. She reluctantly began to redirect more of her fire towards the bunkers that held these odd mechs. Two of the cannons at her disposal kept tracking the Amaranto's position as best as possible in order to ensure that the expert rifleman mech had to remain on its toes. The other 6 guns of the Gauss Baron began to bombard the different bunkers across the hull of the Spirit of Bentheim with great enthusiasm, overwhelming the factory ship's energy shields with only a bit of extra effort. Suddenly, a volley of ultra-heavy rounds impacted the energy shield covering the Gauss Baron's reinforced bunkers. Though the shield had not yet broken, Leva looked surprised that it was already close to breaking. A second volley of hard and heavy projectiles destroyed the shield and slammed into the first layer of the bunker cover. Though it would take a lot more damage to penetrate the high-quality metals that shielded the Gauss Baron from incoming damage, the dwarven expert pilot already began to pay more attention when she saw that the surface of her bunker had been chipped. These aren't regular attacks. She tracked where the shells had been fired upon and detected a couple of mech companies of cannoneer mechs that had just begun to open fire behind the combat carriers they were using as cover. The actions of the cannoneer mechs seemed to have triggered the next phase in the battle. Rifleman mechs, open fire. Melee mechs, storm out. It's showtime. Tens of thousands of mechs finally began to take part in the massive battle. A huge amount of beams and projectiles began to flood the space between the two fleets as they just started to get more serious. Chapter 3243. The Great Advance. It was as if the appetizers had just made way for the main course of the meal. The entry of every other mech that had previously remained in reserve was a shocking sight that instantly increased the intensity of the battlefield by an order of magnitude. Thousands of positron beams struck the sturdy and formidable knight mechs of the Molten Hammers. The mech pilots of these dwarven units all possessed the courage to charge in front of everyone else for very good reasons. The short height of these defensive mechs might not provide as much cover to the mechs following from behind, but they also made it a lot harder to strike them from a distance. Their thicker physical shields and stockier forms also meant it would take longer to take them down despite getting hit a lot of times. Their high mass and solid constructions allowed each of them to maintain a stable and purposeful flight trajectory despite getting hit by dozens of Gauss rounds or positron beams. Even if their shields were close to falling apart, the mechs did not stop until their frames became more and more ragged. At that point, the damaged Space Knights smoothly fell out of formation and turned around to retreat back to their motherships. This not only preserved the functionality of their machines, but also allowed them to act as emergency reserves. If there was ever a need for their services in the later stages of a battle, they could always deploy again with backup shields in their hands to block incoming damage at critical moments. What a well-executed approach. Vase sighed with admiration. While there were many defensive units that employed similar rotations, the dwarves were much more proficient at it. Their defensive mechs were tougher and did not break as easily when put under fire. The dwarven mech pilots had also practiced this maneuver a lot and were able to judge when their mechs were close to suffering internal damage. As long as the damage to their machines was contained to the exterior, the damaged armor sections could always be repaired or patched up with haste as long as they returned to their motherships. However, once their critical internal parts started taking damage, it became a lot more troublesome and time-consuming to bring them back up to full functionality. In essence, the hardy mechs of the dwarves granted them a lot more staying power than normal. Many people such as Vase and General Verl were already able to figure out that they could not afford to get locked in a battle of attrition against these resilient opponents. The Hiver Roarer's mechs have also begun to move. Whereas the Molten Hammer and Slug Ranger mechs were all accelerating straight ahead, the mechs of the Bestial Mech Regiment weren't as straightforward. Only a few of their heavier and less mobile bestial mechs all joined the main formations that were moving straight ahead. Most of their mechs split up into two different prongs and began to arc around so that they would be able to converge upon the expeditionary fleet from different angles. That caused Vase to take the Hiver Roarers more seriously. As he studied their mech models, he saw that they consisted of a variety of ranged and melee machines that took up all kinds of different animal shapes. One of the more distinct Roarer mechs was the odd-looking turtle mechs. They looked almost exactly how they sounded. They resembled giant turtles, though with at least some of their limbs replaced by guns. Cannons and other weapon modules were also mounted to their sides sometimes. Don't waste your firepower on these turtle mechs. They're too difficult to hit, and even if you strike them, they hardly look any worse. This was the most interesting characteristic about the turtle mechs. Since they were flying forward with their distinct turtle shells facing upwards, their silhouette was quite flat and minimal. This made it very difficult for the ranged mechs of the expeditionary fleet to hit these odd-looking bestial mechs. Of course, the fact that shots could easily bypass these turtle mechs also meant that they were not good at blocking incoming fire. The mechs that were flying close to them had to endure the incoming fire without much cover. Vase soon figured out the concept behind these hardy bestial mechs. Don't underestimate the threat posed by the Hiver Roarer turtle mechs. Vase called. They are self-contained weapon platforms that can unleash a constant barrage of fire at our forces. Think of them as doom crawlers in space. As long as they are able to take up positions on our flanks, they can enfilade our ranks. That quickly woke up the Larkinsons. Although the firepower of the turtle mechs didn't actually match that of a doom crawler, they still came close enough to the cracker line of the Slug Rangers. The cannons mounted on the turtle mechs could inflict even more damage to the expeditionary fleet's forces because they would incur damage from their sides or even their rear. As long as any mech or formation of mechs had to defend against incoming fire from multiple sides, the poor machines wouldn't be able to hold their ground anymore. They either had to retreat or face a swift defeat. Neither of these options were acceptable. There was no room for the mechs to retreat, or else they would bump right into the ships of the expeditionary fleet. If these crucial vessels began to get bombarded from multiple sides, then it was unlikely that they would be able to last much longer either. As long as the dwarves attack us from the front, we can concentrate all of our defenses forward so we can fend off their attacks for a long time. If we have to worry about getting stabbed from the side, we'll have to split our defensive resources and weaken our ability to defend from either direction. This is not ideal. This was not an ideal situation. In fact, it was one of the nightmare scenarios that the Golden Skull Alliance had anticipated. The Ferals could easily afford to split off a third of their mechs to perform a pincer maneuver because they had the numbers to spare. The best solution to attack these dangerous turtle mechs was to fight them up close. As ranged mechs, they were unable to defend themselves properly against melee mechs. However, the large escort of other bestial mechs meant it wouldn't be easy to get at the turtle mechs. A large number of tiger mechs, avian mechs and other oddly shaped mechs followed behind the turtle mechs. Whether they were melee or ranged oriented, these eclectic bestial mechs could easily entangle any detachment that attempted to intercept the pincers. The defenders could not let the pincers succeed in their flanking attacks, but the problem was that the Golden Skull Alliance didn't have enough mechs to spare. The military leaders of the alliance had eventually decided to shift some of their units to the flanks. The Larkinson clan transferred a mix of Sword Maiden, Vandal and Heavenswarder mechs to both sides. These units largely consisted of lighter and more maneuverable offensive mechs. Though they were not ideal at defending, anything heavier and slower was liable to get ignored by the Hive Roarers. It was too easy for most of their bestial mechs to outspeed and outmaneuver defensive units. As for the Penitent Sisters, they had a different role to play this time. Venerable Joshua's Valkyrie Prime was already in the middle of a formation of Valkyrie Redeemers as it advanced forward right behind the avatars of myth. Anyone in the Golden Skull Alliance knew that they would play a crucial role in the coming clash. Vase already tried to estimate how much damage the Penitent Sister battle network could inflict on the Dwarven mech force. "It's not as much as I want," he glumly concluded. Though plenty of Dwarven mechs were stacking close together, there were simply too many of them to bunch up in a small area. The different mech companies and mech regiments generously spaced themselves away from each other in order to avoid bumping into each other or interfering with any of their spontaneous maneuvers. Since there was so much real estate in space, why not make use of it all? This was the general thought behind the Dwarven formations. Dispersing their mechs and formations also made it harder to whittle them all down from range. This was one of the ideal ways to approaching an enemy while enduring constant fire. They'll have to close ranks eventually once their melee mechs collide against ours, Vase muttered. If the mechs and mech companies continued to space themselves away from other friendlies, then it became too easy to flank and surround them. This was why Vase was willing to be patient and keep the Penitent Sister battle network in reserve. This was not the time for them to show off the superior mother's might. I'm not sure whether it is wise to employ their battle networks too early. This was a difficult dilemma. As long as the Penitent Sisters used their big move, their mech pilots including Joshua would no longer be in their prime state. While they would probably be able to continue to fight, the half-depleted mech pilots would not be as effective as before. However, when he thought about taking out a huge chunk of Dwarven combat assets early, he felt it was worth the trade-off. Such a massive attack would not only take out threats that could disable hundreds if not thousands of friendly mechs over the course of a battle, but also inflict an immense morale blow to the enemy dwarves. Maybe the attack can persist long enough to reap the lives aboard a couple of Dwarven fleets. Vase began to shift his attention to the rifleman mechs of both sides. Though the melee mechs of both sides still had a lot of distance to traverse before they came close to swinging their weapons, the various ranged mechs had already begun to fire at each other. The Bright Warriors mechs armed with rifles did not perform particularly well compared to their Slug Ranger counterparts. The latter were more solid, specialized and piloted by better trained dwarves. The only advantage the Bright Warriors enjoyed was their greater mobility. They were able to evade significantly more incoming shots and the resilience of their armor was also quite respectable. As a result, the fight between the two slowly evened up as the mech pilots of the Bright Warriors became used to their opponents. There were other ranged mechs that did not fly forward aside from the flightless heavy artillery mechs. Of particular note to Vase was the Eternal Redemptions piloted by the ranged mech specialists of the Penitent Sisters. Vase briefly smiled. They finally get to show their worth for the first time. Their performance did not disappoint him. Despite not being armed with his powerful Luminaire crystal rifles, their massive Samheim Gauss cannons fired ultra-heavy rounds that inflicted the most damage against defensive mechs and bunkers alike. The Eternal Redemption was one of the few mech models of the Larkinson clan that truly deserved to fit the moniker of elite. They cost twice as much as a Bright Warrior to build and it showed. They were not only resilient enough to withstand a lot of return fire, but also tore apart many dwarf mechs that never took the firepower of their human foes seriously. It's too bad I only have a couple of hundred of them. Vase briefly lamented. It was difficult to produce these Eternal Redemptions on a large scale. They were not only big and hefty, but also demanded a lot of premium materials to form all of their strongest parts. Still, the performance of the Eternal Redemptions along with their ability to maneuver in space were crucial in making life harder for the feral mechs. The Cannoneer mechs had begun to occupy more favorable positions away from the main fleet where they could fire at their targets from an angle exerted a bit more pressure onto the advancing dwarf mechs. Yet as much as they were able to cripple or force many dwarf mechs into retreat, there were easily thousands more enemy machines that remained undeterred. The initial collision will not be pretty. Vase winced in concern. Chapter 3244. Watcher in the Dark. The battle that took place in the outer system of the Fortia Zentris system had finally taken a more serious turn. After letting the artillery mechs dominate the opening act, the main show had finally begun. Tens of thousands of mechs armed with rifles released lances and kinetic slugs at each other like there was no tomorrow. The space in between had become so flooded with lethal ordnance that not even a heavily armored fleet carrier would be able to survive for long in this location. As the melee mechs of both sides began to charge forward or maneuver towards the flanks, many thousands of mech pilots grew increasingly eager, grim, determined or focused. This was what they had been training for. A mech pilot existed to fight, not to train all day and look pretty on parades. True mech pilots always yearned to prove themselves in battle. However, many of them were also human enough to realize how likely it was for them to fall in battle. The battlefield was always cruel and enemies never held any consideration towards their opposition. It was undeniable that mech pilots always suffered the brunt of every engagement. They were celebrated and worshipped by many people throughout the galaxy, but only they knew how terrifying it was to fight against other war machines that could easily crush an entire town flat if left unopposed. There were only 3 ships in the star system that hadn't involved themselves in the unfolding clash. They had all kept a healthy distance from the battle and made sure to remain at an angle that made it unlikely for any ranged mech to fire in their direction. The chance of getting hit by a stray projectile was minimal, though that did not reassure Director Olivier Persham aboard the dented coin. "Accelerate faster," he yelled on the bridge. "Overload the thrusters if necessary. If we get hit by a single artillery projectile, we're doomed." He was not exaggerating. In this enormous confrontation between 2 powerful second-class forces, his lightly armored third-class trade vessel was as fragile as his beard. Though both sides of the conflict were aware of the dented coin, neither of them spared any attention to this inconsequential vessel. The Dwarven patrol vessel was a different matter. As soon as it became clear that the feral provincial army was truly trying to annihilate the human fleet, the frigate was trying to distance herself from the battlefield as much as possible. She carried only a handful of compact mechs and could not play a meaningful role in this battle. Staying around would only see her destroyed in vain. Luckily enough, the Larkinson mechs only fired a couple of laser beams at the ship before giving up. The frigate was fast and agile and she was able to frustrate the aim of distant attackers. Even if a laser beam hit, the vessel was sturdy enough to withstand incidental attacks. "Ha!" the Dwarven patrol captain exulted. "You humans are too inferior. Our Dwarven engineering is the best in its class." In this way, the cheeky dwarf managed to escape from the battlefield with his life intact. What the people in the star system didn't know was that the bystanders weren't limited to just 2 vessels. Aside from the dented coin and Dwarven patrol ship, there was a third starship floating a decent distance away from the battlefield. Though this stealthed and completely hidden vessel could get hit by a stray projectile at any time, none of her crew showed any concern. The defenses and stealth systems of this little courier vessel was top-notch compared to the more basic and primitive tech employed by the 2 sides. One of the compartments of this corvette had been converted into an observation room. "Do you feel it, Jovi?" a projection of a dignified figure asked. "It's so chaotic," the young journeyman mech designer replied as he gazed at the large projections that displayed the unfolding battle from several different angles. "There are so many different chances for mechs and their pilots to survive or fall in battle. Anything can happen that can affect the future of a mech, whether it is getting hit by a random Gauss round, being targeted by a focused charge, or suffering a catastrophic malfunction induced by prior damage." Every mech designer viewed reality in a different way. Their design philosophies colored their perception and shaped the way they interpreted sensory data. For example, Vase saw everything in terms of how much life they possessed and how this characteristic affected someone or something. Gloriana judged what she saw by how flawed or flawless they were. Even rational mech designers that tried to be as rational and objective as possible couldn't escape the fact that even their ways of interpreting reality was inherently biased. To someone who had steadily gained more prominence within the Mech Trade Association as the reality trickster, Jovi Armelon principally saw everything he perceived in terms of probability. He could estimate how likely it was for a mech to suffer a malfunction over the course of a year. He was also able to judge the probability that a mech was able to defeat another mech. However, this was not the extent of his talents. The design philosophy that he had managed to develop with great effort from when he was young potentially allowed him to affect the probabilities that most people never even dreamed of manipulating. Of course, that did not make him a god. Far from it, he was just a mech designer and his talents were mostly limited to affecting mechs in minor and subtle degrees. Though these little effects already granted him a hefty advantage, Jovi knew that this was just the start. The real power of his unorthodox design philosophy would only bloom when he became a master. If he reached that level of strength, this battle probably would have become a lot more clearer to him. As for now, he became so overwhelmed by the multitude of probabilities flashing through his perception that he simply couldn't see the forest from the trees. Sometimes, too much data was not a good thing. Despite his luxurious suite of implants and genetic modification, the input was too high. You are pushing yourself too hard. Master Willix's projection said, large-scale battles are inherently unpredictable. These are lower-class mechs. I should be able to figure them all out somehow. Jovi complained. Besides, I don't think the outcome of this engagement is in doubt. I respect Vase and his team of journeymen a lot, but there is a point where gimmicks aren't enough anymore. The dwarves outnumber their opponents by thousands of mechs, none of which are worse in performance. How certain are you of this conclusion? Master Willix looked amused. 80%, and this is a conservative estimate. You don't agree? Oh, I think this is an accurate enough measure. She replied. However, don't underestimate this 20%. I think a large part of this battle hinges on how well the Larkinsons utilize the few advantages they possess. If they leverage their surprises well enough, then they may be able to overcome the Vulcanite mechs. Jovi looked suspicious at the master. Do you know something that I don't? You've worked on the Larkinson clan's expert mechs. Have you learned what Vase has in store that might tilt the balance? Master Willix didn't deign to answer this question. The two may be part of the same organization, but Jovi was not her student. They merely came together at this time because they shared a common interest in Vase and the Larkinson clan. The journeyman knew Willix's character and shrugged before turning his attention back to the projections. He silently transmitted an instruction. A second later, a container filled with snacks materialized on his lap. He grabbed a random piece and threw it in his mouth while continuing to observe the battle as if he was enjoying a good show. How much progress have you made on your latest assignment? Willix asked. Jovi's joviality abruptly dropped. Not good. It's difficult to research a major contribution at my stage. I've learned a lot in the last few years and I have managed to develop several promising methods. I have to thank Vase for inspiring my work, but that's not enough to achieve a high score. Innovation is never easy, Master Willix said. It is difficult to find a fruitful direction of research when you have not yet seen enough of what is possible. At the journeyman stage, you must continue to travel and broaden your horizons. There is no shame in getting inspired by other people's work. As long as you contribute new material to an existing subject, you will further our field. That's why I requested to witness this battle in person. I hope I can gain more inspiration from seeing Ves's work in action. He is by far the most interesting indigenous mech designer that I have ever met. No one else in his generation is as ingenious and extreme as him. With his talents and capabilities, he should have been a part of our association. Willix shook her head. He would never thrive in our ranks. His unique life trajectory has pressured him into developing his potential to a completely different direction than what any of our colleagues could ever conceive of. That makes him perplexing and valuable to us at the same time. Some mech designers are untamable. Don't think the mech industry can keep thriving if we attempt to own every talented mech designer in human space. Our association is too orderly and bound by rules for most passionate mech designers to express their full capabilities. Jovi Armelon raised his eyebrow. That doesn't sound like you, Master Willix. You're willing to let mech designers play dangerous games. We are in a greater game, Jovi. She said. You know the threats we face. In the beginning of the age of mechs, we had to reconstruct order from a broken galaxy. That was over 4 centuries ago. By now, we have not only repaired human society, but also taken a couple of steps ahead. The conquest of the Red Ocean is but the first step to accelerate the potential of our civilization. Humanity has grown up, and must learn to wield greater power for the times to come. This was a heavy subject within the association. There were many opinions on what the MTA and humanity as a whole must do to confront the dangers that loomed in the dark. Will Vase play an important role in our future plans? Jovi wondered. It is possible, but then again, we have you and many other promising seeds. Any of you can become our pillar of support in the centuries to come. While I am earnestly wishing for his success, we have many options to choose from. That is the benefit of fostering a large and thriving mech industry. Jovi caught the implicit meaning in Willix's words. She wouldn't intervene if Vase lost his life in this battle. There were far too many promising mech designers in the galaxy. Though Vase was certainly one of the most accomplished in his batch, the truly good mech designers had to be steady enough to survive the long passage of time. Anyone who gambled with his life had to accept the consequences of a loss. It would be a shame if Vase falls in this low-level battle. I'm still interested in collaborating with him. I truly want to see how powerful a living version of my work can become. Master Willix crossed her arm. You should worry about your own career. So long as you have not made a major contribution, you will not be eligible to transfer to the Red Ocean. I cannot count how many of your rivals across the Milky Way are trying to do the same. I won't fail, Jovi stated. The reason why I'm stuck is not because I'm incapable, but because I can't figure out the right approach. My results will most definitely satisfy the panel once I am done. I am not going to miss out on witnessing the rise of the Red Ocean up close. That is good. Will I be able to see you in the Red Ocean as well, Master? Willix shook her head. I'm afraid not. I have traveled to the galactic rim for a reason, and the Red Ocean does not hold much attraction for a mech designer of my interests. I will not depart until I have completed my main research project, and that will not happen in at least 5 to 7 decades. I see, Jovi said, not commenting any further about Willix's biggest preoccupation. Vase will probably miss you, assuming he's able to get out of this battle alive. There will be other associates of mine who will handle his case in the Red Ocean. Willix said without much emotion. In the future, it may even be possible for you to liaise with Vase. You must build up your authority first before you are allowed to do so. Wait until you have advanced to senior. I understand, Jovi replied as his glowing eyes shone. I won't slow down. Chapter 3245. A conversation between masters. After Master Willix completed her discussion with Jovi Armelon, her projection disappeared from the stealthed corvette. She did not need to be physically or virtually present aboard this observation vessel in order to observe the ongoing battle. Her powerful implant was able to feed footage directly into her mind, though much like other people she preferred to observe with her eyes. Events became more real and tangible in this way. Her real body sat in the middle of an expansive office within the depths of Halcyon Citadel. The office also functioned as her secondary workshop and laboratory. Several hyper-sophisticated machines were currently performing complex tasks. These tasks ranged from analyzing unknown materials to studying the reactions between different materials and exotics. Willix also enjoyed a considerably large quota of processing power from Halcyon Citadel that she constantly made use of to perform an astounding number of calculations related to gravitic and dimensional curving. Her major research project demanded so many calculations that all of the processors in the hexadric hegemony put together amounted to less than 1% of her processing quota. Master Willix knew that several enormous data centers were constantly active deep inside Halcyon Citadel. She even toured one of them and became impressed at how the local branch managed to turn this space station into a powerful computing center. Rows and rows of integrated Sandman Admiral cores had been linked up so that they could perform effective calculations with a high degree of algorithmic learning and adaptivity. The CFA wasn't the only organization who recognized the uses of altered Sandman Admiral cores. She glanced at the progress report. Only 1 year and 3 months to go until Halcyon Citadel's processors finished the mathematical modeling tasks that she had requested. This was a long time for normal people, but not that much for an MTA master who was easily able to live for at least half a millennium. In fact, she still had 7 decades to go to complete her major transformational research project. She arrived in the Komodo Star sector a long time ago and gave herself 100 years to complete her ambitious contribution to the mech industry. If she succeeded, she would not only be able to elevate her status within the association to the upper reaches of what a master could achieve, but also open up a chance for her to get closer to becoming a star designer. No master was content with remaining at their current level. Every mech designer who worked hard enough to realize their design philosophies was ambitious and loved their craft to an obsessive degree. Not even rational mech designers were exempt from this, as each of them recognized they needed to retain at least some passion in order to preserve their love and motivation for their field. As Willix studied a complicated diagram that one of her experiments recently yielded, she occasionally glanced at the projections displaying the unfolding battle in the Fortia Zentra system. Her eyes hardly rested on the dwarven mechs. Though she was mildly impressed at how quickly the Vulcan Empire managed to build up its mech industry from scratch, the dwarven mech designers were too ambivalent towards the MTA. Compared to the plain dwarven mechs, the vivid and unusual Larkinson mechs were much more interesting to her. Though their designs were simple and primitive in her eyes, they contained a unique and unreplicable charm that only a mech designer vase could impart to his work. Even so, Willix still did not direct much her attention to the various ordinary mechs of the Larkinson clan. She allocated most of her attention to the most special mechs, all of which happened to be prime mechs or expert mechs. She wasn't able to see through the prime mechs. On several occasions, they displayed far greater power than what their parts were capable of exerting. Vase may have explained some of his theories to her, but she could not yet understand the principles of this strange new form of resonance that he managed to invent. What was interesting was that the expert mechs she collaborated on seemed to have inherited the traits of prime mechs. She anticipated that this so-called prime resonance might react or combine with true resonance in unpredictable ways. Though she tried to model and calculate the possible outcomes, she couldn't take any of the results seriously due to lack of understanding and insufficient reliable data. Therefore, the best way for Willix to gain the answers she wanted was to observe the new expert mechs in action. So far, she hadn't witnessed anything remarkable, but none of them aside from the Amaranto had taken action at this point. The remaining 3 expert mechs were not in a hurry to make their moves. Master Willix knew she had to be patient. The relationship between her and the expert mechs of the Larkinson clan was odd. Though Master Willix had unquestionably contributed to their designs, she had tried to keep her intervention as minimal as possible so that she would not make her own mark. That put her in an odd position. She felt very little ownership and responsibility towards the Dark Zephyr, the Amaranto, the Riot and the First Sword. This was despite the crucial work she performed in integrating the resonating materials to the base designs. Her expression became even more mixed when she beheld the Amaranto. The fact that it turned into a masterwork was shocking to the MTA, but what truly held her interest was how an unknown but extremely capable mech designer improved her work on its design. She still wasn't finished with digesting all of the gains. What Vess's mysterious patron had done not only showed her more refined methods of integrating resonating materials into expert mechs, but also gave her many minor pointers on tiny flaws and imperfections that she had never even realized she possessed. As long as she was able to understand and figure out the logic behind these micro-adjustments, she would be able to elevate the quality and performance of her designs by a couple of percentage points. At her level, even a 1% improvement in performance could take years of research to accomplish. She partially regretted not contributing a little more of her ingenuity to the Amaranto design. If she implemented her best solutions and applied just a small part of her native design philosophy, she might have been able to reap enough rewards to progress her major research project by at least a decade. Of course, Master Willix wasn't the sort of person to get hung up over missed opportunities. She had lived long enough to know that there were many more opportunities that were ripe for the taking. Whether she was able to grasp them depended on her vision and the choices she made. Even without this particular opportunity, she still had many more plans in the works that might result in a breakthrough in her enormous research project. A small chime sounded in the hollow office. Willix noticed that the time of her next appointment had arrived. She mentally approved the incoming communication request while waving her hand to shut down any sensitive screens that were too sensitive to expose to outsiders. A highly realistic physical projection of another woman appeared in the space. The newcomer did not offer a meaningless greeting to Master Willix because it was pointless to say them in the first place. They were already familiar enough with each other to make ordinary pleasantries redundant. As research-oriented mech designers, they valued efficiency over theatrics. The newcomer stepped closer and sat down on a chair close to Master Willix's desk. The woman was dressed in a fashionable business suit and wore a tight-fitting lab coat over her body. She brushed aside her blonde hair and swept her gaze at the projections of a distant battle. The Larkinson clan, she spoke. My work. Willix responded. How much? Minimal. Why? You will see. Answers. Unexplainable. Vase. Confirmed. Stupid. Maybe. Reason. Unknown goal. I see. The two women stayed silent for a time. Whether they were communicating through other, non-verbal means was unknown, but their expressions remained neutral and without emotion. Still, when the Amaranto began to show off more of its capabilities, the spectators became increasingly more interested. Masterwork. Not only. A pity he changed his allegiance. Cooperation. Unlikely. 38.75%. Irrational. Touché. They no longer spoke about this topic. They continued to observe the performance of the Amaranto and other notable Larkinson mechs. They paid more and more attention to the data readouts that measured hundreds of different unusual phenomena that most people didn't even know existed. This was also the main reason why the MTA dispatched a stealth corvette all the way to the remote Fortia Zentra system. If Master Willix wasn't interested in gathering more data, then she could have settled for a more convenient way of observing the battle. Progress on your project. Steady. Need assistance. Not yet necessary. You have other obligations. Free time. Doubt. Komodo War's outcome is almost set. Doubt. Cannot overcome shortage of expert mechs. Doubt. That caused the visitor to frown a bit, which was highly unusual to see for a rational mech designer. Argument. Master Willix waved her hand at the live footage of the battle. New solutions. Serious doubt. Confidence. We will see. Another period of silence passed by. Master Willix turned to her guest. Reason for visit. Request. Explain. Facewater. Unfulfillable. Why? Lack of supply. Reason. Reserved. For what? Confidential. Friends. Confidential. Aliens. Confidential. Cultists. Confidential. Threat zero. Confidential. Master Olsen's projection directed a deep look at Master Willix. The host calmly looked back. Both of them may possess different backgrounds, but they shared a lot in common. They were not only masters who had already made numerous accomplishments in their respective fields, but they also approached mech design from a rational perspective. It was a lot harder for mech designers to realize their design philosophies if they weren't allowing their passion free rein. This handicap was so great that most mech designers outside the MTA simply failed to get started. Master Carmen Olsen was a rare exception, as she had managed to realize her design philosophy without the support of the MTA by relying on her hard work and talent. That made her worthy of Master Willix's friendship. Even if one of them was a native mech designer of a second-rate state and the other an MTA master of much higher status, to them their expertise and insights mattered more than these superfluous barriers. It didn't matter that Master Olsen was much further behind in terms of accumulation and breadth of knowledge. Her expertise on motion, mechanics and engines along with her different perspective occasionally served as useful supplements to Master Willix's projects. Of course, the main reason why Master Willix cultivated a relationship with Master Olsen was because the latter might be able to play a crucial role in her ambitious research project at a later stage. Battle. Not going well. Partiality. Yes. Vase. Interesting. Dwarves. Mistake. Clarify. Should not exist. Agree, but too late. Regret. Rectification possible. Rights. Dwarves have rights. Master Willix frowned at her peer. Do not question. Not what I have heard. Factions. Support. Negligible. Dwarf population insignificant. Sad. Glad. Master Olsen knew what faction that Master Willix was a part of, so she already knew it was unlikely for her standpoint to deviate. Nixian Gap. Not now. Willix shook her head. Crown terrorists. Annoyance. Maybe more. Annoyance. Nixian Gap. Progress will continue. Doubt. Underestimation. Insufficient information. Tell. Confidential. Despite saying that, Master Willix could not predict what would happen to the Nixian Gap as the Crown Uprising continued to unfold. The traffic to this anomalous region had tripled in the last half year, and it was only projected to rise even higher in the next year. The reason for this was unclear. Sometimes, she entertained suspicions that Vase Larkinson had something to do with the loss of the supposed crown, but she had confirmed many times that this wasn't the case. He and the Larkinson clan had already moved far away from the Nixian Gap by the time the galaxy-wide upheaval erupted. Still, as she continued to see his work in action, she couldn't help but wonder if her assumptions were correct. Her mind said one thing but her instincts said another thing. Chapter 3246. Poor dwarves, I don't want to die. It was fortunate that Vincent Rickelin closed his transmission capabilities, because the other Larkinsons would definitely become scandalized if they heard his words. The bright warrior he piloted flew as part of a ranged mech company of the Avatars of Myth. Even though it was piloted by an expert candidate whose skill and capabilities had risen beyond the human norm, Vincent's contribution to the massive battle was not remarkable enough to stand out from the massive crowd. In a major battle that involved over 50,000 mechs, it was impossible for a single expert candidate to attract much attention. In fact, as soon as the Feral Ice recognized that Vincent Ricklin's mech performed better and hit more dwarven mechs than other bright warriors, they designated it as a priority target that needed to be taken out quickly. The switch happened abruptly. The mech company that Vincent previously moved with only received moderate return fire up until now. The distance between the ranged mechs of both sides was still far enough that it was difficult for both sides to reach a high hit rate. Vincent expected that this pattern would continue to remain the same until the distance narrowed to the point where they could focus their fire on specific mechs. It was therefore a complete surprise to him and his fellow avatars that 3 Slug Ranger mech companies simultaneously directed their fire in his direction. The incoming fire wasn't particularly precise, but Vincent could already tell that he had become their common target. Damn it, he stopped concentrating on his aim in order to perform the most desperate evasive maneuvers of his life. Though he missed his Adonis Colossus, he knew that the large and sluggish hybrid mech wouldn't have fared well in this situation. Vincent became more charmed with his Bright Warrior as he successfully used its capabilities to avoid a lethal blow. The Bright Warrior Mark I version B was a balanced mech design. Even though different configurations had their own strengths and weaknesses, the change in parameters were not as extreme as in more singular mech designs. This meant that while the Bright Warrior moved a little slower than comparable rifleman mechs, its ability to withstand damage was noticeably better. This probably saved Vincent for the moment as his Bright Warrior got hit by a dozen different rounds despite his best efforts to dodge. In fact, trying to evade the incoming attacks was largely useless as the sheer amount of projectiles fired in his direction were so imprecise that many of them ended up hitting the mech company he was attached to. Several Bright Warriors had already shattered or fell out of formation after taking one too many hits. Though Vincent's own mech began to look increasingly more shabby, another avatar mech company had finally come to their aid. The Bright Warriors clad with thicker plating and carrying imposing tower shields finally flew in front of the beleaguered ranged mechs. Though the shields wouldn't last forever, they offered the surviving rifleman mechs a crucial reprieve. Once the battered mech pilots regained their composure, they directed their mechs to fire back at the dwarven mechs that caused them a lot of misery. Though the dwarven ranged mechs were much less maneuverable than even the Bright Warriors, they had a lot of armor to spare. The Slug Rangers did not ascribe to the convention that mid-ranged rifleman mechs needed to be swift and maneuverable. Instead, just like many of their other dwarven mechs, their rifleman mechs were built like tanks. This put the rifleman mechs of the Larkinson clan at a heavy disadvantage because they were almost entirely armed with energy weapons. Laser weapons and positron weapons were powerful in their own ways, but were not the best at punching through thick armor. The energy they unleashed tended to spread across wider surface areas which caused a lot of general damage but none of them specific enough to breach thick enough armor. As a result, all of the mechs armed with energy weapons had to fire at their targets consistently in order to achieve real results. Just damaging their targets was not enough. They had to persist until they finally burned or melted through the thick frontal armor of the Slug Ranger mechs. When Vincent saw how much effort it took for him to take out a dwarven rifleman mech despite his superior precision, he cursed. Why the hell don't I have any of those newfangled crystal weapons? Every ranged mech specialist in the Larkinson clan had become impressed with the new Luminaire crystal rifle paired with the Amaranto. The news that the clan would be issuing a batch of standard Luminaire crystal rifles to specific units was greeted with great fanfare. However, much to his surprise, Vincent was left out of this allocation despite his strength as an expert candidate. It's unfair. Different from Vincent and the many mech pilots who were stuck with firing ordinary weapons, the Eternal Redemptions continued to shine throughout this battle. The Cannoneer mechs piloted by the best ranged specialists of the Penitent Sisters were capable of unleashing heavy blows at the cost of a slow firing rate. This was ordinarily a major problem if they had to fight against fast and agile targets, but in this situation they had a multitude of ideal targets. Their Samheim ultra-heavy Gauss cannons fired proprietary ammunition that inflicted greater kinetic damage than usual as long as they hit their targets. The slow but sturdy Slug Ranger rifleman mechs were the ideal prey for the Eternal Redemptions. Every unit of dwarven mechs that got targeted by the Penitent Sisters quickly experienced a similar kind of hell that Vincent had just experienced. Requesting cover. We need backup. Those Cannoneer mechs need to be taken down or else we will all go back to Vulcan's side. Though there were only several hundred Eternal Redemptions, each of them had quickly turned into as much of a priority target as the Transcendent Punishers. Fortunately, the Cannoneer mechs hadn't moved forward with the main wave. Instead, they hung close to the fleet and used the hulls of ships such as the Graveyard and the Spirit of Bentheim as cover. Most of the incoming fire originating from the Slug Riders ineffectively bounced off the sturdy hulls of the starships of the Larkinson clan. Continue firing, sisters. The Superior Mother watches over us all. Let us slay these wicked dwarves. For the Larkinson clan. For the Superior Mother. Kinetic rounds flew back and forth, causing huge amounts of valuable alloys and other materials to break and shatter. A trailing debris field had already formed that could earn any salvaging fleet a fortune if they were allowed to pick the most valuable scraps for just a couple hours. Yet neither side cared about the recyclable treasures that were floating further and further away from the active engagement. Not even the rescue parties dared to launch their shuttles out of the ships they were docked at. As soon as any of their vehicles showed up in space, a mech was liable to shoot them. Getting hit just a single time was enough for them to crumple. Not too far away, Venerable Janzi grew annoyed as she stayed with the living sentinels that were also sticking close to the fleet. Her shield of Samar functioned as a beacon of hope and a formidable shield for the Quint, which was calmly firing its rifle at the slug rangers. The reason why the expert pilot was displeased was because the dwarves hadn't spared much attention to the living sentinels. "It makes sense for the dwarves to ignore us," Commander Casella Ingvar noted. "We're not moving forward like the avatars and the rest. This will change as long as the dwarves are able to breach past our forward lines and reach our rear. Don't slack off too soon." The dwarven mechs had the advantage of numbers and were too tough. This made it difficult to block their advance. As long as they pushed hard enough, they were bound to break through. At that time, Commander Casella knew that her sentinels would have to bleed hard once again. They functioned as both the reserves and the final line of defense. Once the enemy mechs managed to break past her units, only the bunker mechs stationed on the starships themselves would be able to fend off the approaching attackers. Determined not to let this happen, Casella kept her attention on the evolving battle while at the same time making sure that each of her shots landed on the same enemy mech. The Quint wasn't armed with any of the new Luminaire crystal rifles for special reasons, but that did not make it weak. Casella already sensed the differences in the first few times she piloted the Masterwork mech for practice purposes. Though the living mech hadn't actually spoken to her after her first interfacing attempt, she could constantly feel that the Quint was by her side. The rifle she wielded fired positron beams that were considerably powerful in their own right. The improvement was just enough for her to avoid the frustration experienced by other mech pilots such as Vincent. However, the overall lack of progress in whittling down the enemy mechs caused her to feel increasingly more concerned. Her leadership responsibilities forced her to constantly maintain situational awareness, so she was able to extrapolate the current results. Her estimations were not optimistic. Fire faster. Don't think about energy consumption right now. If necessary, you can go back to your carriers in order to replenish your energy cells and transfer any excess heat when your mech is only halfway spent. It will still take some time for the dwarven mechs to push through our first wave. The sentinel mechs armed with ranged weapons fired their weapons faster as a result. The dwarves soon started to acknowledge the increased threat of the living sentinels, but still focused most of their firepower on the Larkinson mechs that were in the process of advancing forward. One of the units that was already being put under fire was the Valkyrie Redeemers piloted by the Penitent Sisters. The Valkyrie Prime flying in the middle of the formation received a lot of focused fire due to how much better it looked compared to the rest. Venerable Joshua remained cool under fire. He knew that it was not yet time for him to serve as the center of an active battle formation. "We need to get closer first. We also need to wait until the dwarven mechs have closed ranks. Temper your speed and don't fly too close to the avatars. Let them collide against the molten hammers first." The Valkyrie mechs weren't good in frontal engagements. Though they were excellent at performing charges, it was harder to leverage their advantages in space. For now, they held their circular shields up front in order to block the hefty rounds slamming in their direction. They also raised their pulse submachine guns forwards and fired weak but rapid energy particles in the direction of the enemy formations. Hardly any of the pulses struck the enemy mechs, and if they did, they hardly damaged the exterior. The Valkyrie Redeemers had to get much closer in order to deal effective damage. Strangely enough, the lack of effective firepower at this range caused the Slug Rangers and the other dwarven mechs to dismiss the Penitent Sister mechs as a threat. Less and less dwarven mechs fired at the Valkyrie Redeemers. They obviously recognized that the Hexer mech model was a Marauder mech and wouldn't become a priority until they got close. Joshua mirthlessly smirked when he realized this. These dwarves, he genuinely felt pity for his opponents. He did not look down on them like many other humans. To him, they were truly human and worthy of respect. Although the Vulcan Empire wasn't exactly pleasant, the dwarves had good cause to adopt a hostile posture against the tall folk. In a different situation, Joshua would have wanted to befriend the Vulcanites and attempt to melt their hatred against normal humans. It was unfortunate that he would never have the chance. Poor dwarves. Chapter 3247. Per sword. The first melee mechs to clash against each other weren't the mechs charging at each other in the center. Space Knights and other sturdy mechs took up the vanguard. Their heavy shields and their resilient frames allowed them to resist a lot of damage, making them ideal to lead the charge. However, the need to stay behind their limited protective envelope meant that a lot of faster mechs had to limit their speed and acceleration. A unit of mechs only moved as fast as its slowest machine, and Space Knights that piled up lots of armor weren't known for their mobility. Fortunately, it was not that big of a problem for them to accelerate straight forward. Many Space Knights incorporated specialized flight systems that were hardy and not that easy to damage. While they did not have the power to induce a lot of directional forces on the mech, they compensated for that by putting most of their efforts into moving forward. Perhaps the buildup of speed wasn't anything impressive at the start, but as long as the mech continued thrusting forward, it could build up greater and greater momentum that could turn it into an undaunted charger that could not be stopped unless the opposition was willing to pay a price. Still, even with both sides charging at each other, neither side wanted to go full out. There was a risk involved with accelerating too hard and building up momentum too quickly. If both the expeditionary forces and the dwarven forces collided against each other with their full might, the chances that the mechs of both sides would suffer catastrophic damage was high. This was not what the combatants wanted to see, so they conscientiously took their time and made sure they controlled their speeds. In any case, the priority of the expeditionary forces at the center was to hold the line and prevent the enemy from opening a breach. While it was fine for scattered units to bypass the front and attempt to reach the interior, they would definitely be surrounded and defeated in an instant as long as they weren't accompanied by a lot of allies. Compared to the center, the two flanks converged at each other with much greater speed. Since these mechs were more maneuverable and able to change their direction more easily, they had less to fear from self-destructive collisions or losing control. Among the most prominent flanking units was the large number of sword-wielding mechs among the Larkinson forces. There were two distinct groups among them that differed from each other in substantial ways. The first were several mech companies that consisted of both veteran sword maidens and recent recruits. They all piloted bright warriors in swordsman mech configuration, though unlike the avatars and other mech legions they swapped their thinner and more flexible blades for giant great swords that were noted for their heft and reach. They were great at crushing thin to moderately armored mechs, but they were also slower and required harsh training to wield proficiently. The Sword Maidens established the harshest and most extreme training programs in the Larkinson clan. Though they had already recruited large batches of hundreds of aspiring female mech pilots each, these younger talents were far from ready to step onto the battlefield as Sword Maidens. There were also other batches of older and more experienced swordsman mech pilots who transferred to the Sword Maidens and began to adapt to their ways. Though these mech pilots integrated well with this mech legion, there was still some distance to those who underwent training since they were teens. However, Commander Sendra didn't care about this difference. Now that she and her sisters were on their way to intercept thousands of mechs of the Hive Aurorers, she felt that bringing only 40 mechs was not enough to make a difference. The extra mech companies that consisted of recent recruits would definitely come in very handy in this battle, where the amount of mechs involved in the battle exceeded anything that she had ever taken part in before. We're playing in the big leagues now. As the flanking forces rapidly closed in on each other, every mech pilot began to grow more nervous and eager. No matter whether it was the humans or the dwarves, none of them had ever taken part in such a massive, soul-stirring action. It was both frightening and awe-inspiring. Just looking at the thousands of enemy mechs they had to fight caused them to feel as if their importance had shrunk. Even if they were confident in their skills, it was unlikely for them to overcome too many enemy machines. In a battle of this scale, the influence of individual skill and heroism was severely diminished. What mattered more to the units was their cohesion, coordination and overall mech performance. On the surface, both sides were roughly even in this regard. The flanking forces of the Larkinson clan and Glory Seekers reached military standards or close to it in many regards. The dwarves were slightly superior in this regard due to being a part of a regular military organization. The morale of the Hive Aurorer mech pilots was also high. As the youngest and most recent mech division that took part in this attack, a disproportionate amount of servicemen were fanatical members of the Dwarven God cult. Even now, they were enthusiastically saying their prayers. O Vulcan, ye supreme Dwarven authority, bless your sons and daughters so that we may smite the human infidels. Great Vulcan, O beautiful and majestic Vulcan, Bless our divine mechs so that we may collapse the feeble mechs piloted by these tall folk. Let the galaxy know that dwarven mechs and craftsmanship is supreme. Witness me as I smite these tortured slaves. Dwarvenkind shall always reign supreme. Fire and blood, the dwarven mech pilots roared. In opposition to the dwarves, the mech pilots of the Sword Maidens and the Heavensward Association quickly quieted down once their greatest authority patched into their communication channel. Back in the main design lab of the Spirit of Bentime, Kedis had stood up from her chair and unsheathed Bloodsinger from its scabbard. She recalled Sharpie back to her mind, causing her will and presence to grow stronger and more exceptional. A portion of the assistant mech designers working to analyze the enemy dwarven mech models even became distracted by Katiz's glow. They had never experienced the force of will of her as a Sword Maiden before. Get back to work, Gloriana snapped from the other side of the design lab. We're in the middle of a battle that will decide whether we will live or die. Don't think about anything else aside from performing your assigned job. Kedis took no notice of what was going on in the design lab. She had shifted all of her attention over to the Sword Maiden and the Heavenswarder mech pilots who fought for both the clan and herself. She felt responsible for the Sword School disciples who chose to leave behind their stable environment in the Heavensward Association and follow her back to the Larkinson clan. They admired her swordsmanship, idolized her identity as a swordmaster and thought that she had boundless prospects. At times, she thought that the Heavenswarders were woefully naive. They dedicated themselves to her because they thought she could lead them to greatness. Were they right? Kedis was not so sure. Though the existence of Sharpie as well as her dual identity as a journeyman and a sword maiden granted her a unique advantage in mastering and developing other sword styles, she never considered herself as their savior or their supreme teacher. Yet that was exactly what the Heavenswarders thought of her. They unquestionably put her up a pedestal and expected that she could help them fulfill their dreams. She did not think she was that amazing, but she couldn't betray their trust in her. For the sake of those who put their lives on the line because of their dedication. This was why she did not hesitate to embrace her full swordmaster persona at this time. Sharpie formed her greatest pillar of support at this time as her willpower grew so strong that it distorted the air around her. Anyone who stepped close to her would increasingly feel as if they were stepping into a forest of needles. Swordsmen and swordswomen, she began to speak, her powerful voice echoing in the cockpits of the various swordsman mechs from the Heavensward Association. The sword is a weapon, not a tool. Each of us have devoted our entire lives to master the way of the sword. Now, the time has come to put that practice into play and utilize your skills for its greatest purpose. Kedis pointed her greatsword forward, which caused her will and mind to focus onto a distant enemy. As a sword maiden and a swordmaster, I wish for nothing more than to be at your side and charge towards the enemy mech. Sadly, I can't. Piloting mechs is not my calling. As a mech designer, I can only design the machines that can fight in my stead. She seemed to look at the Heavenswarder mechs that its owners had brought with them when they decided to emigrate from their former state. None of them were Larkinson mechs and none of them were alive, but Kedis had already studied them beforehand and sensed the unique charms that their designers had imparted to their works. Your mechs may not be designed by me, but the spirit of swordsmanship is still there. No matter where you came from, no matter which sword school you joined and no matter the style you practice, you are all one now. Today, you are more than Larkinson. Today, you are more than a mech pilot. Today, you are more than a swordsman. Kedis brought her greatsword back and pointed its massive blade upright. The unending alloy weapon already began to glow as she resonated with it. A pure and upright aura emanated from her body. Because today, you shall act as my sword, and slice the enemies who have the temerity to wish us dead. The morale and fanaticism of the Heavenswarders who listened to her speech had peaked at this moment. The moods of many of them rose to heights that they had never reached. Even those who witnessed Kedis breaking through in the first sword arena had never felt so energized in their lives. For Kedis, for the Larkins clan, for the sword, it was at this time that they finally clashed against the bestial mechs of the Hive Roarers. The flanks instantly turned into chaotic flashpoints. Some of the mechs collided head-on against each other due to various reasons. These collisions did not result in a good end for either side. Some swordsman mechs lost limbs or got crushed entirely while the bestial mechs also suffered various forms of heavy damage. Fortunately, not every mech pilot was crazy and reckless enough to charge head-on against their counterparts. Instead, individual squads and companies began to split up from each other in order to weave and dance around their enemy counterparts. A battle in space often devolved into a maneuvering game due to lack of constraints. However, a pattern immediately emerged. The Hiver Roarers tried their best to push through the opposition as a whole in order to reach the ships of the Golden Skull Alliance. As long as they got close enough, they could instantly change the terms of the battle and force the humans into a disadvantageous position. The Sword Maidens, Heavenswarders, Vandals, Glory Seekers and other flanking forces tried their best to thwart the dwarven mechs from getting any closer. The defending mechs stuck to their bestial counterparts in order to compel the latter to stop going forward and defend themselves from destruction. Though the lines of the expeditionary forces pushed back a bit due to lacking numbers, soon they stabilized as the Heavenswarders began to show their worth. "We are the sword of Ketis. We fight with her will. We shall never yield in front of the enemy." The swordsman mechs were ready to start a slaughter. Chapter 3248, Flanking Maneuvers. Compared to the center, the flanks did not come under as much fire. The rifleman mechs on both sides were mostly targeting each other. Though they were more than willing to level their guns at the mechs that threatened to attack them from the sides, they couldn't afford to let the enemy ranged mechs destroy them first. In this way, the massive battlefield involving over 50,000 mechs slowly delineated into several different sections, each of which were largely self-contained. Though senior officers such as General Verl looked at the battlefield in a much more detailed and comprehensive manner, laymen like Vase lacked the training and expertise to see that much. He had enough experience to be able to tell what was going on. As someone who was always sensitive towards life, he could intuitively sense that the dance of life and death had just erupted at the sides. He leaned forward and switched the feeds of the projections to gain a better view of the action in those areas. Ferocious piranhas swept past the formations of the Hiver Roarers. Each time they swept close, the bestial mechs piloted by the dwarves shuddered a bit. These Vulcanites had never come into contact with glows in their life. In fact, they never heard of them except when their superiors held hasty briefings on the known capabilities of the mechs employed by the Larkinson clan. The dwarven mech pilots should have been more prepared for a measure that they knew what was coming. After all, a lot of industry insiders had written about the capabilities of the ferocious piranhas back in the Yena star cluster. The third-class version of this mech model was currently the highest-selling product of the Living Mech Corporation. Yet reading about its effects was different from experiencing it themselves. The analysts and lower officers who described the effects of the ferocious piranhas don't even know what they were talking about. How could the mech pilots possibly anticipate and guard against a phenomenon that they couldn't even describe with their own words? It was this initial surprise that gave the dwarven mech pilots an awful surprise. The odd shifts between feeling angry and feeling emotionless at such a rapid frequency made them all dizzy to the point where they were no longer able to maintain their concentration. These brief interruptions were extremely deadly to the affected mech pilots as the ferocious piranhas piloted by the flagrant vandals flew just ahead of other friendly mech units. "They're open. Kill them all. Drive our swords through their throats." The other Larkinson mech pilots had long known about the properties of the ferocious piranhas. They even trained alongside the flagrant vandals in order to maximize the utility of the light skirmisher's extremely useful glow. Swords cut through metal without encountering any opposition. Blades thrust through weak points with much greater ease than before. Hundreds of Vulcanite mechs instantly fell into a disadvantage as they incurred a lot of damage at once. If not for the fact that the bestial mechs were larger and a bit more massive than other mechs, many more would have fallen at the first blow. Even so, the injuries they sustained in the first clash were so significant that their performance could no longer keep up with the heat of the battle. Their lack of power quickly stalled the momentum of the Hiver Roarers, which the Larkinsons and Glory Seekers did not miss. "They've stalled. Keep pushing them back," a Glory Seeker captain roared. "The Superior Mother is with us today." The disarray among the dwarves granted the defenders an opportunity to launch a counterattack. The Glory Seekers mechs that had previously hung back and fired their submachine guns at the enemy units all holstered their guns and brought out their spears. They soon circled above and below the disrupted enemy formations before initiating a deathly charge. "The Superior Mother demands your death." The dwarven mech pilots of the Hiver Roarers weren't rookies. Though they lacked real battle experience for the most part, their training was impeccable and their discipline was high. They soon learned to cope with the disruption caused by the ferocious piranhas. Even if they weren't able to maintain their full concentration, they wouldn't lose control like last time. In fact, the main reason why they were able to regain control was their intense belief in Vulcan and their undying hatred against the Tall Folk. "The Tall Folk gods seek to muddle us up. Do not let the evil gods and their slaves confuse our purpose. Dwarves shall never falter against the Tall Folk." The dwarven god cult and its ideology held a lot of sway in the Hive Roarers. The dwarven mech pilots in the vanguard, ashamed at their poor performance, whipped themselves up to such a frenzy that their intense fury and other emotions forcibly kept themselves cool in the face of suppressive glows. Yet just as the dwarves became accustomed to the harassment conducted by the flagrant vandals, the Valkyrie interceptors of the Glory Seekers had closed in on the enemy bestial mechs. Different from the Penitent Sisters, the Glory Seekers preferred to pilot more specialized models. The Valkyrie interceptor was completely optimized for spaceborne engagements. By sacrificing a lot of effective performance on land and aerial environments, they were able to perform a fraction better in space. The Glory Seekers previously retained the Valkyrie Hurricane as well. This was the aerial variant of the Valkyrie Redeemer and performed a lot better under atmospheric conditions. However, the Battle of Reckoning had taught the Glory Seekers a painful lesson about bringing the wrong mechs to a battle. Ever since then, Marshal Ariadne Woden and other senior officers decided that it was unlikely for them to need mechs that were optimized to fight in planetary environments. They all converted their existing Hurricanes to interceptors and only procured the latter from that point onwards. Now, these variant Marauder mechs were about to activate one of their signature features. The Glory Seekers did not opt to activate it when they were further away. Perhaps aware that these stubborn dwarves were not that easy to intimidate, the Hexer officers all commanded their subordinates to hold back until their Valkyrie mechs all came closer. It wasn't until the charging mechs armed with spears and shields almost reached the hastily prepared formations of the Hive Roarer mechs that they performed their well-practiced routine. Death. The Valkyrie interceptors all activated their marked for death triggered ability. Even though this feature did not have the support of prime resonance or true resonance, the inherent life of the mechs themselves was enough to power this ability to an effective degree. In an instant, the bestial mechs targeted by individual Valkyrie interceptors stagnated yet again. This time, thousands of affected dwarven mech pilots felt as if they were staring right into death, which came in the form of a woman that seemed to be able to snuff out their souls with her stare alone. A portion of strong-willed officers and mech pilots managed to shake themselves out of this paralysis. Don't be confused by this evil human god. Vulcan shall protect our souls. Unfortunately, they woke up too late. By the time their mechs were just about to evade or brace for impacts, waves of spears pierced through their armor and sank into their internals. Many more dwarven mechs were rendered inoperable at this time. Starburst. The Glory Seeker officers ordered. The Valkyrie interceptors that had pulled off their charges and became vulnerable to counterattack quickly launched their grenades in unison. When these grenades detonated, they released a hugely disorienting blast of light, particles and other forms of interference. Though short-ranged, these starburst grenades successfully disrupted the rhythm of the vengeful Hive Roarers mechs that were still advancing from behind. The Valkyrie interceptors did not linger in order to fight the bestial mechs up close but instead retreated in a smooth and organized fashion. These were the maneuvers that the Hex army had refined and perfected over the course of the Komodo War. The Glory Seekers still shared a close relationship with the Woden dynasty and by extension the Hexadric hegemony, so their mech pilots benefited from many of the state's latest advancements. In fact, this was just the most basic routine. The Fredaman mech pilots had developed so many different countermeasures against this classic charge that the Hexers had to become more inventive in order to make good use of the Valkyrie product line. One of these aspects was the follow-up. While the Valkyrie mechs were able to work well by themselves, they were even more effective if they worked alongside other units. At this point, the vanguard of the dwarven flanking units had suffered multiple continuous surprises and setbacks in rapid succession. The tall folk that were fighting against them weren't playing by the rules. It's those swordsman mechs again. The impact caused by the Valkyrie interceptors provided the Heavenswarders with an excellent opening. Buoyed by the continuous successes, the confident Heavenswarders dove into the ranks of the Hive Roarers and began to batter them with unrelenting aggression. Though the Hive Roarers all possessed sufficient training in how to cope against normal melee mechs, the swordsman mechs and the mech pilots of the Heavensward Association were far from average. The swordsman mech models employed by the Heavensward Association were all designed to channel and complement specific sword styles. One model was swift and agile and wielded shorter blades that allowed it to fight like a pseudo-light skirmisher. Another model was thick and sturdy and wielded two hefty blades which allowed it to be able to entangle enemy melee mechs with great ease. There were many more models among the Heavenswarders, so much so that there was little cohesion and coherence in their formations. The only real organization they displayed was when they fought alongside similar mechs that belonged to the same sword school. Even so, Their individual prowess was incredibly formidable. They outfought many different kinds of opposing mechs with practiced moves and excellent battle sense. Though the sword styles displayed by the typical Heavenswarder mechs weren't empowered by any extraordinary element, just the exquisite techniques alone put them far ahead from the Hive Roar mech pilots who never fought against such insanely skilled opponents. Wait for backup, they're just catching up. These tall folk must never break our lines. Though the combination of Glory Seekers, Heavenswarders and Flagrant Vandals dealt a serious blow to the enemy flanking forces, the fact of the matter was that the Hive Roar still outnumbered them. There were many more mechs that had yet to join the fray but were rapidly coming closer. The dwarves brought a lot more mechs. Commander Sendra of the Sword Maidens felt a bit chilled at the sight of thousands more bestial mechs preparing to confront the Larkinsons and Glory Seekers. Though she was proud of the performance of her side, they had only managed to repel the enemy vanguard because they exposed many of their strengths. Now that the dwarves had seen how effective they were and how they worked, they would inevitably come better prepared this time. Soon, dozens of Heavenswarder mechs were blasted by enemy fire. Though they were amazing attackers, their defensive properties were not stellar. Aside from a number of exceptions, most of the swordsman mechs were not able to cope with being targeted by large caliber or intensive firepower. It's those damn turtle mechs. They finally caught up and are opening fire. This was one of the signature models of the Hive Roarers. Their spaceborne version of a doom crawler had to take its time to reach a location, but once they did, they could suppress enemy units by performing continuous bombardment. The way they did this was rather ingenious. Despite the slow and heavy firing rate of the cannons poking out from the 4 holes of their turtle shells, the turtle mechs simply spun around so that one cannon was able to fire at a target before spinning 90 degrees to allow another cannon to fire right after. This continuous firing pattern allowed the turtle mechs to put their targets under continuous fire, which was very hard to cope with. The Heavenswarder mechs were no longer able to fight as unscrupulous as before. Their momentum visibly faltered. Chapter 3249, Crumble Shells. The struggle at the flanks took a turn from the worst as soon as the odd turtle mechs showed up. Though the Larkinsons had always been on guard against these hardy machines, it was only now that the expeditionary forces truly experienced what this ranged mech was able to accomplish. Those cannons hit too hard. Our ranged support can't take them down. Calm down. We need to charge up to them and destroy them up close. We can't. The other Hive Roarer mechs are screening for their turtle mechs. It was only now that the main strategy of the Hive Roarers came to life. The tiger mechs, avian mechs and other bestial machines merely served as bodyguards for the turtle mechs at the moment. Their only role was to prevent enemy melee mechs from getting close enough to crack open the turtle shells. When Vase saw how much impact the turtle mechs were making, he immediately became alarmed. What the hell are those mechs? He quickly called up the intelligence and the various analysis reports compiled by other mech designers. Apparently, the turtle mechs were called the Crumble Shells. They were the signature mechs of the elite Mocha Bombardiers mech regiment. Even though the Bombardiers wasn't classified as an elite mech regiment, it shared several similarities with the Steel Rain. The most notable aspect of the Crumble Shells was their odd shape and the advantages they bestowed. They were designed around their shells, which offered plenty of internal volume while at the same time not displaying a large profile towards an enemy. These turtle shells were as thick and resilient as the armor of a medium space knight. They could withstand a lot of attacks head-on, but they were highly noted for their even thicker side armor. By concentrating a lot of armor at the sides which would usually face towards the enemy, they were much harder to damage and disable than humanoid space knights. This armor design is quite ingenious actually. Aside from the vulnerable gun ports, the turtle mechs did not possess any other exterior weak points. The top, bottom and sides of the crumble shell design were all thick and well protected, but not to the point that it affected its mobility too much. Defense wasn't the turtle mech's only strong point. Unlike space knights, the crumble shells were able to output a moderately high amount of damage at medium range. The Gauss cannons that took the place of the limbs of a normal turtle were all of medium caliber. This did not sound impressive at first, but the crumble shell's main armament were designed according to much different specifications from the cannons of the Steel Rain's iconic Cracker series. The special cannons were characterized by relatively low accuracy, low firing rate, respectable impact damage and most notably access to a lot of ammunition. The crumble shell was not a heavy mech, but due to the reasonable size of its cannons, it was able to carry a large amount of ammunition and energy cells. In addition, its large bulk and plentiful armor allowed it to absorb a lot of heat. Although the crumble shells weren't accurate enough to perform long-range bombardment, their threat level rose drastically as long as they came closer to their targets. By employing their distinctive spinning maneuver, they were able to fire their 4 cannons in rotation at the same target, thereby putting any enemy in their sights under a huge amount of pressure. If the mech being targeted couldn't find any cover, or if no one forced the crumble shell to interrupt its action, the poor machine was bound to get crushed. This was what was happening at the moment. The crumble shells did not work together to concentrate their firepower on a single target. While this allowed them to destroy individual mechs at a faster rate, they instead picked their own targets and therefore maximized the amount of human mechs that came under heavy pressure. Instantly, the tide had turned. Though the Valkyrie interceptors urgently used their pulse submachine guns to hit back at the crumble shells, the rapid streams of pulsed particles simply bounced off the exterior of the turtle mechs without accomplishing anything except chipping the outermost layer. It was more than obvious that the crumble shells functioned similar to a lighter version of doom crawlers in space. They were practically invincible at medium range. The only way to slaughter them in an efficient manner was to attack them at point-blank range. Anyone could see that while the crumble shells completely sacrificed every form of melee combat capability. They did not even have articulating limbs, which meant they weren't able to employ claws or wield handheld weapons that could help them fend off attackers. In fact, the firing angles of their 4 Gauss cannons were also very awkward. As long as a mech managed to land on the top or bottom of their shells, there was nothing the crumble shells could do to fend off their slayers. Yet no matter whether it was the ferocious piranhas, the bright warriors, or the other swordsman mechs, none of them succeeded in breaking through the ranks of the other Hiver Roarer mechs. Though the dwarves were more than happy to go on the attack, they excelled at defense. As long as they had to defend a fixed position or an important unit, they were able to employ numerous tactics that were highly effective at preventing breaches. The hardiness of their mechs also played a good role at this time. The general dwarven design philosophy always put a lot of emphasis on defense. Even the Hiver Roarers, which was supposed to be the lightest and most mobile mech division of the feral punitive fleet, did not go too lightly when they formed their mech roster. Now, all of the bestial mech regiments of the Hiver Roarers had stopped trying to advance at all cost. Instead, they formed a stubborn defensive envelope that matched its pace with the slow advance of the crumble shells. It was as if the Hiver Roarer mechs had combined into a moving fort. No matter which angle the Larkinsons and Glory Seekers tried to attack them from, the fort was able to orient its mechs and guns quickly so that an offensive push would quickly get repelled. Though the mechs of the expeditionary forces managed to down plenty of bestial mechs in these failed pushes, the fact of the matter was that they were losing mechs at a faster rate than the Hiver Roarers. What was even worse was that since the crumble shells took action, only a handful of them had been repelled. Occasional support fire from the distant Transcendent Punishers and other ranged mechs managed to overwhelm the defenses of a small amount of turtle mechs, but the cost was too great. The low profile of the crumble shells along with their ability to move meant that it took a disproportionate amount of effort to take them down. A Transcendent Punisher could have destroyed at least 2 Steel Rain heavy artillery mechs with the same effort it took to take down a crumble shell, and that also took into account the difficulty of breaking through bunkers. Gloriana, those crumble shells are tearing up our wings. Vase contacted his wife from the bridge. Have you found any of their critical vulnerabilities yet? No. What makes you think we'll be able to come up with something? Those crumble shells are impeccably designed. I didn't expect the dwarves to be so good at designing defensive systems. The only way to take them down with ease is to fire into their gun ports while they have exposed their cannons. Vase shook his head. That's too difficult. Any crumble shell that came under heavy fire could instantly adopt a defensive posture. They were able to retract their short-barreled cannons and close the gap with armor curtains. Though this solution prevented the crumble shells from attacking, it was highly worth it to increase their durability and buy time for other turtle mechs to maintain their own attacks. Vase shifted his eyes to the left and right wings. The situation for both of them wasn't so good now that the Mocha bombardiers had shown their might. Still, there was one mech legion on the flanks that had yet to take action. The Sword Maiden mechs had been hanging back. They functioned as reserves that should only take action if the Larkinsons needed a breakthrough. Should the Sword Maidens be put into play at this time, the situation did not look ideal. Usually, the Sword Maidens were extremely effective at attacking enemy units from the flanks or behind. Their lethal offensive capabilities allowed them to mow down a huge amount of mechs in quick succession as long as their enemies weren't prepared. This was not possible right now. The bestial mechs of the Hiver Roarers guarded the crumble shells from every direction. There was no proper front or rear. Attacking a prepared defensive formation from the front was not the best use of the Sword Maidens. General Verl knew that as well and did not order them to go forward at this time. We still need to find a solution. Vase hummed and rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. There was one solution that he knew would definitely force a breakthrough. His gaze shifted over to the friendly forces on the right wing, which was a little stronger than the forces stationed at the left wing. As long as Venerable Dice and her elite Sword Maidens activated their battle formation, they could instantly slice through a lot of dwarven mechs, especially the crumble shells which had closed up in a tighter formation due to the need to form an effective defensive envelope. They're not tight enough, though. Vase was reluctant to resort to this option, because the Hiver Roarers were still too dispersed for his liking. The thousands of mechs deployed by the enemy meant that they naturally spread out over a wider area. He decided to discuss this matter with General Verl. He activated a private communication channel and shared his ideas. I've been told that Venerable Dice has not been idle during this time. General Verl said, she has made rapid progress in developing her own sword style. She has developed numerous new extraordinary sword techniques, many of which can be performed in combination with the First Sword or the Sword Maiden Battle Network. Ves's eyes lit up. Has she developed any wide area attack techniques? She has, but she hasn't performed them under these conditions before. No one can estimate the power and range of her new technique. There is a substantial chance that the broad attack will leave many enemy mechs functional if in a damaged state. The two fell silent for a time. Should we do it? Vase tentatively asked. Let us be patient. Their expert mechs have yet to emerge. I have been trying to keep this card in reserve for the enemy's expert mechs. If we put it into play against ordinary mechs, we will lose a powerful option that can immediately wipe an enemy expert mech off the board. This was certainly a critical priority, but Vase also saw that the battle at the flanks couldn't continue in this way. His forces were learning how to deal more damage to the Hiver Roarer defensive formations, but the latter were still in a winning posture. He needed to play another card. The question was which one he should use to disrupt this awful situation. He briefly raised his newly made hammer. Was this the right time to perform his charade? He judged that he would be able to achieve a much better effect after he played his other trump cards. After all, it was a lot easier to pretend to be a powerful god if his mechs had all displayed extremely powerful abilities that were far beyond the capabilities of ordinary machines. Sir, our center units are about to collide against the molten hammers. Vase quickly directed his attention to the middle of the battlefield. After both sides steadily approached the center, the mechs began to speed up a bit so that they could cross weapons with the enemy. Chapter 3250, Molten Furies. The collision of mechs in the center of the battlefield was slower but much more impactful. Sturdy mechs collided against each other with their shields up front. Other melee mechs either swooped past each other while trying to rake their opponents or stopped in the middle in order to start killing as many mechs as possible. After a long time of waiting and advancing, the mainstay mechs of the two forces had finally clashed. The Molten Hammers were especially eager. The oldest and most storied mech division in the Feral Punitive Fleet had waited for a long time in order to show their prowess once again. Now that they were allowed to fight against human mechs for the first time in decades, the mech pilots did not want to shame their predecessors who managed to defeat the previous rulers of this star sector. Slaughter the tall folk. Our hammers will smash them to pieces. My shield shall never break. The first units to oppose the Molten Hammers were the avatars of Myth and the Cross clan. The latter tended to field sturdier and more solid mechs than the Glory Seekers. The Crossers also favored mechs with more resilience, endurance and staying power, which made them suitable to fight in standing battles. Vase had already caught plenty of glimpses of the mechs fielded by the Cross clan. Many of them were designed by Professor Benedict, though the majority were still rather generic. There was nothing wrong with their performance, though. They were solid, and performed well in all of the basic parameters that mattered. As for the avatars of Myth, many of their mechs consisted of bright warriors. The rifleman mech configurations were still further in the back and were already locked in an exchange of fire with the slug rangers. The lancer mech configurations had not yet built up a charge. It was too risky for them to dive into the formidable dwarven mech formations. The swordsman mech configurations were already hard at work trying to deal damage without exposing themselves too much to the deadly dwarven mechs. The Space Knight configurations were the main focal point at the moment. They were the only mechs of the Larkinson clan that could stand up to the heavy assault that the Molten Hammers excelled at. The pressure they had to endure was incredible, and it only grew worse as the unique mech models fielded by the dwarves began to show their worth. The most iconic dwarven mech model was the Space Knights fielded by its elite mech regiment. The overstrength Vulcans chosen fielded 3,000 Molten Furies, which was the signature shield-bearing mechs of the Molten Hammers. The low stature of the Molten Furies quickly gave the avatars of Myth and the Cross clan a lot of headaches. None of them had much experience with fighting mechs that were so short but so resilient at the same time. The Vulcanite mech pilots were well aware of the pros and cons of piloting dwarven mechs. They made good use of their lack of height to make it more difficult to land effective attacks on them. At the same time, they also concentrated their attacks on the mid-sections of their opponents. This often resulted in awkward exchanges where the taller humanoid mechs had to employ neglected moves in order to defend against such low blows. Of course, the Avatar and Crosser mechs tried to lower themselves in order to fight against the dwarven mechs on an equal basis, but this only prompted the Molten Hammer mechs to do the same. The clash in the center was by no means a static crush between two massive forces. The huge distances in space along with a need to maintain distance from too many mechs lest they collide against each other meant that the actual battle line stretched out across many kilometers. Mechs were quite big, after all. With the high degree of effectiveness of ranged mechs in space warfare, melee mechs tended to avoid clumping up too much in order to prevent themselves from becoming easy targets. Stand your ground. Our clan is depending on us. Do not let a single dwarven mech pass. Commander Melkor exhorted his men as his mech constantly fired positron beams at suitable targets. In front of him, the melee mechs of his avatars were struggling to contain the dwarven mechs. The bright warriors they piloted all exuded identical glows that provided the avatar mech pilots with both comfort and strength. Yet that was not enough to resist the pushing power of the Molten Hammers. Commander Melkor quickly grew grave as he witnessed the performance of the signature mechs of their opposition. The Molten Furies that were the main dwarven mechs responsible for absorbing the blows of their opposition were hardy and difficult to deal with. In a one-on-one fight, it took too much effort for an offensive melee mech to break through their defenses. So far, the only way the avatars managed to overpower these hardy machines was to gang up on them and attack them from multiple angles. The Molten Furies and their thick shields were too difficult to overcome from the front. Careful, don't stay too close. As the avatars and crossers began to destroy the Molten Furies, they suddenly learned why they were called this way. Anytime a Molten Fury god wrecked or ejected its cockpit, the machine in question blew up with so much force that any mechs in front of it got blasted with such violence that they inevitably incurred damage. This presented a major problem to the mechs up front. Aside from the Space Knights who were still able to bear the explosions, every other melee mech had to make way and make sure they did not face any of the Molten Furies head-on. This constrained their choices and quickly caused their performance to drop. They're too afraid of our molten surprise. Push them back, laddies. Commander Melkor darkened. Despite the stable performance of the avatars of Myth, these final surprises severely caused his mech pilots to become unbalanced. It's just like fighting against the Halvain Grenadier during the Battle of Reckoning, he muttered. Fortunately, their prior experience in fighting against explosives allowed the avatar officers to form a suitable response. The Space Knights largely tried to keep the Molten Furies in place while the other melee mechs sought to harass or destroy the dwarven mechs from above and below. The Molten Furies can't shield as well from multiple angles at a time, Gloriana concluded after she analyzed their design. Don't attack their sides. They can easily pivot their shields to deflect attacks from their left or right. You need to attack them from a vertical angle. Attacking from below will definitely make them flustered. After just a few rounds of fighting, the Larkinsons confirmed Gloriana's analysis. It appeared that typical dwarven mechs were much less capable of defending themselves against attacks from the top or bottom of orientations. Their shields were thick and they were able to defend well in horizontal directions. However, if an attack came from above, they had to angle their shields to cover their exposed top profile, which inevitably made it easier for enemy mechs to bypass the dwarven mechs' defenses. The Molten Furies were especially bad at defending against attacks from below. Their arms were short, so the only way to deal with this situation was to rotate their frames so they faced downwards. Of course, the problem with that was that they exposed their upper sections to the enemy mechs that were previously to the front. Humanoid mechs had difficulties defending from below as well, so this was not a unique weakness to dwarven-shaped machines. It was just that the Molten Furies were so sturdy that the expeditionary forces were desperate to grasp any possible advantage. Since attacking their rears was too difficult in this large-scale engagement, then attacking from below was a good alternative. Due to this, the battle became increasingly more three-dimensional as the mechs moved along the Z-axis. The mechs were drifting further apart, but not so much that they exposed too many loopholes to their opponents. Commander Melkor tried his best to maintain situational awareness. He was constantly trying to keep his units together and occasionally issued orders to direct more mechs in areas where the dwarven mechs slowly gained an advantage. Despite the various responses made by the expeditionary forces, the Molten Hammers were steadily pushing forward. Not only was it difficult to damage the dwarven mechs in set battles, the dwarven mech division also outnumbered its foes. With several thousands more mechs than the Larkinson clan and the Cross clan could muster at the center, it became too difficult to rely on positioning and tactics to hold the line. The defense effort was faltering. This wasn't entirely the fault of the Molten Furies. These dwarven space knights were good at withstanding attacks but weren't nearly as good as dishing them out. They were all armed with one-handed axes that did not possess a lot of reach. They had one advantage, though. Axes were great at damaging shields. The Molten Furies did not even bother to bypass the shields of the defensive Bright Warriors and other space knights. They just hacked at the shields right in front of them with such enthusiasm that their victims were definitely feeling a lot of pressure. Damn it, we can't hold. Our swords can't overcome their defenses fast enough. We need help or else we can't hold the line. Though the offensive mechs of the Larkinsons and Crossers tried their best to work around the strengths of the tricky dwarven space knights, the Molten Furies responded by tightening their formation so that they formed overlapping shield walls that looked like giant half-spheres. No matter whether the Larkinson or Crosser mechs tried to attack from the front, left, right, above or below, they were always thick and sturdy in their way. The amount of attacks that were actually able to land on the frames of the Molten Furies were distressingly few, and even if an attack went through the thick base armor of the dwarven space knights always limited the damage to just shallow marks. This is a real defensive mech regiment. Commander Melkor gasped. The Molten Furies belonged to the Vulcans Chosen, which was the premier mech regiment of the 7th Mech Division of the Feral Provincial Army. They were all extremely well trained and proud of their heritage and illustrious record. Venerable Orthox de Massey, the expert pilot of the infamous Gatecrasher, had risen up from the Vulcans Chosen. Hold fast, avatars, no defense is impregnable, help is on the way. Although the dwarven formation left an obvious weak point at the rear, none of his avatar mechs took advantage of this opening. This was because they had to fight through the offensive mechs of the Molten Hammers first. Though the offensive melee mechs of the Molten Hammers didn't seem to be in a hurry to go on the attack, a number of them had already collided with the human mechs and showed off a frightening degree of threat despite their shorter stature. None of the dwarven mechs were easy to deal with. The Molten Hammers were so good at frontal warfare that fighting a battle on their terms was no less than suicide. We need a way to break their cohesion, Commander Melkor concluded. His heart ached whenever he saw another avatar mech going down after getting overwhelmed by axes and other heavy weapons. The Molten Hammers were not only fighting in their element, but also had the advantage of numbers at their side. Though the latter wasn't so obvious at the moment, when Melkor looked at the deep ranks of dwarven mechs just waiting to have their turn at hacking the human mechs, he couldn't help but feel that his avatars were inadequate. They performed well against smaller and less disciplined units, but now that they were fighting against a real heavy assault mech regiments, the difference between a private mech legion and a professional military mech division had become very obvious. Chapter 3251, Dwarven Signature Mechs, we are Vulcan's shield. We are indomitable. We are the guardians of the Empire. As the Molten Furies continued to remain stubbornly alive while withstanding attack after attack, the morale among their steady dwarven mech pilots remained high. The pitiful weapons of their human foes weren't strong enough to break their heavy shields. Their mechs might be more maneuverable than their dwarven machines, but what was the point of that? The dwarven mechs just had to keep up their defenses while they advanced. Sooner or later, the Molten Hammers would be able to bull through to the enemy fleet and force every fast and flighty mech to fight the dwarves up front whether the humans liked it or not. This was the favorite strategy employed by the Vulcans. Ha ha ha, look at their skinny, ugly mechs. So what if they have this weird mind crap? Their gods can't help them and our souls are protected by Vulcan. They can't possibly defeat us with their feeble mechs. Though this was the first time the Molten Hammers experienced the various glows of the Larkinson clan, they did not stay unbalanced for long. As the mech pilots of an old and famed mech division, the dwarves who piloted all of the melee mechs were filled with pride and an unquestioning belief in their own strength. The molten hammers had managed to drive away many of the human forces that once occupied the Smiling Samuel Star sector. They were one of the units responsible for freeing many dwarves from slavery and oppression. The mech division had also taken part in the grand founding ceremony of the Vulcan Empire. Their contributions along with their valor earned them a place of pride that conveyed eternal glory. Although the first generation of mech pilots had mostly retired, there were still a number of oldsters among the molten hammers. Together with venerable Orthox, these storied heroes not only taught a lot of valuable lessons to the newer generations, but also served as pillars of support that made every younger mech pilot feel compelled to perform at their best. The Larkinsons and Crossers were able to feel the ferocity of their foes. No matter what they did, the dwarves never gave in and tried their best to never show weakness. Watch out, the dwarven offensive mechs are on the move. After the Vulcans installed the human mechs, the dwarves seemed to have gotten the measure of their opponents. The rest of the heavy assault mech regiment were finally about to show their teeth. The Avito Berserkers moved up first. Anyone who looked at the design of their shieldbreaker mechs could immediately tell what they were all about. The Avito Berserkers are the dwarven equivalent of our Sword Maidens. The shieldbreaker was the lightest mech model fielded by the molten hammers. It was an Axeman mech that was more maneuverable than other dwarven mechs but still boasted enough armor to withstand a couple of heavy blows. As its name suggested, this offensive mech model excelled at breaking shields. Every shieldbreaker wielded a variety of different axe configurations. Most wielded heavy two-handed battle axes, but there were also mechs that either wielded a pair of smaller axes or carried a more defense-oriented axe and shield combination. Regardless of the weapon loadouts, the shieldbreaker mechs did not focus on any other targets aside from the defensive mechs of the Larkinsons and Crossers. Whereas most offensive mechs sought to attack Space Knights from the sides or the rear, the Avito Berserker mech pilots didn't bother with all of that tricky maneuvering. They just charged straight ahead and chopped at the enemy shields with great violence. Within just half a minute, the first thick tower shields that the Bright Warriors relied upon to fend off the dwarves were already starting to show signs of breaking. Swordsman mechs and other offensive mechs of the Larkinson clan quickly backed up the beleaguered Space Knights, but that did not completely solve the danger. Those shieldbreaker mechs are cooperating really well with the Molten Furies. The Dwarven Axeman mechs fought alongside the Dwarven Space Knights in a well-practiced routine. Each time the former launched a powerful chop with their axes, the latter surged forward and shielded against any incoming counterattacks, thereby removing much of the threat to the shieldbreakers. Commander Melkor and many other Larkinsons couldn't help but admire the excellent synergy between the two dwarven units. The Vulcans chosen and the Avito Berserkers fought as if they had already experienced this 100 times before. By combining the defense of the Molten Fury model with the powerful might of the Shieldbreaker model, the dwarves already established a basic but powerful combo that was enough to frustrate many opponents. The only weakness was that they didn't possess any means to retaliate against ranged mechs. Heavy caliber cannons such as the ones utilized by the Transcendent Punishers and the Eternal Redemptions were able to crack and overwhelm the defenses of the Molten Furies, but they were currently engaged in their own struggle against the Slug Rangers. This was a difficult situation, and it was only growing worse as the other signature mechs of the Molten Hammers came forth. As soon as the Avatar and Crosser mechs grouped up in order to concentrate their strength and force a breach in the defensive lines of the Molten Hammers, another dwarven mech model strode forth. It's the Volcano's Wrath. Let the flames of Vulcan cleanse the blight of humanity from the galaxy. A large amount of dwarven striker mechs approached the areas in the battle line that was under heavy pressure and began to activate their flamethrowers. Large clusters of human mechs suddenly faltered and were forced into a retreat due to the large overlapping streams of flames bearing down on their positions. The temperature in front of the dwarven mechs had grown so hot that the most badly affected mechs even showed signs of melting. Fortunately, the defenses of the Bright Warrior mechs were good enough to resist the heat, but the appearance of the Volcano's Wrath mech regiment plugged yet another loophole of the dwarven defensive lines. They were not only great at fending off the ferocious piranhas and other annoying light mechs, but also served as excellent area denial tools. When Vase spotted the appearance of the striker mechs, he knew that they had become a great threat to the avatars and other mech units at the center. The Magmatar mech model was built for war and it showed. They were sturdy and wielded thick flamethrowers that were big and robust enough that they could probably be used to bash weaker mechs. The Magmatar striker mech model didn't appear to possess much mobility, but they didn't need to be particularly fast. Their role was to provide close-range support to the battle line. Though the flames they released weren't capable of melting mechs immediately, it was extremely undesirable to bathe in them for an extended amount of time. The widespread pattern of the Magmatar's flamethrower and the capability to use multiple weapons to deny a huge area instantly caused the melee mechs of the expeditionary fleet to feel as if they were being hampered at every turn. The impregnable defenses of the Molten Furies, the destructive axe attacks of the Shieldbreakers and the anti-crowding capabilities of the Magmatar produced an even stronger degree of synergy. So this is what a real mech division is like. Vase became enlightened. He had seen hints of it when his clan fought against the Fredaemon, but that was different. The detachments from the elite mech regiments were plucked from different coalition partners and had to fight alongside strangers from the same state. This was different because the Molten Hammer mech division came as a whole. Vase understood the logic of organizing a mech division better now that he saw how each and every specialized mech regiment was designed to synergize with each other. The Vulcans chosen formed the defensive bulwark. The Avito Berserkers formed the assault group. The Volcano's Wrath provided close-ranged fire support. The combination of the three made for a much greater combination than anything the Larkinson clan was able to come up with. The avatars and so on mainly relied on the four configurations of the Bright Warrior model, which was never designed with maximizing synergy in mind. The current iteration of the Bright Warrior was meant to serve as a quality-based platform that was designed to be highly adaptable in many different battle situations. They also had to be flexible enough to be compatible to a wide range of different mech pilots. Although Vase was glad that his Bright Warriors fulfilled its role, he never really thought how they would function as part of a wider system on a battle of this scale. Though General Verl had mentioned this topic to Vase many times, the abstract nature of the topic along with his other priorities caused him to neglect this matter. Now that Vase not only saw the power of combined arms firsthand, but also suffered from it, he vowed he would definitely rectify this shortcoming in the future. The avatars of myth, living sentinels, flagrant vandals, battle criers, sword maidens, penitent sisters and Eye of Ilvain were too monotonous when it came to their mech rosters. A single well-designed mech model might afford them great advantages against most opponents, but against true professionals, mixing and matching different specialized mech models always yielded better returns. I need to apply this approach for my own troops. The clan's mech legions all deserved to field a coherent mix of mech models that each combined into powerful systems that performed far better than the sum of their parts. Vase quickly felt another burden on his shoulders. He knew that this could not be done unless he designed a large number of mechs. Each and every mech design not only had to perform well on their own merits, but also had to fit the fighting approach of every mech legion. Due to this, one specialized mech design that worked well with the avatars, for example, might not make sense for the Sword Maidens. As a result, Vase would have to design at least 3 to 4 specialized mech models per mech legion, each of which had to perform better than the Bright Warrior. Suffice to say, that was a lot of design work and would probably take years to complete. Once I do, a grand vision momentarily swept his imagination. If he entered this battle with a mech army that was largely composed of many different specialized mech models, this battle might have turned out drastically differently. At the very least, his mech legions wouldn't have been forced into such a passive position. Of course, the lack of numbers is also hurting us a lot. Though the synergy between the different dwarven mechs were excellent, the fundamental reason why the expeditionary forces were already on the back foot was because they were thousands of mechs short. The only reason why Vase and the Larkinsons weren't panicking was because the Molten Hammer mechs were beginning to crowd up. Part of this was due to their own tactics, but another reason why they began to condense their lines was because of the pressure exerted by the expeditionary forces. The avatars did not lose their will for battle. Despite the difficulty of keeping up with the Molten Hammers, the Avatar mech pilots possessed their own pride and fought with the fate of the Larkinson clan on their shoulders. Reinforce our left and right wings. We need to compress their battle lines further. They're still too far apart at the moment. Our middle columns can't hold the dwarven mechs back. Hold as best you can. Buy as much time as possible. Another reason why the Larkinson mech pilots fighting against the Molten Hammers did not lose confidence was because they were all anticipating a powerful solution. Further in the rear, the Valkyrie Redeemers led by the Valkyrie Prime had been circling around and biding their time. The penitent sisters had all been praying to the Superior Mother for over 10 minutes. Their bond and connection to the Supreme had reached their strongest point. On the right flank, Venerable Dice and the elite Sword Maidens had also been honing their minds and wills. The Hiver Roarers were just as difficult to deal with as the Molten Rangers, and conventional solutions were too costly to undertake. Only by employing its trump cards would the Larkinson clan be able to change the current pattern. Wait for the right moment, Larkinsons. Soon, we'll show these dwarves that Vulcan won't be able to save their lives.